Chapter 1. Obtaining the Transcendent Bloodline at the Beginning. In the Dragon Ball universe, on Earth, lies a range of mountains known as the Baozi Mountains, located 800 miles away from West City, where a myriad of birds and beasts roam the plains below. This increase in combat power is far too slow. A tall, handsome youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, murmured to himself. His name is Ji-Yun, a traveler from another realm. 3 years ago, he had inexplicably found himself transported to the Dragon Ball world, bewildered and disoriented like many other travelers upon their arrival in a foreign land. He could not fathom how he had crossed over, and even more perplexing was the fact that he had landed in the Dragon Ball universe, a realm teeming with formidable warriors. In the early stages, things might seem manageable, but as one progresses, world-destroying powers become commonplace, truly terrifying. However, like numerous other travelers, Ji-Yun awakened his unique ability upon arrival, the God-tier selection system. With the assistance of this system, he steadily cultivated his strength on Earth, completing various elective tasks assigned by the system. As a result, his combat power had already reached a value of 10,000. Moreover, he had mastered essential skills such as the flight technique and the ki blast, along with the perception and manipulation of ki, to a remarkable degree. What to do? My combat power is ridiculously low. This will be troublesome later on. Ji-Yun shook his head, lamenting his predicament. If anyone were to overhear his words, they would surely choke on their own blood in disbelief. With his current strength, he could be regarded as the strongest individual on Earth. Yet as a traveler, he understood that this level of power would render him mere cannon fodder. In the later stages, only slightly superior to an ordinary person. Suddenly, while Ji-Yun was reflecting on life, he sensed 3 distinct presences nearby. These 3 energies felt considerably weak to him, yet they were still far beyond the typical human aura on Earth. Could it be Raditz and Son Goku? Ji-Yun narrowed his eyes, attuned to the distant energies. Today, while training in this location, he had sensed a powerful presence suddenly descend upon Earth. This energy was approximately 1/10 of his own, and it lingered for only a brief moment before soaring away into the distance. Referencing the storyline of Dragon Ball, it was highly likely that these 3 energies belonged to Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo, emanating from their battle. Ding! The God-tier selection system has been activated. Detected the Saiyan Raditz invading Earth. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Turn a blind eye, it's none of my business. Reward. Namekian bloodline. Effect. Can regenerate severed limbs. Choice 2. Confront Heat-In, eliminate Raditz. Reward. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Supreme talent. Absolutely astonishing. Just as Ji-Yun finished sensing the energies around him, the long-awaited notification from the system resounded in his mind. Indeed, it is Raditz. Ji-Yun nodded slightly. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Those 3 energies were indeed emanating from the battle between Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo. Ji-Yun was reluctant to meddle in affairs. That did not concern him, especially since, in the original storyline, Raditz would ultimately meet his demise without his intervention. However, the system had issued a task, and given the enticing rewards, it would feel remiss not to accept it, especially for one of his newfound status as a traveler. I choose option 2. Confront him, Heat-In, and eliminate Raditz. Ji-Yun declared resolutely, his thoughts unwavering. The terror of the Saiyan bloodline was well known. Under normal circumstances, it could rival a godly Super Saiyan, and upon transformation, it could face 2 adversaries, mercilessly overpowering both Goku and Vegeta. It was akin to a glitch in the fabric of reality that, in comparison, the Namekian bloodline, while impressive with its ability to regenerate lost limbs, paled significantly next to the extraordinary prowess of the Saiyan lineage. After all, it was this very bloodline that allowed Cell to restore himself even after being obliterated into fragments. Host choice successful. Confront him, Heat-In, and eliminate Raditz. Echoed the system's voice. Upon task completion, rewards will be automatically dispensed. Please remain vigilant. After making his choice, Ji-Yun felt a surge of determination. Raditz, brace yourself for despair, he exclaimed, propelling himself from the ground with a burst of white light. Surrounded by a powerful aura, he soared towards the ongoing battle, transforming into a mere speck of light that vanished into the horizon. The battle site. Chaos reigned. Special beam cannon, cried a green-skinned figure with antennas atop his head, one arm severed and his garments in tatters. His mouth stretched wide, revealing sharp teeth as he unleashed a spiraling beam of golden energy towards a long-haired man. The long-haired fighter froze mid-attack, horror coursing through him at the sight of the devastating energy blast hurtling toward him. If struck, it would surely spell his end. In a swift motion, he evaded, the golden beam grazing past him. Boom! The energy cannon collided with a nearby mountain, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated through the air. The once mighty peak erupted violently, obliterated into nothingness, leaving behind a desolate landscape shrouded in dust and smoke. Piccolo, Raditz, and the fallen Goku are engaged in quite the fierce battle. Ji-Yun mused silently, having arrived at the scene with remarkable speed. The devastation surrounding him elicited a quiet chuckle. He immediately recognized everyone present. Their appearances were strikingly similar to those from the anime of his past life. Ji-Yun had suppressed his aura to its lowest level, ensuring that the fighters remained oblivious to his presence hovering above them, keenly observing their struggle. The battle raged on. That was close, Raditz thought, glancing at the demolished mountain in the distance. Exhaling in relief, he had not anticipated that his opponent could unleash such formidable combat prowess. Had he not evaded that strike, his life would undoubtedly have been forfeit. Damn it! Piccolo seethed as he witnessed his most powerful attack skillfully dodged. The execution of this move demanded an extensive period of preparation, and now that his adversary was aware of the destructive potential of the special beam cannon, it was certain that he would not be afforded another opportunity to strike. The previous assault could very well have been his final chance. Contemplating this, Piccolo felt a surge of indignation. How could a distinguished demon king such as himself meet his demise here? Raditz, too, began to heighten his vigilance. He recognized the necessity of being utterly alert, otherwise he could genuinely face death. This time, he intended to resolve the conflict swiftly, leaving no room for further opportunity. Suddenly, just as Raditz was poised to deliver the finishing blow to Piccolo, Goku, who lay on the ground, swiftly darted behind him, catching Raditz off guard. With unwavering determination, Goku seized the tail of Raditz from behind. Chapter 2. The arrogant Raditz was caught off guard by Goku's sudden strike. He turned back to look at Goku, his eyes filled with a hint of panic. Haha, you were too careless. I've got hold of your tail, Goku said, his eyelids slightly drooping, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, reveling in his triumph. At the same time, he tightened his grip around the tail instinctively. You and did you? Raditz stammered as he fell to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice weak. Without wasting time, Goku bellowed towards Piccolo. Piccolo, now is your chance. Execute that move again. Seeing Raditz sprawled on the ground, Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of joy, a small smile creeping onto his lips. Well done, Goku. Hold onto his tail. He placed his fingers on his forehead, the veins on his temples bulging. This time, he was determined to take down this despicable foe. For the energy within him was dwindling, and another attempt would be his absolute limit. At that moment, Raditz was thoroughly flustered. He was completely at their mercy. Should he be struck by that previous technique, he would certainly meet his demise here. Kakarot, you intend to kill your only brother? Raditz uttered with great difficulty. Helpless, he resorted to appealing to their bond, hoping for a glimmer of mercy. Nonsense, you wretched creature, you are not my brother, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. Gritting his teeth. Though Goku might appear naive, he was far from foolish. Raditz had just vowed to kill his son and previously demanded that he slay 100 people before him. Now, he was uttering nonsensical words. Goku would not be deceived. Please let me go. I'll leave immediately. Trust me, brother. Raditz, disregarding everything else, desperately played the emotional card, continuing, I know I've acted excessively in the past, even towards you, but I swear, if you spare me just this once, I promise never to set foot on Earth again. Goku was slightly swayed by his words, for he had a kind heart. Hearing Raditz's plea, he unconsciously loosened his grip. Really? Goku questioned, his heart softening. Raditz, sensing his ploy was working, quickly affirmed, really. Upon hearing his words, Goku completely released his hold, and Raditz's tail slowly slipped from his grasp. Damn it, do not let go of his tail. Piccolo shouted furiously as he noticed Goku seemingly loosening his grip. With his scheme successful, a cruel smile crept across Raditz's face. He swiftly elbowed Goku, who was caught off guard by the sudden assault and was instantly sent flying. Piccolo, witnessing this, felt 1,000 alpacas stampeding through his mind. What the hell, I can't believe this. High above, Ji-Yin observed the entire scene unfold, shaking his head helplessly at how easily Goku had been manipulated with mere words. At that moment, the defeated son Wukong was filled with regret. Yet, it was already too late. Raditz wrapped his tail around Wukong's waist and unleashed a flurry of brutal kicks. Unforgivable. I want you all to die, Raditz declared, his murderous intent palpable. Nearby, Piccolo observed, trembling under the weight of Raditz's formidable aura. He realized that this was the end. The opponent would undoubtedly offer him no chance of survival. Just then, Ji-Yun descended from the heavens, approaching Raditz with measured steps. His appearance halted Raditz's wrathful assault. Wukong, struggling on the ground, managed to open his eyes and glanced at Ji-Yun. Not far away, Piccolo's unwilling gaze was also drawn to Ji-Yun's arrival, and all eyes converged upon him. "Who are you?" Raditz inquired, perplexed by the sudden figure, activating his scouter to assess Ji-Yun's battle power. "Humph. Yet another weakling with a power level of merely 5. Raditz scoffed at the reading before dismissing Ji-Yun entirely, for his primary adversary still loomed. A being with such a paltry power level posed no real threat. "Quick, run. It's dangerous here," Wukong urged, trembling on the ground. He sensed Ji-Yun's weak energy, realizing he was no match for Raditz. Rather than face certain death, fleeing seemed the wisest choice. Piccolo, equally troubled, had hoped for a formidable ally, only to find himself confronted by someone seemingly destined for demise. He silently cursed Wukong for squandering the golden opportunity that had just slipped away. "A weakling? Let me, this so-called weakling, send you to your doom." Ji-Yun disregarded Wukong's warnings and calmly addressed Raditz. Had he not intervened, a life would have been lost. He had been acutely aware of the energy emanating from the spherical spacecraft, which contained Wukong's son, Gohan. The aura radiating from within surpassed that of everyone present, except for Ji-Yun himself. While the others were embroiled in battle, he had been vigilant, observing the situation with clarity. "How presumptuous! Then let you perish." Raditz sneered coldly, utterly baffled by Ji-Yun's audacity to challenge him. Without delay, Raditz unleashed a golden energy wave toward Ji-Yun. As Ji-Yun regarded the ferocious golden beam, his expression remained tranquil, devoid of any trepidation. The energy wave struck him with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that enveloped Ji-Yun's form in a thick cloud of smoke. "Damn it!" Wukong growled in fury at Raditz's actions. As a Saiyan born and raised on Earth, witnessing the slaughter of his fellow kind stirred a profound indignation within him. Wukong lamented his earlier decision, realizing in his heart how foolish he had been to trust Raditz's deceitful words. Standing not far away, Vic observed everything with indifference. At this moment, he had no time to concern himself with the safety of others. His mind was occupied with devising strategies against his foes after a life of wisdom. Could he truly meet his end here today? Trash, simply trash. As he witnessed his technique striking true, Raditz sneered in disdain. "Now it should. No, it cannot be." Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, he intended to turn and address Goku and the others. Yet, amidst the haze, he caught sight of a shadowy figure slowly emerging. Chapter 3. The terrifying Ji-Yun. How rude. To strike without warning. Ji-Yun emerged slowly from the thick smoke, stating calmly. There was not a trace of injury upon him. Not even a speck of dust marred his clothing. Raditz, as if he had seen a ghost, hurriedly retreated several steps. This must be a trick. Raditz swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was not shocked by Ji-Yun's unscathed appearance. He was aware that his previous attack was not particularly strong. Yet it was hardly something that an individual with a power level of merely 5 could withstand. And yet, here stood Ji-Yun, having taken the blow without a scratch. Could this truly be the capability of one with a power level of 5? Not only Raditz, but Goku also felt a surge of confusion within him. Nearby, Piccolo regarded the suddenly appeared youth with a mix of surprise and scrutiny. In a state of panic, Raditz saw Ji-Yun walking towards him and swiftly created a considerable distance between them. With a flurry of movements, Raditz concentrated energy into his hands, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards Ji-Yun. Yet, the relentless onslaught did nothing to impede Ji-Yun's advance. Although the attacks struck him, they bore no effect whatsoever. As Piccolo entered a spectator mode, he unconsciously swallowed. Who on earth is this person? I feel as though I have never seen him before. Goku, gradually rising from the ground, sensed the continuous explosions around him. His curiosity piqued. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an exhilarating rush. Remarkably powerful, extraordinarily formidable. Goku seemed to forget his injuries, as adrenaline coursed through his veins, almost impatiently urging him forward. The sounds of battle erupted around them. Raditz had attacked for a full minute, appearing to expend all his strength, now standing breathless and gasping heavily. No, this cannot be. Is the scouter malfunctioning? Raditz exclaimed between breaths, his gaze fixed intently on the scouter's reading, which remained stubbornly at 5, unchanged. After your lengthy assault, it is now my turn to strike. Ji-Yun dusted off his attire. Although Raditz's previous wave of attacks had not harmed him, the dust kicked up had finally left some soot on his clothing. Hearing this, Raditz turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Realizing the threat before him, he quickly took to the air, accompanied by the sound of explosive energy, eager to escape. Humph! Ji-yun scoffed. He would not allow his prey to flee so easily. Normally, he might not have bothered. But with the stakes of his mission resting on his future potential for training, he could not let Raditz slip away. With a pointed finger, Ji-yun unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Raditz. At this moment, Raditz had already flown a considerable distance, yet the speed of the energy wave far surpassed his flight. Hearing the sound of slicing air behind him, Raditz felt a surge of alarm and quickly turned to look. However, in that fleeting instant, the assault struck him. A cry of frustration and rage escaped Raditz's lips, but it was too late. His body was engulfed by the luminous wave and exploded midair. His essence vanished from the atmosphere. Standing on the ground, Piccolo was left in a state of shock, utterly stunned. Where did this formidable being come from? This is astonishing, he thought, as someone had effortlessly annihilated Raditz, a foe that neither he nor Goku could defeat. Goku, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with a newfound purpose. This is incredible. There are such powerful warriors on Earth. I must challenge him to a duel. Ji-yun, oblivious to their gazes, was suddenly alerted by the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving a system reward, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Almost instantaneously after the system's announcement, Ji-yun felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying power erupt within him. His energy was escalating dramatically, causing the surrounding flora to stir restlessly. This immense energy is truly frightening. Piccolo had approached Goku's side, astonished. Goku, equally astonished, recognized that Ji-yun's ability to obliterate Raditz with a single blow indicated formidable strength. However, the sheer intensity of the energy in the air was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, causing even his fearless spirit to tremble slightly. It was not just the two of them who were taken aback. Ji-yun, feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, was exhilarated. The sensation was exhilarating, and his face radiated joy. He could distinctly sense that his energy had vastly exceeded previous levels. In terms of combat prowess, it was akin to possessing a battle power of 50,000, a five-fold increase compared to before. Dad! A childish voice interrupted Ji-yun's elation. Gohan, who had been trapped in the spaceship, had somehow managed to escape. Upon seeing his father safe and sound, overwhelmed by fear, he rushed into Goku's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Goku, relieved to see his son unharmed, comforted him with warmth. Ji-yun's attention was drawn to the commotion, and he turned to observe. Upon noticing his gaze, Piccolo's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Uncertain of whether this newcomer was friend or foe, especially after such a powerful display of energy, he remained on guard. Hee. Who are you? I've never seen you before. But you are incredibly strong. Goku, unperturbed, approached Ji-yun while cradling Gohan. His eyes filled with excitement and a hint of anticipation. I am Ji-yun. While I was cultivating, I heard the commotion here, so I came over, merely to lend a hand. Ji-yun smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. It was not that he was being modest. Rather, he was compelled to act. Were it not for the exceptionally generous rewards from the system, he would not have readily intervened. After all, if he were to inadvertently provoke someone he ought not to, it could lead to dire consequences. Unlike Sun Wukong, he did not possess the protective halo of a protagonist. May I cultivate alongside you? It would be even better if we could spar. Wukong exclaimed without reservation, expressing his thoughts candidly. Ji-yun gazed at Wukong, whose face was alight with anticipation, and gently shook his head. Chapter 4. Vegeta and Nappa. Goku gazed at the movements of Ji-yun, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. His heart was set on battle. And for someone as formidable as Ji-yun, failing to engage in combat would be a disservice to his title as a martial arts enthusiast. My name is Ji-yun. While I cannot accompany you in your training, I can certainly spar with you for a few rounds. Ji-yun replied with a confident smile. He held a deep admiration for Goku's character, recognizing his inherent kindness. Although he sometimes neglected his family, he was always clear about righteousness. Even former adversaries, if they could reform and possessed sufficient strength, would find in him an infinite capacity for acceptance. Really? Goku exclaimed, astonished. Even though he was married, his desire to grow stronger had not diminished in the slightest. Ji-yun nodded affirmatively, gazing at Goku with a smile. All right then. Goku appeared somewhat exhilarated. However, upon setting down his son Goten, he was reminded of the pain in his body, which constrained him from making any excessive movements. Perhaps we should wait until your injuries have healed, Ji-yun suggested with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He understood Goku's willingness to risk anything for a chance to spar with a master, but given his current injuries, It would indeed take some time before he could engage in battle again. Goku scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. He then turned to Piccolo beside him and asked, Piccolo, would you like to join? I know you're not one to back down. Humph. Piccolo let out a slightly haughty snort. Though still proud, the once mighty Demon King felt his ego bruised after failing to defeat Raditz alongside Goku. The emergence of an even stronger opponent was difficult for him to accept. Jian? Fine, I shall remember you. Though you are strong. There will come a day when I will personally defeat you. Farewell. Without further ado, Piccolo, his aura enveloped in a pale white glow, soared into the sky. Leaving behind a declaration that reflected his wounded pride, Jian could only shake his head in resignation. Possessing the bloodline of transcendent power, he knew that even a formidable foe like Piccolo, let alone the protagonist of this realm, Goku, would find it exceedingly challenging to catch up with him. Haha, Jian. Please do not take offense. Piccolo is simply that kind of person, though his nature is not malevolent. Goku said with a foolish grin as he watched Piccolo depart. Once bitter enemies, their relationship had clearly grown closer after this battle, to the extent that Goku was now joking with Piccolo. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the cosmos, on an unknown planet, Vegeta and Nappa sat by a campfire, voraciously devouring the pieces of meat in their hands. Raditz is dead, killed by someone in a single blow. Nappa remarked to Vegeta sitting beside him. The expression on his face remained unchanged despite the death of his companion, as if he were merely discussing an ordinary matter. Humph. A useless being is simply that, a useless being. I never expected there could exist someone capable of vanquishing Raditz on that wretched planet, Vegeta remarked coldly. He was indifferent to Raditz's fate. If one was outclassed, death was merely a consequence. Not only he, but even Nappa beside him could effortlessly eliminate Raditz. Indeed, Raditz was merely a lowly warrior. Why should we concern ourselves with his life or death? Nappa said, biting into a piece of meat with an apathetic expression. Nonetheless, it is intriguing that, according to the information from Raditz, the planet known as Earth seems quite habitable. If we were to conquer it, it might fetch a handsome price. Vegeta mused, discarding the bone in his hand and smiling faintly. Since we have nothing pressing, let us pay a visit and perhaps have some fun with this fellow named Ji-Yun. Nappa exclaimed, finishing his meat and grinning wickedly at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the cosmos, towards the direction of Earth. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, a genius among geniuses, someone whom even the galactic Emperor Frieza could not impress. Yet, the notion that someone on a primitive planet could slay another Saiyan like Raditz piqued his curiosity, compelling him to learn more about this mysterious individual. Due to Ji-Yun's involvement, the two did not receive any information about the Dragon Balls. Yet the narrative continued to unfold as originally intended. Thus, they did not linger on this planet, boarding a small spaceship and setting a course for Earth. On Earth, after dealing with Raditz, Ji-Yun and Goku engaged in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed once more in Ji-Yun's mind. Ding! Saiyans Vegeta and Nappa are projected to invade Earth in 1 year. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Evade and remain uninvolved. Reward, Spirit Bomb skill. Choice 2. Eliminate Nappa and Vegeta, becoming the Guardian of Earth. Reward, Controllable Great Ape Transformation. Choice 3. Defeat Vegeta and let him go, respecting the narrative. Reward, Tenfold Kaioken, without side effects. Ji-Yun paused momentarily, realizing his presence had already impacted the storyline. He hadn't anticipated that Vegeta and Nappa would still come to Earth in a year. After a brief contemplation, he silently decided, I choose 3. Host selection successful. Defeat Vegeta and allow him to depart. Upon completing the task, the system automatically issued the rewards. Please check for them. As he confirmed his choice, the system's notification chimed once more. His reasoning was quite simple. Spirit Bomb? Could that truly slay anyone? The charging time was lengthy and required assistance. Hardly practical. As for the controllable Great Ape Transformation, it was indeed useful, yet the appearance was rather grotesque. He was someone who placed great importance on external beauty. Thus he dismissed it outright. The final iteration of the Kaioken, devoid of any adverse effects, seemed tailor-made for him, and he resolutely chose the third option. The only drawback was the daunting nature of the task at hand. Not only did he have to defeat Vegeta, but he also had to release him, which was quite a technical endeavor. If he miscalculated the force required, the consequences could be dire. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun. Goku called out, shaking his shoulder vigorously. Huh? Ji-Yun snapped back to reality, having been lost in his own thoughts and momentarily forgetting the presence of another. My companion has arrived. Goku pointed towards a colossal flying vessel above. Ji-Yun followed his gaze, and shortly after, the enormous craft descended gracefully nearby. Goku! Goku! A hurried voice echoed as a gleaming bald head rushed towards them. Krillin, I'm over here, Goku exclaimed, waving at Krillin while cradling his son. Chapter 5 The First Encounter with Bulma. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Krillin hurried over, panting, and exclaimed, I'm so relieved you're all right. And what about Piccolo? Isn't he here too, along with that detestable fellow? And who might this be? Krillin inquired curiously, pointing at Ji-Yun beside Goku before he could respond. Hee. Let us discuss that once everyone has arrived, Goku replied with a cheerful grin. Ji-Yun regarded Krillin with kindness, feeling a strong urge to apologize. Fear not. I shall take care of your wife. The one referred to here is none other than the android number 18, who would appear years later. While others might not concern him, 18 was the goddess of his dreams, and now that she was present, he could not allow anyone else to claim her. As Ji-Yun was lost in thought, Master Roshi and Bulma also arrived. Upon seeing Goku in good spirits, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Their curious gazes then shifted toward Ji-Yun. Upon noticing them, Ji-Yun smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, he's so handsome, Bulma exclaimed. Captivated by Ji-Yun's striking features and his radiant smile, revealing her infatuation. Goku, can we talk now? Krillin nudged Goku, aware of the terrifying strength of the Saiyans they had witnessed. If not eliminated, they would remain a lingering threat, leaving them in constant apprehension. Raditz was defeated by this gentleman Ji-Yun here, and with a single blow, Goku excitedly pointed to Ji-Yun, his eyes sparkling. Gasp! The revelation left everyone present in shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. Master Roshi swallowed hard, staring at Ji-Yun with incredulity. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly innocuous youth possessed such formidable power. Subsequently, Goku recounted the joint battle with Piccolo and the entire sequence of events culminating in Ji-Yun's instantaneous defeat of Raditz. Once Goku finished narrating the battle, everyone turned their attention back to Ji-Yun, their gazes akin to that of beholding a monster. Mr. Ji-Yun, you are incredibly powerful. To defeat a Saiyan that even Goku and Piccolo struggled against in one strike. How did you cultivate such strength? Krillin, visibly excited, spoke with newfound respect. Do I need to train? Ji-Yun asked, perplexed as he stroked his chin. Isn't strength something that increases on its own? He spoke the truth. He had not engaged in any deliberate training, merely awaiting missions from the system to earn rewards that enhanced his power. When he first arrived on Earth, the system would assign minor tasks, like catching a villain or battling a dinosaur. However, as his strength grew, the system's tasks became increasingly scarce. Krillin looked somewhat embarrassed, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. Wukong scratched his head in confusion, pondering, is that so? I have lived for so many years and have never witnessed him ascend on his own. He then turned his gaze towards Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's strength had waned, he remained his teacher, possessing insights that surely surpassed his own. Master Roshi, what does Ji-Yun mean? I do not comprehend. Ahem. It may well pertain to the matter of realms. Those who understand will certainly grasp it. Krillin, Wukong, you must strive even harder. Master Roshi initially appeared taken aback, but then feigned a demeanor of nonchalance as he began to elucidate. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Chi-Yin paused momentarily, then gave him a thumbs up. Suppressing a chuckle as he remarked, the old master truly perceives things deeply. Master Roshi, feeling somewhat bashful, stroked his beard, a bead of sweat trickling down his bald head. He clearly understood Chi-Yun's intentions. It was evident that he was merely putting on a show, yet he felt compelled to play along with the explanation. These young people today seemed to lack martial ethics. It almost made this old comrade feel embarrassed. Mr. Chi-Yin, where do you reside? We can escort you home. Bulma finally interjected. She struggled to find a topic to discuss, facing such an exceptional and powerful man, and most importantly, he was incredibly handsome, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. I have no home, no place to stay at the moment. Chi-Yin scratched his nose and chuckled softly. That's wonderful. No. Not that. Bulma's heart leaped with joy, and she blurted out her thoughts, only to realize she had misspoken. Observing Chi-Yun's astonished expression, she hastily clarified, what I meant is, if you currently lack a place to stay, you are welcome to reside at my home. It is quite spacious. Very well, then I shall impose upon you, Chi-Yun replied with a slight smile, expressing his gratitude. He was indeed troubled by the absence of a dwelling, having endured much hardship over the years. Noticing Bulma's starry-eyed admiration, he felt it would be inappropriate to decline her offer and thus readily accepted. Not an imposition at all, Bulma exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. She had not anticipated that Chi-Yun would acquiesce so readily, leaving her pleasantly astonished. She had assumed that someone so formidable would possess an aloof demeanor. Yet he turned out to be quite approachable. Most importantly, she would have the opportunity to see this handsome man every day. perhaps even seized the chance to win his heart. As the conversation drew to a close, the group did not linger longer and gradually boarded Bulma's flying vehicle, heading towards the Capsule Corporation. Inside the craft, Wukong inquired about the Saiyans. Chi-Yun, I heard from Raditz that I am not an Earthling, but a Saiyan. And aside from the fallen Raditz, there are 2 other companions. Is this true? Wukong posed the question to Chi-Yun, believing that someone of his formidable strength must possess knowledge beyond their understanding. The gathered crowd was filled with curiosity regarding the matter. All eyes turned towards Ji-Yun. Meeting their gazes, Ji-Yun gradually began to elucidate. Indeed, Wukong, you are, without a doubt, a Saiyan. The information imparted to you by Raditz is accurate. And your original name is Kakarot. Ji-Yun did not conceal this truth. It was no secret. He conveyed all he knew to Wukong and the assembly present. Wukong felt a weight settle in his heart as he lowered his gaze. Observing Gohan, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, he experienced a pang of disappointment. He had already suspected, upon seeing Raditz's tale, that he was not of Earth, but rather one of the so-called Saiyans. Yet, he had hoped this revelation was untrue. Just as Wukong was engulfed in his despondency, Ji-Yun dropped a bombshell. Moreover, I must inform you that 2 Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 1 year, and their strength will far surpass that of Raditz by several fold. Chapter 6. The Dragon Ball warriors begin their training. Ji-Yun's words reverberated like thunder, instantly shattering the tense atmosphere among the crowd. Almost everyone was engulfed by fear. The news was simply too shocking. This cannot be true. Krillin was left in a daze upon hearing this revelation. Goku and Piccolo had struggled to defeat Raditz, and now 2 more were coming, each possessing strength potentially tenfold greater. Was this a jest? Is it real? Goku inquired excitedly, his expression markedly different from the others, as if he yearned to confront those 2 Saiyans immediately. Simultaneously, the shadows that had clouded his mind were dispelled, and he began to envision the prospect of battle. Ji-Yun nodded in acknowledgement, observing Goku's enthusiasm. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, he was renowned as a martial arts fanatic in the Dragon Ball universe. Hey, Goku, this is not the time to celebrate. 1 Saiyan is already a formidable challenge. What are we to do when 2 more arrive on Earth in a year? Krillin lamented, covering his face in despair. Master Roshi's expression grew grave. If Ji-Yun's words held any truth, Earth would indeed be in peril. After speaking, he cast a discreet glance at Ji-Yun. The ease with which Ji-Yun bore the news astonished Master Roshi. Clearly, he was unfazed by the impending threat of the other 2 Saiyans, his smile betraying no hint of fear. If only he could intervene. As Master Roshi contemplated, he sensed the unfathomable energy emanating from Ji-Yun. If Ji-Yun were to take action, their chances of success might significantly improve. Meanwhile, Bulma, piloting the aircraft, remained unconcerned. Her thoughts were consumed by Ji-Yun's visage, and she couldn't help but steal glances at him through the rearview mirror. Regarding the impending crisis on Earth, it would be more accurate to say she felt powerless rather than indifferent. Strangely, Ji-Yun's calm demeanor instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. Ji-Yun observed the varied expressions of those around him and felt a twinge of resignation regarding the task assigned to him by the system. It was quite absurd that he, not the protagonist, was expected to undertake the protagonist's responsibilities. Reflecting on this, he turned his gaze toward the sky and noticed a pair of eyes observing him from above, perhaps the deity of Earth. In the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai, leaning on his staff, had indeed been monitoring the movements of the group. The emergence of the Saiyans, alongside Ji-Yun's arrival, compelled him to pay heed to the events transpiring on Earth. Fortunately, Ji-Yun's timely intervention had eradicated the malevolent Saiyan, granting him a moment of relief. As the deity of Earth, it was his duty to safeguard the planet. However, his own strength was inadequate. The foes now confronting him were beyond his capability to handle. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words about 2 more powerful Saiyans arriving in a year, he felt a heavy weight of concern. His heart suddenly tightened, and his complexion turned ashen. At this moment, everyone had arrived at Bulma's residence. Ji-Yun, showing no restraint, found a sofa and languidly reclined upon it, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How splendid it is to be wealthy. The abode of the world's richest is truly vast. Everyone must be hungry. I'll go prepare some food, Bulma said with a smile. Stealing another glance at the relaxed Ji-Yun, she departed from the hall, heading towards the kitchen to prepare the meal. Great. I was already starving, Goku exclaimed joyfully. Krillin, observing Ji-Yun sprawled on the sofa and the carefree Goku, felt a heavy heart laced with a hint of despair. It's over, we're doomed. If what Ji-Yun said is true, we'll all be finished in a year, he lamented. Clutching his bald head, his face contorted in struggle, Master Roshi gazed at Ji-Yun with a look of hope, wishing that Ji-Yun would utter the words. I was just joking, Earth is perfectly safe. However, Ji-Yun deliberately ignored their glances. He understood that it was he who had mentioned Vegeta and Nappa coming to Earth, not according to the original plot where Raditz would reveal it. In their moment of despair, they all wished fervently that this was merely a fabrication of Ji-Yun's imagination. Things aren't so dire. After all, we still have a year, right? And I will fight alongside you, Ji-Yun nonchalantly declared. Nappa's strength is no concern. And Vegeta is currently just a pile of trash. What is there to fear? Having already accepted the system's mission, he would actually prefer if they didn't come. Indeed, Ji-Yun is correct. We still have time. I believe that with your potential, under the pressure of this year's crisis, you will surely achieve significant breakthroughs. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. His furrowed brow finally relaxed a bit. He didn't truly believe that in just a year's time, they would make remarkable progress. But Ji-Yun's last words brought him some relief. Similarly, from the distant temple, a sigh of relief echoed. Goku, come to the temple when you have time. I will take you to a place for training. The voice of the Supreme Kai suddenly resonated in Goku's mind. Okay, I'll be there right away. Goku responded eagerly. He displayed an insatiable eagerness, and after bidding farewell to the others, he soared towards the horizon, even leaving his son with Krillin, asking him to take Goten to Chi-Chi. Krillin, watching Goku disappear into the distance, felt encouraged himself and resolved to begin focused training in preparation for the challenges a year from now. Master, please take Gohan back. I too must commence my training. Krillin's eyes were now resolute, completely shedding his earlier dejection. Master Roshi took Gohan, who was still fast asleep, casting a pleased glance at his disciple. Without further words, Krillin leaped gently and flew towards the horizon. Mr. Ji-Yun, I shall take my leave as well. The turtle hermit bid farewell to Ji-Yun, expressing his hope that a year hence, he would be present to jointly confront the impending invasion of the Saiyans. Rest assured, I shall take action, Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the turtle hermit. He bore no aversion towards him, despite the old man's somewhat lascivious nature. He was indeed a man of principle, often willing to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. Thank you very much. The turtle hermit did not linger, activating his portable flying device and setting off towards the direction of the Kame house. In an instant, the once bustling hall fell silent, leaving Ji-Yun as its sole occupant. With the tranquil atmosphere enveloping him, he drifted into slumber. Where is everyone? Bulma pondered, surveying the empty hall. Upon spotting Ji-Yun still resting on the sofa, her heart settled. Gradually, she approached him quietly, gazing at his sleeping form, and an unusual feeling stirred within her. With that, she gently lowered her head. Chapter 7. The Saiyans descend upon Earth. A year swiftly passed, the narrative unfolding at its accustomed pace. Untouched by the arrival of Ji-Yun. Although Goku had not perished, he still journeyed to the King Kai for training. After Krillin departed that day, he summoned Tien, Yamcha, and others to join him at the sacred temple for their own cultivation. In an astonishing turn of events, Gohan chose to leave home and sought out Piccolo, becoming his disciple. Upon learning of this, Ji-Yun could not help but exclaim, such is fate. No matter how the gears of destiny turn, one cannot escape the wheels of fortune. The sole alteration in this tale pertained to Bulma. According to the original storyline, she was meant to be with the god of tea, only to later be swept away by Vegeta and happily become a family. However, with Ji-Yun's involvement, this narrative took a complete turn. Since taking residence in her household, Ji-Yun had hardly left, and Bulma developed an immense fondness for him. In his past life, he had been a bachelor for 2 decades. In this realm, although he had exerted considerable restraint, he regrettably succumbed to temptation. The combination of a solitary man and a woman, with passion igniting over time, led to an explosive romance. Bulma, the time has come. The 2 Saiyans have arrived. Ji-Yun stated in a calm tone. He could distinctly sense the sudden emergence of 2 formidable energies on Earth, far surpassing that of Raditz. From this, it was evident that Vegeta and Nappa had arrived. Be careful, Bulma said anxiously, watching Ji-Yun prepare to depart. Ji-Yun smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and reassured her. Do not worry, all will be well. With that, he vanished without a trace. During this period, Ji-Yun engaged in no training whatsoever. He discovered that even without practicing or battling, his power steadily increased. Over the course of the year, his combat strength rose by approximately 10,000. A testament to the advantages of possessing Saiyan blood. Even in idleness, the growth rate of his energy was remarkably swift. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta endured numerous hardships, only to find themselves unable to contend with Broly upon his emergence. At that moment, 2 circular spacecraft soared through the sky, revealing the newly arrived Vegeta and Nappa. The people of Earth, upon witnessing the extraterrestrial beings emerge from the vessels, were filled with curiosity and flocked to observe. Huh. This is utterly pathetic. Nappa scoffed disdainfully as he glanced at the readings on his power detector. Raising a finger, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy centered around him, obliterating a vast area and transforming the thriving city into a desolate wasteland. We intend to sell this planet. With such destruction, how will we be able to sell it? Vegeta remarked coldly. My apologies, I was overly excited. I shall be more cautious next time. Nappa, with a face etched in anxiety, apologized, casting fearful glances at Vegeta. Let us first seek out the one who vanquished Raditz. Vegeta replied with a fleeting glance, his tone indifferent. Why yes, I will search at once. Nappa hastily responded, activating his scouter to commence the search for formidable warriors. Prince Vegeta, there are fluctuations in battle power over there. Moreover, their power levels have surpassed 1,000. It must be them. Nappa gestured towards a particular direction. Only 1,000? Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unimpressed. A mere 1,000 in battle power? How could they possibly have defeated Raditz? Am I being toyed with? Regardless, whether it is them or not, let us go and engage them. Vegeta remarked with evident disdain. In a planet of such low combat prowess, achieving a power level of 1,000 could be considered remarkable. Perhaps they might divulge some information. With a swift motion, like shooting stars, the two figures vanished into the sky. The warriors on Earth sensed the presence of these two beings, instinctively converging towards their energy. On a plain surrounded by towering mountains, where Piccolo and Gohan were training, Krillin happened to be present as well. The trio immediately sensed two immense energy signatures racing towards them. An air of tension enveloped them, tightening their throats. Before they could regain their composure, Vegeta and Nappa appeared above them. It must be them. Nappa repeatedly confirmed via his scouter. Upon seeing the two figures, Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. Saiyans. They donned battle attire and wielded scouters. Most notably, each possessed a tail reminiscent of Gohan's. Indeed, they are Saiyans. Such formidable energy. Just as Kyun described, these two are exceptionally powerful. Krillin's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. Is this who we are set to battle? Gohan stammered, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura that rendered him speechless. Vegeta and Nappa descended slowly, approaching them with deliberate intent. The trio instinctively assumed defensive stances, bracing for the impending confrontation. Is that not an Namekian? Vegeta mused, observing Piccolo intently. Yes, indeed, an Namekian. It is rumored they possess certain unique abilities. I wonder if there is truth to it. Nappa replied with a nod. Piccolo, hearing their conversation, stood frozen, memories flooding back to him. He had always perceived himself as merely an unusually peculiar earthling, unaware that he was, in fact, a Namekian. Piccolo, it turns out you are also an extraterrestrial. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Gohan gazed curiously at his uncle Piccolo, intrigued by this newfound revelation. Without further ado, where is the one who vanquished Raditz? Let him emerge and face his demise alongside you. Nappa declared vehemently. He surveyed the trio. Assessing their combat prowess to be merely around 1,000, the notion of swiftly dispatching Raditz was utterly implausible. In the midst of overwhelming astonishment, Piccolo regained his composure. I appreciate your assistance in revealing my true identity. However, it suffices for me to deal with the two of you. Prepare for battle. Piccolo sneered, immediately adopting a fighting stance. After all, we intend to eradicate every soul on this planet. Let us indulge them for a while. Vegeta, arms crossed, regarded Piccolo with disdain. Following Nappa's cue, he retrieved a pouch from his cloak, extracting several seeds which he scattered upon the ground. He then dripped a few drops of liquid onto the earth. Subsequently, the ground trembled as 6 grotesque, emerald-skinned creatures emerged from the soil. Let these vegetable beings entertain you for now, Nappa proclaimed with a menacing tone. Chapter 8. The Eternal Tea God. As 6 monstrous figures emerged from the earth, the trio immediately heightened their vigilance. The vegetable creature rubbed its hands together, casting a wicked gaze at its prey. It seemed that they must first deal with these adversaries. Krillin's expression sharpened suddenly. Vegeta and Nappa looked on with a mocking demeanor. The combat power of the vegetable beings was approximately around 1,200, so dispatching them would be a mere trifle. Just as Krillin prepared to strike, 3 figures fell from the sky. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, you have all arrived. Krillin exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his excitement palpable as he addressed them. Of course, one cannot take all the glory alone in such moments. Yamcha chuckled heartily. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement with smiles. Piccolo observed the group with a cold gaze, harboring a deep-seated disdain for them. Another batch of trash has arrived, perfect for us to dispose of together. Vegeta remarked indifferently, gazing at the readings on his scouter. He felt no stirrings of concern, for none among them possessed a combat power exceeding 1,500. causing him to underestimate them slightly. After exchanging pleasantries, they all took a formidable stance against their foes. Eliminate them. Nappa sneered contemptuously at the group. Instead of adhering to the conventional one-on-one combat, the vegetable beings surged forward en masse upon receiving their orders. Humph, do they think they can kill me with such a ragtag bunch? Piccolo's gaze radiated arrogance, as he firmly believed that mere monsters could not bring about his demise. The battle commenced in earnest. Absent were the earlier individual skirmishes, as the scene erupted into chaos, with dust swirling and the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. After a year of rigorous training, the group had honed their skills significantly. Incredibly, they were holding their own, neither side gaining an upper hand. Vegeta observed the fray with slight surprise. The anticipated one-sidedness did not materialize, considering that the strength of these vegetable beings was comparable to Raditz. To his astonishment, the combatants were not faltering. The vegetable creatures appeared somewhat beleaguered, struggling to withstand the onslaught of their opponents. With a resounding explosion, Piccolo was the first to vanquish his adversary. He then turned his attention to Gohan, who was engaged in a somewhat precarious battle. In an instant, he teleported before the vegetable being Gohan was contending with, seizing its slender arm and forcefully tossing it upward. Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth, striking the airborne target with precision. The vegetable creature was instantly reduced to ashes. Your fighting technique is still too unrefined. You could endanger your life. Piccolo advised matter-of-factly. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I will certainly be more cautious. Gohan responded earnestly, genuinely appreciative of Piccolo's timely assistance. As they resumed their battle, the others swiftly dispatched their respective opponents. To their astonishment, the encounter concluded so easily. They were not formidable at all, were they? Yamcha remarked, glancing at the fallen vegetable beings before turning to Krillin, who stood a short distance away. Be careful, Krillin shouted loudly. Yet, it was too late. The vegetable man, who had feigned death, suddenly sprang to life and embraced Yamcha tightly. With a resounding explosion, the vegetable man chose to self-destruct while holding Yamcha. By the time Krillin rushed over, the ground had already formed a small crater. Yamcha lay within it, devoid of breath. Damn it, scoundrel. Krillin knelt on the ground, his voice low and filled with fury. Digging his fingers into the earth, he grasped a handful of soil, glaring at Yamcha's lifeless body. Yamcha was his senior brother, and now he lay dead in this place, causing a surge of blood and anger to rise within him, leaving him seething with rage. Tien stared blankly at the unfolding scene, then sighed sadly. Although his time with Yamcha had been brief, they were nonetheless comrades, and a tinge of sorrow stirred in his heart. I didn't expect you to have some fight left in you, Nappa muttered under his breath, preparing to take matters into his own hands. He had thought the vegetable man would eliminate them all, but to his surprise, they had swiftly dealt with him. Yet, fortunately, they had managed to take one with them, which he considered a success. Prince Vegeta, I'll handle the rest. Nappa's face bore a cold smile. Vegeta remained silent. He understood Nappa's strength. Once he made his move, this lot was doomed. With a thunderous roar, an immense energy began to radiate from Nappa, causing the entire hill and the earth to tremble. The air currents in the vicinity were disturbed, and a terrifying aura summoned a fierce whirlwind among the mountains, compelling those present to take several steps back. Is this the power of a Saiyan? Tien struggled to open his three eyes, speaking with difficulty. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan, and he was taken aback by their terrifying might. Even the currently strongest Piccolo could not suppress a shiver. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he found it utterly laughable to think he could face them alone. Krillin's desire for vengeance was also quelled by this overwhelming presence. There was simply no way. They were too strong. Their strength was utterly despairing. As the tempest gradually ceased its howling, Nappa's aura enveloped the area. You lot. Who will step forward to meet your demise first? Nappa's gaze swept over the crowd, regarding them as mere ants. The immense pressure rendered them breathless, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to confront him. Humph, trash is just trash, Vegeta muttered disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the assembly. The proud Piccolo could no longer bear it, and took a step forward. I apologize for the wait, everyone. Before Piccolo could finish his sentence, a bright voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Who goes there? Nappa inquired, looking around. Vegeta also scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. No need to look. I am above you. Everyone raised their heads in unison. It was Mr. Ji Yun. Upon catching sight of that figure, Klin's face lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief, only to be immediately engulfed by a wave of shame. He had never anticipated that the formidable being he considered himself to be would require salvation from another. Is this truly the renowned warrior? Tien stared intently at Ji Yun, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of someone he had never encountered before. Humph, I expected someone strong, but it seems yet another weakling has arrived. That Ba observed the readings on the detector and scoffed coldly. Ji-yun, amidst the gazes of the crowd, slowly descended to the ground. Looking at the two individuals before him, one large and one small, he calmly remarked, "You two may come at me together." Chapter 9. Explosive confrontation. Nappa and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter. "Ha! You have me in stitches. To deal with a piece of trash like you, I could crush you with a mere finger," Nappa bellowed, clutching his belly as he mocked. "You truly overestimate your worth. Do you think you're worthy of my effort?" Vegeta taunted, his tone laced with indignation. How dare a mere insect provoke the dignity of a prince? It was tantamount to courting death. "Let me teach you a lesson," Nappa declared, removing his scouter and glaring menacingly at Ji-yun. The esteemed Saiyans were not to be trifled with. "Very well, I shall entertain you," Ji-yun replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. He had initially aimed for a swift resolution, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays, yet a thought crossed his mind. What if he inadvertently killed Vegeta in the process? Better to handle them one at a time. Facing imminent peril, Nappa's arrogance persisted. "Let us see how you fare against my might." At that moment, Nappa's aura surged, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. He leaped forth, appearing directly before Ji-yun, his face twisted with ferocity as he hurled a punch directly at him. Ji-yun stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. His power had grown to an impressive 60,000 over the past year. While Nappa's strike seemed formidable and imposing, to Ji-yun, it appeared as soft as cotton and as slow as a snail. With calm poise, Ji-yun sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding Nappa's fist. "What?" Nappa gasped in astonishment as his punch missed its target. Before he could process the situation, Ji-yun retaliated with a swift kick to Nappa's side, sending him hurtling away. The massive figure skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible," Nappa exclaimed, flipping himself back to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only had he failed to land a blow, but he had also been struck and sent flying over such a distance. Was this feat achievable by someone with a mere 1,000 in battle power? Or was there a different scale at play for Earth's inhabitants? Meanwhile, Vegeta, equally astonished, pressed his scouter. Beep, beep. The device emitted a sudden alert. "What? This guy's battle power has skyrocketed to 6,000? Vegeta exclaimed, shocked. How could his power have surged so dramatically? Previously, those Earthlings and the vegetable people had also experienced sudden increases in strength, albeit modest ones, which I dismissed. Could it be that these Earthlings possessed the ability to freely elevate their battle power? Nappa, his battle power is not 1,000, but 6,000. Unleash your full strength, or you shall face death," Vegeta commanded, his voice rising in urgency. Vegeta was acutely aware of Nappa's strength. When he was serious, his combat power could reach 7,000. Even if the opponent possessed a power level of 6,000, they would undoubtedly be no match for Nappa. 6,000. What a joke. How could mere Earthlings possibly be so formidable? Nappa found it incredulous that such a lowly planet could give rise to an entity with a power level of 6,000. Even in disbelief, he dared not to slacken his efforts. He summoned all his energy and charged once more towards Ji-yun. "Ji-yun, is it? You have successfully provoked me," Nappa declared, his gaze fierce and voice low. He was a proud member of the warrior race, the Saiyans, and a scion of a distinguished lineage. To be toyed with by an Earthling was undoubtedly a challenge to his dignity. "I shall make you experience despair. I will tear you to shreds." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and a terrifying aura erupted from him once again. The energy enveloped him as he lunged towards Ji-yun. As Nappa charged, Ji-yun remained calm. His expression as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of disturbance. With a thunderous impact, he caught Nappa's fist with his palm, causing the ground beneath him to crack. An immense wave of force radiated from the two, swiftly expanding outward. Nappa, seeing his attack thwarted, attempted to break free, but Ji-yun's grip on his fist tightened unexpectedly, rendering him unable to withdraw. Observing Nappa's struggles, Ji-yun smiled faintly and applied a bit more pressure. A sharp, crackling sound echoed as bones shattered. "Ah!" Nappa's mouth erupted with a scream reminiscent of a butchered pig, as the bones in his hand were crushed to dust. "You wretched creature, I will kill you. I will kill you." Nappa's expression contorted in agony as he furiously roared at Ji-yun. Simultaneously, a massive shockwave erupted from his open mouth, surging powerfully towards Ji-yun. Nappa had poured all his strength into this attack. At nearly point-blank range, he could not believe anyone could evade it. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity for him. "You have no chance," Ji-yun replied coolly, his palm suddenly descending towards Nappa's face, perfectly sealing his mouth. The shockwave that had been unleashed was instantly suppressed. Naba's eyes widened in disbelief as muffled sounds escaped him, his limbs thrashing desperately. Yet, regrettably, no amount of struggle could free him from Ji-Yun's grasp. His body began to swell, the shockwave wreaking havoc within, violently damaging his internal organs. Blood vessels in his eyes burst, as if they might pop out. With a muffled thud, Naba ceased his struggles. His pupils slowly dilated, and the overwhelming force dissipated entirely. In an instant, he was devoid of any signs of life. Ji-Yun casually discarded the enormous corpse of Nab like refuse, a scene that profoundly struck the souls of all present. Is this the true extent of Mr. Ji-Yun's power? Tianjin Fan, with his 3 eyes, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Could it be that a human from Earth has attained such a level of cultivation? Gulp. Clin swallowed hard. For this was the first time he had witnessed Ji-Yun in action. Previously, he had heard tales of Ji-Yun's prowess, yet remained skeptical. Now, witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than mere hearsay. How infuriating it is that the disparity is so vast. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, expressing his discontent. Since their parting on that fateful day, he had dedicated himself to arduous training, hoping to one day narrow the gap between himself and Ji-Yun. Yet, to his dismay, the chasm has only widened. One must ponder, had he been the one battling Nab just moments ago, the explosion would likely have been his own. Chapter 10. Defeating Vegeta. Ji-Yun shook his wrist and turned his gaze towards Vegeta, pointing at him. It's your turn. Vegeta stood there in a daze, his heart tumultuous and profoundly shaken. Just a moment ago, when he used his scouter to check Ji-Yun's battle power, the reading had suddenly surged to an astonishing 12,000. This left him questioning the integrity of the device. However, the lifeless body of Nappa confirmed the grim possibility that everything could indeed be true. Raditz had likely met his demise at the hands of this individual. At that moment, Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Ji-Yun, sensing that his opponent's strength was likely far greater than what was displayed. Nonetheless, Vegeta was only slightly taken aback. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he possessed considerable confidence in his own abilities. Do not conflate me with that worthless fool. I shall make you understand the meaning of regret. As Vegeta's cold voice fell, his body suddenly burst forth with blinding speed. A terrifying aura erupted from him as he launched an attack directly at Ji-Yun. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared before Ji-Yun in an instant. Few have the honor of inciting my personal intervention. You are among them, and you should feel fortunate. With a haughty tone, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy towards Ji-Yun. However, Ji-Yun reacted promptly, deflecting the energy wave with a mere swipe of his hand. Boom. The energy wave struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. The earth trembled beneath the force, and a tempest of energy uprooted the surrounding flora. In the aftermath of the explosion, a deep and unfathomable crater was left in its wake. Good heavens, how terrifying is this? This astonishing power could obliterate the earth. The tension among the onlookers escalated, their faces etched with shock. They had initially believed that this diminutive figure was comparable in strength to the bald-headed warrior, only to discover that his unleashed power far surpassed even that of the latter. Particularly, the energy wave he had casually unleashed was a harbinger of doom. Had he concentrated his energy, none present would have escaped unscathed. As the spectators remained in awe, Ji-Yun and Vegeta clashed in close combat. Their rapid movements rendered them nearly invisible to the onlookers, who could only hear the sounds of their fierce exchange. Vegeta's assault intensified, his strikes becoming increasingly ferocious, utilizing both hands and feet with remarkable skill. It must be said that Vegeta's offensive techniques were impeccable, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any superfluous movements. In contrast, Ji-Yun adopted a defensive stance, successfully evading all of Vegeta's attacks. However, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Each dodge, though effective, seemed unnecessarily forceful. Had it not been for his superior strength and swiftness, he would have surely been struck by several of Vegeta's powerful blows by now. Bang! In the very next moment, Vegeta's fist was effortlessly intercepted by Ji-Yun. What? Vegeta was taken aback. His attack had been so easily countered. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, this fellow had been frantically dodging. Was this all he was capable of? If so, he would be sorely disappointed. Ji-Yun spoke with an even tone, though inwardly he resolved not to blindly pursue power anymore. He needed to hone his combat skills. TCH, how arrogant of him. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Take this. Vegeta withdrew his hand and roared to the heavens, as an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. Such a formidable energy, even stronger than before. The onlookers felt the shift in the atmosphere, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Could Ji-Yun withstand Vegeta now? Although they could not discern the dynamics of the battle, upon witnessing Ji Yun counter Vegeta's strike, nearly everyone wore expressions of delight. Believing that Vegeta was finished and that Ji Yun's strength surpassed his own, little did they expect that Vegeta had yet to reveal his true power. The intensity now unleashed evoked a sense of despair once more. This time, he unleashed his full might, a battle power of a staggering 18,000, completely released. Come at me. Ji Yun's expression remained unchanged, utterly composed. His battle power was a formidable 60,000. He was not intimidated by the fully unleashed Vegeta. Bang! Their fists collided once more, shattering mountains in their wake. In this exchange, Vegeta was sent flying by a single blow, while Ji Yun stood firm as a mountain. His body unwavering. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground, his arm completely numb and his chest throbbing with pain. What is happening? How could he be this strong? Vegeta was bewildered. With his remaining hand, he pounded the ground in frustration, feeling utterly disgraced. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, being knocked back by a mere earthling would surely invite ridicule. No, his combat prowess must have surpassed mine, otherwise he would not be my match. Vegeta suddenly realized. Though he suspected Ji Yun might be concealing his strength, he was confident it could not exceed his own. Yet the evidence lay before him, undeniable. Vegeta hastily pressed the button on his battle power detector. The device emitted a series of short beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. Suddenly, the detector exploded. However, fear began to seep into Vegeta's heart. 40,000? He was momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Ji Yun, who was steadily advancing towards him. This cannot be possible, Vegeta muttered to himself. His outdated scouter could only register a maximum power level of 40,000. This indicated that Ji Yun's strength might indeed surpass that threshold, a realization that left Vegeta in disbelief. After all, I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could these mere mortals possibly stand against me? Pain and resentment flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Surely, the device must be malfunctioning. Yes, it must be broken. Vegeta insisted stubbornly. Observing Vegeta's current demeanor, Ji Yun furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat displeased. He had not received the system prompt indicating the completion of his task. Could it be that the mission was still unfulfilled? With a sigh filled with exasperation, Ji Yun continued to inquire of Vegeta, "Shall we proceed?" Chapter 11. The Tower of Tragedy. What? Vegeta appeared somewhat bewildered, staring blankly at Ji Yun. Surely, the renowned Saiyan Prince possesses greater strength than this. Do you have some hidden prowess yet to be revealed? If so, let us continue forthwith. Ji Yun elaborated slowly. Logically, given Vegeta's current state, he should have been considered defeated. However, the system's alert had yet to sound, indicating one possibility. Vegeta still had a trump card. He was not entirely vanquished. Damn it. Wretched thing. Vegeta's teeth nearly ground to dust as fury consumed him. As a proud Saiyan prince, he would never concede defeat. Yet, Ji Yun's words felt like a mockery to his ears. What is happening? Can anyone explain this? Krillin asked, stupefied. He had failed to comprehend the clash between the two. He had only witnessed the once mighty Vegeta being sent flying, his aura now significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's energy could annihilate worlds. Yet it was evident that Ji Yun surpassed him in strength. Piccolo's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he spoke with a newfound acceptance. He recognized Ji Yun's unfathomable power. Realizing that he would be a lifelong rival he might never hope to match. I never imagined Mr. Ji Yun could be this formidable. We are bound to win this time. Tien's previous gloom dissipated, replaced by palpable excitement. Uncle Ji Yun is truly amazing. When will I be able to become this strong? Gohan gazed at Ji Yun from afar, his youthful eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, Vegeta glared at Ji Yun, his eyes ablaze with dark flames. Had his gaze been lethal, Ji Yun would have been utterly obliterated. Stop merely cursing. Consider whether you have forgotten some ultimate technique. Seeing you in this state makes me anxious. Ji Yun's brow deepened in concern, his tone conveying genuine urgency, as if he were a friend of Vegeta's. Scoundrel, perish. Just perish. Vegeta spat venomously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his remaining hand, he unleashed a barrage of spherical energy blasts toward Ji Yun. In an instant, hundreds of energy orbs erupted forth, bombarding Ji Yun relentlessly. Yet, such an assault posed no threat to Ji Yun. Is this your ultimate technique? Ji Yun remarked with dissatisfaction. Goodness, is this not the fabled prince's battle strategy? While it may be well known, it appears never to have claimed a life. Huff, huff. Vegeta panted heavily, the recent onslaught seemingly draining every ounce of his strength. At this point, he could scarcely utter a word, his furious gaze fixed upon Ji Yun. Observing Vegeta's indignant expression, Ji Yun felt a profound sense of exasperation. He always felt that Vegeta had yet to unleash his full potential, but in this moment, he was at a loss to recall what it could be. What could it possibly be? Ji Yun paced back and forth, incessantly hovering in front of Vegeta. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Ji Yun's mind, as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. He dashed forward, seized Vegeta by the collar, and lifted him up. "You bastard, let me go!" Vegeta struggled fiercely, yet he found himself unable to break free from Ji Yun's grasp. With a sharp crack, Ji Yun delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. "Vegeta, get a grip. Can't you transform into a giant ape? Hurry up and do it!" Ji Yun exclaimed with fervor. After spending so many years in the Dragon Ball world, he had nearly forgotten that Saiyans could metamorphose into giant apes. One could only blame the infrequent appearances of this form for such oversight. Vegeta, dazed from the stinging slaps, felt a spark of clarity upon hearing Ji Yun's words. Indeed, he could still transform. He chided himself for letting his anger cloud his memory of this Saiyan trait. Seeing that Vegeta had finally come to his senses, Ji Yun released his hold. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself, the young one shows promise. It seemed that Vegeta was more knowledgeable than he had assumed. "Now, I shall make you aware of the consequences of your earlier choices." Vegeta regained his former composure, fixing a fierce gaze upon Ji Yun without questioning how he knew of this ability. "Hurry up, don't waste any more time," Ji Yun said coolly to Vegeta. Truth be told, if it weren't for the system's task at hand, he wouldn't have bothered with such lengthy conversation. If defeating Vegeta and sending him back weren't part of the system's mission, he would have long since put an end to him with a single blow. After enduring such a beating, Vegeta still dared to act so arrogantly. I hope you can maintain that calmness moving forward. Now, I shall unveil the true terror of a Saiyan's power. After making his declaration, Vegeta conjured a shimmering silver energy sphere with one hand. He then hurled it into the air. A confident smile played upon his lips, although in this form he was no match for his opponent. Once he transformed into a giant ape, victory was assured. Though his size and appearance would become grotesque after the transformation, that mattered little. As long as he could successfully transform, his combat power would multiply tenfold, granting him a staggering battle strength of 180,000. To wash away the shame and defeat this scoundrel would be a trivial task. What are those two doing? Tien questioned, perplexed and unable to grasp the situation. Yeah, why not just eliminate the Saiyan directly? Krillin echoed, equally bewildered, completely in the dark about their intentions. Ji Yun had his reasons for acting this way. "Let us keep our distance so as not to disturb him," Piccolo advised in a low voice to the others. With that, he took Gohan by the hand and retreated a considerable distance. Ji Yun's request for Vegeta to transform into a gorilla was heard distinctly by him. His ears are uniquely structured, allowing him to capture the conversation even from a considerable distance. Though he remained oblivious to Ji Yun's motives, he wisely distanced himself from the scene, casting a discreet glance at Gohan beside him. Not long ago, he had witnessed the terrifying might of the gorilla. Krillin and Tien exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by the current situation. However, they noted that the formidable Piccolo had retreated significantly. Thus, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu dared not be reckless. After a brief look towards Ji Yun's position, they followed in the direction Piccolo had departed. Chapter 12. Stand still. One strike each. Ji Yun observed Vegeta's movements with a calm demeanor. "Umph, you wretched creature. I shall make you pay for your foolishness." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, laughter echoing in his mind. His gaze fixated on the energy sphere suspended in midair. Suddenly, his pupils vanished, replaced by a crimson glow that filled his eyes. Ha! Ha! Vegeta bellowed in fury, his body beginning to swell. Thick fur sprouted from his skin, sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, and his visage contorted into a grotesque mask. Resembling a devil, his form continued to expand, and in mere moments, Vegeta had transformed into a colossal figure, towering like a great mountain. Cloaked in dark fur, he had fully assumed the shape of a gorilla. "Ha, do you see? This is the true power of me, Vegeta. Prepare to meet your demise," he proclaimed, his cavernous mouth stretching wide with pride. With that, he launched a powerful strike towards Ji Yun. In a flash, Ji Yun evaded the oncoming assault with agility. Boom! The massive fist collided with the ground, triggering a tremor that shook the earth. A gigantic imprint of his fist was left in the ground. My heavens! That creature has transformed into a gorilla, just like Goku used to. Krillin exclaimed, his face etched with terror. It was no wonder he was frightened. He had nearly perished beneath Goku's gorilla form in the past. Witnessing this scene again stirred the buried fear within him. Tianjin Han wore a serious expression, yet remained composed. Unlike Krillin's panic, the shock that Ji Yun had delivered was profound, and for reasons unknown, he held unwavering faith that Ji Yun could triumph over this behemoth. Phew! Piccolo exhaled deeply. He had encountered immense gorillas before, and the oppressive aura they exuded was still palpable. His gaze inadvertently swept over Gohan. What kind of race are the Saiyans, truly? Is this the power of 180,000? The pressure is indeed extraordinary. After dodging a blow, Jian exhaled softly, remarking, the real show has only just begun. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, surveyed the wreckage of the ground he had devastated, proudly donning his regal demeanor once more. Boom, boom, boom. Hardly had he finished speaking when another flurry of punches rained down. Mountains crumbled under the onslaught, dust clouds billowing into the sky. Jian danced through the air like a butterfly, evading all of Vegeta's strikes. Are you just going to run away? Vegeta seethed in embarrassment and rage. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, he could not land a single blow on Ji-Yun. What do you expect me to do? Stand idly by while you pummel me? Is the esteemed prince of the Saiyans truly this pathetic, only able to strike at stationary targets? Ji-Yun retorted without mercy. With a power level of merely 60,000 versus Vegeta's 180,000, he wondered if Vegeta truly believed he would allow himself to be a target without resistance. How infuriating. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Vegeta exclaimed with rage, feeling as if his lungs might burst from fury. In his great ape form, he was filled with immense power, effortlessly lifting a mountain peak in his grasp. He wielded it like a baseball bat, swinging it at Ji-Yun in hopes of achieving some effect. Yet, there was none to be had. Ji-Yun's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering Vegeta's attacks futile. Ji-Yun quickly created distance, gathering energy in his hands. A formidable energy wave, potent enough to obliterate the earth, struck the chest of the great ape. However, the creature remained utterly unscathed, its fur-covered body showing no sign of damage. Both offense and defense were executed flawlessly. Ji-Yun nodded in approval, offering a commendation. Humph, are you merely tickling me? Vegeta retorted disdainfully. At the same time, he opened his enormous mouth and unleashed a devastating laser. The only unfortunate aspect was its sluggish speed. Ji-Yun shook his head dismissively, effortlessly dodging the laser. It was no wonder that Vegeta abandoned this technique later. The great ape transformation was suited for widespread destruction. While in one-on-one combat, it paled in comparison to his normal state. Seeing his attacks repeatedly miss, Vegeta grew increasingly anxious, continuously firing lasers from his mouth, all of which Ji-Yun deftly evaded. This only fueled Vegeta's fury, causing him to pound his chest in a fit of rage. It's time to end this, Vegeta. You are no match for me. Ji-Yun floated before him, speaking with an air of indifference. How dare you speak so prematurely? Vegeta replied, unwilling to concede. He was undeniably powerful now, and had it not been for Ji-Yun's reluctance to engage him directly, he would never have faced such defeat. How about this? I will give you a chance. Ji-Yun observed the defiant Vegeta, intending to provoke him further. Indeed, the redness in the great ape's eyes intensified. What do you mean? It's quite simple. You claim you cannot keep up with my speed, so let us have a direct confrontation. I will strike you once, and you must not dodge. You will then strike me once, and I too shall not evade. However, I will go first. What do you say? Ji-Yun smiled slyly, his eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. Vegeta, sensing an ominous premonition from Ji-Yun's demeanor, recognized he had no other choice. He could not land a hit on Ji-Yun, and if this continued, he would eventually exhaust his energy and face annihilation. Recalling the earlier attack from Ji-Yun that had left him unscathed, he made his decision. Fine. Let us proceed as you suggest, and no one is allowed to back out. Ji-Yun, seeing his strategy succeed, chuckled gleefully. He then raised his hand above his head. Golden energy coalescing from his palm, transforming into a radiant, spinning halo of light. Behold, the energy slice. Ji-Yun forcefully released the energy slice, a technique that had proven to be divine in its efficacy during earlier encounters, capable of even cutting down Frieza. In order to execute this technique, Ji-Yun had devoted a full 20 minutes to its study in a vacant area prior to his arrival. Fortuitously, the enhancement of the Chuan Chao bloodline has bestowed upon him an understanding of martial arts that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This is also the reason he departed from home at an early hour, yet arrived last on the battlefield. Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on the Chi Yuan slash, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Although he was unaware of the nature of this attack, its semblance to an act of cleaving through space instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom. Should he fall victim to this strike, it would surely spell his demise. As the Chi Yuan slash drew ever closer, beads of cold sweat formed on Vegeta's brow, rendering him oblivious to any prior commitments. With a sense of urgency, he heaved his massive frame into the air, desperately attempting to evade the impending threat. Chapter 13. Task accomplished. The delayed arrival of Yukong in a swift motion, the Chi Yuan flashed past. Vegeta reacted just in time, narrowly evading the strike, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his tail, unfortunately, was not so fortunate, as it was cleanly severed in two. With the loss of his tail, his body began to shrink rapidly. Within mere moments, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state. The combination of his prior injuries and the energy expended during his transformation into a gorilla left him utterly weakened, forcing him to collapse onto the ground. Struggling to keep his eyes open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Vegeta. After Vegeta's departure, rewards will be automatically granted. The long-awaited system notification finally resonated in Ji Yun's ears. Had he truly completed the task? A wave of elation surged within him, despite the electronic nature of the voice. It sounded melodious and crisp to his ears. At that moment, Vegeta lay in a state of utter frailty, his energy barely perceptible, teetering on the brink of demise. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin exclaimed, "The gorilla is gone." Suddenly, Tien looked at Krillin, his face illuminating with ecstatic joy. Indeed, the gorilla has vanished, and the Saiyans' energy has significantly diminished. Krillin initially stood in shock before expressing his own exhilaration. Indeed, it appears Ji Yun has dealt with that Saiyan. Piccolo nodded, his gaze directed into the distance. Fantastic. We are saved. Gohan rejoiced, dancing with delight. Although he aspired to be as strong as Ji Yun, he fundamentally detested combat. Now, with the threat to Earth lifted, his joy knew no bounds. Let us go, Tien suggested to the group. Everyone nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way toward Ji Yun. In almost the blink of an eye, they gathered around him. Uncle Ji Yun, are you all right? You are so strong, Gohan exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. All is well, merely a Saiyan, hardly worth mentioning. Even if I had not arrived, I believe you all would have managed just fine. Ji Yun affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair and smiled gently at him. His humble words resonated differently in the ears of those present. Piccolo crossed his arms, awkwardly turning his head aside, while Krillin and Tien offered sheepish smiles. All right, let us postpone the pleasantries. I must first attend to pressing matters. Ji Yun cheerfully addressed the group. Though he had defeated Vegeta, the mission was not yet fully accomplished. He needed to ensure Vegeta's safe departure from this place. Understood. The group nodded earnestly. With a swift motion, Ji Yun appeared before Vegeta. Did we not agree on one move each, with no dodging allowed? After all, you are the prince of the Saiyans. How can you not play fair? Ji Yun feigned anger, expressing his frustration. You. Vegeta, you've been blabbering for quite some time without making any sense. He truly found himself at a loss for words to counter Ji Yun's remarks. All right. I am not like you. I am a man of my word. Though you were the first to act dishonorably, I shall still uphold our agreement. Come and attack me. I promise I will not evade, Ji Yun declared with righteous fervor, an air of noble integrity emanating from him. One might mistake him for a true gentleman. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, his anger surging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy and disoriented. How dare you be so shameless? I can hardly stand. Am I supposed to smash you with a rock? The sight of blood startled Ji Yun. Goodness, you mustn't perish here. Our mission is not yet complete. Calm down. You may leave now. Make haste. Ji Yun waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart. Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard or if it was a figment of his imagination. He was actually being allowed to leave? No, he couldn't let him go. Yamcha's vengeance had yet to be avenged. Suddenly, Krillin rushed forward, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Vegeta. Ji Yun furrowed his brow. Yamcha's demise could not be blamed on others. It was entirely due to his own carelessness. Neither Ba nor Vegeta had directly attacked. Krillin, let him go. He still holds significant value for me. Yamcha can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Ji Yun placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking with calm assurance. Krillin, perplexed by Ji Yun's words, could not comprehend why they would spare this fiend when they could simply eliminate him. Ji Yun patted his shoulder and nodded earnestly. With a heavy heart, Krillin gazed into his resolute eyes and murmured, Fine, I shall heed your words. He then stepped aside. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Ji Yun redirected his gaze toward Vegeta, his tone sharp. Upon hearing their exchange, Vegeta realized that this scoundrel was indeed allowing him to depart. Though proud, he understood the wisdom of a true warrior being able to endure and yield. Without further hesitation, he produced a remote control from his possession. Upon pressing a button, his ship, which had been stationed at a distance, promptly soared toward him. Vegeta stumbled into the vessel. You wait for me. After today, I shall grow even stronger. I will return to personally annihilate you and everyone on this planet to avenge today's grievances. Vegeta proclaimed fiercely before sealing the hatch and swiftly departing from Earth. TCH. Ji-Yun dismissed Vegeta's threats with indifference. He possessed the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. His training speed would only surpass Vegeta's, and their next encounter would likely be far more dire for him. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received the reward. Tenfold King Kai Fist, side effect free version. The moment Vegeta left Earth, the system's voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind once more. In his mind, the method of utilizing the Kaioken had been added to his memories. Just as Ji-Yun was immersed in his own thoughts, Krillin suddenly exclaimed with joy, "This energy! It's Goku! Goku has arrived!" Ji-Yun was abruptly pulled from his reverie by Krillin's voice, and he too sensed Goku's presence in the air. Indeed, it is the energy of Son Goku, stronger than a year ago, Ji-Yun murmured to himself. With a swift whoosh, a piercing sound broke the silence as Goku, clad in his vibrant orange martial arts uniform, descended from the heavens, appearing before the gathered crowd. Goku! Goku! Dad! The familiar figure elicited excited cries from everyone. Although the crisis had been averted, it had been a year since they last met, and the sight of Goku filled them with exhilaration. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Dende, and Gohan. You are all alive. How wonderful! Goku exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy upon seeing his friends safe and sound. Then, his expression sharpened as he declared his desire to engage in a fierce battle with the Saiyans. Chapter 14. Ji-Yun vs. Wukong Cough. Cough. It is as follows. Wukong. The Saiyans have already been defeated by Mr. Ji-Yun. Krillin, observing the spirited Wukong, recounted the events of Ji-Yun's battle with the Saiyans. What? Ji-Yun, how cunning of you to have vanquished them before we could even join the fray. Wukong exclaimed, his disappointment palpable as he directed his grievances towards Ji-Yun. His very creed revolved around combat. The mere thought of being deprived of a fight was enough to drive him to madness. My apologies, Wukong. It is solely their weakness that led to this. Had they managed to endure a bit longer, perhaps you would have had the chance to engage them. Truly, it is regrettable, Ji-Yun replied with a smile, leaving those present somewhat speechless. Goodness, we acknowledge your strength, but must you be so discouraging? If they are deemed weak, what does that make us? Are we mere scraps? No, Ji-Yun. Since the Saiyans have retreated, you must battle me. Otherwise, I shall be utterly miserable. Wukong lamented, tugging at his hair in distress. He had just completed his training, significantly enhancing his strength and mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. If denied the opportunity to fight, he would indeed feel unbearable anguish. That might be. Ji-Yun began to refuse without hesitation, yet the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Beep. Challenge from Son Wukong detected. Please make a selection. Option 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Son Wukong. Reward. 100 senzu beans. Option 2. Decline the challenge and depart. Reward. Title of Hermit Master. Ji-Yun paused momentarily, then swiftly made his decision. What on earth is the title of Hermit Master? Even the smallest fly is still a morsel. I choose option 2. Beep. Selection successful. Accept the challenge and defeat Son Wukong. Upon task completion, system rewards will be automatically distributed. Please check your inventory. Following the system's final prompt, Ji-Yun continued, that might be feasible. I too wish to witness the fruits of your training over the past year. Splendid. Upon hearing Ji-Yun accept the challenge, Wukong was elated. Although the Saiyans had been defeated, he now had the opportunity to spar with Ji-Yun. After all, Ji-Yun had single-handedly triumphed over two extraordinarily powerful Saiyans. Surely, fighting him would be exhilarating. Come, you may strike first, employing your utmost strength. Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. With Ji-Yun's words, Wukong quickly assumed an aggressive stance. His gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Ji-Yun. The surrounding spectators, sensing the impending clash, hastily moved aside to clear the arena. Krillin, observing the two, contemplated intervening to dissuade Wukong. After all, Ji-Yun was a veritable monster, his power far too fearsome. Engaging with him would undoubtedly invite suffering. However, seeing the serious determination in Wukong's demeanor, he surmised that even if he spoke up, it would likely be in vain. Gohan's heart was heavy with worry, praying that his father would exercise restraint and that no unforeseen calamity would unfold. At present, nearly everyone is anxiously concerned for Wukong. Returning to the battlefield, the two remain in a tense standoff. Wukong's footsteps shift gradually, and his expression begins to take on a grave demeanor. He notices numerous vulnerabilities on Ji-Yun's body, yet he senses that each of these weaknesses is a trap. Any reckless assault would surely result in severe repercussions. In a flash, Wukong appears before Ji-Yun. Momentarily disregarding the notion of traps, he launches a flurry of punches and kicks at Ji-yun. Ji-yun skillfully maneuvers his body, evading Wukong's relentless barrage of attacks. Truly, his combat skills rival those of Vegeta, having been shaped by countless battles. Inwardly, Ji-yun admires Wukong's prowess. Wukong, observing that his entire offensive has been neutralized, accelerates his assault. Each strike becomes increasingly ferocious. Bang! A deafening sound reverberates as Wukong's fist connects with Ji-yun's abdomen. Wukong's face lights up with joy. Did I land a hit? Yet, this joy swiftly dissipates, for he realizes his fist has struck what feels like stone. Not only does it inflict no damage, but his hand also throbs painfully from the impact. Wukong's momentum falters. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-yun delivers a whip-like kick to Wukong's head. After sustaining the blow, Wukong is sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a nearby mountain. Boom! The mountain collapses, engulfing him entirely. Krillin and the others, witnessing the figure being flung away, call out with concern. Wukong! Wukong! Amidst the debris, Wukong clears the stones from his body and leaps back to confront Ji-yun. Ouch! That hurt. Wukong winces as he speaks. I told you to unleash your full strength. Ji-yun replies with a slight smile. Wukong has this tendency. He always tests his opponents first, never commencing in his most formidable state. Let me show you the fruits of my training. Wukong grins, yet his expression soon turns serious once more. Energy begins to gather around him. King Kai Fist. Wukong calls out loudly. He is enveloped in a layer of red energy, his power doubling. In terms of battle capacity, it is approximately around 16,000. Not bad. Come on. Ji-yun responds with a calm smile, gesturing for Wukong to come forth. Whoosh. Wukong experiences a qualitative enhancement in both strength and speed. Each punch carries a terrifying might. However, standing before him is the even more enigmatic Ji-yun. His attacks still fail to reach Ji-yun, whose movements have become remarkably light. After his battle with Vegeta, Ji-yun's combat skills have significantly advanced. Learning through combat is indeed a trait of the Saiyans. How formidable! Goku felt an unprecedented pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kaioken times 3, he exclaimed, further elevating his energy. His muscles surged dramatically, and the crimson aura surrounding him intensified. Whoosh! The shadows of his fists moved like the wind, the sound of air being sliced through resonating continuously. With a battle power of 24,000, he finally managed to keep pace with Ji-yun's speed. Most of his punches and kicks landed upon Ji-yun, yet they failed to inflict any harm. Seeing that the time for play was over, Ji-yun unleashed a lightning-fast punch, striking heavily against Goku's chest. The impact was devastating, causing Goku's red aura to dissipate and sending his body flying several meters away. This blow rendered him dazed, his eyes rolling back as he coughed up blood. The onlookers rushed forward to check on him. Goku, barely lifting his eyelids, caught a blurred glimpse of their figures before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 15. Teaming up with deception at the Universal Capsule Company, Ji-yun reclined in a rocking chair, adorned with sunglasses, sipping freshly squeezed orange juice, utterly at ease. A week had elapsed since the Saiyan invasion of Earth. Following the recent battle, Ji-yun experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that he did not need to engage in deliberate training. Aside from a daily increment of energy, it appeared that his combat prowess surged explosively whenever he fought. His battle power had now reached the threshold of 100,000, a rate of enhancement that could only be described as terrifying. Bulma, are you ready? We must depart. Ji-yun called languidly. Almost there. Bulma replied with a melodious tone. Women can be quite a hassle. It always takes half a day to prepare before going out. Ji-yun sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Their primary objective for the day was to visit the hospital and check on Goku, who had been injured in their previous encounter. They also intended to deliver a Senzu bean to expedite his discharge from the hospital. Since that fateful confrontation, Goku had been hospitalized, as none of them had any Senzu beans on hand. He had remained there ever since. Ji-yun, however, had obtained 100 Senzu beans through a system quest. Yet, after the battle, he noticed his energy continuing to swell, prompting him to leave the scene in order to consolidate his strength, leaving him without the opportunity to provide Goku with a bean. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bulma finally emerged. Darling, let us go? She gently tapped Ji-yun on the head. Ji-yun looked up to see Bulma dressed fashionably, her makeup meticulously applied. She appeared youthful and vibrant, exuding a playful charm. All right, let us be off. Ji-yun replied with a faint smile, wrapping his arm around Bulma's waist and gracefully leaping into the sky. At the Third People's Hospital in West City, Goku, clad in a hospital gown, was performing push-ups. Looks like you're recovering quite well. Ji-Yun and Bulma slowly pushed the door open, revealing Goku on the floor. Ji-Yun, Bulma, you're here. Goku greeted them joyfully, completely unfazed by the fact that Ji-Yun was the one who had injured him. Look what I've brought you. Ji-Yun smiled, waving a green bean in his hand. Senza bean. Goku's eyes lit up. He could no longer endure the hospital's environment, while other aspects were tolerable. The treatments, especially the injections, were utterly unbearable, making him feel as though his life was being drained from him. Without a hint of skepticism, Goku snatched the Senza bean from Ji-Yun's hand and promptly consumed it. Instantly, his previously weakened body regained its vitality. Fantastic. Ji-Yun, I'm all better now. Let us have another match. Goku exclaimed, invigorated and eager to challenge Ji-Yun once again. Ji-Yun shook his head with a smile and said, I dare not challenge you again. It would be wise for you to focus on your training first. Once you have grown sufficiently strong, we shall compete. Agreed. It is settled. Wukong replied earnestly. He understood that his previous remark had merely slipped out. His combative nature was deeply ingrained within him. As the two engaged in pleasant conversation, Ji-Yun paused slightly. Then, with an air of mystery, he turned to Wukong and asked, Would you like to battle someone stronger than me? What? Wukong was taken aback by Ji-Yun's words. Is there anyone in this world stronger than you? He inquired with curiosity. To him, Ji-Yun was undoubtedly the epitome of strength. Just how powerful could someone be to surpass him? In this vast universe, there are countless beings far mightier than I. I am but a speck of dust amidst the cosmos, Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, his gaze seemingly filled with a yearning for another realm. Wukong swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement, even more so than when confronted by beauty. Where's this place? He pressed eagerly, his anticipation mounting. Do not rush. That place is quite distant, on another planet. Ji-Yun smiled enigmatically. Wherever it is, I must go? Wukong declared with resolute determination in his eyes. The more Ji-Yun spoke, the more Wukong's excitement intensified. Very well, that place is on Namek. The homeland of Piccolo, Ji-Yun stated casually. Bulma, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, furrowed her brow upon hearing Ji-Yun mention Namek. She realized that Ji-Yun would not mention such things without reason. He must have ulterior motives for bringing it up. Bulma's intuition served her well. Ji-Yun's sudden reference was not a mere whim or fanciful thought. It was prompted by his system, which had just activated with an urgent notification. Ding. It has come to our attention that Frieza has acquired information regarding the Dragon Balls through alternate means and is poised to invade Namek. Please, host, make a choice. Option 1. Go to Namek and eliminate Frieza. Reward, 0. 1 seconds of time manipulation. Option 2. I refuse to go, no matter the cost. Reward, solar flare. Upon viewing the task, Ji-Yun found himself in a quandary. Although he possessed immense strength, he would be facing the cosmic overlord Frieza, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. He briefly contemplated selecting the second option and abandoning the mission. However, his inner voice urged him that future adversaries would only grow more formidable. If he lacked even the slightest spirit of adventure, he would surely face ruin. Simultaneously, he devised a safeguard by bringing Wukong along. Should the situation become dire, he might rely on Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan and overwhelm Frieza. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was suddenly pushed open. Please take me with you. Ji-Yun cast a glance at the newcomer, who was none other than Piccolo. He too had come to pay a visit to son Wukong, and as he approached the entrance, he overheard the conversation between the two. Upon hearing the mention of Namek, a buried memory within him stirred. Piccolo, it's you. How splendid. We can fight side by side once more. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. The bond between the two had subtly transformed, unbeknownst to them. Ji-Yun, however, felt a twinge of surprise. In his plans, Piccolo had not been accounted for. Bringing him along seemed less advantageous than including Krillin, who could still offer a sacrificial element. Piccolo, on the other hand, might not yield the desired results. Ji-Yun contemplated turning him down, yet the sincerity in Piccolo's eyes made it difficult to refuse. Very well, we need to ascertain the location of Namek. I entrust this task to you, Wukong. Please inquire with King Kai. He instructed. Additionally, we shall rely on Bulma for the spaceship. Ji-Yun glanced at the group and promptly allocated the tasks. Hey, I haven't agreed to this yet. How can you decide on your own? Bulma finally interjected. Unable to contain her concern for Ji-Yun's safety and her desire to prevent him from taking undue risks. Sighing in resignation, Ji-Yun realized that he would need to provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to retire to his bed later that night. Chapter 16. The self-destructive cultivation method. After a night of persuasion, Ji-Yun finally convinced Bulma to agree to construct a flying vessel for them. The flying devices of Raditz and Nappa remained entirely intact, They merely needed to be scaled up for regular use. However, this endeavor was quite monumental and would require 3 days to complete. Rather than sitting idly by, Ji-yun resolved to devote this time to rigorous training. Suddenly, Ji-yun vanished from his location and materialized within the Hall of the Gods. This marked his inaugural visit to this sacred place. Mr. Ji-yun, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? A nervous attendant, with a dark complexion and thick lips, and whose head was wrapped in cloth, questioned. This individual was well aware of Ji-yun's formidable reputation as Earth's foremost warrior and a significant protector of the planet. Nothing much. I simply require access to your hyperbolic time chamber, Ji-yun replied nonchalantly. 3 days were indeed insufficient. However, the hyperbolic time chamber could effectively remedy this dilemma. This. The attendant, Bobo, appeared astounded. He couldn't recall Ji-yun's previous presence in the hall, yet the young man had accurately addressed him by name, which startled him. I must consult with the Grand Kai. Bobo did not linger on this matter, understanding that someone of Ji-yun's caliber was beyond his capacity to challenge. Nevertheless, as a servant of the Grand Kai, he felt compelled to adhere to the proper protocols. Ji-yun nodded lightly, indicating his comprehension. Let him proceed. He is not malevolent. The elderly Grand Kai emerged slowly from the palace, leaning on a cane. Ji-yun observed his features and silently mused. He indeed bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. The Grand Kai scrutinized Ji-yun in return. Although unaware of the young man's intentions, he recognized that Ji-yun had saved Earth multiple times. Granting him entry to the hyperbolic time chamber seemed justifiable. Furthermore, the Grand Kai had been monitoring Ji-yun's activities. He was somewhat aware of their conversation in the hospital. After all, Piccolo would soon accompany Ji-yun, and assisting him was tantamount to aiding himself. Thank you. Ji-yun expressed his gratitude politely. Upon receiving permission, Bobo gestured for him to enter. Ji-yun followed closely behind, slowly making his way deeper into the hall. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Please, go ahead. Each individual is permitted to enter for only 2 days throughout their lifetime. Exceeding this limit renders one unable to exit. There is ample water and food within. Bobo explained to Ji-yun. Understood. Thank you. Ji-yun replied with a smile before stepping into the chamber. Before him lay a vast, pale expanse extending infinitely. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Although Ji-yun's abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person, he initially found the environment somewhat disorienting. However, he quickly acclimated. Now, let us see how far I can advance, Ji-yun mused to himself. He had no intention of lingering for long. After all, remaining in such an environment for an extended period could truly inflict some damage on one's psyche. Drink, Ji-yun bellowed, gathering all his energy to unleash a wave of ki. Once he executed the technique, he hastily withdrew his hand and chased after the trajectory of the energy wave. In no time, his figure appeared right in front of the ki wave. Without adopting any defensive stance, he braced himself to absorb his own attack. With a cough, Ji-yun spat out blood as the immense energy dissipated. His vision blurred, and he was engulfed in the acrid scent of charred flesh. Not daring to delay, he tremulously retrieved a plump cloth bag from his person. Extracting a mystical bean, he consumed it immediately. In an instant, the myriad of wounds upon him healed, and he felt rejuvenated. His aura deepened significantly. This method of cultivation is indeed remarkable, albeit perilous. Ji-yun wiped the sweat from his brow. His objective was simple, to exploit the Saiyans' near-death revival ability to enhance his strength in a short span of time. This was the legendary self-harming cultivation technique. However, as he sensed the surge of power, he was astonished. This ability was indeed extraordinary, tripling his ki. Ji-yun clenched his fist, feeling an explosive energy coursing through him. He refrained from further use, opting to acclimate to the newfound strength within. If he failed to control it, he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Thus, empowered, Ji-yun relentlessly unleashed his strength within the hyperbolic time chamber. Devastating energy waves and seemingly mundane martial arts techniques were employed in a myriad of combinations. It took him a full 3 days to completely master the energy coursing through his body. Come on, let us continue. Ji-yun repeated the actions from 3 days prior. He unleashed a ki wave, intercepting the energy wave directly. This time, fearing he wouldn't have time to retrieve the mystical bean, he kept it in his mouth. As he neared the brink of death, he swallowed it in one swift motion, once again revitalizing himself. His power surged explosively once more. He repeated his previous techniques to solidify his strength, though this time, the consolidation took significantly longer. Days passed, and Ji-yun continuously engaged in self-destructive actions within the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flew by. Half a day had elapsed outside. Ji-yun had ceased his cultivation. Not due to a lack of progress, but because life here had become unbearably monotonous. His energy had grown to an unfathomable magnitude, roughly estimating. It should be around 8 million in battle power. Were it not for the extended periods required for consolidation, he could have achieved invincibility within. Nevertheless, transitioning from 100,000 to 8 million, this rate of cultivation was astonishingly rapid. It seemed he was ready to embark on his journey. With a brilliant glimmer in his eyes, Ji-Yun pushed open the door of the time house. After exchanging pleasantries with the celestial deity, he departed from the divine hall. He did not venture elsewhere, but instead returned directly to Bulma. Uncertain of how long this absence might last, he seized the opportunity to cherish precious moments with Bulma over the next couple of days. At last, the 3-day period came to an end. The spaceship was ready for departure. After persistent inquiries, Goku finally gleaned the precise location of Namek from the King of Worlds. In addition to informing them of the specific operational details of the spacecraft, Bulma joined the trio as they boarded. Under Bulma's reluctant gaze, the spaceship gradually ascended, leaving Earth behind as it journeyed into the vastness of space. Ji-Yun gazed resolutely ahead, declaring, "Namek, Frieza, I am on my way." Chapter 17. Arrival at Namek and the defeat of Dodoria months later. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spherical spaceship traverses the boundless starry sky, advancing through the pitch-black void of space. Only 3 days remain until they reach the planet Namek. Ji-Yun glances at the coordinates displayed on the monitor. In a flash, 2 figures collide within the ship's interior, their movements a blur. The violent impacts cause the vessel to sway perilously, and the interior bears the scars of their fierce sparring, appearing as though it might disintegrate at any moment. These 2 figures are none other than Sun Wukong and Piccolo. The prolonged journey through space has prompted them to engage in combat to hone their skills and pass the time. Were it not for the ship's trajectory correction feature, they would have long since deviated from their intended course. 3 days later, Ji-Yun and his companions finally touched down on the planet Namek. The fresh air, verdant flora, and warm sunlight create an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo murmurs as he surveys the breathtaking landscape around him. Wow, this place is truly magnificent. Such an environment cannot be found on Earth. Sun Wukong exclaims in awe. Enough of the admiration. I sense several faint energies nearby. Those must be our targets. Ji-Yun interjects, interrupting their reverie. Their mission is about to become significantly more challenging as they directly confront the cosmic overlord, Frieza, an endeavor of considerable difficulty. With a battle power of 8 million, augmented by the tenfold Kaioken, he reaches a staggering 80 million, seemingly impressive. Yet, Ji-Yun knows that this is far from sufficient. His opponent, in full force, boasts a formidable battle power of 120 million. Ji-Yun, is this what you refer to as a faint energy? Piccolo exclaims in astonishment. He senses that a large group of individuals has gathered nearby, each possessing a power greater than his own. One among them emanates such an overwhelming presence that it induces a sense of suffocation, a palpable aura of oppression felt from a distance. Piccolo's legs tremble slightly, and cold sweat beads on his forehead. If they are not careful, all 3 may meet their end here. My goodness, are you talking about this group? This is beyond exaggerated. Sun Wukong's expression mirrors Piccolo's shock, his heart racing as if plunged into an icy abyss, chilling him to the core. Well, they are not excessively strong, I suppose. Ji-Yun strokes his chin thoughtfully, speaking with a serious demeanor. This group is likely Frieza's entourage, with battle powers ranging from 5,000 to 30,000, and one among them possesses an energy several times stronger than the others, undoubtedly Frieza himself. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchange astonished glances. Not excessively strong. Brother, just how powerful are you? Nevertheless, this statement serves as a reassuring balm for both of them. If Ji-Yun didn't possess absolute strength, he would not dare to utter such words. Stop dawdling. The enemy approaches. Ji-Yun alerts his companions. As Goku and Piccolo focused their minds, they sensed a powerful presence approaching them. What should they do now? Flee. Piccolo spoke first, acutely aware that his combat strength was merely around 5,000, making any confrontation a guaranteed death. Goku's gaze shifted to Ji-Yun, the strongest among them, and the trio awaited his command. Why run? Let us confront him directly and await his arrival. Ji-Yun said with a smile. In this place, he was the mightiest, considering all but Frieza to be insignificant. After a brief moment, a red figure suddenly pierced through the air, hovering above and casting a commanding gaze upon the ground. Who are you? The figure demanded sternly, revealing himself as Dodoria, Frieza's formidable aide. Upon Ji-Yun and the others' arrival on Namek, they had been detected by his scouter. As a general of Frieza's forces, Dodoria had come to investigate. Ah, so it's you. Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly, recognizing the familiar face with ease. He regarded Dodoria with little concern, estimating his strength to be slightly superior to the previous Vegeta. From your tone, it seems you know me? Dodoria retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Yun. His scouter indicated that the trio's combat power peaked at merely 3,000. He had never encountered them and deemed them beneath his notice. Of course, everyone knows Frieza's loyal lapdog. Ji Yun chuckled, covering his mouth. At this, anger flared across Dodoria's face. He was taken aback that someone with a combat power of only 3,000 would dare to provoke him. His fists clenched unconsciously. Isn't that a universally acknowledged fact? Ji Yun continued with a grin. Dodoria, stained with the blood of countless victims in service of Frieza, was no beacon of justice. Eliminating such a being posed no moral dilemma for Ji Yun. You dare to be so insolent in my presence? I will ensure your demise is most excruciating. Dodoria seethed with fury. As his words fell, he propelled himself downward in a swift attack. With the speed of lightning, his crimson fist was already in front of Ji Yun. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Ji Yun's head. Goku and Piccolo, caught off guard, watched in horror as Ji Yun took the hit. Ji Yun, Goku exclaimed, his voice laden with concern. Seeing his strike connect, a cruel smile spread across Dodoria's face. Trash, you are just. Bang! In an instant, a deep thud resonated. Dodoria's words faltered, his expression freezing as terror gripped him. His pupils dilating in the face of impending doom. Dodoria's fist inflicted no harm upon Ji Yun. Instead, it was Ji Yun's retaliatory punch that plunged directly into his abdomen. A searing pain radiated throughout his entire being. Subsequently, the fist embedded within his body emitted a brilliant golden beam, instantaneously piercing through Dodoria. This is impossible. Dodoria struggled to utter his final words. Then, his entire form erupted, disintegrating into particles that drifted down into the earth. Wukong and Piccolo stood by, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, that individual had exerted immense pressure upon them both. In the blink of an eye, he was vanquished by Ji Yun. Now they began to comprehend the significance of Ji Yun's earlier words regarding the presence of several faint auras nearby. To obliterate such a formidable opponent with but a single blow, was that not a testament to their insignificance? Chapter 18. The Grand Elder, shall we take the initiative and strike directly? Ji Yunwan remarked with a gentle smile directed at the two companions. After dealing with Dodoria, it was certain that Frieza would continue to send more minions. He had no time to engage in frivolous games with these insignificant foes. Frieza maintained his first form for an extended period, possessing a combat power of merely 530,000. As long as he denied Frieza the opportunity to transform, Frieza would undeniably be no match for him. Indeed, I have no objections, Goku replied nonchalantly. He had come to realize that his presence might merely be for show, rendering his involvement unnecessary. However, he was still eager to witness Ji Yun engage in battle with other formidable opponents. Could we possibly wait a moment? Piccolo interjected. Ji Yun and Goku turned to him with curiosity. What is the matter, Piccolo? Do you have relatives you wish to visit? Goku jested, fully aware that Piccolo had grown up on Earth, with no relatives to speak of. Sort of. In that direction, there's a peculiar sensation that has been beckoning me. Piccolo replied slowly, gesturing towards a specific location. Goku remained indifferent, feeling that it mattered little where they went, as it ultimately depended on Ji Yun's decision. After a brief moment of silence, Ji Yun contemplatively responded, very well, let us proceed to investigate. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude, then leaped into the air, swiftly soaring towards the horizon. Ji Yun and Goku, seeing Piccolo's eagerness, reluctantly followed in his wake. At that moment, in a village on Namek, numerous Namekians lay lifeless on the ground. Nearby, several extraterrestrial beings of diverse appearances stood in orderly formation, clad in well-equipped, identical battle attire. They gazed with reverence at the diminutive figure seated in a spacecraft. This individual was none other than the tyrannical cosmic overlord, Frieza. Lord Frieza, the scouter belonging to Mr. Dodoria has lost contact. He is likely deceased, reported a strikingly handsome man with green hair. He was none other than Frieza's loyal subordinate, Zarbin. Oh, it appears those individuals have nefarious intentions. Could they also be after the Dragon Balls? Frieza remarked with a cold smile, his gaze sharp and discerning. That remains uncertain. Wait, Lord Frieza, those individuals have changed their position, Zarbin announced, observing the scouters' readings. Regardless of their motives, since they have arrived, let us send them to their demise. I entrust this matter to you, Mr. Zarbin, Frieza stated with a calm demeanor, though his sinister eyes instilled dread. Yes. Zarbin acknowledged Frieza's directive, placing the Dragon Ball on the ground before pursuing the direction indicated by the scouter. Let us proceed to the next village, Frieza commanded, taking to the skies first. The accompanying subordinates dared not delay, hastily bringing along the gathered Dragon Balls to pursue. Piccolo, are we there yet? Goku inquired as he flew alongside Piccolo. Yes, we should be arriving soon. Piccolo replied, his gaze resolute as he focused ahead. Ji-Yun silently trailed behind the two. Having read the original story, and he could vaguely surmise that Piccolo was on his way to meet someone significant, most likely the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The reason for his agreement to Piccolo's request stemmed from a hint of personal interest. The Grand Elder possessed a remarkable ability to unlock one's potential, thereby enhancing their strength. Ji-Yun, bearing the bloodline of transcendent beings, undoubtedly harbored immense latent power within. Should that potential be awakened, confronting Frieza would become considerably more feasible. Here we are. Piccolo abruptly halted in midair. Below them lay a grand edifice. The three descended slowly to stand before the palace entrance. Ji-Yun gazed at the magnificent structure before him. A sense of elation swelling within. Indeed, the moment of truth awaited. It now depended on whether the Grand Elder would be inclined to assist him. Piccolo strode forward, ready to enter when suddenly the great doors swung open, revealing a Namekian who stood before them. Ah, another Piccolo? Goku exclaimed in astonishment at the resemblance. I am Nail. The Grand Elder has sent me to greet you. Nail introduced himself, then proceeded to walk inside unceremoniously. Nail? He looks quite similar to Piccolo. Goku whispered to Ji-Yun. Let us follow him. Ji-Yun chuckled and, observing Piccolo's entrance, stepped into the building as well. Upon entering, a colossal Namekian came into view. Even with prior anticipation, Ji-Yun was taken aback by the sight. Goku, in an exaggerated manner, let out a loud exclamation, which immediately drew the ire of the guard. Nail. Goku, noticing Nail's disapproving glare, responded with a sheepish grin. Child, come closer so I may see you. The Grand Elder spoke kindly. As the Grand Elder of the Namekians, he was privy to all events transpiring on the planet. The moment Piccolo set foot on Namek, the Grand Elder sensed his presence and was intrigued by the arrival of a kin from beyond the stars. To satisfy his curiosity, he utilized his unique abilities to summon Piccolo to this location. Without hesitation, Piccolo stepped forward, and the Grand Elder placed his hand upon his head. After approximately a minute, a look of sudden realization dawned upon his face. Ah, I see now. You are the son of Kakarot. It truly astonishes me to learn that you have safely reached Earth. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, filled with wonder. Goku's expression was increasingly perplexed, and Piccolo, too, seemed enveloped in confusion. However, Ji-Yun, being well-versed in the storyline, maintained a calm demeanor. The Grand Elder noted the bewilderment of the gathered individuals. He slowly began to elucidate the origins of Piccolo. So this is how it is. Piccolo nodded in realization, feeling a myriad of emotions within him. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude to you for traveling across vast distances to Namek, assisting us in fending off our adversaries. The Elder spoke kindly to Ji-Yun and Goku. Through Piccolo's memories, he had come to understand the journey that brought them here, regardless of their motivations. It was clear from Piccolo's recollections that these two were individuals of benevolence. Thank you, Elder. Our purpose here is to vanquish Frieza. However, he is immensely powerful, and I fear we may not be his equals, Ji-Yun stated slowly. I can sense that your strength is formidable, and within you lies tremendous potential. Step forward, and allow me to assist you in harnessing it, the Elder said with a smile to Ji-Yun. Chapter 19. The pitiful Sabo with immense joy swelling in his heart. Ji-Yun stepped forward with purpose. This was precisely his intention, and he had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would bring it up himself. It could not have been more fortuitous. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude as he approached the venerable figure. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, placing his hand upon Ji-Yun's head. Time flowed by second. Ji-Yun felt no discernible change in his body, which left him perplexed. Oh, the potential within you is immense. I may not be able to fully guide it out, the Grand Elder said slowly. Ji-Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. Having presumed the process would be straightforward, was it truly not to be? However, I can assist you in unlocking a portion of it. The remainder will have to depend on your own efforts, the Grand Elder added after a brief pause. Suddenly, Ji-Yun felt as though he were being pulled upward. A refreshing sensation coursed through his blood, and an unprecedented comfort enveloped his bones. All right, my child, the Grand Elder declared as he withdrew his hand, addressing Ji-Yun. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji-Yun exclaimed once more, his excitement palpable. He realized that the energy within him had doubled, signifying a remarkable enhancement in his combat power. It surged from 8 million to an astounding 16 million, and this was merely a fraction of his potential. How formidable would he become if he were to unleash it all? No wonder the character Krillin in the original tale had been so elated. Such a sudden escalation in energy would undoubtedly evoke joy. You too, come forth as well. The Grand Elder beckoned to Goku and Piccolo. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's elation, Goku eagerly stepped forward. In a short span, the potential of both was also unlocked. Their rate of enhancement even more astonishing than Ji Yun's. Ah, is this the energy within me? How powerful! Goku's expression was one of exuberance. For he discovered that his energy had increased more than fivefold. His combat power, which had been around 20,000 before arriving on Namek, had now escalated to an impressive 100,000. Piccolo wore a look of joy as well, though his increase was not as substantial as Goku's, bringing his combat power to approximately 60,000. Ji Yun beamed at the two, pleased to witness their growth. His intervention had ensured that their abilities did not follow the same trajectory as in the original narrative. Yet, they had received advantages not present in the original tale. As a partner to them, Ji Yun felt genuine happiness for their successes. Do not become overly excited just yet. Enemies approach. Naru warned the group with a grave expression. Ji Yun had already sensed this impending threat, noting that the adversary did not possess overwhelming strength and thus had not given it much thought. Just as Naru finished speaking, a voice rang out, commanding with authority, "Get out here and face your doom." The speaker was Sabo, one of Frieza's subordinates, who had tracked their positions using a scouter and followed them to this location. Another one coming to meet his demise? Ji Yun remarked languidly, as Goku, Piccolo, and the others made their appearances simultaneously. Naru remained by the side of the Grand Elder, ever vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. "Is it true that you killed Doria?" Sabo inquired, his voice laced with menace. "Indeed, it was I. What of it? Do you wish to join him?" Ji Yun replied, unyielding. Sabo, observing the readings from his detector, noted that the power of the group was merely in the thousands. He felt an overwhelming disdain, pondering how Doria had fallen to such inept adversaries. "Do not presume that by slaying Doria, you have become my equals," Sabo scoffed, his gaze dripping with contempt. Surely that fool Doria let his guard down. Or perhaps he was ambushed by these imbeciles. Otherwise, his strength would have easily crushed them all. "It appears you are eager to join your companion. So allow me to escort you on your journey," Ji Yun remarked with a nonchalant smile, casting a teasing glance at Sabo. "Hey, Ji Yun, let me take this one. It has been ages since I last fought." Goku interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Ji Yun, his eyes ablaze with determination. Since Ji Yun's arrival, Goku had barely participated in battles. With a surge of newfound confidence, he was resolute in his desire for a grand confrontation. "Enough prattling. This foe is mine, and none shall interfere," Piccolo declared, his hand sweeping dismissively. He too had endured a long wait for a vigorous battle to vent his pent-up restlessness. "No way, Piccolo. I proposed this first. I must be the one to deal with him." Goku insisted, adamant in his claim. "No, I will handle this," Piccolo countered. Thus, the two began to bicker over a single enemy, while Sabo, standing nearby, felt his azure complexion darken with fury. What was the meaning of this? Do I appear weak? Am I easily trifled with? He was a formidable lieutenant under King Frieza. To be the subject of such contention was a gross affront. "Enough of this quarrel, you worthless trash. Both of you come at me," Sabo shouted, pointing at the two. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances. Under the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. Ji Yun cast a sympathetic look at Sabo, silently wishing him well. Whoosh! The two charged at Sabo with the speed of lightning. Clearly caught off guard by their swiftness, Sabo found himself unable to react in time. In the next moment, they flanked him, launching a simultaneous assault that left him utterly defenseless. Perhaps due to their recent substantial power increase, their control over their strength was not yet finely tuned. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as their hands struck Sabo's head in unison. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, glistening with crimson veins, as if unwilling to accept his fate. How could it be that two with only a mere few thousand in combat power could best him? Ji Yun regarded the fallen figure with an expression that betrayed no emotion. The individual in question was destined to perish, rendering the outcome entirely predictable. "Hey, Piccolo. You struck with excessive force. How could you have killed him?" Goku remarked, his dissatisfaction evident as he gazed at the lifeless body. "Humph. It was clearly your action that led to his demise. I had perfectly calibrated my strength. Had I not, that last punch would have obliterated his skull." Piccolo retorted with a haughty snort. "Enough of this bickering. This was merely a warm-up. Soon, you will have your hands full." Ji Yun sighed, lightly tapping his forehead. His expression then grew serious as he pointed in a specific direction, intoning gravely, "There lies a more formidable foe. That is our true adversary." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the horizon. Observing this, Goku and Piccolo unleashed their energy, propelling themselves towards that immense power with fervor. Chapter 20. Frieza at this moment. In another village of Namekians, Frieza listened intently, his expression dark and foreboding, as his subordinate reported. Lord Frieza, Mr. Sabo's signal has suddenly vanished, it seems. It appears he has been slain. One subordinate stammered, his voice trembling slightly, fearful that Frieza might erupt in rage upon hearing such news. It seems this group possesses considerable audacity to dare eliminate 2 of my generals. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he spoke, his displeasure palpable. The frost upon his visage deepened, and though his voice was low, it was laden with an ominous intent. The subordinates around him trembled in fear. Everyone, go and search. Inform me immediately upon finding them, no matter who they are. I shall make them wish they were never born. Frieza declared, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malice. His purpose for coming to Namek was to collect the Dragon Balls and fulfill his desire for immortality. The unforeseen complication now threatened to delay his progress. Therefore, regardless of their origins, they must perish. As the subordinates prepared to rise at Frieza's command, their scouters emitted an urgent beep simultaneously. Oh, my dear Lord Frieza, are you speaking of us? Before anyone could react, another voice resonated through the air. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures materialized before Frieza. They were none other than Ji-Yun, Goku, and Piccolo, rushing towards him. Humph, how dare you present yourselves before me? Who are you? Frieza sneered, his gaze fixed intently on Ji-Yun. Who we are is of no concern to you. All you need to prepare for is your demise. Ji-Yun replied with a faint smile, jesting with Frieza. It seems you are indeed responsible for the deaths of my 2 subordinates. To dare confront me now, your audacity is commendable. Frieza's tone shifted abruptly to one of menace. His icy glare seemed to lower the temperature in the vicinity, transforming the warm day into a chilling winter. Truly, formidable. The caliber of this adversary exceeds our wildest imaginations. Goku beside Ji-Yun felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his back, astonished by the sheer might of this being. It appears we have underestimated his power, Piccolo remarked gravely. The joy of recently acquired strength evaporated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming pressure he had not anticipated. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Beep, beep, beep. A subordinate of Frieza, having analyzed the numbers from the scouter, quickly reported, Lord Frieza. This individual's battle power is 100,000, while the other 2 range between 60,000 and 100,000. Ji-Yun and his companions had arrived at full speed, their energies unmasked. Oh, Frieza was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was no wonder he could effortlessly eliminate Sabo and Dodoria. He indeed possessed formidable strength. However, if he thought that was sufficient to vanquish him, he was sorely mistaken. The subordinates around him were equally astonished, clearly shaken by the combat prowess displayed by Ji-Yun and his companions. They never anticipated that these suddenly emerged individuals would be so terrifyingly powerful. Listen, I am granting you an opportunity, Frieza proclaimed with an enigmatic smile. I shall overlook the matters concerning Dodoria and Sabo, and your provocations against me can also be forgiven. The only condition is that you must submit to me, and in return, you will enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Although he regarded these individuals with disdain, they were nonetheless formidable in the vast universe. It is worth noting that Sabo and Dodoria boasted a battle power just above 20,000. The 3 before him were significantly stronger. If utilized properly, they could save him considerable trouble. Ji-Yun could no longer contain his laughter. Frieza is quite adorable, isn't he? Does he not realize that we are here to kill him? To think he would actively seek to recruit us, offering such lavish rewards. Upon witnessing Ji-Yun's boisterous laughter, Frieza's expression suddenly darkened, becoming ominously grim. He had intended to let them off the hook, only to be met with such scornful mockery. It was the first time he had encountered such audacity in his presence. Very well, arrogance comes with a price, and your price shall be your demise. Frieza sneered malevolently, his murderous intent directed at Ji-Yun. Oh, is that so? I am rather curious to see how you intend to make me pay, Ji-Yun replied with a smile, unfazed by Frieza's threats. His battle power had reached an astonishing 16 million. After executing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal capacity, it surged to 160 million. In contrast, Frieza's full power was merely 120 million. In this battle, no matter how it unfolded, Frieza was destined for defeat. Ah, how amusingly fearless. I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy like a wretched dog. Frieza, infuriated, repeated his words thrice in disbelief before vanishing in a flash. The rest is up to you. Ji-Yun instructed Goku and Piccolo. The number of minions was substantial, yet their combat power was weak, none exceeding 10,000, providing an excellent opportunity for the 2 to have some fun. Leave it to us. Goku assured with a confident pat on his chest. The two then charged into the throng of minions. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun gracefully leaped, his body vanishing instantaneously, reappearing directly before Frieza. What is going on? Frieza was astonished to discover Ji-Yun's incredible speed, as he barely had time to react. With a swift motion, Ji-Yun executed the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, landing a powerful blow to Frieza's chin. Bang! The tremendous force sent Frieza soaring upward. Before he could stabilize his body, Ji-Yun soared into the sky once more, reappearing above Frieza. With a resounding crash, Ji-Yun raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave, descending from above. The energy wave engulfed his entire being, and its tremendous force instantaneously drove Frieza deep into the ground. Frieza was buried beneath the earth, his body marked with wounds. From a state of utter bewilderment to being thrust underground, the entire sequence transpired in less than half a second. Frieza, in his initial form, possessed a mere combat power of 530,000. Ji-Yun could have easily extinguished his life. However, he found himself reluctant to do so. His strength had surpassed even Frieza's most formidable state, leaving no fear of retaliation. Furthermore, as a descendant of the Super Saiyan lineage, continuous combat only served to enhance his power. Such an exemplary test of strength was not something he would allow to perish so easily. Chapter 21. Frieza's second form. Could this be a deception? The minions of Frieza were utterly astounded, grappling with disbelief that their lord, the Cosmic Emperor, had been vanquished and buried beneath the earth. This being, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of his finger, had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of an unknown adversary. Who was this individual, possessing such formidable strength? The crowd could hardly fathom the reality before them, even questioning if they were caught in a dream. Hey, your opponents are us. It's a poor habit to let your focus wane during battle. Goku admonished the throng of henchmen, his brow furrowed. Yet, the shock within him mirrored that of his foes. He sensed Frieza's power, an unfathomable abyss. Yet after engaging with Ji-Yun, that abyss seemed trivial, akin to a mere gutter. Boom. With a single technique, Piccolo unleashed his demon-like grenade, obliterating a cluster of minions. These mere fighters, with their paltry battle power, stood no chance against him. With just one strike, he could decimate a large swath of the enemy ranks. Piccolo's every move was lethal, often leaving no survivors. Goku, not to be outdone, darted through the chaos, incapacitating numerous foes in a flash. Unlike Piccolo, he exhibited a degree of mercy, choosing to render his enemies unconscious rather than slaughter them. Meanwhile, Frieza emerged from the pit, ascending slowly to the surface. His jaw ached, his body charred, and he was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Damn it, you have successfully provoked me. Frieza's fury ignited in an instant. This was the first time he had sustained injury, and he was incredulous that someone could reduce him to such a state of disarray. This was utterly unforgivable. Seething with rage, Frieza began to assess the situation with caution. A battle power of 100,000 seemed substantial, yet to him, it was inconsequential. Even if he offered his neck for attack, it was inconceivable that he could be harmed. He could sense that the recent assault could not have been executed by someone with merely 100,000 in battle power. Then prepare yourself, Frieza bellowed, summoning a massive surge of energy that caused the ground beneath him to splinter. Golden light enveloped his form as he began to swell, his limbs stretching outward. The two horns atop his head twisted and sharpened, resembling bull horns. Is he transforming? Ji-Yun murmured softly, refraining from interrupting the metamorphosis, choosing instead to observe in silence. In a matter of moments, Frieza's physique had expanded 3 to 4 times, and his energy had doubled. What has happened? Why has that creature's energy surged so dramatically? Piccolo exclaimed in alarm, having already dispatched the throng of minions alongside Goku. The two individuals intended to advance and lend a hand to Ji-Yun. However, as they stood side by side, gazing at the transformed Frieza, they halted in their tracks. Such a level of combat was beyond their participation. Their expressions grew grave. The situation appeared to be escalating into a predicament. Surprised? This is my second form, which enables me to unleash this power. You should consider yourself fortunate. Frieza's face bore a smug expression. After his transformation, his battle power soared to over 1 million. No one could possibly rival him now. TSK, is that all? I waited for you for half a day, and this is what you present to me? Ji-Yun scoffed dismissively. He had anticipated Frieza's transformation. If he believed this would secure his victory, he was merely indulging in fantasies. How arrogant indeed. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate just how insignificant you were before me. Frieza gritted his teeth and declared vehemently. At this juncture, rather than kneeling in submission, Ji-Yun dared to utter bravado. This was the essence of ignorance. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. Then come forth swiftly. Why waste breath with your incessant prattle? Ji Yun continued to belittle him, beckoning with a casual gesture. Humph. Frieza let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear before Ji Yun. His massive fist, accompanied by a cacophony of sound, descended towards Ji Yun's face. Bang! The collision between fist and skull produced a thunderous sound, akin to a muffled thunderclap. Ji Yun did not evade. He received the blow head-on. Haven't you eaten? Your punch feels rather feeble, Ji Yun remarked, his expression unchanged, maintaining his indifference. While a battle power of 1,000,000 may sound formidable, it paled in comparison before him. Damn it, his head is too hard. I mustn't celebrate prematurely. Frieza cursed inwardly. He quickly launched several more attacks. A flurry of punches rained down on Ji Yun's body, yet none bore any fruit. All were absorbed by Ji Yun's resilience. Do you possess any other techniques? If not, I shall be quite disappointed, Ji Yun taunted incessantly. What appeared to be powerful strikes felt more akin to a full-body massage against him, merely lacking in force. How could this be? Frieza found himself momentarily flustered. He then retreated several dozen meters, gathering tremendous energy in his hands. Now witness this technique. As his words fell, his hands transformed into a rapid-fire mechanism, unleashing countless purple energy spheres towards Ji Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orb struck Ji Yun, exploding on impact. In an instant, the area of the explosion morphed into a hellish fireball, enveloped in a tempest of destructive energy. TSK, ha ha ha. Arrogant, continue to flaunt your insolence before me. I am eager to witness how you withstand my assault. Frieza laughed triumphantly, panting heavily, as the flames and thick smoke gradually dissipated from the side of the explosion. The ground bore a massive crater, measuring over 100 meters in diameter. Yet, the presence of Ji Yun had long since vanished. Ha ha ha. I sincerely apologize for my excessive force. It seems I have left no remains behind. Frieza's laughter echoed with satisfaction. Did you witness that? This is the might of your king. This is the dignity of the Cosmic Emperor. This is the fate of those who dare oppose me, Frieza. Meanwhile, Goku, unable to contain his anxiety, felt a surge of desperation. Surely, Ji Yun has not met his end. Piccolo, however, remained remarkably composed and remarked, do not act rashly, Goku. Ji Yun is not dead. His energy still lingers. Promptly, Goku focused his senses, and indeed, as Piccolo had asserted, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Your laughter is truly nauseating. A cold voice suddenly resonated in Frieza's ears. Chapter 22. An all-encompassing defeat. Frieza heard that familiar voice, and his heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned around. However, what greeted him was an impeccably executed side kick. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering resonated. Li Lin's kick landed squarely on Frieza's arm, sending his body soaring sideways. He crashed into a nearby building, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, enveloping the area in clouds of dust and debris. Incredible! Goku swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Piccolo, too, wore a face of astonishment. They had long known of Ji Yun's strength, yet upon Frieza's arrival, they felt his power was almost unfathomable. They never anticipated that such a formidable being would be rendered as fragile as a paper tiger in Ji Yun's hands. I cannot allow this to stand. I must train diligently upon my return, for one day I shall surpass him. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. Witnessing Ji Yun's displayed prowess profoundly impacted him, igniting a fiery passion within. Stop dreaming. Such a monster is beyond our reach. Piccolo, with arms crossed resolutely, delivered a harsh rebuke. He was far more realistic than Goku. Initially, a flicker of defiance ignited within him upon Ji Yun's entrance, a fleeting impulse to challenge him. Yet, as time wore on, that impulse waned, ultimately vanishing entirely. With the enhancement of his own strength, he had come to understand that he and Ji Yun inhabited entirely different realms of power. On the battlefield, Frieza rose from the rubble, a trace of purple blood staining his lips. Clutching his left arm, the fury in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating Ji Yun to ashes. Damn you, unforgivable wretch. I shall end your life. Frieza was teetering on the brink of madness. As the sovereign of the universe, it was a disgrace to be bested by an insignificant adversary. Such humiliation must be avenged with blood. Only then can the day's disgrace be washed away. I shall unleash my most powerful form and utterly obliterate you. I will scatter your ashes across the cosmos. Frieza had completely lost his composure. Once again, a golden aura enveloped him, and his battle suit developed a web of cracks. With a violent rustle, it disintegrated before it even touched the ground, turning to dust. An overwhelming aura erupted, generating tumultuous waves of energy that radiated outward from his core. Nearby structures were instantly swept away by the force of the shockwave. Goku and Piccolo struggled to maintain their footing, stumbling backward as they shielded themselves with their arms, their eyes obscured by swirling sands. This overwhelming presence is terrifying. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Piccolo gasped, grappling with the impossibility of fathoming the years of training required to reach such heights. Impressive, truly remarkable. The very earth trembles. Is this what Ji Yun refers to as a genuine powerhouse? Wukong remains unfazed, instead brimming with exhilaration. Today has certainly broadened his horizons. It seems there exists such formidable entities in this world. This journey to Namek has been worthwhile. Simultaneously, his gaze shifts to Ji Yun. Ji Yun, let me witness the extent of your strength. At this moment, Ji Yun has already ascended into the air, standing firmly, completely unaffected. After a brief pause of several seconds, Frieza has finally completed his transformation, his form once again diminutive, his body appearing remarkably sleek. Is this truly the entirety of your power? It seems rather unimpressive. Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly, disregarding Frieza in this form. Are you ready to embrace death? Frieza raised his head to gaze at Ji Yun, his expression inscrutable. Yet his eyes bore a chilling and sinister glint. Oh, it appears you believe yourself capable? Very well, let us see. Ji Yun chuckled softly, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Frieza's final form initially possesses a combat power of merely 3 million. Only upon unleashing 50% of his strength does it soar to 60 million. When he exerts his full power, it reaches 120 million. At present, he remains no match for Ji Yun. I am curious to see what audacity allows you to speak so boldly, you oblivious creature. Frieza's expression grew increasingly frigid. His power was so overwhelming that sometimes he struggled to control it. Thus, he had chosen to conceal it. Little did he expect that today he would be compelled to reveal it, a rather fortunate turn of events for this fellow. No sooner had the words left his lips than Frieza surged toward Ji Yun. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous, as his fist lunged toward Ji Yun's face. With a swift sidestep, Ji Yun evaded the attack, seizing Frieza's slender arm. How infuriating! Why is his reaction so swift? Frieza thought in confusion. Logically, his combat power had reached 3 million. It was impossible for anyone to evade his strike. Could it be that this individual's combat prowess exceeds 3 million? Frieza shook his head at the thought. Impossible. If such a powerful being existed in the universe, I would surely be aware of it. Yet, Ji Yun did not afford him further time for contemplation. Grasping his arm, he forcefully hurled Frieza downward. A sharp sound pierced the air, the noise of friction against the atmosphere. Frieza was unable to evade, enduring the searing sensation against his skin. With a resounding crash, Frieza slammed into the ground. Before he could regain his composure, Ji Yun descended like a harbinger of justice, delivering a powerful knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. Ah, cough, cough. Frieza coughed violently, spewing forth a copious amount of fresh blood, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, his chest heavy with discomfort. Ji Yun rose to his feet, grasping Frieza's head with one hand, effortlessly lifting him. Now, do you comprehend the source of my confidence? Ji Yun stated coldly, bringing Frieza's face close to his own. The pallor of Frieza's face, already far from healthy, twisted into a more grotesque expression, having transformed into his final form. He could not fathom why he was still unable to overpower this adversary. At this juncture, Ji Yun noticed a golden radiance emanating from Frieza's hand. Boom. A tremendous energy wave was unleashed. Frieza's face turned ashen, and he was sent hurtling away, a considerable distance. No. Unforgivable. Unforgivable, Frieza muttered, his eyes rolling back as he lay supine, blood pooling around his lips, whispering incoherently. His body was marred with countless wounds, purple blood oozing continually. After a prolonged moment, Frieza finally managed to rise once more. Let me bring this tedious battle to an end, he exhaled, a calm expression settling upon his face. Chapter 23. What kind of monster is this? Frieza approached Ji Yun with measured steps, his voice laced with a hint of surprise. I never anticipated encountering a formidable being such as yourself. It truly astonishes me. To kill you would be a regret. Please, King Frieza, do not be so modest. Given your disheveled appearance, who granted you the audacity to utter such words? Ji Yun replied with a faint smile, fully aware that Frieza had yet to unleash his full power. Yet, what difference did it make? Had he himself fought with all his might? I had anticipated this response from you. However, it is well, for those who fail to recognize the gravity of their situation ultimately meet their demise. Frieza's countenance gradually adopted a chilling demeanor. Very well, I am eager to witness who fails to grasp the situation. Ji Yun retorted confidently. Frieza remained oblivious to the true extent of Ji Yun's strength. Conversely, Ji Yun was acutely aware of Frieza's capabilities. had he not possessed absolute confidence. Frieza would not dare to transform. You remain as arrogant as ever. You shall soon discover why I assert this. Frieza proclaimed with a nonchalant smile, extending 5 fingers towards Ji Yun. 50% of my strength is all that is required to obliterate a fool like you. With disdain etched upon his face, Frieza declared that his 50% power equated to a staggering combat strength of 60 million. No matter how formidable Ji Yun appeared, he could not possibly surpass this figure. 50%? Why not 100? Ji Yun countered, his mind racing with contemplation. 60 million combat power posed a significant challenge, especially since he only possessed 16 million. To secure a crushing victory, he would have to resort to the Kaioken technique. 100%? You overestimate yourself. For someone of your caliber, 50% is more than sufficient. Frieza coldly retorted. In an instant, Frieza's aura erupted with renewed vigor. His blood surged with fervor, and powerful energy enveloped his form. In that fleeting moment, his eyes radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors as his energy was unleashed, reaching a terrifying zenith. His energy is rising again. Goku observed the battlefield with mounting anxiety, unable to fathom the magnitude of astonishment these two monsters could impart. Piccolo stood in sheer disbelief. Goodness, this is beyond intense. This terrifying strength is unfathomable. 60 million combat power is indeed formidable. Ji Yun's expression finally shifted. This astonishing aura was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. With only 16 million combat power at his disposal, he found himself overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Frieza. After Frieza unleashed his power, he keenly observed the change on Ji Yun's face. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared already? However, even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, you cannot salvage your life, Frieza declared with smug satisfaction. He was quite pleased with Ji Yun's fleeting expression, though it lasted but a moment. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Ji Yun refrained from immediate retort. Indeed, Frieza possessed considerable strength. A combat power of 60 million, while not insignificant in the later stages of Dragon Ball, would ultimately be reduced to mere fodder against a full force 120 million. Yet, in this era, Frieza undoubtedly stood as the mightiest being. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Ji Yun, who surpassed him in abnormality. Fear was hardly the sentiment. Rather, he was slightly astonished. Ji Yun shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, "Pretentiousness at this stage? Dare to boast? Watch how I handle you." Frieza chuckled coldly, believing Ji Yun was simply putting on a facade, unwilling to lose face. No sooner had he finished speaking than Frieza's body vanished in an instant. Bang! The next moment, the sound of collision echoed through the sky. Frieza's speed was astonishing. Before Ji Yun could comprehend the situation, his body was sent flying, crashing through 2 nearby mountains before stumbling to a halt. Spitting out a mouthful of debris, Ji Yun exclaimed, "Unruly. I wasn't even prepared. And you resort to a sneak attack." He stretched his limbs, expressing his dissatisfaction, yet excitement filled his eyes, every cell in his body buzzing with energy. This exhilaration seemed to emanate from the very depths of his genes, perhaps a manifestation of his Saiyan heritage. 5 times. Kaioken. Ji Yun clenched his fists and shouted with fervor. Instantly, a crimson aura erupted from within, enveloping his entire being. The dust and stones beneath his feet were violently dispersed. At this moment, Ji Yun's combat power surged to 80 million, surpassing Frieza by a staggering 20 million, once again eclipsing Frieza's presence. That is Kaioken? How does Ji Yun know this technique? Goku thought in astonishment. This was a maneuver he had painstakingly mastered from King Kai, and Ji Yun's sudden execution of it caught him off guard. It seems your power has increased somewhat, however, in the face of absolute strength. Such efforts are in vain, Frieza said, his tone icy. Although he could not sense energy, it was evident from Ji Yun's state that he had grown considerably stronger. Is that so? Then let us see. Ji Yun replied with a smirk, his body vanishing in a flash. TCH, is that all you've got? Frieza scoffed, mirroring Ji Yun's swift movement. Bang! The two figures collided midair like meteors, creating a brilliant spectacle. A terrifying energy surged around, causing the very fabric of space to twist. Simultaneously, the earth fractured rapidly, and boulders erupted without warning, disintegrating into fine dust. In the midst of this violent clash, Frieza was propelled violently, his face scraping against the ground as he slid for dozens of meters before gradually coming to a halt. In stark contrast, Ji Yun remained as steady as a mountain, unaffected by the chaos. It was evident that in the recent confrontation, Ji Yun had held a significant advantage. After all, the additional 20 million battle power was no trifling matter. Frieza, filled with rage, slowly rose to his knees. his face contorted with fury as his clenched fists relentlessly pounded the ground. Instantly, the entire planet trembled under the force of his wrath. He could not fathom how a full-force strike, utilizing half of his power, not only failed to annihilate this opponent, but instead sent him flying, far beyond his expectations. What manner of creature is this individual? Chapter 24. I do not accept dogs. What an exhilarating experience. Truly exhilarating, indeed. Once again, after their recent confrontation, Ji-Yun felt his desire for battle ignited. Frieza, unwilling to accept such humiliation, could not bear the thought of defeat, regardless of the opponent's monstrous nature. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth in fury. With renewed vigor, he unleashed a powerful aura and charged directly at Ji-Yun. Excellent. Suspended in midair, Ji-Yun smirked at Frieza's approach. As his own strength increased, the number of worthy opponents diminished. At that moment, Ji-Yun was finally able to engage in a truly thrilling battle. Die. In an instant, Frieza was upon Ji-Yun, throwing a punch with tremendous force. Bang. A resounding impact echoed as Ji-Yun retaliated, their fists colliding. Once again, Frieza was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several mountains. In the next moment, a cloud of debris soared skyward as Frieza emerged once more. Cursed be it. Cursed be it. Frieza's arm tingled with numbness, and he finally comprehended the truth. Ji-Yun's power had surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly dominated. If that were the case, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength and eliminate Ji-Yun completely. Boy, I cannot deny that your prowess has astonished me time and again. However, it seems you have forgotten that I was only using 50% of my power. Frieza's expression regained its composure. Is that so? I have long wondered why you did not utilize your full strength from the outset. How has a fool like you managed to survive this long? Ji-Yun provocatively retorted. Frieza, who had just regained his calm, was instantly engulfed in rage once more. Very well, I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Frieza spat through clenched teeth. With that, a purple glow enveloped him, and his muscles rapidly swelled. His diminutive form was suddenly infused with immense strength, transforming him into a muscular titan. In that moment, Frieza's power doubled once again. This is the extent of my true strength. I never imagined someone could force me to unleash it. Boy, you shall die without regrets. Frieza clenched his fist and bellowed at Ji-Yun, his confidence unwavering. Without hesitation, he launched his next attack. With both hands positioned before him, a wave of purple energy crackling with electricity surged violently toward Ji-Yun. Humph. Finally, you have arrived. Ji-Yun scoffed dismissively, activating the tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, his crimson aura intensified, causing the surrounding flora to lose color, enveloped entirely in red. At that moment, Ji-Yun's battle power surged to an astonishing 160 million. This marked the first occasion he wielded such formidable strength. Feeling the surging power within his body, the blood coursing through his veins reached its zenith. Drink! A fierce cry erupted as Ji-Yun's shoulder muscles bulged. He unleashed a wave of white energy, rivaling that of Frieza. Bang! The two energy waves collided. And for a fleeting moment, blinding light enveloped the earth, as bright as the height of noon. The planet Namek trembled under the fierce impact. Fissures began to appear, and the landscape was grotesquely contorted. Towering waves rolled tumultuously over the sea, as if heralding the apocalypse, the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking. Why? Why was he still able to withstand my attack? A tempest of disbelief surged within Frieza's heart, utterly incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before him. The ki blast, fueled by his entire being, had been repelled. Just how strong was this individual? In that moment, Frieza felt a pang of panic, an unwelcome thought fleeting through his mind. Could it be that I am truly destined to perish here today? This time, Ji-Yun showed no mercy. The immense energy within him was summoned for the first time, yet he found himself unaccustomed to the overwhelming force. Should he continue to expend it, he risked being consumed by his own power. Ha! It's over, my foolish King Frieza. Ji-Yun decisively concentrated all his energy into his hands, amplifying the force, causing the white energy wave to swell dramatically. The impact intensified several-fold. Frieza sensed imminent danger as the purple wave continued to dissipate. The white beam loomed larger before his eyes, and his face turned pale with horror. Stop! Frieza shouted in panic. Yet, the white wave was indifferent to his pleas, and Ji-Yun remained unmoved. In an instant, Frieza's anguished scream pierced the air as the colossal energy crashed upon him, engulfing him in a blinding wave in the blink of an eye. Phew, is it over? Ji-Yun exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, just as he believed Frieza had met his demise, the system's notification failed to sound. Ji-Yun furrowed his brow. Could it be that Frieza still lived? He quickly began to sense Frieza's energy. Indeed, he was the cockroach that refused to die. Ji Yun soared into the air, tracking the faint energy signature. Although it was exceedingly weak, it could not escape his keen perception. Within moments, Ji Yun located Frieza's position. The once mighty cosmic emperor had fallen to such a fate. He pondered how others might perceive this. Shaking his head in resignation, Ji Yun addressed the barely conscious Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was a pitiful sight. His skin marred and battered, his limbs unable to move even slightly, with only his eyes struggling to remain open. Please, please don't kill me. I still have value. I can serve you. I can do anything you ask. Frieza, gripped by an overwhelming desire to survive, hastily implored for mercy, his former grandeur utterly diminished. Despite his countless murders, he was profoundly afraid of death. His purpose in coming to Namek was to seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for eternal life. Yet, now faced with imminent peril, he regretted his decision. He lamented that had he not ventured to this planet, he would not have encountered this foe, thus avoiding such a dire fate. Alas, I must express my apologies. Emperor Frieza, I am accustomed to operating alone and, at present, I do not accept any underlings, Ji Yun stated regretfully to Frieza. Even if he were in need of subordinates, he would not consider someone of Frieza's ilk. He was not the protagonist of this tale and could not tame Frieza's ambition. Should the creature ultimately betray him, to whom could he turn for recourse? Extending his finger towards Frieza, Ji Yun prepared to act. Frieza, wide-eyed, shook his head desperately. Boom. Frieza uttered but a single syllable before, with a resounding explosion, he was reduced to ashes. Chapter 25, Polona at last, it is over. Ji Yun let out a long breath, the crimson aura surrounding him gradually dissipating. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a system reward. 0.1 seconds of flash skill. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. A faint smile finally graced Ji Yun's weary face. Hey Ji Yun. Wukong greeted with palpable excitement. Observing that the battle had concluded, he hurriedly soared over. Ji Yun smiled and nodded at the eager Wukong. Wow, your performance just now was incredible. How did you cultivate to such a level? And that guy, who is he? He is formidable as well. When will I be able to achieve such prowess? Wukong's enthusiasm was evident, as he bombarded Ji Yun with questions. Ji Yun chuckled and waved his hand, responding gently, Wukong, there is no need to rush. You are exceptionally powerful, you simply have yet to realize it. Perhaps one day, you will become my equal. His words were not mere flattery. Wukong's talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable. Even without Ji Yun, Frieza's fate would ultimately have succumbed to Wukong's hands. Really? However, I do not aspire to be just your equal. I aim to surpass you. Wukong beamed at Ji Yun's affirmation, brimming with joy. Hearing Wukong's declaration, Ji Yun merely smiled, choosing not to contest his ambition. Surpassing Ji Yun, if all went as expected, was simply unattainable. Let us not linger on idle chatter. It is time for us to depart, Ji Yun reminded Wukong. With Frieza now defeated, remaining on Namek held little significance. He found himself yearning for Bulma. It would be wise to return and relish a few days of peace. Agreed. I have no objections, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Having witnessed the astonishing battle between two powerful beings, he felt thoroughly satisfied. What about Piccolo? Aren't you going to greet the Elder and the others? Ji Yun inquired, glancing at Piccolo. No need, Piccolo replied. His tone as indifferent as ever. Very well, if there are no further matters, let us be on our way. Ji Yun assessed the two before making a decision. Just as the trio prepared to head back to their spacecraft's landing site, a voice suddenly interrupted, halting their steps. Please, wait a moment. A Namekian, carrying a bag, descended from the sky, approaching the three. It was Neru, the attendant of the Elder. The Elder has sent me to express his gratitude for saving our planet, Neru said. Looking at Ji Yun, his previously frigid demeanor softening into a strained smile. There is no need for thanks. The Elder helped us unlock our potential. We are even in this regard. There is no need for gratitude, Ji Yun replied with a faint smile. The Elder had effectively doubled his strength. Such a generous gift was worth more than any words of thanks. Moreover, I am here solely to accomplish my mission, and strictly speaking, I cannot be considered as aiding them. No, Mr. Ji Yun, without your intervention, our planet Namek would undoubtedly have met its demise. Therefore, in gratitude, the Grand Elder has granted you the privilege to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 of your wishes. As Nyla spoke, he produced a colossal Dragon Ball from his satchel. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon Ball? The one from planet Namek? He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon today. Is this truly the authentic Dragon Ball? It is indeed magnificent. Goku, witnessing the Dragon Ball from Namek for the first time, could not help but exclaim in awe. Along with the 6 Dragon Balls left behind by Frieza, they had now gathered all 7, ready to summon the eternal dragon, Porunga, at any moment. Before Ji Yun could voice his consent, Nailu had already assembled the Dragon Balls, reciting the unique incantation in the language of Namek. With a dazzling flash of golden light, the perpetual daylight of Namek was abruptly transformed into night. The Dragon Ball shimmered with a blinding radiance, and a formidable green creature gradually emerged from within. Porunga had appeared, ready to grant wishes. Nailu addressed Ji Yun, inviting him to voice his desires. Ji Yun, however, found himself at a loss, struggling to conceive of a wish. After all, given his current strength, whether his wish could even be fulfilled remained uncertain. Just as Ji Yun fell into contemplative silence, a sudden flash darted past. The onlookers barely registered the movement, only sensing a gust of wind sweeping by. Yet Ji Yun felt an unsettling anomaly, his heart racing in alarm. What was that? Such speed. Could there be another formidable opponent lurking nearby? Suddenly, a figure surged towards Porunga, exclaiming, "Grant me immortality." The resounding voice echoed throughout the vast canyon. Yet, Porunga offered no response, only the chilling breeze that swept through. Ji Yun, Goku, Piccolo, and Nailu all fixed their gazes upon the figure. The small figure was none other than Vegeta, the very one who had invaded Earth. At that moment, he stood before them, acutely aware of their stares, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Humph, so it's you." Piccolo scoffed disdainfully upon recognizing the newcomer. "Cough, cough, it's me, what of it?" Vegeta coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his discomfort. After returning to base, he had undergone treatment, and upon learning of Frieza's arrival on Namek, curiosity had consumed him. After some inquiry, he discovered that the Dragon Balls on Namek could grant wishes. Unable to contain his restlessness, he journeyed to Namek, hoping to seize an opportunity after Frieza had gathered all the Dragon Balls. Little did he expect to witness the fierce battle between Ji Yun and Frieza, nor could he have imagined that the very one who had inflicted such a significant defeat upon him possessed such terrifying power. Frieza had been utterly vanquished by him. "You initially allowed me to roam the earth, yet I never anticipated your audacity to appear," Piccolo remarked coldly. At that moment, he harbored no fear of Vegeta. The two glared at each other with fierce intensity, their animosity palpable, as if they were on the brink of a violent confrontation. Goku, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Who is this person? Do I know him? What on earth is happening? The Dragon Balls are nearly vanishing. If you have any wishes, speak swiftly. Nail remained unfazed by the newcomer. To make a wish, one must articulate it in the language of Namek, he stated. My wish is to attain immortality. Do it quickly. Vegeta, disregarding his standoff with Piccolo, commanded Nail loudly. I did not inquire of you, Nail replied coolly, maintaining his aloof demeanor, while inwardly berating Vegeta. Who do you think you are? Did I ask you anything? It seems you are courting death. Vegeta was increasingly anxious, just as he was about to engage. A voice interrupted. Ah, I see it is Prince Vegeta. It has been quite some time. Chien cleared his throat, observing the absurd scene before him, and offered a reminder. Chapter 26. This is truly a sage. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, seemingly forgetting that Ji Yun was still beside him. His previously arrogant demeanor froze in place. Ah, it's been a while, Vegeta stammered, uncertain of what to say, choosing instead to follow Ji Yun's lead. He feared offending Ji Yun, which could lead to dire consequences. Your speed has certainly improved during this time. You startled me when you suddenly appeared. I thought a formidable opponent had arrived, Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly. He was well aware of Vegeta's yearning for immortality. However, Pojunja could not fulfill that desire. And even if it were possible, Ji Yun would not allow him to succeed easily. Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. But upon meeting Ji Yun's unfriendly gaze, he resigned himself to silence. He had no desire to court death and reluctantly stepped aside. Nairo, my first wish is to restore planet Namek to its original state. Ji Yun contemplated briefly before making his decision. Nairo was momentarily stunned. He did not expect Ji Yun to make such a wish. He then cast a grateful glance in Ji Yun's direction. Chanting in an incomprehensible language, Nairo invoked his powers. Suddenly, Pojunja's crimson eyes sparkled brightly, and the ravaged earth instantaneously returned to its former glory. Rivers and mountains began to flow joyfully once more, and planet Namek was revitalized with life. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. We Namekians shall never forget your kindness, Nairo exclaimed, filled with excitement. His admiration for Ji Yun had evolved. Initially, it was respect for his strength, but now it was reverence for his character. No need for thanks, it is only right. Ji Yun replied with a cheerful smile. The transformation of the planet was, after all, a consequence of his battle with Frieza. Although he was not solely responsible, He recognized his part in it. Now, Mr. Ji-yun, what is your second wish? Please, do tell, Nairo said, his gaze filled with profound respect. My second wish is to resurrect the Namekians who were slain by Frieza and his entourage. Ji-yun took a moment to ponder before slowly articulating his second wish. Upon hearing Ji-yun's second wish, Nairo was nearly moved to tears, almost kneeling before Ji-yun in a gesture of utmost reverence, eager to express his admiration. Sage, Mr. Ji-yun, you are indeed a sage, Nairo proclaimed, his excitement palpable. The person he had respected most in his life was the Grand Elder of Namek, and today, he had found another figure of immense respect. Nairo would willingly lay down his life for Ji-yun at a moment's notice. Ji-yun bashfully scratched his head, continuously questioning himself. Am I truly so remarkable? Meanwhile, Nairo once again voiced the wish. Upon receiving confirmation, Purunga's eyes once again sparkled with brilliance. Countless slain Namekians were revitalized, slowly rising from the ground. Is this I have been resurrected? Why has the sky darkened? Could it be that the great Purunga has brought us back to life? Thus, the scattered Namekians revived once more. My third wish is... Wait a moment, Mr. Ji-yun. Just as Ji-yun was about to express his third wish, Nairo abruptly interrupted him. What is it, Nairo? Ji-yun inquired, puzzled. The gratitude we owe you, esteemed Namekian, can never be repaid in this lifetime. For this final wish, please ensure it is for yourself. Otherwise, we shall bear a heavy conscience. Nairo earnestly implored Ji-yun. Originally, it was to repay Ji-yun that the Elder permitted the use of the Dragon Balls. However, Ji-yun's actions had inadvertently placed the Namekians in greater debt. Well then, Ji-yun replied thoughtfully, nodding solemnly. Even without Nairo's insistence, this third wish was indeed for himself. After all, he understood the principle of prioritizing one's own well-being before attending to others. Ah, that is reassuring, Mr. Ji-yun. Please, proceed. Nairo exhaled with relief, a smile gracing his face. My third wish is to learn the instant transmission technique of the Urdratians, Ji-yun stated slowly without much deliberation. Nairo nodded with a smile, and subsequently conveyed Ji-yun's wish to Purunga. Purunga responded, I understand. His eyes gleamed once more. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Ji-yun's mind as the method of instant transmission seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Now, I take my leave. Purunga's colossal form vanished in an instant, and the Dragon Balls ascended into the sky. With a whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered in various directions. The sky regained its original hue. Vegeta observed the drifting Dragon Balls, a palpable jealousy glinting in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. How foolish to squander 2 precious wishes on this inept group, Vegeta scoffed. To him, Ji-yun was a simpleton, having wasted a golden opportunity to fulfill his wishes properly. If you seek death, I do not recommend accompanying you. Nairo erupted with formidable energy, casting a menacing glare at Vegeta. Startled by the immense power emanating from Nairo, Vegeta's heart raced. Having mastered the control of Ki through battles on Earth, he was unprepared for the overwhelming energy this Namekian could unleash. Humph. Vegeta huffed in discontent, but dared not speak further. He knew he could not contend with Nairo's power, which surpassed 40,000. Mr. Ji-yun, if there is nothing pressing, you may extend your stay on Namek for a few more days, allowing us the pleasure of properly hosting you. Nairo gazed at Ji-yun with heartfelt gratitude, his admiration deepening. Indeed, Vegeta's recent remarks held merit. Ji-yun could easily utilize the 3 wishes for himself without regard for the circumstances on Namek. Yet, he chose otherwise, exemplifying the profound difference that exists among individuals, a true testament to one's character. I am sincerely grateful for your kindness. This visit to Namek has proven immensely rewarding. However, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further. Rest assured, our paths shall cross again in due time. Ji-yun smiled and gently shook his head, declining Nairo's invitation. He felt content and realized that remaining here served little purpose. It would be wiser to return sooner, as more formidable foes awaited on the horizon. Very well then, I wish you safe travels, and should the opportunity arise, you are most welcome to visit us. Nairo, upon hearing Ji-yun's words, did not insist further. With that, they exchanged farewells. Ji-yun nodded, glancing at Vegeta, whom he lifted with ease as one would a small chick, and they soared towards their spacecraft. Chapter 27. A heavy beating after bidding farewell to Nalu. Wukong and Piccolo followed Ji-yun's lead, hastening to catch up. Let go of me, you bastard. Do you hear me? Vegeta exclaimed angrily at Ji-yun. Being handled in such a manner was utterly humiliating. However, despite his struggles, he could not free himself from Ji-yun's grip. You would do well to behave, lest you suffer physical punishment, Ji-yun remarked with an air of indifference. He was in high spirits. Having not only acquired the system's reward of instantaneous movement, but also having enhanced his power following the battle with Frieza. He could faintly sense that his battle prowess had increased by approximately 5 million, bringing his total power to an impressive 21 million. In no time, Ji-Yun arrived at the location of the spaceship, which loomed large before him. What on earth are you planning to do? Vegeta demanded furiously. As he was not fond of being manhandled, hearing Vegeta's words, Ji-Yun casually released him. Frieza is dead, so you need not serve him any longer. As for the grievances of your Saiyan race, I have avenged them on your behalf. Vegeta, taken aback, responded, You. How do you know of our enmity with Frieza? With a light chuckle, Ji-Yun replied, That is not for you to concern yourself with. You can operate the spaceship. Can't you? I will need you to transport Wukong and Piccolo back to Earth. Having just mastered instantaneous movement, Ji-Yun felt no necessity to travel by spaceship. Although this technique could accommodate multiple individuals, he was still inexperienced and feared potential mishaps. Should they drift into the void of space? He could survive thanks to his Saiyan bloodline, but Wukong and Piccolo might not be so fortunate. What if I refuse? Vegeta retorted defiantly. As the proud prince of the Saiyans was not one to easily obey commands. That is of no concern to me. As long as you persuade Piccolo and Wukong, you are free to handle it as you wish, Ji-Yun responded nonchalantly. TCH, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Persuade them? That's simple enough. A good beating will do the trick. Can I not handle these two weaklings? Approximately 3 minutes later, Wukong and Piccolo finally arrived at the scene. Ji-Yun shared his thoughts with them. And although they were somewhat reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. Ji-Yun initially intended for them to pilot the spaceship back. But recalling their struggles with driving in the original story, he felt uneasy about their capability to navigate a spacecraft. For safety's sake, he decided it was best to have Vegeta take the wheel. By the way, Ji-Yun, when you battled that fellow earlier, did you use the Kaioken? How did you come to learn such a technique? Suddenly, Wukong recalled a particular matter and curiously inquired of Ji-Yun. Oh, this? Well, yes. During our battle, I noticed you employed this technique, and I found it quite impressive. I thought I would give it a try, and to my surprise, I managed to execute it effortlessly. Ji-Yun clearly did not anticipate Wukong's question and fabricated a casual excuse to deflect it. You are truly remarkable, Ji-Yun. I have spent an extensive amount of time learning this. I never imagined you would master it with just a glance. Wukong gazed at Ji-Yun in admiration, evidently convinced by this explanation. After all, Ji-Yun had become a deity in Wukong's eyes, omnipotent and divine. Following a few more casual exchanges, time began to slip away, prompting the group to make arrangements for their return. Come on, Prince Vegeta, this time it's your turn to bear the burden. Piccolo remarked with a smirk directed at Vegeta. I refuse, Vegeta declared haughtily. He possessed his own sense of dignity. Had it not been for Ji-Yun's presence, he would have swiftly dealt with the two nuisances. You are called Vegeta, correct? Fear not, we mean you no harm. We only ask that you guide us back. Wukong interjected, evidently unaware that Vegeta was also a Saiyan. He stepped forward to mediate. Humph, Kakarot, do you truly believe that a lowly warrior like you, accompanied by a Namekian, could pose a threat to me? You must be dreaming. Vegeta mocked disdainfully. Having recognized Wukong's identity, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his foolish father. Oh, you know me. You must be that Saiyan. How wonderful. I have longed to test my skills against you. Wukong exclaimed, both astonished and elated. He had never encountered Vegeta before and was unaware of the latter's true nature. You are unworthy, Vegeta coldly retorted. His princely status forbade him from engaging in combat with a mere low-class warrior, as it would only tarnish his hands. Stop wasting time with him. A simple thrashing will suffice, Piccolo declared, cracking his knuckles as he eyed Vegeta. Previously so arrogant on Earth, he needed to be taught a lesson today. What does it matter if you two come at me together? My strength is such that you two worthless beings could never hope to shake me. Vegeta continued to boast, clearly unaware of his precarious situation and still believing Wukong and Piccolo to be mere weaklings. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smirk. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, who was entirely unprepared for Piccolo's astonishing speed. Before he could react, he was met with a barrage of blows. Moments later, a bruised and battered Vegeta lay on the ground. How did he become this formidable? Vegeta seethed silently, unable to voice his frustration, fearing that Piccolo might deliver another round of punishment. Piccolo, your actions were quite ruthless. What shall we do now that you've injured him? Goku expressed his dissatisfaction from the side, voicing his grievances over Piccolo's swiftness. After all, he had his sights set on the target first. Kakarot, this is not your place to speak. Who do you think you are? Vegeta exclaimed, rising abruptly in anger. His royal pride as a prince made him intolerant of being admonished by a lower-ranked warrior. With that, he clenched his fist, intending to teach Goku a lesson and vent his frustrations on this oblivious fool. Sighing, Ji-Yun shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Vegeta remained oblivious to the current circumstances. As Goku noticed this, his hands itched for action, and the two soon engaged in a fierce exchange. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their clashes echoed as they traded blows. Both fighters were cautious, and although Vegeta found himself on the ground, he only sustained minor surface injuries. Chapter 28. A new adversary, a glimpse of trouble. Vegeta's plight is indeed lamentable. Had Goku and Piccolo not enhanced their powers, perhaps they would not have posed a significant challenge to him. However, their strengths have long since eclipsed his own, rendering his defeat all but inevitable. Well, Vegeta, will you still attempt to persuade them? Ji-Yun observed Vegeta with sympathy. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. Perhaps it would be wiser to accompany them back to Earth, where a more promising future might await. Absolutely not, Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth. Having endured such profound humiliation, he had his limits. He would rather perish than acquiesce to Ji-Yun's demands. Very well, you desire the Dragon Balls, do you not? They reside on Earth, albeit capable of granting but a single wish. Fortunately, they are unclaimed objects, available to the worthy. If you are not interested, so be it, Ji-Yun said with a note of regret. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a jolt of hope surge within him. The Dragon Balls on Namek, though splendid, were scattered among the elders. Even if gathered, one would need to understand the Namekian language to utilize them. Moreover, with that scoundrel Naru around, the prospect of fulfilling his wish seemed like a fanciful dream. Actually, I might be able to, Vegeta stammered, seemingly relinquishing his princely dignity. Captivated by the overwhelming temptation, a triumphant smile spread across Ji-Yun's face. Then it is settled, he replied with a grin. Thus, under Ji-Yun's watchful gaze, they boarded the spaceship, heading towards Earth. At last, they were departing. Ji-Yun exhaled with relief as he observed the spaceship gradually receding into the distance. Finally, they were on their way. Without delay, Ji-Yun set about trying to sense the energy on Earth. For instantaneous movement, he needed a target to direct his teleportation. Alas, the distance between Earth and Namek was far too great. He could only ascertain a rough direction, and successfully pinpointing it would not be an easy task. After searching for most of the day, Ji-Yun finally determined Earth's location. He placed a finger on his forehead, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. On Namek, Ji-Yun's energy ceased to exist. What the hell is this? This is utterly unreliable, Ji-Yun exclaimed as he surveyed his surroundings, for he had not arrived on Earth, but rather on a planet rife with molten lava and storms. The howling winds, spewing magma, and the air thick with carbon dioxide and sulfur created an infernal atmosphere. For a moment, Ji-Yun found it difficult to breathe. Although the bloodline of the Saiyans allowed him to survive in space, this harsh environment was pushing his limits. Without a second thought, Ji-Yun pressed on. With a swift application of instantaneous movement, he escaped from the frigid planet. This doesn't seem quite right. Ji-Yun furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. This is a gas giant, bitterly cold. The surface gases have frozen into a veritable ice vault due to the extreme temperatures. Is this even feasible? Ji-Yun could not help but express his frustration. This is clearly not a product of the system. The margin for error is exceedingly low. Swish, swish, swish. Ji-Yun attempted several times, growing increasingly proficient in the technique of instantaneous movement. Finally, after numerous attempts, he returned to the Earth he had longed for. The onlookers stared in curiosity at the sudden appearance of a person seemingly out of thin air. It had been a full planetary cycle since he departed from Namek. Having traversed countless planets, his attire had become tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Paying no heed to the gazes of others, Ji-Yun made his way directly to the universal capsule. I, Ji-Yun, have finally returned. Ji-Yun strode confidently towards the entrance. Upon seeing him, the security personnel frowned and obstructed his passage. Leave, leave. This is not a place for begging. Go elsewhere. The guard reprimanded loudly, evidently mistaking Ji-Yun for a vagrant. Ji-Yun, although he felt humiliated by the guard, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, his appearance was indeed rather disheveled. Subsequently, Ji-Yun activated his time flash technique, vanishing from the spot in an instant. The guard stood bewildered, clearly perplexed by what had just transpired. How could a perfectly ordinary person simply disappear? At that moment, Ji-Yun had already returned to the familiar confines of his home. Though the time flash lasted only 0.1 seconds, it was ample enough for Ji-Yun to circle around the perimeter of the company. My dear, I've missed you so. Ji-Yun suddenly appeared behind Bulma, embracing her as she stood lost in thought. Bulma paused momentarily, then upon recognizing him, burst into tears of joy. The two embraced tightly. In the depths of the universe, on a picturesque and serene planet, the scene was quite different. What? You say Frieza has been killed? King Cold looked on in shock at the report from his subordinate. Why yes, your majesty. After several days of verification, we have confirmed that King Frieza has indeed been murdered. The trembling subordinate replied, hardly daring to breathe. Who did it? Do we have any information? King Cold regained his composure, though his expression remained grave. His son was immensely ambitious. Had it not been for his own restraint, Frieza would have rebelled long ago. Yet, ultimately, he was still his son. To have him killed like this would not be something the Frost Demon clan would take lightly. Indeed, it is true. King Frieza sought an object known as the Dragon Ball on the planet Namek. The subordinate recounted all that he knew in meticulous detail. In other words, Frieza was slain on that very planet. King Cold remarked with a stern countenance. Indeed, that is correct. The subordinate hastily replied. This should be impossible. I am well aware of the prowess of the Namekians, and they could not possibly have defeated Frieza. There must be others involved in this matter. King Cold asserted with grave seriousness. He was acutely aware of Frieza's strength. Those mere Namekians were certainly no match for him. Quite right, King Cold. We have ascertained through specialized detectors that a group once arrived on the planet Namek. Following Frieza's demise, this group departed. Their trajectory has already been secured by us. The subordinate reported, presenting the intelligence he had gathered. Simultaneously, a large screen behind them displayed an enormous circular spacecraft. The very vessel that Ji Yun and his companions had used to journey to the planet Namek. Humph. King Cold fixated on the ship, letting out a cold snort. Chapter 29. A great enemy approaches as the days swiftly pass. Half a year has elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta have returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, Vegeta's foremost objective is to seek the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, Master Roshi and his companions are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, intending to resurrect the slain Yamcha. Vegeta, in a fit of arrogance, seizes the Dragon Balls for himself. However, when he makes the wish for immortality, the dragon's response plunges him into despair. I'm afraid I cannot grant that wish. The realization ignites Vegeta's fury. Suddenly, he feels a sense of having been duped and immediately seeks to confront Chi-Yun. Yet, recollecting Chi-Yun's formidable strength, he hesitates. Thus, under Vegeta's reluctant gaze, the others successfully revive Yamcha. Vegeta, however, chooses not to leave Earth. With Frieza deceased, the remnants of Frieza's army are undoubtedly in disarray, and he prefers to refrain from becoming entangled in those affairs. Consequently, he remains on Earth. Despite his disdain for Chi-Yun, Goku, and Piccolo, he acknowledges their remarkable power, which could serve to hone his own abilities. When Vegeta approaches Chi-Yun, he is met with a resolute refusal. You wish to spar with me? Do you believe you are worthy? Chi-Yun's words leave Vegeta seething with indignation, yet he shamelessly proposes to train at Chi-Yun's facility, even requesting the construction of a gravity training chamber. Chi-Yun, his expression frosty and voice low, retorts vehemently, "Get lost." Having faced humiliation at Chi-Yun's hands, Vegeta departs and seeks out Goku. The two, sharing a mutual understanding, readily agree to train and engage in combat together. Over the course of several months of fierce battles, both experience significant growth in their prowess. Meanwhile, Chi-Yun remains industrious, taking another journey to the hyperbolic time chamber, aware that new adversaries are likely on the horizon. Time is no longer on his side. In this visit, he dedicates half a day, elevating his base combat power from 21 million to 35 million. While life on Earth unfolds in an orderly fashion, in the vastness of space, a colossal spaceship hurtles through the cosmos towards Earth. Accompanying it are numerous smaller vessels, all under the command of King Cold, who seeks vengeance for Frieza. With a dark expression, he gazes ahead, and as Earth draws nearer, a sinister smile creeps upon his face. On Earth, Goku and Vegeta are engaged in training on a secluded island. Their exchanges are dynamic and spirited. It is undeniable that both Goku and Vegeta possess extraordinary talents. In merely a few months, they have attained a power level comparable to that of Frieza. Such is the fate of protagonists. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce clash, the impact causing them to stagger back several paces. What's the matter, Kakarot? Is that all you've got? Vegeta taunted, gazing triumphantly at Son Goku. Just months prior, he had been no match for Goku, and in the early stages of his training, he had been thoroughly overpowered. Yet now, he found himself nearly equal to Goku, a realization that filled him with pride. Son Goku paid no heed to Vegeta's provocation. Instead, he looked skyward, pointing towards the horizon, and said to Vegeta, "There are several powerful energies approaching Earth from that direction. Can you sense them? As Goku focused on the energies, his brow furrowed slightly. He detected one particularly malevolent and formidable presence, one that even surpassed the notorious Frieza. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta too began to sense the energies. Indeed, numerous individuals were drawing near to Earth. What is happening? Vegeta's expression suddenly turned grave, as he felt a resurgence of the fear he had experienced under Frieza's dominion from that ominous energy. It seemed they were in for a fierce battle. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, "This enemy may very well be the strongest I have encountered thus far." The intensity of the energy alone made it clear to him that he was no match for this foe. Huh. A creature like that can be dealt with by me alone. Vegeta, after a brief moment of astonishment, smirked slightly and flew towards the source of the energy. Don't be reckless, Vegeta. This enemy is formidable. Goku, disregarding the urgency of the situation, hastily pursued him. Vegeta had always been somewhat arrogant, fully aware that he was outmatched, yet still choosing to act pretentiously. A few minutes later, Goku and Vegeta arrived in a vast valley. The approaching malevolent energies grew increasingly palpable. Just as they arrived, Piccolo descended from the skies. What's going on, Goku? Why is there such a sudden surge of powerful energy? Piccolo inquired with a serious expression. I don't know, but these individuals likely bear ill intentions. We may be facing a fierce battle. Goku replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also appeared in succession. In an instant, the warriors of Earth had regrouped once more. Hey, what are you useless fools doing here? We don't need you. Vegeta disdainfully remarked, casting a cold glare at the others. In the past, he had looked down upon them, and now, his contempt had only intensified. Hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin and the others instinctively clenched their fists. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? A cornered dog learns to bite, doesn't he? Piccolo retorted with a frigid tone, harboring no fondness for Vegeta. Each time he is beaten, he finds himself searching for his teeth, yet he still revels in his facade. Individuals of such ilk will never change, no matter how many times they endure such beatings. Ha! You wretched soul, dare to utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to end your existence. Vegeta's countenance darkened with fury. He held a deep-seated disdain for Piccolo. Vividly recalling the brutal thrashing he received on Namek, the memory lingered in his mind. This grudge had been harbored within him all along. Though Piccolo had made considerable progress during this period, he still paled in comparison to Vegeta. The disparity in their strengths was astronomical. Enough of this bickering. With a formidable enemy before us, we cannot afford to fracture from within. We shall discuss this after the battle, Goku interjected, putting an end to their quarrel. By the way, is Mr. Jiun not coming? Krillin inquired curiously, glancing at Goku. The others soon realized the absence. Indeed, where is our strongest warrior, Mr. Jiun? Is it conceivable that he would miss such an occasion? Chapter 30. The arrival of King Cold at this very moment, within Bulma's abode. A series of muffled cries reverberated throughout the room. Currently, Ji-Yun and Bulma were engaged in pursuits befitting their youth. He had long sensed the approach of a formidable adversary descending upon Earth. This foe's strength was indeed formidable, although still not a match for him. It posed a significant challenge for Goku and the others. He yearned to offer his assistance, yet he found himself utterly restrained. No, it was more accurate to say he could not extricate himself. Ji-Yun lowered his gaze to Bulma, whose cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. In an instant, clarity washed over him, and he silently cursed himself. How could he allow distractions to divert him from his important duties? Truly infuriating. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace. Beads of diligent sweat adorning his forehead, akin to an old ox toiling in the fields. Meanwhile, as everyone pondered Ji-Yun's delay, a thunderous sound erupted. A colossal spaceship descended from the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, slowly landing near the crowd. With a resounding thud, several smaller vessels appeared in their line of sight, sequentially alighting around the larger craft. Creaking and groaning, all the spaceship hatches swung open, revealing a battalion of uniformed and well-trained warriors emerging. At the forefront stood none other than King Cold, the father of Frieza. Is that Frieza? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. How could Frieza still be alive? He had witnessed Ji-Yun vanquish him with his own eyes. What was happening? Goku hesitated, struggling to comprehend the situation. Surely, this being had been eradicated. How could he have suddenly returned? That cannot be Frieza, Vegeta declared gravely. Having once served under Frieza for an extended period, he recognized that this individual, though strikingly similar in appearance to Frieza, was not the same. Moreover, this figure was evidently larger in stature. What overwhelming energy! How could we possibly prevail? Krillin nervously fixated on them, his voice trembling. Not only the leader, but even his subordinates exuded an aura of tremendous power. This planet is quite appealing, but alas, it is destined for destruction. King Cold surveyed his surroundings as he disembarked from the spacecraft. Were it not for his desire to avenge his son, he would be loath to annihilate this planet. It held potential for habitation or lucrative sale. Since we may not easily locate the one responsible for Frieza's demise, why not eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet first? Proposed a horned, violet-skinned individual, who was none other than Captain Ginyu, leader of the Ginyu Force. They had been spared from death as they had not yet ventured to Namek. This time, they followed King Kurd to Earth, seeking vengeance for their esteemed King Frieza. Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion. Proceed with it. King Kurd remarked nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. I shall obey. Captain Ginyu responded with enthusiasm. He and his comrades prepared to unleash havoc upon the city. Wait, Goku shouted, stepping in front of the departing Ginyu Force. This action inadvertently revealed their positions. That fool Kakarot. Vegeta muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow. At this moment, he felt no fear of the Ginyu Force, however. They still faced the unfathomable King Kurd. It was prudent to observe discreetly until they could ascertain the strength of their adversaries. Oh, haha. It seems we need not go to any trouble. Someone has already stepped forward. Captain Ginyu sneered as he glanced at Goku. Forget it. We will have to confront them sooner or later. Let us advance. Krillin gritted his teeth and swiftly joined Goku's side. This was a crucial moment for Earth's survival. Regardless of their individual strengths, contributing in any way was commendable. Seeing Krillin take the lead, the others abandoned their hiding spots and gathered around Goku. It appears there is still a considerable amount of trash to deal with, King Kurd remarked disdainfully, gazing upward. Observing the group before him, he noted their pitiful battle powers. They could not possibly be the ones responsible for Frieza's demise. What brings you to Earth? You are not welcome here. Goku boldly challenged, directing his question toward King Kurd rather than Captain Ginyu. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, King Kurd's expression darkened, and he coldly queried, Who killed my son Frieza? His gaze swept over the group. Although he doubted their capability to slay Frieza, he was certain they knew who had done it. You should leave. That individual is not someone you can provoke. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. It is not too late for you to depart and avoid following in Frieza's footsteps. Goku understood King Kurd's insinuation immediately and began to counsel him earnestly. Not someone I can provoke. Ha ha ha. King Kurd momentarily froze, then erupted into laughter. His subordinates, including the Ginyu Force, joined in mockery. Did you hear what that trash said? I should leave immediately? Ha ha ha. I must admit, the inhabitants of this planet possess a certain humor. Hey, kid, do you even know who stands before you? King Kurd exclaimed, nearly doubled over with laughter. After a spell of raucous mirth, he attempted to regain his composure, stating, That was a rather amusing joke. I shall consider making you my final kill. He certainly did not believe that anyone on this planet could vanquish Frieza. It must have been Frieza's own recklessness and underestimation that led him into the snares of treachery. Regrettably, he was not Frieza and would never grant this group any opportunity. King Cold, cease the idle chatter and eliminate them immediately. Captain Ginyu had long grown impatient. Very well, let us indulge them for a while. King Cold nodded in acquiescence to his subordinate's request. Rest assured, King Cold, our Ginyu Force shall ensure they enjoy themselves thoroughly. Ginyu smiled malevolently. Subsequently, they engaged in battle, each seeking their designated target. Everyone, be cautious. Goku suddenly shouted, alerting his companions. In the blink of an eye, Ginyu appeared directly before Goku. Without a moment's hesitation, they clashed fiercely. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha also encountered their adversaries, joining the fray. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained hidden in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 31. The Two Battles of Ji-Yun. Alas, this wretched group, do they possess no intellect? With such feeble skills, how could they ever hope to triumph over the Ginyu Force? Vegeta, concealed behind a boulder, let out a resigned sigh. Having once been a member of Frieza's army, he was acutely aware of the terror that the Ginyu Force instilled. Aside from Goku and Piccolo, who could reliably subdue their opponents, the others were clearly overestimating their capabilities, akin to a man trying to stop a chariot. Yet, this was advantageous. All attention was drawn to the battle. That fellow is certainly unprepared. Let this prince send you on your way. Vegeta cast his gaze towards King Cold, his mind calculating. He remained unwaveringly confident in his own strength. If he could strike, the demise of this foe was assured. With this thought, Vegeta swiftly moved, leaping directly in front of King Cold. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's hands radiated a brilliant golden light, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres upon King Cold. Each golden orb was infused with a ferocious energy. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions. Some of the surrounding subordinates barely had time to utter a cry before being obliterated into fragments. King Cold was instantly engulfed by waves of explosive flames. A thick cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the scene within. Splendid, I have succeeded. Vegeta clenched his fists, halting his assault, and a profound disdain filled his gaze. What? The others, hearing the incessant explosions, turned to look back. Vegeta, it is you, the traitor. Captain Ginyu, witnessing the chaos, shouted furiously at Vegeta. He yearned to rush forward and slay the traitor on the spot. Unfortunately, his opponent was Goku, whose strength left him no room to attend to other matters. Humph, what of Frieza's father? To perish at the hands of this prince is a privilege. Vegeta scoffed, pride gleaming in his eyes, seemingly elated at the prospect of personally vanquishing King Cold. How dare this insignificant insect attempt to ambush me? You have done well. A chilling voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Soon, the haze dissipated, revealing the massive figure of King Cold once again before the onlookers. Clearly, Vegeta's royal tactics had faltered once more. King Cold's expression was grim. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to strike at him. Truly, they must be tired of living. Ah, this fool, utterly inept at achieving success, yet proficient at causing his own downfall. Piccolo observed the astonished Vegeta, shaking his head in resignation. After all, he was Frieza's progenitor. His strength was surely not inferior to Frieza's, perhaps even greater. How could one expect to succeed so easily? Damn it, I miscalculated. How could nothing have happened? What a joke. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly frantic, the muscles in his face beginning to twitch slightly. When one commits a wrongdoing, one must accept the consequences. Do you agree? King Cold spoke, his tone frigid. Then, the body vanished in place. When he reappeared, he stood before Vegeta. Whoosh. In the next instant, King Cold's tail struck like a whip, landing squarely on Vegeta's face. Ah! Vegeta cried out, his entire body being flung to the ground. A crimson mark appeared on his cheek, and blood continuously oozed from his mouth. Several teeth were knocked out, rendering him utterly powerless. Damn it! Goku exclaimed, his voice a low growl of indignation. Kamehameha, threefold Kaioken. Goku resolved to put an end to the battle with all his might. The sudden eruption of Goku's power left Ginyu astounded. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest as Goku's fist connected with his torso. Ginyu immediately spat blood, his body hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. The people of Earth witnessed Goku's triumph over an enemy, their morale soaring as they rallied to defend their planet, unleashing their full potential in the fight. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corp, Ji-Yun was equally strained. The beads of sweat on his forehead testament to the battle's intensity. He too exerted every ounce of strength as the situation escalated to a fever pitch. Ji-Yun summoned his energy, intensifying his assault, preparing for the final push. Opposite him, Bulma struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step. On the ocean's surface, the tides surged violently, crashing against the shore. Suddenly, the sea erupted in a torrent, sweeping across the land. Oh, ah! Accompanied by two peculiar cries, Ji-Yun halted his attack as the waters calmed, the air infused with the scent of the sea. Bulma, I must take my leave for a moment. There's an urgent situation with Goku. I will return shortly. Ji-Yun gently kissed Bulma before sensing Goku's energy, employing instant transmission to vanish from the spot and rush to the next battlefield. Humph, a man, just leaving me here. Bulma pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. However, she did not dwell on it, understanding that Ji-Yun was in a hurry. Perhaps Goku was indeed facing a significant crisis. Feeling fatigued herself, her flushed cheeks still not faded, she changed the sheets and drifted into slumber. On the other side of the battlefield, the Ginyu force, under Goku's coordination, was systematically defeated, each member falling to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Oh, not bad at all. King Cold observed in astonishment as he watched Goku and his companions. Clearly, he had not anticipated their victory over the Ginyu force. I still advise you to leave quickly, otherwise it will be too late, and you will truly perish. With a grave expression, Wukong gazed intently at King Cold. He had just utilized the Kaioken technique, leaving him severely drained of energy. Should he engage in combat forcefully, he would undoubtedly face grave peril. King Cold disdainfully surveyed the onlookers, and with a powerful swing of his tail, he struck the battered Vegeta once more. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta, his body marred with injuries. Am I to perish? By mere pests like you? King Cold sneered at Wukong and his companions. As the battle raged on, Vegeta's bones had been shattered under the relentless assault. A stark reminder to these worthless beings of the fate that befalls those who dare to provoke a king. Pardon my interruption, A sudden voice interjected. Ji Yun appeared behind King Cold, lightly patting his shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he continued, "Regardless of your decision, your demise is imminent." Chapter 32. Turn Caswin? The King of Kurd was taken aback. With his formidable strength, he had failed to detect someone behind him. Suddenly turning around, he spoke in a deep tone. "Who are you?" The onlookers from Earth were relieved to see it was Ji Yun, as if a savior had descended upon them. "Me? I am the person you have been yearning to find." Ji Yun replied with a tranquil smile. "Huh, I never expected you to dare show yourself. How foolish." The King of Kurd retorted, regaining his composure with a tone of disdain. Ji Yun shook his head in resignation. "Truly a family resemblance. Your manner of speaking is identical." According to the timeline, Turncast was expected to arrive soon. It would be easy to eliminate this foe. However, Ji Yun had received a mission from the system several days prior, compelling him to act, for the rewards promised were exceptionally bountiful. If he could defeat the King of Kurd, his combat power would double. This was the system's incentive. Seeking death, the King of Kurd's gaze suddenly turned sharp. In an instant, his massive form surged forward, arriving before Ji Yun. His colossal fist descended like a hammer, executing a technique aimed directly at Ji Yun's head. Ji Yun observed the impending blow with indifference. Suddenly, his inner energy coalesced, and a crimson aura erupted around him. Tenfold Kaioken. Ji Yun unleashed his power, and a fierce gale enveloped him. The King of Kurd's fist was halted mid-air, unable to descend upon Ji Yun. With a foundational combat power of 35 million. Augmented by the Kaioken, Ji Yun's strength soared to an astounding 350 million. The King of Kurd's power was barely superior to Frieza's, rendering him utterly inadequate in comparison to Ji Yun. How is this possible? How could he possess such strength? The King of Kurd's eyes widened in horror. He could not fathom how a mere human could wield such formidable power. Merely through the sheer force of his aura, Ji Yun had thwarted his attack. Boom! With a resounding thud, the King of Kurd was sent crashing to the ground. Throughout the entire encounter, Ji Yun had not even lifted a finger. It was solely his overwhelming aura that had toppled the King of Kurd. The spectators, who had been observing the battle, were rendered speechless. Goku and Piccolo were somewhat accustomed to such displays, having witnessed the earth-shattering battle on Namek. However, for the others, it was their first encounter with such a powerful Ji Yun, leaving them utterly astounded and speechless. Ji Yun appeared even more composed, considering this outcome entirely normal. He strode over to the fallen Kurd and spoke in a calm tone. "You will soon be reunited with your son." Upon hearing these words, the King of Kurd felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would never have sought vengeance for his unfortunate son. "Please, do not kill me. I can give you this planet." "No, I will offer you the entire star system. It is no problem. All I ask is that you spare my life." "I promise I shall never return to this place," pleaded King Kurd in a panic. Truly, a master reveals their prowess with a single strike. Though unscathed, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this young man. As for avenging his son, let anyone who wishes to do so take up that mantle. "Huh. The way you, members of the Frozen Demon clan, beg for mercy is rather unique, is it not? Have you all been specially trained?" Ji Yun teased, gazing at King Kurd. Previously, when Frieza was on the verge of death, he insisted on becoming Ji Yun's dog, a proposal Ji Yun had declined. Now, even his father was begging for mercy and offering to bestow an entire galaxy upon him. What of dignity? What of pride? What of the principles that define the Frozen Demon clan? "How do you know we are of the Frozen Demon clan?" King Kurd exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Their kind was scarce, and no one in the universe truly knew what they were. How could this young man possess such profound knowledge? "I have no need to explain much to a corpse," Ji Yun replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze turning menacing. "Do not," King Kurd began. But before he could finish, Ji Yun's fist pierced through his body. Bloodshot eyes filled with anguish, he felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yun withdrew his fist and seized King Kurd's form, hurling him skyward with great force. Huh! Ji Yun unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! A magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the sky. On Earth, the presence of King Kurd was no more. Thus, another grave crisis for the planet was swiftly averted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have been rewarded with doubled combat power. The system's notification echoed in Ji Yun's mind. As the energy within him surged explosively once more, a faint smile graced Ji Yun's lips. A foundational combat power of 70 million. How splendid. The others erupted in cheers, celebrating the resolution of this crisis. Alas, poor Vegeta, whose bones had been pulverized by King Kurd. Just as the crowd rejoiced, an odd flying machine materialized out of thin air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The craft descended slowly under their watchful eyes. The hatch opened from above, and a blue-haired youth emerged, leaping down from the vehicle. He surveyed the surrounding crowd with astonishment, then slowly spoke. "Where are Frieza and King Kurd? They should have arrived on Earth by now." "What? You were here to defend Earth as well?" "No need for that. Frieza is already dead. And King Kurd has been vanquished by Ji-Yun." Goku stepped forward, patting the boy on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. "What?" The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could this be? They should have just arrived at this time, only to be defeated by Goku. How had everything changed, and who was Ji-Yun? This person had never existed in the future. Moreover, wait a moment, is this person Uncle Wukong?" The youth gazed at Wukong in astonishment, his heart brimming with mounting confusion. This defies logic. Wukong should not be here at this point in time. "Mr. Wukong, are you capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan?" The boy inquired slowly, eyeing the figure before him. "Huh." Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the question. What exactly is a Super Saiyan? The name certainly sounds impressive. At this moment, the boy was utterly flabbergasted. This was entirely unlike the history he had known. Why was son Wukong unaware of what a Super Saiyan was? "Hey, Ji-Yun, do you know what a Super Saiyan is?" Wukong called out loudly to Ji-Yun, who had also been observing the situation from a distance, and leaped over. Meanwhile, the weakened Vegeta, lying on the ground, weakly opened his eyes and mumbled, "Super Saiyan. I certainly know what a Super Saiyan is," Ji-Yun replied with a smile, carefully scrutinizing the young boy. Chapter 33. Trunks. The young Trunks scrutinized Ji-Yun earnestly. The two exchanged glances. While the onlookers fixated on them, their curiosity piqued by the boy's identity. However, within Trunks' heart, tumultuous waves surged. What was happening? He had never encountered this individual before. Why was Goku unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans? If this were the case, the future would indeed be doomed. Noticing the boy's silence, Goku shook his shoulder and inquired, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say you knew?" Startled, Trunks snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with confusion as he stammered. "I am Trunks, and I hail from the future. My mind is a complete blank, and I do not know what to do." The crowd gasped at Trunks' revelation. "What? From the future? Surely you jest." Ji-Yun, however, smiled mysteriously. It appeared that his presence had entirely disrupted Trunks' judgment. "Do not worry, Trunks. I believe you. If you have indeed traveled from the future, there must be a reason. You may speak freely, perhaps we can devise a solution together." Ji-Yun spoke calmly, fully aware of Trunks' purpose for arriving. Yet, seeing the boy's bewilderment, he felt compelled to guide him gently. With a heavy sigh, Trunks murmured almost inaudibly, "It seems that time is truly irreversible. I was far too presumptuous." The onlookers remained perplexed by Trunks' words. "Whatever it is, just tell us. We might be able to assist you. Even if we cannot, we have Ji-Yun here, who is exceptionally formidable." Krillin stepped forward with a smile. Trunks surveyed the crowd, and then turned his gaze to Goku, his expression becoming intricate. He had come seeking Goku's aid, but the current Goku appeared far too weak. He estimated that a single punch could incapacitate him. Nevertheless, when his gaze shifted to Ji-Yun, he felt a sudden jolt of realization. "Sir, may I request a moment of your time?" Trunks respectfully addressed Ji-Yun. Nodding slightly, Ji-Yun and Trunks ascended to the other side of the mountain. "May I ask, how did you come to know of the Super Saiyan?" Trunks inquired earnestly, sensing that the alteration in the course of history was due to the individual before him. In the future, no such person existed. "This question is quite simple. I am also a Saiyan," Ji-Yun replied, narrowing his eyes with a casual air. This is impossible. How could it be?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. His mind spiraled into chaos. It was evident that he had traversed into a different realm. This was certainly not the past of his own world. "All right, if you have something to convey, please do so swiftly. I have much to attend to," Ji-Yun said, displaying a hint of boredom. "You have been rambling. Now, please, speak before I take the initiative on your behalf." "Very well. I have come in search of Uncle Wukong." Trunks, taking a moment to calm his emotions, gradually articulated the purpose of his visit. He revealed the dire news of the future, where the artificial beings had decimated the strongest warriors on Earth, as well as the tragic tidings of Wukong's untimely demise. It was a stark reality. Yet this timeline was fundamentally different from what he had known. Trunks lamented, as he had hoped that Wukong could avert the crisis of the artificial beings in the past, thereby indirectly saving the future. Alas, this plan had now fallen through. Ji-Yun observed the despondent Trunks, his heart heavy with empathy. Watching Dragon Ball in the past, he had sensed the immense burden this individual bore alone, with the weight of the future resting squarely upon his shoulders. Some had even jested, dubbing him truly difficult Trunks, for the future was indeed fraught with challenges. However, even if he were to eliminate the artificial beings here, the threats from the future would remain intact. For upon traversing through time, The fabric of reality had already bifurcated into two distinct realms. By the way, Mr. Ji-yun, I have heard that you are exceptionally powerful. Many of the enemies on Earth have fallen before you? Trunks inquired, looking at Ji-yun. Ji-yun had previously mentioned his Saiyan lineage, which suggested he too could ascend to become a Super Saiyan. Perhaps he could place his hopes upon him. It is merely a trivial endeavor. Consider it a chance to stretch my limbs. Ji-yun responded with a smile. Trunks, encouraged by Ji-yun's confident demeanor, felt reassured. Before the emergence of the artificial beings, with the power of a Super Saiyan, no adversary would stand a chance against him. Then, Mr. Ji-yun, I implore you to transform into a Super Saiyan and engage me in battle, Trunks declared with unwavering determination. He yearned for Ji-yun to be genuinely formidable, as such a possibility would herald hope for the future. Ji-yun paused momentarily, then responded with a grin. Of course, we can battle, but the transformation shall be omitted. I fear the might may be too great to control and could inadvertently harm you. Yet, a rather awkward smile adorned his face, for he had yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The prerequisite for a Saiyans transformation was fury, and maintaining a cheerful disposition made that quite a challenge. Very well then, Mr. Ji-yun, be cautious, Trunks said, his gaze intensifying as he unleashed an unparalleled aura. A golden flame enveloped him, and his hair stood upright in a brilliant display. His pupils transformed into a light blue hue, sparkling with intensity as he regarded Ji-yun. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji-yun was overwhelmed with emotion. This was the legendary transformation. No, the Super Saiyan. Truly magnificent. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a formidable aura surged from him as well. The Kaioken technique activated once more, a crimson flame igniting around Ji-yun. At that moment, the golden and red lights intertwined in a breathtaking display. Is this the extent of Mr. Ji-yun's power? It is astonishing. In a moment of astonishment, Trunks exclaimed inwardly, realizing that he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. What would happen if he did? The aura emanating from Ji-yun could only be described as extravagant, instantly captivating Trunks, the young admirer. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout to the heavens. Mother, we are saved. Observing Trunks' excited expression, Ji-yun could only shake his head in resignation. It was hardly surprising, considering that Ji-yun had just received a system reward, doubling his combat power. With the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold, his combat strength soared to an astounding 700 million. Hey, kid, we can begin now, Ji-yun remarked. Noticing Trunks' hesitation to act, awakened by the call, Trunks promptly reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Fight. What was the point? With such power, even the two future androids combined would pose no challenge. Chapter 34. Journey to the future. Upon witnessing Trunks revert from his transformed state, Ji-yun inquired directly. What's the matter? Aren't we going to fight? With a sheepish grin and a scratch of his head, Trunks replied, No more fighting. Your strength is evident, and I realized that engaging would serve no purpose. Very well then, what do you plan to do next? Ji-yun also returned to his normal state, having dispelled the Kaioken technique. With you here, eliminating the androids would be a mere trifle. If you can deal with them ahead of time, the future will remain peaceful, Trunks remarked cheerfully, seemingly filled with hopeful visions of what lay ahead. However, Ji-yun furrowed his brow, dousing the optimism with a cold splash of reality. You are being rather naive, aren't you? This timeline has no connection to yours. Even if I were to eradicate the androids here, it would have no bearing on your future. Ji-yun felt momentarily speechless. Even in the absence of his own presence, the androids would still require Trunks to confront them in the future. Trunks suddenly came to a realization. His hopes dashed anew. Indeed, in the future, there is no Ji-yun. We are not at the same timeline. What was I thinking? Observing Trunks' despondent demeanor, Ji-yun felt a wave of sympathy for him. After all, the future was fraught with challenges. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more in Ji-yun's mind. Ding! Androids 17 and 18 are wreaking havoc in the future. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Respect history and let nature take its course. Reward. Body fusion technique. Choice 2. Save the future by eliminating the androids. Reward. Controllable Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing the second option, Ji-yun's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, a Super Saiyan transformation, it's finally here. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively chose the second option. The allure of becoming a Super Saiyan was simply too enticing to resist. Clearing his throat after making his selection, Ji-yun glanced at the sorrowful Trunks and coughed lightly. Instantly, Trunks' gaze turned towards him. Although I cannot alter history, I can assist you in eliminating the androids in the future. Ji-yun spoke earnestly, his face reflecting a compassionate demeanor. Of course, this was all an act, a mere facade to fulfill his mission. Is that even possible? Trunks' eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he exclaimed. How would we know unless we try? Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Since the system has issued this task, it must be feasible. That's wonderful. If Mr. Ji-Yun is with us, our future will be saved. Trunks declared, his face alight with excitement. He had experienced Ji-Yun's prowess firsthand, and if he could successfully be brought to the future, the androids would pose no challenge at all. Let us depart. I am rather busy as well, so it is best to leave early and return promptly. Ji-Yun remarked softly. Indeed. Trunks nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the two lightly leaped and reappeared before the crowd. Everyone, I have matters to discuss with this young man. The specifics will be elucidated by Piccolo. Ji-Yun addressed the assembly. Accompanied by Trunks, he promptly entered the time machine. Ji-Yun was acutely aware that Piccolo's unique ear structure would undoubtedly allow him to overhear their conversation. Entrusting the explanation to Piccolo was the most prudent course of action. As the machine ascended slowly into the sky, Trunks caught sight of his unfortunate father, lying rigidly on the ground. A jolt of electricity seemed to course through him as he gazed at the scene. Ji-Yun discerned Trunks' distress and gently reassured him. Rest assured, Vegeta is merely injured. With a Senzu bean, he shall recover in no time. In truth, Ji-Yun possessed Senzu beans. He simply wished to conserve them for Vegeta, knowing that he would not perish and preferring to save resources where possible. Trunks gradually regained his composure, casting aside his worries. He deftly maneuvered the machine, vanishing into the ether. On Earth, the presence of Ji-Yun and the young man dissipated. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, entirely at a loss. Before turning their attention to Piccolo, sensing their gaze, Piccolo began to recount the young man's origins and the impending threats that loomed over the Earth. It was even more astonishing to discover that Ji-Yun was also a Saiyan, a revelation that defied imagination. As the crowd absorbed this information, they found it difficult to accept. All right, everyone, we must also commence our training, Goku declared, brimming with enthusiasm. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Piccolo cautioned the assembly, although they were uncertain of the truth behind the young man's words. It was prudent to prepare early, especially considering the grim future he had described, where all present would meet their demise, a thought both terrifying and sobering. I concur with Piccolo. If there is nothing further, I shall begin my rigorous training, Goku stated earnestly, feeling the widening gap between himself and Ji-Yun, which stoked his competitive spirit. With that, he departed the scene. We shall take our leave. Farewell. One by one, the inhabitants of Earth began to exit, seeking their respective training grounds in preparation for the battles that lay ahead. However, one individual remained, a tragic figure lying unnoticed. You bastards, what about me? Vegeta croaked, though his voice went unheard. The cold wind swept through the area, leaving him alone to grapple with his disarray. In a swift motion, the time machine arrived in the future, descending gently upon a landscape of ruins. Creak. The hatch slowly opened. Ji-Yun leaped forth, continuously surveying the surroundings. Alas, the plight of humanity in the future is indeed formidable. Ji-Yun could not help but exclaim in lament. All around lay the remnants of shattered walls, and the ground was strewn with the remnants of human bones. Although the sun was shining, the sky was shrouded in a dull haze, presenting a dismal visage as if the earth were on the brink of annihilation. Ah, how could I forget? Turnak's expression darkened as he called out loudly. The sudden outcry startled Ji-Yun considerably. What have you forgotten? Ji-Yun steadied his racing heart and replied calmly. Mr. Wukong suffers from a viral heart condition. I neglected to mention it earlier, and I also forgot to bring his medication. Turnak explained with chagrin. Ji-Yun suddenly realized, indeed, this was the matter at hand. I recall from the original text that Wukong indeed had this ailment. It matters not. I can bring it to him upon my return. Ji-Yun said with a gentle smile. Chapter 35. Bulma of the Future Time and Space. A sharp sound pierced the air. While the two were engaged in conversation, a bullet struck Ji-Yun's cheek. What the hell is happening? Is there an ambush? Ji-Yun complained weakly while touching his face. The bullet, having hit his resilient body, caused him no pain whatsoever. It was merely a fleeting sensation. Everyone, refrain from firing. It's me, Turnanks. Turnanks offered Ji-Yun an apologetic glance, then began shouting to those around him. In this harsh future world, vigilance was paramount. Any suspicious occurrence warranted immediate caution. It's Turnanks. Turnanks has returned. Please, do not act rashly. They are not foes. Gradually, survivors hidden among the ruins began to emerge. All were disheveled and filthy, their faces etched with hardship. Turnanks, we apologize. We did not recognize you. When we saw two figures appear suddenly, we instinctively mistook you for artificial beings. An elderly man with white hair spoke sheepishly to Turnanks. Not a problem, old man. In these trying times, I completely understand. Ji-yun replied, feeling rather exasperated. After all, it was he who had been attacked. He deserved an apology. This gentleman is... The white-haired elder inquired instinctively. In this world, Turnanks was the sole powerhouse. The others were merely ordinary people. That bullet, if not aimed at Turnanks, would have surely proven fatal for any commoner. Thus, Ji-yun had not garnered much attention. Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is Mr. Ji-yun, a formidable ally I have brought from the future. He is even more powerful than I am. He can undoubtedly vanquish the artificial beings, Turnanks proclaimed to the elder, as more and more people gathered. Skepticism flickered in their eyes upon hearing that this young man surpassed their savior, Turnanks. How could he possibly be stronger than Turnanks? A scruffy middle-aged man questioned doubtfully. Do not patronize us, Turnanks. We have not lost hope yet. The white-haired elder reassured Turnanks, patting him on the shoulder. Indeed, as long as you are here, we shall confront the artificial beings to the very end. Yes, to the end. To the end. The crowd erupted passionately in unison. No, my friends, Mr. Ji-yun truly is. Turnanks hastily attempted to clarify. Yet, Ji-yun tugged at his sleeve, interrupting him. The fear of artificial beings had permeated the hearts of these survivors, leaving them devoid of hope. If there truly existed someone as powerful as Ji-yun in the past, how could they have found themselves in such dire straits? Clearly, one has taken on the role of a comforting condiment for them. Well, my friends, whether you believe it or not, I have come from the past to join you in the battle against the artificial beings, Ji-yun said with a smile, completely unconcerned by their skepticism. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, setting aside the question of strength for the moment. One must acknowledge that he has indeed arrived from the past to assist them. Very well, everyone. Let us return for now and then deliberate on our next course of action. Technics stated with a sense of resignation. Let our strength speak for itself. The group held a considerable degree of trust in Technic's words. They then withdrew from the area and made their way towards the underground base of the survivors. After approximately an hour of walking, they arrived at a concealed entrance. Cautiously, they descended the stairs. Lord Technics has returned. The children in the base exclaimed joyfully upon seeing their idol. They promptly swarmed around him. The once dreary underground was now filled with a vibrant atmosphere of happiness. Ji-yun surveyed his surroundings. Within the underground base, the majority consisted of the elderly, women, and children, lacking combat capability. Their primary role was to provide logistical support for those fighting on the front lines. Mr. Ji-yun, let me take you to meet my mother, Technic said, approaching Ji-yun with a smile. Very well, Ji-yun replied with a subtle nod, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Ah, Bulma of this era. The two slowly made their way to the end of the base, where a brightly lit room stood. This was Bulma's laboratory, the sole scientific facility of this time. Mom, I'm back, Technics exclaimed joyfully as he pushed open the door. Bulma was seated before a computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Upon hearing Technic's voice, she paused her typing, removed her glasses, and looked at her son with delight. Technics has returned. How is it? Did you meet your father in the past? Bulma inquired with a smile. Yes, I did see him, but Technics hesitated momentarily. But what? Is it that your father is rather aloof? Bulma mused. Indeed. He is a proud man, quite difficult to engage with. She chuckled, her eyes filled with nostalgic memories. Listening to his mother, Technics recalled his encounter with Vegeta. When he traveled back, the people on Earth were seemingly at peace, laughing and conversing, while he alone lay on the ground, ignored by all. Proud. It was hardly evident. It was rather pitiful. Mom, I didn't return to the past. The time machine brought me to a parallel universe. Technics interjected, clarifying. A parallel universe? Bulma appeared somewhat perplexed, her brows slightly furrowed. This shouldn't be the case. She held great confidence in her creations. There should be no errors. By the way, Mom, allow me to introduce someone. This is Ji-yun, a formidable individual from another parallel universe. He has come here alongside me via the time machine to assist us, Trunks remarked, gesturing toward Ji-yun at the doorway. It was then that Bulma noticed another person standing at the entrance. Her tightly knit brows relaxed as she greeted him with a smile. Internally, she mused that it seemed the time machine had indeed malfunctioned, for this person had not existed in the past. Meanwhile, Ji-yun found himself lost in thought, gazing at Bulma from this world, his heart heavy with an indescribable feeling. Although he understood that this place bore no connection to him, and that this Bulma was also a being from a different timeline, the sight of her weary visage stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Chapter 36. The arrival of the androids. What has happened to Mr. Ji-yun? This is my mother, Bulma. Are you not familiar with her in that timeline? Trunks inquired curiously, observing Ji-yun, who seemed momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Ji-yun smiled and replied, I am more than familiar with your mother. I am simply taken aback. Your transformation is truly remarkable. Ji Yun's gaze softened as he looked at Bulma. She brushed her hair back and shook her head with a bittersweet expression. In this world, surviving is already a stroke of luck. Ji Yun sighed, noting how much this timeline's Bulma had matured, completely shedding the innocence of her younger self. How has my counterpart been in another world? Is she well? Bulma asked Ji Yun with curiosity. She was aware of the existence of parallel dimensions. Even if their histories diverged, it should be somewhat similar. You are thriving in that world. I will ensure her safety, Ji Yun declared with unwavering determination. Bulma regarded Ji Yun with surprise. Such words seemed beyond the bounds of mere friendship. Recalling the complex emotions reflected in Ji Yun's gaze moments before, she smiled knowingly. Taking a moment to observe his features, secretly delighted. It appears that my alternate self has discerning taste. I see. Then you must take good care of her, Bulma said with a warm smile directed at Ji Yun. I will, Ji Yun affirmed resolutely, vowing to protect his Bulma from any harm. Trunks, listening to their exchange, was somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? I'm still young. Could you be a bit clearer? And what about Vegeta? How is he? Bulma, as the version from this timeline, remained quite concerned about Vegeta. He is doing quite well, still the same as ever. Ji Yun pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled in relief. That's good. That's good. It seems everyone is faring well in another timeline. Trunks regarded Ji Yun with a peculiar expression. He had seen Vegeta in a rather battered state. How could he be described as doing well? As the conversation unfolded, a sudden thud echoed from below, causing the entire room to tremble, with the lights overhead flickering erratically. Trunks, the androids are here. At that moment, a child burst through the door, panic-stricken and shouting. Ji Yun. Trunks turned his gaze towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun glanced at Bulma and then, with a steely gaze, proclaimed, Let us go. I will confront them. Though this timeline's Bulma was not his own, he could not bear the thought of her suffering. On the base's ground, countless bullets rained down upon the two figures ahead, and rows of RPG fire relentlessly bombarded the area. The fierce flames blaze amidst the ruins, emanating a pungent scent of smoke. Yet ahead, two figures stride forward with unwavering determination. A pack of insignificant ants. A youth with dark hair parted in the middle gazes disdainfully at the fiery spectacle before him, a scoff escaping his lips. With a mere flick of his finger, a beam of energy swiftly darts forth. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberates, reducing countless souls to mere ashes. The sounds of gunfire and artillery abruptly diminish by half. Hey, number 17, you've killed quite a few. If you wipe them all out, what will we have left to play with? A discontented blonde girl interjects. These two are the artificial beings created by Dr. Jero, number 17 and number 18, the very architects of this world as descend into hell. It's of no consequence. If you don't slay more, how will Trunks ever emerge? After all, it's been quite some time since we've had our fun with him, number 17 replies with a cruel smile gracing his lips. Let it be clear. Trunks is my prey. You are not to interfere. Number 18, her expression sour, recalls how number 17 had preemptively attacked during their last encounter with Trunks, leaving him incapacitated for 2 months, forcing her to amuse herself by slaughtering ordinary people in his absence. All right, this time I shall concede to you. Allow me to take care of these minions, number 17 cheerfully declares, once again unleashing a beam towards the remaining crowd. It's over, it's over. A resistance fighter cries in despair, clutching his head as the ray approaches. In an instant, the combatants in the trench abandon their struggle, their eyes devoid of hope, awaiting death like the mortally wounded. They are, after all, mere humans, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the artificial beings. Their long-standing resistance has been nothing but a form of self-deception, harboring a futile hope that one day they might vanquish these foes. Yet each attack results in devastating losses, often leaving no survivors. With a violent explosion, a deafening roar echoes. However, those in the trench remain unharmed. What is happening? The crowd in the trench peaks up in confusion. It's Trunks. Trunks has arrived. Someone suddenly exclaims loudly, just as the beam is about to engulf them. Trunks and Ji Yun's timely intervention shields the onlookers from the impending strike. The little mouse finally shows itself. Number 17 growls in frustration upon seeing his attack thwarted. Trunks, radiant with golden light, has transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Artificial beings, today marks your demise, he declares with gritted teeth. The torment they have inflicted upon humanity can only be repaid with death. Is that so? You surely can't be the same fool I rendered senseless last time. Can you? Upon hearing these words, number 17 erupted into laughter, mercilessly mocking Trunks. Trunks let out a cold snort, refraining from retorting. He knew the truth of the matter. On his own, he could not contend with them. Yet, Mr. Ejuan, they are the ones. Trunks gestured towards the androids, addressing Ejuan beside him. Very well, I understand. Ejuan replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on number 17 and number 18. It must be said, number 18 is indeed quite striking. Alas, Ejuan was acutely aware that the androids in this world had devolved into the epitome of malevolence, devoid of any semblance of humanity. So, it appears he sought allies, but they seem rather unimpressive. Number 17 remarked coldly. In this realm, the two of them are the most formidable. Regardless of the allies Trunks may find, they would never be a match for the likes of them. Chapter 37. I prefer to kill with a dull knife. It's not much, but it's a toy nonetheless. I'll leave it to you, 18 said with a cheerful smile. Oh, there's no helping it. I hope this trash can provide me with some amusement, 17 replied helplessly, seemingly confident that he had already secured the upper hand over Ji-Yun. Hey, you over there, your opponent is me. I can give you one hand, but let me make one thing clear. If you don't entertain me, I will kill you. 17 shouted at Ji-Yun, his eyes brimming with mockery. This guy is insufferably arrogant. Trunks clenched his fists, yearning to rush in and eliminate him immediately. What's the matter, Trunks? You don't seem to be satisfied, do you? Why don't you both come at me together? I'll take care of you both, 17 said with a wide grin, reveling in their anger. The more enraged others became, the more delighted he felt. 17, I told you Trunks is under my charge. Don't overstep your bounds, 18 said coldly to 17. Oh, fine. I got it, 17 replied impatiently. Trunks, keep your cool. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Ji-Yun said calmly to Trunks. These mere androids are no match for my current strength. Defeating them would be effortless. However, if I were to kill them outright, it would be too merciful. Just as Ji-Yun's words fell, time seemed to momentarily halt in the world around them. Yet, none of those present sensed the stillness of time. Since you are all destined to die, cease your squabbling. Ji-Yun's deep voice resonated behind 17 and 18. When did he? The two suddenly gasped, spinning around with alarm. Ji-Yun's icy visage loomed before them. So fast. Trunks stuttered in astonishment, struggling to find his words. Just a moment ago, Ji-Yun was conversing with him. How could he have instantaneously appeared behind the androids? That speed was beyond his comprehension. 17 and 18 exchanged glances, instinctively creating distance between themselves. It seemed this individual meant business. 17's demeanor grew serious. The opponent's speed had surpassed his expectations. You've slaughtered all the kind-hearted. Am I not the only ruthless one left? Ji-Yun's light voice echoed behind them once more, like thunder that reverberated within their hearts. 17 and 18 turned again, still confronted by Ji-Yun's frostbitten countenance. This is impossible, 18 exclaimed, her gaze never leaving Ji-Yun. Yet in that fleeting moment, it appeared as though Ji-Yun vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind them. You bastard, die? 17 yelled in a fit of rage, gathering a wave of energy in his hand and launching it toward Ji-Yun. I am right here. Where do you intend to strike? Ji-Yun appeared beside number 17, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. This. Number 17 looked as though he had seen a ghost, his face filled with terror. The light wave in his hand had been released instantaneously. Even if this person was incredibly swift, he should have seen the light wave launch before attempting to evade it. There ought to be some reaction time, after all. Yet, the moment this individual appeared beside him, he had merely lifted his hand. When Ji-Yun tapped his shoulder, the light wave had only just been unleashed. It felt as though he were disconnected from the world, perpetually a beat behind. Do not look at me that way. I am not a ghost, Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly, observing number 17's expression. He had merely employed the technique of flash time. A mere 0.1 seconds may seem trivial, but at his velocity, that span was ample enough for him to complete a full set of military-style punches, coupled with a 360-degree somersault. Number 18, let's attack together. No. 17 gritted his teeth. Number 18's countenance also darkened significantly. This individual was too formidable. If they did not take him seriously, their carefree lives might very well come to an end. As soon as the words left his lips, the two of them swung their fists, preparing to strike Ji-Yun from either side. Humph. Ji-Yun scoffed coldly and activated flash time once more. Before their attacks could land on him, they had already endured hundreds of punches from Ji-Yun. Their fists froze in midair, and then, clutching their abdomens, they fell to the ground. What transpired here? How did the androids fall? Ternakos licked his lips, his eyes brimming with disbelief. From his perspective, he had only witnessed number 17 and number 18 simultaneously attack Ji-Yun, who remained stationary. The fists of the two androids had stopped midair, as if they had suffered a grievous blow, collapsing to the ground. Were it not for the current circumstances, Ternakos would have believed they were staging a farce. The androids have been defeated? We have hope. Among the survivors, many have been closely watching the battlefield. Upon seeing number 17 and number 18 on the ground, their eyes sparkled with ecstasy. Ternakos was not lying. This young man is genuinely formidable. Those who had previously doubted Ji Yun now displayed expressions of shame. After all, these were androids. Never before had anyone managed to overcome them, especially not two at once. It was akin to a divine intervention. But let us not celebrate too soon. They are not dead yet. Ternakos' expression remained grave. So what now? Do you wish to continue fighting? Ji Yun regarded the fallen duo with indifference. Humph, is that the extent of your attack? I expected something far more formidable. Number 17 rolled over and stood back up. He had not precisely discerned how he had been struck down. He merely felt as though his chest and abdomen had been pummeled with hundreds of blows. However, this level of offensive power is insufficient to bring about one's own demise. If your assault merely reaches this degree, then it cannot extinguish our existence. Number 18 slowly rose, a cold smile gracing her lips. Although she too was perplexed by the peculiar nature of Ji Yun's abilities, the recent attack had clearly demonstrated that he posed no substantial threat to them. Oh, is that so? Ji Yun remarked with a chilling smile, his gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. His fundamental combat strength stood at an astounding 70 million. And with the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold, it could soar to 700 million. Eliminating both of them would be an effortless endeavor. However, he had no desire to resort to such swift measures. You have inflicted immense suffering upon this world. To allow you to perish so simply would be far too lenient. The act of swiftly dispatching foes is undeniably gratifying, yet I derive greater pleasure from employing a dull blade to methodically extinguish your lives, relishing in your agony and the joy it brings me. Ji Yun's expression resembled that of a demon as he spoke with a sinister smile. Chapter 38. Hold on. P.S. Almost done upon hearing Ji Yun's words, number 18 was taken aback, swallowing hard. She felt utterly intimidated, convinced that this individual was the true embodiment of a devil. What a charade. Number 18, do not be swayed by his nonsense. This man possesses some peculiar skills, yet his offensive power is insufficient to harm us. If we can endure until his strength is depleted, we shall easily defeat him, number 17 stated confidently, as if he had seen through Ji Yun's ruse. Exhaling deeply, number 18 composed herself, a cruel expression returning to her face. You are right, number 17. Our energy is boundless. Once this fellow exhausts his strength, it will mark his demise. Number 18 declared resolutely, fully convinced by number 17's words. At that moment, both of them assumed a combat stance. Hiki, confidence is indeed a virtue. Now, prepare to receive my onslaught, Ji Yun remarked with a cold smile, surprised by the optimism of these two artificial beings. Even when faced with imminent doom, they continued to deceive themselves. Whoosh! Ji Yun launched his attack once more. A mere 0.1 seconds later, the newly risen number 17 and number 18 found themselves painfully sprawled on the ground again, still oblivious to how Ji Yun had struck. Even from afar, Tenang's was entirely focused on Ji Yun, yet he too could not discern the nature of Ji Yun's assault. To his eyes, Ji Yun's body remained motionless throughout. How is it, number 18? Am I not correct? This fellow cannot harm us at all. Number 17 managed to rise again, speaking with difficulty. It appears he is merely blustering. Number 18 also stood, his face contorted in rage. Although Ji Yun's attacks had not inflicted substantial harm upon them, the physical pain was nonetheless excruciating. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Let us continue. Ji Yun encouraged as he observed them rising once more. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, their expressions shifted abruptly, and they quickly adopted a defensive posture, shielding their bodies with their hands. Unfortunately, they both fell to the ground again. Before they could properly defend themselves, Ji Yun unleashed hundreds of strikes upon them. By the time they were ready, it was far too late. Are you all right? Perhaps you should rest for a moment? Ji Yun proposed, observing their disheveled state. Trembling, they managed to rise, their eyes ablaze with fury. Number 18, did you hear that? He suggested we take a break. His stamina is nearing its limit. We must hold on a little longer. Once he exhausts his energy, we shall torment him thoroughly. Number 17 grinned through gritted teeth, likely well aware that his body was already bruised. All right. Number 18, though struggling, nodded reluctantly. Ji Yun appeared somewhat speechless. His foundational combat power stood at a staggering 70 million. With this approach, he could engage for an entire month without fatigue. Very well, let us proceed. Observing the relentless determination of the two individuals before him, Ji Yun refrained from further idle chatter. With a series of strikes, thud, 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 he relentlessly battled them for a full half hour. Throughout this time, the two continued to collapse and rise, repeating the same futile motions. At last, after yet another assault from Ji-Yun, they could no longer rise. Meanwhile, what was the esteemed Trunks doing? Why did he not simply eliminate the androids? A voice from the crowd raised this question, one that resonated with the confusion felt by many. The androids had been knocked down so many times. Why not finish them off all at once? I believe I understand. Trunks spoke, his tone slightly somber. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, eager to discern what he had comprehended. I have witnessed Mr. Ji-Yun's true prowess. With his strength, he could annihilate the androids in an instant. Yet, he refrains from doing so, likely wishing to prolong their suffering. His actions now serve as a cathartic release for those of us who remain alive. Trunks explained. Though he was unaware of Ji-Yun's precise methods, the sight of the androids in such distress filled him with a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. He recalled the innocent lives lost due to the androids, his father, whom he had never met, and his mentor, Gohan. You may now rest in peace. Trunks closed his eyes, silently praying for these departed souls. Witnessing Trunks' expression, the crowd was deeply moved, each recalling their own loved ones who had met tragic fates. In that moment, they embraced one another in tears, lamenting that this harrowing chapter had finally come to an end. Are you truly so fragile? Why not rise and persist a little longer? It would be a pity to give up now when I am on the verge of exhaustion. Ji-Yun cruelly taunted the pair. They were now utterly disheveled, believing that Ji-Yun's attacks could not inflict any real harm. Little did they know, it was akin to a dull knife, slowly but painfully lethal. I refuse to accept this. If you possess any courage, let us engage in a fair fight. Number 17 exclaimed in agony. The peculiar abilities of Ji-Yun were overwhelming, and he felt as though he was on the brink of being utterly crushed. Are you certain? Ji-Yun inquired nonchalantly, wishing to prolong the torment for a few more days. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Number 17 scoffed, convinced that in a direct confrontation, he would easily overpower Ji-Yun. He thought that if he seized the opportunity, he could eliminate him and reclaim his dominion over this world. It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. Very well, come forth. I shall escort you on your way. Ji-Yun sneered disdainfully, completely dismissing number 17 as a threat. You are the one who fails to comprehend the situation, declared number 17 with confidence, springing directly from the ground, his spirit invigorated. His gaze drifted towards the distant Tenx, a cold smirk creeping into his heart. Tenx, once I eliminate this wretched foe, I shall relish in tormenting you, returning the suffering I endured to you tenfold. Number 17 attributed all his current misfortunes to Tenx. Had it not been for this scoundrel brought forth by Tenx, he and number 18 would not have faced such humiliation. Please, go ahead and strike first. I fear that should I unleash my attack, you may find yourself without an opportunity, spoke Ji-Yun nonchalantly. Yet his words dripped with arrogance. You will come to regret this. Number 17's face contorted with menace. After uttering this, he swiftly lunged towards Ji-Yun. His hardened fist aimed squarely at Ji-Yun's loathsome visage. With a violent impact, an immense shockwave erupted beneath them, causing the earth to fracture. However, the outcome number 17 envisioned did not materialize. Ji-Yun, enveloped in a crimson aura, regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 39, A Joyful Conclusion. What? Seeing Ji-Yun unscathed, number 17 was utterly astonished. Is this all there is? Ji-Yun inquired nonchalantly. Do not become overly complacent. Number 17 retorted defiantly. Drink. At that moment, a wave of energy struck Ji-Yun's fist, creating a dazzling golden aura that enveloped his entire head. This cannot be real. Number 17 stammered in disbelief, retreating a few steps as his attack proved utterly ineffective against Ji-Yun, who remained unblemished and steadfast. Are you merely drying my hair? The force seems rather insufficient, Ji-Yun remarked, further shattering number 17's confidence. At this point, number 17 found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. The situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. Now, it is my turn to perform, Ji-Yun stated slowly, igniting a surge of anxiety within number 17. Ji-Yun's voice resonated ominously, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, hinting that his life could be claimed at any moment. Panic-stricken, number 17's eyes darted as he turned to flee. However, before he could even complete his turn, Ji-Yun was already behind him, firmly grasping his arm. Did you not claim this technique was unnecessary? Number 17 quivered, his mind awash with confusion. This is merely my ordinary speed, Ji-Yun replied with indifference. Meanwhile, his other hand slowly moved before number 17. No. You cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. Number 17 was now thoroughly terrified. his eyes filled with dread at the thought of death. After years of inflicting torment upon others and relishing in the struggles of his prey, he now found himself in the position of the hunted. Boom! A radiant wave of light erupted from Ji Yun's hand. Number 17 let out a deafening scream. His cries dwindled into silence as Ji Yun, devoid of any expression, observed the figure fading into the brilliance, his gaze lacking even a trace of sympathy. Number 17's entire being was obliterated, leaving only an arm, which Ji Yun casually discarded to the ground before turning to face number 18, who remained on the ground. Speak. How do you wish to perish? Ji Yun asked coolly. He had a certain fondness for number 18. Yet this version of her in this world was nothing but a deranged maniac, leaving him with no affection for her. Are we wrong for indulging in what we love to do? Number 18 glared at Ji Yun with venomous eyes, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. Alas, Ji Yun sighed, appearing resigned to the hopelessness of number 18. He pondered how, despite being fellow artificial beings, she could be so profoundly foolish. Growing weary of her empty banter, he pointed a finger at her, releasing a beam of laser light. A precise strike landed on Android 18's body. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, and in an instant, Android 18 was obliterated, leaving only a small crater in her wake. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have been rewarded with the ability to transform into a controllable Super Saiyan. The voice of the system resonated in Ji Yun's mind. The artificial being had perished. Those who had been monitoring the scene erupted into jubilant cheers. In that moment, the vast expanse was filled with the sounds of celebration. The terror that had plagued their lives had finally come to an end, and a bright future was set to commence. Trunks bounded over to Ji Yun's side, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. You are our great benefactor. There's no need for such formality. This was something I had promised you. Ji Yun replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Trunks need not express such heartfelt appreciation, for Ji Yun had acted out of consideration for his system's mission. Even without his intervention, Trunks would have ultimately vanquished the androids himself. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. Thank you, as the crowd cheered. They did not forget to express their gratitude to Ji Yun, the true savior of humanity. Some were overwhelmed with excitement, their spirits soaring, while others wept tears of joy. In the subterranean base, news of this momentous event had already begun to spread. Gradually, those hidden underground began to emerge, gazing up at the long-forgotten sky. Their hearts filled with emotion. Trunks. Bulma also received the good news and joined the throng as they exited the underground facility, spotting Trunks and Ji Yun in the distance. She waved cheerfully. Mom, this is wonderful. We can finally live in peace. Trunks could no longer contain his emotions, rushing into Bulma's embrace and bursting into tears. You've worked so hard. Bulma gazed at Trunks with gentle eyes, her hands soothingly stroking his back. Mr. Ji Yun, thank you for everything you've done. She did not forget to express her gratitude to Ji Yun as well. Ji Yun simply nodded with a smile. Mr. Ji Yun, if you have no other matters to attend to, please stay with us for a few more days. We wish to express our gratitude properly, Trunks said, wiping away his tears and extending an invitation. Ji Yun pondered for a moment before silently nodding. Very well, I have no pressing matters today. I shall remain here for a few days of leisure. Upon hearing Ji Yun's response, Trunks was visibly elated. Being in the presence of such a formidable ally, he was eager to learn a few techniques in the days to come. In truth, Ji Yun had his own intentions. Having just acquired the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he saw this opportunity as a chance to adapt and refine his newfound power. Trunks would indeed make an excellent training partner. A few days later, in a grand mountain 100 miles away, a thunderous boom reverberated through the air. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Ji Yun. With a resounding explosion, the two were thrust apart. Alas, I cannot hold on any longer, Mr. Ji Yun. Your strength is overwhelming. Trunks exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, breathless. Observing Trunks, who was utterly exhausted, Ji Yun promptly released his King Kai fist. By the way, Mr. Ji Yun, you previously mentioned that you are also a Saiyan. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan and employ that technique with the Crimson Glow? I am eager to witness the extent of your power. Trunks inquired earnestly. Despite having been bested, his curiosity piqued regarding Ji Yun's true capabilities. Do you wish to know? Ji Yun replied with a mysterious smile. Yes, indeed. Trunks' spirit was instantly rekindled as he nodded attentively. Very well, let me demonstrate what I am capable of, Ji Yun said slowly, harboring his own intrigue about the limits of his full potential. Chapter 40. The supreme combat power of Ji Yun. Ji Yun held his breath and focused intently. A swirling vortex of energy began to coalesce beneath his feet, stirring the desolate grass around him. Ah, ah. Ji Yun let out a low, thunderous roar. An overwhelming aura erupted from his being, transforming the once clear sky into a tumultuous expanse of dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Ji Yun's hair stood on end, radiating an astonishing might. Trunks stared wide-eyed, astonished by Ji Yun's transformation. Huh! Ji Yun roared again, and the surroundings shimmered with a golden luminescence. His body began to emit a dazzling brilliance, crackling with energy. At that moment, Ji Yun's dark pupils vanished, leaving only white sclera that appeared profoundly eerie. His hair transformed into the distinctive yellow-green hue characteristic of a Super Saiyan. Mr. Ji Yun. Trunks swallowed hard, nervously uttering his name. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan out of anxiety. Not only frightened by Ji Yun, but also prepared to withstand the shockwave unleashed by his power. Ji Yun's current visage was terrifying, akin to the emergence of a demon king, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Ji Yun's pupils returned, and his gaze regained its former clarity, appearing far more stable than before. Phew! Thankfully, it was a controllable version of the Super Saiyan. I nearly lost myself, and was on the verge of being overwhelmed by my own strength. Ji Yun reflected, acknowledging the formidable nature of this Super Saiyan lineage. Are you alright, Mr. Ji Yun? Trunks inquired cautiously. Now comprehending why Ji Yun had previously expressed concern about transforming into a Super Saiyan and the potential loss of control over such power. This was indeed terrifying. The mere aura emanating from Ji Yun was enough to instill dread. Nothing serious, just this power is rather difficult to manage, Ji Yun replied nonchalantly. The energy within him was exceedingly domineering. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Broly, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, exhibited behavior akin to a madman, attacking indiscriminately, unable to discern friend from foe. Mr. Ji Yun, to what level has your strength ascended? Trunks asked curiously, feeling a degree of relief now that Ji Yun appeared to have regained his composure. Strength, huh? Ji Yun narrowed his eyes, hesitating to respond immediately. He was uncertain of his current power level, as there were no adversaries of equivalent strength to gauge against. It is challenging to convey this in precise numbers at the moment. Ji Yun contemplated before voicing his thoughts. In the narrative, Broly, in his normal state, could contend with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Goku. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, only the combined might of Goku and Vegeta could stand against him. This alone highlighted the overwhelming nature of that lineage. Ji Yun refrained from claiming that he possessed such formidable power, as his foundational combat strength was not particularly high. Truly impressive, Trunks exclaimed, genuinely in awe. Feeling the energy radiating from Ji Yun, Trunks perceived himself as a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. This ocean, emanating from Ji Yun, stretched endlessly, unfathomable, and abyss-like. Trunks mused that had he possessed such formidable strength back then, the world would not have descended into such despair. Simultaneously, he lamented the unfairness of fate. In a world so similar, why was it that his realm lacked a powerhouse like Ji Yun? Regardless of strength, what do you think of my current appearance? Ji Yun inquired curiously. Beyond his explosive power, he placed considerable importance on his outward image. Alas, without a mirror, he could not behold his own splendor. Previously, one could aptly describe Mr. Ji Yun with 2 words, dashing. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, 2 words would suffice, imposing. Trunks complimented, genuinely, having arrived at this conclusion through meticulous observation. However, Trunks hesitated momentarily. Upon hearing the earlier praise, Ji Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. But the abrupt pause caused his heart to skip a beat. What do you mean by just? Ji Yun inquired with concern. Only that your hair possesses a unique flair. After my transformation, my hair turns golden, yet yours has a hint of green. Is this hair color a characteristic of such power? Trunks chuckled, simultaneously voicing his curiosity. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Ji Yun's expression faltered. He had completely forgotten that his hair differed from the typical Super Saiyan after the transformation. His hair had an odd greenish hue. A twinge of anxiety gripped his heart. Ahem, this must be due to individual differences. It likely bears no relation to strength, Ji Yun hastily rationalized, attempting to soothe his troubled thoughts. Yet, a sense of discontent lingered within him. As a transmigrant, he had always believed that green hair could not bode well. Oh, so that is how it is, Trunks nodded, accepting the explanation without further scrutiny. Mr. Ji Yun, why not demonstrate that technique again? Trunks then prompted, referring to the tenfold King Kai fist Ji Yun had previously employed. Very well. Ji Yun cast aside his chaotic thoughts, his tone resolute. In truth, he too was eager to see how formidable his strength could become under the tenfold King Kai fist. Tenfold King Kai fist, Ji Yun roared. In an instant, The mountain beneath them crumbled with a thunderous roar. Gale-force winds swirled dark clouds, and golden lightning incessantly struck from the heavens. The earth fractured, and the sea raged against the shores. Before long, the entire planet quaked, emitting a deafening rumble, seemingly in fear of the power emanating from Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, Trunks exclaimed, alarmed. If this continued, the earth would surely face annihilation. As Trunks remained in a state of trepidation, the apocalyptic scenario came to an end, and tranquility once again enveloped the earth. Before him, Ji-Yun was adorned in a brilliant crimson cloak, encapsulating the yellow-green aura and his entire being within. Such power! Trunks found himself at a loss for words, as Ji-Yun's strength continually redefined his understanding. If he had previously felt like a solitary boat adrift in an ocean, he now perceived himself as a mere speck of dust in the cosmos, hardly even deserving of that designation. Is this truly the extent of my power? Ji-Yun murmured softly, gazing at his hands. Subsequently, he casually waved his hand towards the sky. In an instant, a ferocious tempest swept across the land, and the very fabric of space seemed to quiver with the emergence of fissures. This extraordinary spectacle was merely the consequence of a gentle flick of his wrist. Chapter 41. Another little bug. Trunks stood nearby, utterly astonished. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? With a mere flick of the hand, such immense power is unleashed. What would happen if a full-force punch were to be delivered? Trunks, a little bug has emerged. Ji-Yun smiled gently, his lips curling in amusement as he addressed Trunks. Huh, what little bug? Trunks queried, his brow furrowed in confusion by Ji-Yun's enigmatic words. Do not fret. You will soon find out. Place your hand upon me, and I shall take you to see, Ji-Yun replied with a serene smile. Though perplexed, Trunks complied with Ji-Yun's instructions, resting his hand on Ji-Yun's shoulder. Ji-Yun then placed his fingers on his forehead, activating instant transmission. In a flash, their forms vanished from the spot, leaving only a scattering of rubble behind. They materialized in a dilapidated cave. Where are we? Trunks surveyed the surroundings of the collapsed cavern, clearly bewildered as to why Ji-Yun had brought him here. If my assumptions are correct, this should be Dr. Gero's former laboratory, Ji-Yun explained nonchalantly. The states of the Kaioken Tenfold and Super Saiyan were simultaneously dispelled. How do you know? Trunks responded, astonished. He was well aware of Dr. Gero's notoriety, the creator of the androids that dealt a devastating blow to humanity. In a sense, this man was an eternal sinner among humankind. Did I not mention? It is merely a guess. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly. In truth, Ji-Yun had no idea where Dr. Gero's laboratory was located. However, when he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and utilized the Kaioken Tenfold, his senses had been heightened to their utmost. Here, he faintly detected a chaotic energy, on the verge of awakening. Let us wait here for a moment. Perhaps the little bug I mentioned will soon emerge. Ji-Yun continued with a smile. Oh, Trunks scratched his head, somewhat dazed in response. As moments ticked by, the two waited at the cave's entrance for roughly 10 minutes. Suddenly, the stones on the ground began to tremble, and the lifeless wasteland was infused with a powerful, familiar yet malevolent aura. This is... Trunks felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable entity concealed here. Indeed, just as I suspected. Ji-Yun remarked with a subtle smile. The only remaining strong warrior on Earth was Trunks, yet this aura was so disordered. As a time traveler familiar with the narrative, the identity of this aura's master was all too apparent. Rumble. The mountain rocks began to cascade. The enormous boulders blocking the cave's entrance shattered into dust, and the cavern subsequently collapsed. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot up into the sky. The collapsed rubble was struck by waves of impact, causing it to detach from the pull of gravity and slowly float upwards. Ha ha ha. Cell, have finally emerged. A grotesque green creature leaped forth, laughing maniacally. This hideous being was none other than one of the main antagonists of the ensuing narrative, Cell. This aura. Trunks felt a sense of disorientation. He sensed an overwhelming familiarity emanating from Cell, reminiscent of the powerful beings who had perished on Earth. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Master Gohan. Mr. Ji-Yun. What on earth is this creature? Why does it resonate with the essence of everyone? Trunks continued to inquire, his emotions appearing somewhat unstable. This creature was likely another monstrosity birthed from Dr. Gero's twisted experiments. Judging by his earlier introduction, it was called Cell. It was probably crafted using the essence of all the strong warriors on Earth, hence the sense of familiarity. Mr. Ji-Yun vaguely explained, noting that although there were some discrepancies in the actual creation process, it was largely accurate. There was no need for a detailed explanation, as this creature was unlikely to survive long. Why waste words on it? So that is how it is. That scoundrel Dr. Gero is truly unforgivable. Upon hearing Mr. Ji Yun's general explanation, Trunks clenched his fists in anger, his eyes filled with hostility directed at Cell. In his view, the artificial beings created by Dr. Gero had wrought tremendous calamity upon the earth. The Cell before him could not possibly be anything but malevolent, and indeed, that was the case. The peculiar circumstances had also shaped Trunks' decisive nature. So today, barring any unforeseen events, Cell was destined for demise. Trunks, how did you end up here? And who are you? Cell had also noticed the two and accurately called out Trunks' name. He was bewildered, unable to fathom how Trunks had arrived. Did the androids not concern themselves with this individual? Or had the androids already been? At this thought, a jolt of alarm surged through Cell, prompting him to hastily inquire, where are androids 17 and 18? They are waiting for you in hell. Trunks retorted without hesitation, delivering a sharp threat. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him. His hair transformed once again into a golden hue as he ascended into the form of a Super Saiyan, charging directly at Cell. Not good. Cell was struck with panic. He had not anticipated that Trunks had already dealt with androids 17 and 18. He was equally unprepared for Trunks' immediate assault, which left him no time to brace himself. In a flash, Trunks severed one of Cell's arms. Damn it! Cell growled, his expression twisted in rage. His current strength was significantly diminished, rendering him temporarily no match for Trunks. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he found himself in a precarious situation. Take this. As Trunks witnessed the efficacy of his assault, he wasted no time in launching another vigorous attack. Wait, Trunks. Cell hastily interjected, recognizing the impending onslaught. At that moment, Cell felt compelled to relent. After all, he had no desire to meet his demise so soon after his emergence. Unfortunately for him, Trunks showed no signs of abating his offensive. On the contrary, his techniques grew increasingly sharp and lethally precise. Cell found himself struggling to cope, exclaiming, "At least allow me to finish my statement. Trunks, I am not yet at my peak. Defeating me would not be a significant accomplishment. If you possess the fortitude, grant me some time. I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. When that moment arrives, we can engage in a most exhilarating battle." As he fought, Cell's words were tinged with desperation, his efforts becoming ever more frantic. Chapter 42. Trunks vs. Cell. Cell's intentions were rather straightforward. He aimed to exploit the Saiyans' arrogance, pride, and combative nature to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. Within Cell resided the very genes of a Saiyan, allowing him to expertly manipulate their inherent traits. By merely suggesting that he could grow stronger, he was certain to ignite the Saiyans' warrior spirit, although Trunks had just implied that androids 17 and 18 had been vanquished. As long as a sliver of hope remained, there were still avenues to explore. Do you take me for a fool? Trunks scoffed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This creature's strength was already formidable. If given time to further enhance his abilities, Trunks feared he would no longer be a match. The hard-won peace that humanity had longed for would be rendered meaningless. With this thought, Trunks pressed on, his assault intensifying, and his aura growing ever more potent. Today, this monster must be eradicated before it could take root. What is happening? Cell struggled to defend against Trunks' relentless onslaught. As he sensed an increase in Trunks' energy, he cursed under his breath. Wasn't it said that Saiyans were a warrior race? Wasn't their nature inherently combative? The more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarated they should become. Yet here he was, feeling increasingly feeble while this wretched being seemed to thrive in battle. Cell's assessment was not entirely erroneous. Saiyans are indeed born warriors. However, he was up against Trunks, the only Saiyan who did not fit the mold. Having endured numerous trials, Trunks' character had evolved beyond that of a typical Saiyan. The arrogance and hubris ingrained in his genes had been tempered by life's hardships. With a piercing sound, a blade sliced through flesh. Ah! Cell screamed in agony as Trunks' sword severed a piece of meat from his ribcage. The purple blood dripped rhythmically to the ground, creating blossoms of crimson. Suppressing his pain, Cell hastily retreated 5 or 6 steps, finally escaping Trunks' immediate range. If the battle continued, he would surely meet his demise here. Nearby, Ji Yun had been attentively observing the confrontation. Wow, Trunks is certainly ruthless. But I like this demeanor. Ji Yun chuckled, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he watched Trunks. If one were to consider the most favored character in Dragon Ball, Trunks would undoubtedly be a strong contender. The reason was simple. He embodied decisiveness and a lack of frivolity. Goku was excessively kind-hearted, often lacking in discernment, while Vegeta's character was brash and arrogant. Given their personalities, without the protagonist's halo, they would have perished countless times, and the narrative would have ended long ago. On the battlefield, Cell's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he panted heavily. Trunks, I harbor no animosity towards you, nor have I committed any heinous acts. Why must you pursue me with such fervor? Cell, driven to desperation, exclaimed loudly. He understood that Trunks possessed a trace of human lineage. Humans, by nature, are benevolent. Perhaps through reason, he could persuade Trunks to spare his life. Huh, you claim to have done no wrong. Once you have transgressed, it will be too late. Thus, I must ensure your demise before you can commit any misdeeds. Trunks replied coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He had grown weary of his former existence. He could not fathom that Dr. Gero had created such a monstrosity for the benefit of humanity. Ji Yun, upon hearing Trunks' retort, nodded in satisfaction. He refrained from intervening in Cell's plight, curious to observe how Trunks would manage the situation. He was not disappointed. Trunks remained his favorite character. Yet, that was secondary. The primary annoyance was the wretched system that had failed to issue any tasks. He resolved to stand by and watch the unfolding drama. Damn it, am I truly destined for ruin? Cell muttered, a sense of unwillingness washing over him as he clenched his fists. He still harbored grand ambitions of conquering Earth and the universe. How could he meet his end in such a manner? Resentment surged within him, igniting a futile roar in his heart. Cell, accept your fate. If you must blame someone, direct your ire at Dr. Gero, the architect of your existence. Trunks declared with an indifferent gaze. Simultaneously, he leveled his sword at Cell, channeling all his energy, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the creature. Cell, sensing Trunks' chilling stare, felt a tremor of fear within. He realized that in the next exchange, his demise was inevitable. Suddenly, he recalled the presence of a young man accompanying Trunks. Stealing a glance at Ji Yun, he found no recollection of his appearance. The aura he emanated was faint, suggesting he was merely an ordinary Earth warrior. Trunks must hold him in high regard to travel alongside him. If only Cell perish. Trunks bellowed, launching forward, his blade aimed directly at Cell's neck. Not daring to hesitate, Cell summoned every ounce of strength and recklessly charged towards Ji Yun. Whoosh! Though Cell was swift, Trunks severed his tail with a single stroke. The detached appendage flopped on the ground for a moment before falling still. Frustration welled up in Trunks as he missed his initial strike. Upon witnessing Cell's rush towards Ji Yun, he froze in disbelief. What was he planning? In an instant, Cell had circled behind Ji Yun, his sharp claws poised above the young man's head, ready to strike and bring forth chaos. Trunks, if you wish to prevent his demise, then allow me to depart. I assure you, I shall not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. A cunning smile crept upon Cell's lips, reveling in the success of his scheme. In his mind, he was already plotting his escape. Once liberated, he would swiftly conceal himself and, when the opportune moment arose, return to avenge today's grievances. Trunks observed the unfolding events with a gaze that mirrored incredulity, as if he were looking at a fool. How could Cell, using Mr. Ji Yun as a hostage, have conceived such a plan? Although Ji Yun was held captive, his heart remained untroubled, even bearing a hint of amusement. So that's what Cell was contemplating when he glanced my way, he mused. Very well, if that is the case, let me accompany him on his final journey. It would not be in vain for him to have wandered this world. Chapter 43. Upon reflecting on this, Ji Yun could only smile wryly and shake his head. Just a moment. Trunks, noticing Ji Yun's gesture, felt an ominous sense of foreboding and hurriedly called out. Hey, you're scared now, aren't you? If you understand, then step aside, and I assure you I won't cause any trouble for this young man. Cell smirked sinisterly, secretly reveling in his delight. It appeared that this individual held considerable significance in Trunks' heart. Thanks to his astute decision-making, he had avoided a disastrous fate. Trunks, upon hearing Cell's words, found himself momentarily speechless. Who told you that? He thought, rolling his eyes before addressing Ji Yun. Mr. Ji Yun, may I take it upon myself to end this monster's life? Ji Yun met Trunks' resolute gaze and, with a nonchalant shrug, replied, Very well, I leave this fiend to you. Ji Yun understood Trunks' feelings at that moment. Whether it was the androids or Cell, all were creations of Dr. Gero. With Dr. Gero now deceased, having been killed by his own creations, it was a case of poetic justice. The androids had also met their end at Ji Yun's hands. Now, with only Cell remaining, Trunks hoped to redeem this shattered world through his own strength. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. Trunks expressed his gratitude, his gaze once again steely as he fixed his eyes on Cell, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Cell remained in a state of utter confusion. What on earth did this mean? Just as Cell's mind was struggling to comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he had been struck by a powerful blow. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yun had mysteriously appeared on a nearby hillside. No, this is impossible. How could he be so fast? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the spot where Ji Yun had just been. That punch had indeed been delivered by Ji Yun, who had executed a technique of instant movement. Unbeknownst to Cell, he had landed a hit on his abdomen and leapt away from the battlefield. Cell, cease your futile struggles. Holding Mr. Ji in hostage? How could you even conceive such a notion? If I hadn't intervened, you would have already been reduced to ashes. But now, your demise is imminent. Trunks declared with disdain in his eyes. You dare provoke Jian? Truly, you are like an old immortal consuming arsenic, seeking a longer name for yourself. How could this be? That young man. Cell gazed in astonishment at Ji Yun, who stood effortlessly on the hillside, exuding the aura of a master. Haha, Trunks. Seizing upon Cell's moment of distraction, bellowed fiercely and immediately launched his attack. As Cell finally regained his composure, he found himself in a frantic state, scrambling to defend against Trunks' assault. Unfortunately for him, Trunks had the advantage of the first strike and was significantly stronger, swiftly gaining the upper hand as he pierced Cell with 3 or 4 strikes. In an instant, violet blood splattered in every direction, appearing particularly vivid under the sunlight. Stop, Trunks. I beg you, spare me. I promise I will never commit evil again. Cell, rendered helpless, pleaded desperately with Trunks. Yet, upon hearing Cell's words, Trunks did not relent in his assault. I do not trust your promises. Your death is the only assurance I require, Trunks replied resolutely. He was no longer the boy he once was, not a trace of his former self remained. The burdens of life had compelled him to abandon trust in the words of his enemies. Before long, Trunks' long sword was stained with blood. At that moment, Cell lay on the brink of death, his body battered and broken, with not a single part of him intact. Though Cell possessed abilities akin to those of Piccolo, his extreme weakness rendered him incapable of further healing. Rest assured, you will soon meet Dr. Jero. You can inquire of him why he created you to endure such suffering, Trunks stated coldly. As his words echoed, Trunks stamped his foot firmly on the ground. The solid earth trembled violently, akin to a trampoline, launching the weakened Cell into the air. With no strength left to resist, Cell could only submit to his fate. Flash of doom, Trunks intoned solemnly. Crossing his arms above his head, he unleashed a golden shockwave that soared into the heavens, hurtling directly towards Cell. This technique had been imparted to him by his dearest friend and most revered mentor, Gohan. This time, Trunks poured all his strength into the attack, making it shine even more brilliantly. With a thunderous explosion, Cell was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, not even a scream of agony. Amidst the dazzling fireworks, Trunks seemed to glimpse Gohan's smiling face. On the hillside, Ji Yun, witnessing the destruction of Cell, felt a weight lift from his heart. He understood that within Cell resided a unique Cell. Had it not been destroyed, Cell could have utilized the capabilities of the Namekians to resurrect himself. As Ji Yun beheld the utter annihilation of Cell, he felt a sense of relief and could not help but marvel at Trunks' reliability. Soon after, Ji Yun placed his hand on his head and instantaneously transported himself to Trunks' side. All threats to Earth have been eliminated. Let us return, he said, patting Trunks' arm with a smile. All right. Trunks nodded enthusiastically, placing his hand once more on Ji Yun's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration for Ji Yun. Without him, humanity would have faced countless tribulations, just like with Cell, had it not been for Mr. Ji Yun's perceptive awareness of his existence. I fear that the peace humanity has long yearned for will once again descend into chaos, and the crises on Earth will persist for an extended period. From this moment forth, Ji Yun holds a significance in Trunks' heart that is second only to Bulma and Gohan. With a swift motion, Ji Yun employed instant transmission once more, and the two departed from their current location. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves amidst a city poised for revival. Walking side by side on the newly leveled ground, they were met with warm and respectful gazes from the surrounding populace. Some even greeted them enthusiastically, extending invitations to their homes. Naturally, these were graciously declined by both. Trunks, I have spent a considerable amount of time here. It is time for me to take my leave, Ji Yun remarked to Trunks as they strolled through the now tranquil future. Chapter 44. Reluctantly staying behind. Training with Trunks. Upon hearing these words, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, and then slowly spoke. Mr. Ji Yun, won't you stay for a few more days? Indeed, Trunks felt a twinge of reluctance. After several days of companionship, he had unconsciously come to regard Ji Yun as family. The sudden prospect of departure inevitably brought a sense of loss. A considerable amount of time had already passed, and there were many matters awaiting resolution back in his own world. I too must return soon to make the necessary preparations, Ji Yun replied with a serene smile. Yes, you are right, Trunks nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Ji Yun's words. He understood that Ji Yun could not remain in this world indefinitely. Very well. Let us head back and allow my mother to prepare the time machine, Trunks said, a sense of relief washing over him. The two of them strolled down the street, engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Before long, they arrived at Trunks' new home. At that moment, Bulma was intently typing away at her computer, surrounded by a plethora of blueprints, the majority of which pertained to urban infrastructure planning. As the sole scientist in this world, she had a multitude of tasks to undertake. "Mom, we're back," Trunks called out loudly. He and Ji-yoon then entered the room. "Oh, Trunks is back. Please find a place to sit. We'll chat in a moment." Bulma replied without turning her head, her gaze fixed on the computer screen, entirely absorbed in her work. "Mom, it's like this. Mr. Ji-yoon is leaving," Trunks stated directly. The clattering of the keyboard ceased abruptly. Bulma stood up and turned her attention to Ji-yoon. "What is wrong, Ji-yoon? Aren't you staying for a few more days?" she inquired with a smile. "I have already stayed here long enough. It is time for me to return." Ji-yoon gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. He indeed felt a strong yearning for home, particularly upon seeing Bulma in this timeline. The longing was profound. He couldn't help but wonder how his own Bulma was faring. Bulma discerned the urgency in Ji-yoon's demeanor, yet she delivered disappointing news. "I'm afraid, Ji-yoon, that despite your eagerness to return, I must inform you that the fuel for the time machine is nearly depleted. If you wish to go back, you may not be able to return to your original timeline," Bulma said slowly. She had arrived at this conclusion only after examining the time machine. Upon hearing this news, Ji-yoon felt a weight settle in his heart. After a moment, he asked, "Is it not possible to replenish the fuel?" He distinctly remembered that the fuel for the time machine could indeed be replenished. It can be replenished, but this particular fuel is exceedingly rare and requires extensive processing, potentially taking 7 to 8 months. Bulma adjusted her glasses and clarified the question that lingered in Ji-yoon's mind. 7, 8 months? Ji-yoon was left momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that time would require such a lengthy duration. "Indeed, it seems that I must impose upon you to linger in this temporal realm a while longer. I shall exert my utmost efforts to prepare the fuel expeditiously," Bulma stated earnestly. She had inspected the time machine immediately upon Trunks' return and subsequently identified the issue of insufficient fuel. During this period, she had been diligently addressing this predicament. "Alas, then it shall be arduous for you, Bulma." Ji-yoon sighed with resignation, aware that there was no recourse but to wait. His only concern lay in the unforeseen occurrences that might transpire in the past world during his absence. "Rest assured, I shall prepare the fuel as swiftly as possible," Bulma assured Ji-yoon, subsequently postponing her current tasks to focus entirely on the fuel production endeavor. "Mr. Ji-yoon, it appears you must remain here a while longer," Trunks remarked with a hint of delight, not out of schadenfreude, but rather from a genuine reluctance to see Ji-yoon depart. "It must be so." Ji-yoon raised an eyebrow, expressing his exasperation. At this moment, he could only hope for the prompt completion of the time machine's fuel. Beyond that, there was naught he could do. As days turned into weeks, half a year swiftly elapsed. Ji-yoon began to acclimatize to this world, experiencing a slight sense of contentment as he observed the people settling into their routines. "Mr. Ji-yoon, shall we continue training today?" Trunks persistently followed Ji-yoon's side. "Indeed. Maintaining one's strength is essential to confront unforeseen crises," Ji-yoon replied gravely. During this time, he had not idly awaited but had chosen to train diligently. Trunks initially yearned for relaxation, yet witnessing Ji-yoon's relentless dedication spurred his own motivation. The two engaged in continuous training and sparring, both making significant progress. "Excellent," Trunks responded with unwavering determination, his prowess steadily enhancing through their exchanges. In the subtlety of their practice, it seemed they had reached a bottleneck at the stage of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Trunks' affirmation, Ji-yoon wasted no time in launching an attack. Trunks, refusing to be complacent, swiftly entered his Super Saiyan state to meet the challenge. The two became a whirlwind of motion, their figures obscured in the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with the sounds of thunderous clashes. "Trunks, you've made remarkable progress lately," Ji-yoon exclaimed with a smile, though his strikes showed no sign of leniency. "Mr. Ji-yoon, you are not lacking either," Trunks retorted, aware that Ji-yoon had not unleashed his full potential, refraining from utilizing either Super Saiyan or the tenfold Kaioken. Utilizing merely his ordinary strength, Trunks initially managed to maintain a steady upper hand over Ji-yoon. However, as time progressed, Ji-yoon's power surged daily, reaching a point where he could now match Trunks, even exhibiting an air of superiority. The intensity of their battle was palpable, extending from the break of dawn until dusk. Bang, bang, bang. Following several more collisions, the two fighters did not continue their entanglement. Instead, they swiftly separated, propelled by the momentum of their clash. "No more fighting. No more fighting," Trunks remarked, waving his hand wearily. "Mr. Ji-yoon's talent is truly enviable. To be able to firmly suppress me with only his ordinary strength is remarkable. He found it utterly perplexing why Ji-Yun's aptitude for cultivation was so exceptional, although he too had experienced steady improvement during this period. It paled in comparison to Ji-Yun's astounding progress. Chapter 45. Have I arrived in the wrong time and space? The following morning, Ji-Yun was set to commence his daily training. However, just as he was about to depart with Trunks, a melodious voice interrupted his steps. Ji-Yun, the fuel is ready. The time machine is fully fueled and can be used at any moment. The voice belonged to Bulma, who emerged from the laboratory, a joyful smile adorning her face as she waved a capsule in front of Ji-Yun. Wonderful, Ji-Yun exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with delight. Thank you, Bulma. Oh, it's nothing. I should have done this sooner. I apologize for the delay, Bulma replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Trunks, listening from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort. Having regarded Ji-Yun as a friend, the prospect of his sudden departure was unsettling. Meanwhile, Bulma had stepped outside, pressing the button on the capsule's top before tossing it to the ground. With a loud pop, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing the time machine once more. Without further ado, how do I operate this machine? I must return swiftly, Ji-Yun urged, opening the hatch and leaping inside. I'll teach you, Bulma called, bringing over a lift and climbing alongside him to the control panel. She patiently guided Ji-Yun through the operation, explaining the functions of each button. Ji-Yun, displaying remarkable intelligence, grasped the usage of the time machine in no time. This is the detailed procedure. If you are ready, you may depart at any moment. Bulma smiled at him. All right. Ji-Yun took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He pressed the start button and set the time for 7 months after his departure. Bulma and Trunks looked up at Ji-Yun. Having spent such time together, the sudden farewell left them with many unspoken words. Trunks remained silent, his mood considerably somber since earlier. Ji-Yun noticed this and understood that farewells often evoke sadness and a sense of loss. He turned to Bulma, wishing to say something, yet words eluded him. After a brief silence, Ji-Yun spoke softly, Trunks, take good care of your mother. We will surely meet again. With that, he closed the hatch and ascended slowly into the sky. Bulma's cheeks flushed at Ji-Yun's words, her mature beauty unmistakable, exuding a unique charm. You must protect her too, she murmured softly to herself. Goodbye, Mr. Ji-Yun. I will safeguard Mom. We shall meet again. Trunks suddenly called out, looking up into the air. Hearing his shout, Ji-Yun smiled back at Trunks and gave him a thumbs up. Subsequently, the time machine vanished into thin air. In this world, the existence of Ji-Yun was erased. Let us return, Trunks, Bulma said with a smile. Trunks gazed at the spot where the time machine had disappeared, and only after a considerable time followed Bulma back into the house. With a swift whoosh, the time machine operated at remarkable speed. In another timeline, it materialized in an open space on Earth. I, Hu Hansen, have returned, Ji-Yun exclaimed as he opened the hatch and joyfully leaped out, breathing in the fresh air. He felt an overwhelming sense of delight, for although this Earth mirrored the other, it was the familiar essence of home he cherished. Ji-Yun reverted the time machine back into a capsule, placing it in his pocket. After organizing his belongings, he began to sense the energy around him. He intended to pay Bulma a visit. After such a long separation, he wondered how she had fared. To his astonishment, upon focusing his energy, he was taken aback. The air was saturated with numerous formidable presences, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, all exhibiting extraordinary strength. Ji-Yun marveled at the intensity of their energies, realizing they rivaled Trunks in power, undoubtedly at the level of Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, doubts crept into his mind. Had he arrived in the wrong dimension? Could it be the authentic timeline? Moreover, he detected another familiar energy. Cell? Goodness, could I have truly crossed into the wrong realm? The androids had not emerged until a year after Trunks' departure. Yet, he had only been gone for 7 months. How could Cell already be here? Was he possibly another traveler from a different timeline? Ji-Yun felt a surge of anxiety. Although these energies were overwhelmingly powerful, to him, they still seemed like mere trifles. His greatest fear was the possibility of never returning to his rightful dimension. Shaking his head vigorously, he resolved to prioritize finding Bulma. A sudden realization struck him. He pinpointed Bulma's location and activated his instant transmission. With a flash, Ji-Yun disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he found himself in the room of the Capsule Corporation, where Bulma sat in her chair, propping her chin on one hand, gazing out at the azure sky. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the presence that had materialized behind her. Ji-Yun hesitated, uncertain if this Bulma was indeed the one from his world. He felt a profound conflict within. Finally, after several breaths, he slowly approached her. Yet, just as he was about to speak, He caught sight of Bulma's pronounced abdomen from the side, a clear indication of pregnancy. A thunderclap of realization struck him, leaving him utterly stunned. This is not my Bulma. I have indeed come to the wrong place. Ji-Yun crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, his expression one of profound anguish. He distinctly recalled that when he departed, Bulma was not with child. It seemed Bulma sensed a presence behind her, turning swiftly to look back. "Ah, who are you?" she exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of another person, her breath quickening in panic. "Please, don't be afraid, I mean you no harm." Ji-Yun, hearing her scream, promptly rose and gestured to indicate his benign intentions. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Ji-Yun cast an apologetic glance and attempted to exit the scene hastily. "Wait, Ji-Yun?" Bulma called out uncertainly, having recognized his features. "Ah?" Ji-Yun's hurried steps faltered, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. Chapter 46. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Is it truly you, Ji-Yun? Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I've been during your absence? Upon recognizing that familiar face, Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely and embraced him tightly, expressing her grievances about his prolonged absence. Ji-Yun, utterly bewildered, found himself at a loss for words. "Is it genuinely you, Bulma?" he inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. It was not entirely his fault. The world around him had transformed drastically, rendering everything he once knew unrecognizable. "Who else could it be but me? You returned, but why didn't you perish while you were away?" Bulma sobbed, clinging to Ji-Yun with fervor. Upon hearing her response, Ji-Yun felt reassured that she was indeed the Bulma he had known, for in no other realm could there exist an outsider like him. "I'm sorry, Bulma. Due to certain circumstances, I ventured into the future without the chance to bid you farewell." "I'm truly sorry," Ji-Yun expressed, a wave of remorse washing over him as he confirmed her identity. I know. Krillin informed me," she replied, "but I still worried for you. What if you had not returned after such a long time? What would I have done?" While Bulma's emotions lightened somewhat upon hearing Ji-Yun's apology, tears continued to stream down her cheeks, as if she wished to fully release the pent-up feelings within her. "I'm so sorry," Ji-Yun said, filled with guilt. He missed Bulma dearly, never anticipating that his absence would extend for so long. He sincerely wished to apologize to her. However, amidst the guilt, certain matters needed clarification. After several moments of weeping in Ji-Yun's embrace, Bulma's heart gradually calmed, leaving traces of tears upon her cheeks that only enhanced her delicate beauty. "Bulma, your belly." Ji-Yun finally mustered the courage to voice his curiosity, noticing her emotions had settled. The reason he had initially thought he had mistaken her identity was due to her noticeable abdomen. Goodness, could it be? As the implication sank in, panic began to rise within him, his thoughts racing. Bulma released her hold on Ji-Yun, wiping the tears from her eyes, her expression transforming into one of radiant joy. "You're going to be a father," she exclaimed, her hands tenderly caressing her rounded belly, her eyes shimmering with love. "This? Bulma, when did this happen?" "I have no recollection of it," Ji-Yun inquired cautiously, scratching his nose. It was not that he doubted Bulma. Rather, he believed it prudent to seek clarity on such a significant matter. "Humph. They say men forget their responsibilities once they pull up their pants. And it seems to hold true." Bulma retorted playfully, a hint of pride in her voice. "You are the one responsible for this. And now you have the audacity to ask me? Well, haha, I really can't recall which occasion it was," Ji-Yun said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Bulma's belly had grown so large that it surely couldn't be a recent pregnancy. If it were, that would be quite a predicament. "Let me give you a hint. I've been pregnant for over 7 months, Bulma remarked, frowning slightly, her tone tinged with discontent. "Huh, 7? Over 7 months?" Ji-Yun's mind raced as he desperately tried to remember. 7 months prior, he had just arrived in the future world. Rewinding further, he had just met Trunks. Before that, he had been battling King Cold. Prior to that, he had been staying at Bulma's house. Oh, it was that time just before I left. Realization dawned upon Ji-Yun, his mood brightening like the sun breaking through clouds. "You asked so clearly. You don't suspect the child isn't yours, do you?" Bulma said, her tone sharp. She, being exceptionally astute, had already discerned the implication behind Ji-Yun's detailed inquiry. "My dear, you are overthinking this. I would never entertain such a notion. You must trust me. I am not that kind of person," Ji-Yun exclaimed earnestly. Goodness, such matters should not be easily acknowledged. It could lead to dire consequences. Yet, internally, he was elated. He had not anticipated becoming a father, and the joy of impending fatherhood surged within him. I hope so," Bulma scoffed, still harboring doubt. However, she also understood Ji-Yun's concerns. After all, she was a remarkably understanding woman. Her demeanor was merely a fade to tease Ji-yun. Absolutely, Ji-yun assured, placing his hand on Bulma's belly, gently caressing their child. Though Bulma's expression remained icy, she did not resist his touch. My dear, did you know? I encountered another version of you in the future. She was living in dire circumstances, constantly facing peril. Upon first seeing her, I felt an overwhelming sorrow. Her weary face bore faint wrinkles, and she appeared thoroughly exhausted. Ji-yun recounted his experiences in the future, while Bulma listened attentively to his narrative. When I saw her, the first thought that crossed my mind was of you. I do not wish for you to become like her. That world lacks my presence, but this world has me. From that moment on, I vowed silently to protect you from any harm. Ji-yun raised his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Bulma. Having witnessed her counterpart in that alternate timeline, he was determined to prevent a similar fate from befalling her again. Bulma was deeply moved by Ji-yun's words. Such sentiments had never been expressed by a man like him, who was often seen as emotionally stoic. She felt that her partner had matured profoundly over the course of their time together. All right, from now on, I shall observe your actions, Bulma said, her lips curling into a smile. The grievances within my heart have nearly dissipated. Rest assured, I, Ji-yun, am a man of my word, Ji-yun earnestly declared. With the misunderstandings resolved, what remains is the tender affection shared between the two of us. Regrettably, however, Bulma is now expecting, rendering deeper communication between them impossible. This circumstance is a source of significant disappointment for Ji-yun. After months of restraint, he never anticipated that it would come to this. It seems that for the next 2 months, he must rely on the assistance of Fifth Lady to manage matters. By the way, Ji-yun, I forgot to inform you. The androids have made an early appearance, as mentioned by Krillin and the others. Moreover, a monstrous entity has emerged, wreaking havoc and claiming lives, with news reports flooding in. Goku and Piccolo have been defeated several times. Would you like to lend a hand? Bulma suddenly recalled this matter, pausing her affectionate demeanor towards Ji-yun, and spoke slowly. Chapter 47. The prelude to an early plot. You asked me to go, and I shall go. If you wish for me to stay, then I shall remain, Ji-yun said with a playful grin. Humph, you are quite obedient now, Bulma remarked with a light scoff, continuing, then off you go, but do take care. She understood that Ji-yun was not one for idleness. Regardless of what transpired on Earth, he would invariably involve himself. Understood. Ji-yun replied with a smile as he rose to his feet. Ding. The system detected that Cell intended to absorb Android 18. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Turn a blind eye, devoid of desire. Reward. Vegeta's ultimate technique, Final Flash. Option 2. Eliminate Cell, guardian of the goddess. Reward. The god of destruction's unremarkable ability. Destruction power, imperfect version. Just as Ji-yun prepared to teleport to the battlefield, the system's prompt suddenly sounded, announcing the task at hand. I choose option 2. Ji-yun's expression was one of intense excitement as he made his decision resolutely in his mind. Final Flash. Isn't that merely a larger version of the Kamehameha? And Vegeta's ultimate technique sounds impressive indeed. Destruction power? Goodness. That is the ability of a god of destruction. And they dare to call it unremarkable? Ji-yun began to suspect that perhaps the system was malfunctioning. Choice confirmed. Eliminate Cell. Upon task completion, the system rewards will be automatically dispensed. The system's notification chimed once more. My heavens, I can hardly contain my excitement. I am about to possess the power of a god of destruction. Ji-yun stood in place, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Ji-yun, what is wrong? Are you okay? Bulma asked, her voice laced with concern as she observed Ji-yun standing there, lost in a foolish grin. Oh, I'm fine, just sensing a familiar energy. He chuckled at the thought of having just defeated Cell in the future, now faced with the prospect of battling him again. With this thought, he found it somewhat amusing. Ji-yun snapped back to reality, casually concocting an explanation for his previous demeanor. He indeed had momentarily succumbed to hubris, but one could hardly blame him. The reward was simply too enticing. Oh, I see. Then I shall rest easy. Make sure to return swiftly. Bulma sighed with relief, having feared something was amiss. Indeed. I shall swiftly resolve this troublesome matter, Ji-yun replied with a calm smile. As his words fell, his form vanished from the room. On a small island north of West City, Vegeta, you cannot act this way. If you possess the capability to defeat him, you must do so immediately, Krillin exclaimed. His expression tinged with anger. Humph, trash is trash. I am a Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable the foe, they shall never be a match for this prince. Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly, arms crossed defiantly. At this moment, having undergone rigorous training, he had already achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he initially struggled against the monster before him, He had honed his skills further within the hyperbolic time chamber of the sacred world. His strength has further amplified, and he even boasts that he has surpassed the Super Saiyan level. Goku, please say something, Krillin exclaimed anxiously, directing his gaze towards Goku, hoping he could eliminate the enemy before them. Actually, Krillin, I too am curious to see just how formidable this opponent truly is. Goku sheepishly scratched his ear as he spoke. Like Vegeta, he had mastered the art of transforming into a Super Saiyan after rigorous training. His own power even exceeded that of Vegeta, which was quite terrifying. But how infuriating. Krillin lamented, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Understanding Goku's nature, Krillin recognized that, fundamentally, he and Vegeta were similar, albeit Goku possessed a far purer and kinder spirit. Was it truly going to end in failure? Krillin glanced at Piccolo and shook his head in resignation. Piccolo's strength was indeed formidable now, but it still fell short compared to Goku and the others. All right, Cell. You may commence, Vegeta coldly remarked, fixing a disdainful gaze on Cell. Humph. Cell responded with a sinister chuckle, turning to initiate the absorption of Android 18. Goku. The androids haven't committed any wrongdoing. This monster intends to absorb them to grow stronger. Can you bear to witness a living soul being consumed by this fiend? Krillin shouted desperately. In truth, his fervor stemmed from a personal interest, as he had felt a spark of attraction upon first seeing Android 18. What? Goku gasped in astonishment, completely unaware of this situation, having been in seclusion for his training until recently. He had just arrived and encountered Cell, who had already absorbed Android 17. Although Cell had gained strength from this act, he was still no match for Goku. Upon learning that Cell could become even stronger, Goku had been willing to test his might, never expecting it would involve the absorption of the androids. Is this true, Vegeta? Goku questioned, seeking clarification. Humph. Vegeta turned away, coldly dismissing the inquiry without offering any explanation. Witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, Goku felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he yearned to battle formidable foes, he could not bear the thought of an innocent life being extinguished before his eyes. As Krillin pointed out, the androids had not done any harm since their emergence. Damn it, is it really like this? Cell, wait. In an instant, Goku appeared directly in front of Cell, shielding Android 18 behind him. You vile monster. I will not allow you to do this, Goku declared with righteous fervor, his eyes aflame with determination. This. Cell appeared momentarily taken aback, astonished by Goku's blatant defiance. The androids were created with the intent to eliminate him, and he never anticipated that one would now defend her. Kakarot, step aside. Vegeta, consumed by rage, forcefully kicked Goku aside. His arrogance had reached its zenith, and he was utterly convinced that the perfect form of Cell could not possibly defeat him. Goku, unwilling to yield, immediately engaged in a fierce struggle with Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, Cell's face lit up with excitement as he slowly approached the pale-faced Android 18. Android 18, it's your turn. I've been yearning for you to the point of madness. Cell grinned with a sinister expression. Beside 18 stood a tall figure with striking red hair, Android 16. At that moment, a portion of his head had been damaged, exposing a tangled mass of circuitry beneath. The two of them stood closely together, seeking solace in one another's presence. Android 18, you must flee at once. You cannot allow him to capture you, 16 urged urgently. However, it was too late. Cell had already arrived before Android 18. Chapter 48. Lay down your burdens, it's over. Klin watched in despair as Cell approached Android 18. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing Goku step forward. Goku was still the same, still so benevolent. Yet, that cursed Vegeta dared to intervene. The two were now locked in a fierce aerial battle. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. Android 16 slowly rose to his feet, engaging Cell in combat. However, with his current abilities, he was no match for Cell. It wasn't long before he was defeated. Cease your futile resistance, 16. I have no interest in you. If you insist on courting death, I can expedite your journey. Cell remarked impassively, observing 16. Android 16's strength surpassed that of Androids 17 and 18. If he could absorb 16, his power would increase significantly. Unfortunately, being a robot, 16 was not susceptible to absorption. Damn you, you repulsive creature, get away from me. As 18 witnessed 16 being knocked down again, she swiftly moved to Cell's side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. However, her assaults were utterly ineffective against Cell. With a swift kick to 18's abdomen, Cell sent her flying, crashing heavily against a boulder. Accept your fate, 18. Your purpose, created by your makers, is to become my nourishment. Cell sneered as he instantly appeared before 18. His tail lifted, and the tiny punctures expanded into a massive suction cup, looming over 18. It's over, what should I do? Anxiety flooded 18's mind, accompanied by a profound sense of unwillingness. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Cell's strength was too overwhelming for her to contend with. Just as the crisis escalated, a calm voice suddenly resonated. "Everyone, lay down your burdens. I have a few inquiries to make." Though the voice was soft, it distinctly reached the ears of all present. Vegeta and Goku, upon hearing the voice, immediately ceased their conflict. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Vegeta bellowed in anger, incredulous that someone dared to play tricks before him. This voice, it sounds somewhat familiar. Goku pondered, sensing a sense of deja vu. Almost everyone paused momentarily, searching for the source of the voice. Only Cell continued his actions, momentarily hesitating upon hearing the sound. Nevertheless, no one could thwart his intention to absorb Android 18. That remained his primary objective. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, just as Cell's tail was about to make contact with Android 18. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Android 18, grasping Cell's tail firmly. A soft voice resonated. "I said to set aside your current task. Do you not comprehend?" The hand that held Cell's tail initially lifted before forcefully swinging, sending Cell crashing into the ground. "Who dares?" At that instant, all eyes converged upon the scene. To be able to halt Cell's actions was no ordinary feat. Could it be that there were hidden masters on Earth? This was a shared thought among the onlookers. Soon, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin recognized a familiar face. Ji-Yun. The collective gasp echoed in unison. It was unexpected to see Ji-Yun again after a 7-month absence. Clearly, he had successfully dealt with matters of the future. Android 18 cast a sidelong glance at the handsome young man before her. "I thought I recognized you." Vegeta was the first to speak, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He licked his lips, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had waited long for this day. Ji-Yun's return was a cause for great elation. "Wonderful. Mr. Ji-Yun is back," Krillin exclaimed joyfully. "So it's you, Ji-Yun," Goku added, equally thrilled, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Who are you? Why is it that my cells do not recognize you?" Cell inquired, rising from the ground, bewildered. The individual who had interrupted him was undoubtedly someone of significance on Earth. Yet, his genetic database bore no record of this person. "I haven't given you permission to speak. Kindly keep your mouth shut," Ji-Yun retorted, casting a dismissive glance. "Arrogant fool, do not assume that just because you managed to ambush me, you can ride atop my shoulders." Cell's expression shifted, with Android 18 within reach. He was on the verge of becoming the ultimate being. No one could thwart him. "Oh, is that so?" Ji-Yun replied with a cold smirk. Suddenly, it felt as if time itself had paused. Unbeknownst to all, Ji-Yun remained motionless while Cell clutched his abdomen, kneeling on the ground. When? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly unaware of when the attack had occurred, only feeling a surge of intense pain in his abdomen. His legs buckled involuntarily. Overwhelmed by the agony, observing Cell sprawled on the ground, Ji-Yun chose not to pursue him further. "Hey, Goku, long time no see," Ji-Yun called to the sky, waving to Goku like an old friend. Upon noticing Ji-Yun greeting him, Goku promptly descended, leaping to Ji-Yun's side. "It's been a while, Ji-Yun." He looked at Cell, half kneeling, and curiously inquired, what happened to him all of a sudden? Observing the anguished expression of Cell, one cannot help but wonder how he transformed so suddenly from his previous state of vitality. But it is of no consequence. I merely instructed him to silence himself. Yet he was obstinate, insisting on exchanging a few blows with me. I indulged him in this playful sparring, but to my astonishment, after merely 300 or 400 strikes, he could no longer endure it. "He is likely now lost in contemplation of existence," Ji-Yun explained with an air of nonchalance. Although he was addressing Goku, his words resonated clearly with the others present, stirring a tempest of disbelief within their hearts. 300 or 400 punches. Surely, this is a fabrication. Why did I witness none of this? This conundrum lingered in the minds of all, particularly Vegeta, who, upon hearing Ji-Yun's assertion, immediately shook his head in denial. "How could this be? You landed 300 or 400 punches on Cell, and I remained entirely oblivious? Do not jest. Who would believe such a claim? Is it even plausible?" Chapter 49. The aftermath of departure. "Enough of your nonsense. Every move you make is under my scrutiny," Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. His current prowess was far beyond what it once was, rendering Ji-Yun insignificant in his eyes. "Oh, never mind. I can't be bothered to elaborate," Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. To him, Vegeta remained a mere insect, unworthy of extensive explanation about concepts he could not grasp. "However, I must ask, how are you still alive?" Ji-Yun shifted the conversation, his tone indifferent. He recalled that when he departed, Vegeta had been left gravely injured. With Earth's medical technology, recovery would likely take a decade or more. Yet, If he had access to sins of beans, healing would be a mere trifle. Humph. No one has the power to kill this prince. Vegeta retorted dismissively. Well, it's like this, Ji-Yun. Goku interjected from the side. Unable to tolerate Vegeta's arrogance any longer, he began to explain slowly. I was with Vegeta at the time, and I forgot about him when I left. Initially, I sensed that something was amiss. By the time I remembered Vegeta, he had already been lying there for a month. Fortunately, his tenacity kept him alive. I went to Master Karen and retrieved a few sins of beans, which ultimately saved his life. Oh, I see, Ji-Yun remarked, enlightened. One must commend him for enduring a month without sustenance while gravely injured. It seems Vegeta possesses a formidable will to live. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta snapped angrily. He had long harbored resentment over this incident. A month spent enduring the elements and the bites of insects. Had Kakarot not discovered him in time, the proud prince of Vegeta would have met a most humiliating demise. However, it was precisely this experience that catalyzed Vegeta's tremendous growth and strength, allowing him to transcend the limits of the Saiyan race and become a Super Saiyan. Through relentless training, his power had transformed dramatically. Ji-Yun, do you dare to challenge me? Let me tell you, in this state, I am a Super Saiyan, and my power has long surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan. You are no match for me now, Vegeta declared with pride. His first intention upon achieving Super Saiyan status was to confront Ji-Yun. Yet, he was acutely aware that his energy was only slightly stronger than when he faced Frieza. To defeat Ji-Yun, he needed to enhance his abilities further. Thus, he devoted himself to a prolonged period of rigorous training. His strength surged once more, and he arrogantly regarded himself as an entity that surpassed even the Super Saiyans. You? I have no interest, Ji-Yun replied coolly, his expression remaining unchanged. Vegeta was indeed formidable, but he had misidentified his opponent. Do not presume that, even in the past, Vegeta could ever rival Ji-Yun. Are you frightened? Vegeta scoffed, evidently interpreting Ji-Yun's disdain as cowardice. Fool, Ji-Yun murmured softly, choosing to disregard Vegeta's provocations. Goku, you have grown considerably stronger. Ji-Yun smiled as he addressed Goku. Upon receiving Ji-Yun's compliment, Goku bashfully scratched his head and grinned, saying, I suppose it's not too bad. My strength has indeed increased significantly. However, in your eyes, it likely amounts to little. I barely registered your move just now. Goku, possessing profound self-awareness, recognized that despite his substantial growth, he could not be compared to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun remained his ultimate warrior, and Goku firmly believed that to challenge Ji-Yun would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Upon hearing Goku's words, a faint smile graced Ji-Yun's lips. Observe, this exemplifies the disparity between individuals. This is the quality that a true stronghold must possess. Otherwise, how could Goku consistently surpass Vegeta? Ji-Yun could sense that Goku and Vegeta were nearly equal in strength. Yet overall, Goku emerged as the superior fighter. Vegeta, feeling snubbed by Ji-Yun's indifference, felt a surge of anger rising within him. I have become this strong, and yet you dare to belittle my existence. Vegeta's hands clenched tightly, seemingly on the brink of eruption. What about them? Piccolo must have informed you that the androids were not expected to appear for another year, right? Ji-Yun inquired curiously, gesturing towards the android number 18 behind him in the still unconscious cell. I'm not sure. Perhaps history has changed. 6 months after your departure, the androids emerged. Initially, it was an old man and a fat one. They posed no threat to us. The old man was none other than the former Dr. Gero. Thus, Goku recounted the events of the past few months. Ji-Yun listened intently, his brow furrowing. The occurrences mirrored those in the original narrative, with only subtle differences and a significantly accelerated timeline. Piccolo had not fused with Kami, yet his strength still allowed him to contend with Android 17. Cell had also emerged prematurely, or rather, he had long been present in this timeline, continuously absorbing human strength. It was only this month that he suddenly appeared before everyone, simultaneously absorbing Android 17. Due to the advanced timeline, Goku's heart condition had yet to manifest, allowing him to participate in this battle. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun suddenly recalled an important matter. He pulled out a small box of medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Goku. What is this? Goku asked curiously as he deftly caught it. It is medication for your heart condition. Your heart is troubled, and the medical methods of this era cannot remedy it. I brought this from the future. The future version of you succumbs to heart disease. Calculating the passage of time, it appears you have but 5 months remaining before the onset of your affliction. You may choose to take the medication in advance or wait until you experience discomfort. Either option is acceptable, Ji-Yun explained to Wukong with a measured tone, as he wished to avoid the dire consequences of his negligence leading to Wukong's premature demise. Thank you, Ji-Yun. Wukong replied, somewhat skeptical as he tucked the medicine away. His doubts were not rooted in mistrust towards Ji Yun, but rather in his own robust health, which bore no semblance of illness. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude to Ji Yun, opting to observe his condition further. Should any issues arise, he could take the medicine then. Now it is your turn. You hail from another time and space, do you not? Ji Yun remarked with an indifferent gaze directed at Sheru. What you two have traversed from the future? Sheru inquired, looking up at Ji Yun. Chapter 50. To whom shall I appeal? Sheru was somewhat taken aback, though not entirely astonished. He had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Ji Yun and Wukong, where the notion of the future had frequently emerged. This led Sheru to the conviction that Ji Yun had traversed from the future, or had previously visited it. What puzzled Sheru, however, was why Ji Yun's genetic material was absent from his own gene pool, even if he had indeed come from the future. Well, it appears you are not the Sheru I know, Ji Yun remarked with a hint of indifference. He had previously speculated that this Sheru might have crossed over from the world he had just returned from. However, the evident unfamiliarity in Sheru's response indicated otherwise. Indeed, Ji Yun had already confirmed that the Sheru from that world was utterly deceased, incapable of wreaking further havoc. It seemed that this Sheru had traversed from an alternate timeline where Trunks had been slain. Thus, it appeared that Ji Yun's existence was confined to this realm, and the principal narratives of Dragon Ball had remained unaltered by his presence. Humph, regardless of your origin, you shall not prevent me from absorbing Android 18, Sheru exclaimed. Rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with rage. Android 18 was tantalizingly close. Had it not been for the individual before him, he would have completed his fusion long ago. Indeed, Android 18 is just behind me. However, to engage her, you must first defeat me, a task that presents a considerable challenge. Ji Yun responded with a calm smile, gesturing towards Sheru with a casual wave of his hand. Die, you bastard, Sheru shouted, conjuring an energy sphere that he hurled directly at Ji Yun. Upon seeing this, Ji Yun effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away. Boom. The energy sphere detonated in midair, causing the entire island to tremble. Ji Yun's inherent power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Currently, unless Sheru transformed into his perfect form, he was no match for Ji Yun. In a flash, as the energy sphere was deflected, Sheru lunged at Ji Yun, delivering a powerful green fist aimed at Ji Yun's head. Sheru was aware of Ji Yun's formidable strength, yet today he was determined to achieve fusion. Only through this could he claim supremacy over the entire world. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as Ji Yun caught Sheru's fist with ease. Your attacks are too feeble. They cannot harm me. Ji Yun shook his head, speaking with a dispassionate tone. Ji Yun's words undoubtedly provoked Sheru, who then unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes. These attacks would have been lethal to any other opponent, yet Ji Yun met them with effortless grace, remaining utterly unfazed. Who is he? How could he possibly be this powerful? Sheru's heart raced, and a creeping sense of dread began to take root within him. Are you finished yet? If so, I shall make my move, Ji Yun said, his expression remaining serene. To Sheru, however, he appeared exceedingly terrifying, as though he were on the brink of meeting his demise in the next heartbeat. Puff! Indeed, as soon as Ji Yun's voice fell, he acted with the swiftness of lightning. His right hand struck directly against Cell's abdomen, his powerful fist piercing through Cell's very being. In an instant, purple blood stained his entire form. Why? Why are you so strong? Cell lamented, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could not comprehend why. When success was within his grasp, he ultimately faced such ruin. And who shall I hold accountable for this? Ji Yun replied with an air of indifference. Subsequently, with a surge of strength, a brilliant golden light erupted. Boom! Cell's body exploded, disintegrating into mere dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system rewards have been automatically dispensed. In the very next moment after Cell's demise, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in Ji Yun's mind. It was the system's notification. Instantly, a unique force infused Ji Yun's being. His mind became remarkably clear, filled with an enigmatic essence that eluded description. It felt as though he possessed the power to reshape everything around him at will, as if the world were a blank canvas, easily destructible without any effort. Was this the destructive might of a god of destruction? How profound! Ji Yun marveled at the extraordinary power surging within him. The onlookers were oblivious to the transformation occurring within Ji Yun. They could only witness his single punch obliterating Cell, their eyes filled with astonishment. Impressive, truly worthy of Mr. Ji Yun. Goku gazed at Ji Yun with admiration. Though he too could defeat Cell, he knew he could never achieve such ease. The greater one's strength, the more acutely one perceives the chasm between oneself and Ji Yun. So cool. Android 18 felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, akin to a survivor of calamity. especially resonating with Ji Yun's words. To touch her, you must defeat me. This thought ignited her imagination, causing her to completely forget that Android 17 had perished alongside Cell in the explosion. Thank heavens for this gentleman. The Earth has been spared a disaster. Android 16 leaned against a rock, exhaling a sigh of relief. How is it possible? How can he be so powerful? Vegeta's throat tightened, clearly in disbelief. Although his own strength far surpassed Cell's, he could never exhibit such prowess as Ji Yun had. After years of rigorous training aimed at surpassing Ji Yun, he now found it impossible. No, in this world, I am the strongest. No one can surpass me, no one. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. With a flash, he appeared before Ji Yun. What's the matter, Vegeta? Are you dissatisfied? Ji Yun remarked without courtesy. Ignoring him was one thing, but now he dared to approach? The sight of Vegeta's sour expression ignited Ji Yun's impulse to strike him. You fool! Do not presume that merely because you have slain Cell, you are formidable. Vegeta stated with a frigid tone. Let me inform you, I too could vanquish him. He is simply too weak for me to even bother. Unbeknownst to him, he had already issued a challenge to Ji Yun. Oh, is that so? Ji Yun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. This was precisely the reason Ji Yun harbored disdain for Vegeta. His incessant need to flaunt his prowess, coupled with his reliance on words to satiate his meager pride, rendered him utterly insufferable. He treated the safety of others as mere trifles for his own selfish gains. This was why Ji Yun held Trunks in such high regard, resolute and unpretentious. You insolent fool, dare to feign superiority? I shall demonstrate my true power to you this very moment. Ji Yun retorted dismissively, inciting Vegeta's ire. After enduring countless trials to attain his current strength, Vegeta found his accomplishments trivialized by Ji Yun's words. Chapter 51. You ask, how did I reduce you to this state? Vegeta's anger intensified with every passing moment. Just as he uttered a fierce declaration, he prepared to confront Ji Yun. Vegeta, do not act impulsively. You are no match for Ji Yun. Goku, noticing Vegeta's agitation, hurriedly intervened. During their time training together, Goku and Vegeta had developed a bond that surpassed mere friendship. As a companion, Goku felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Get out of my way, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted, showing no appreciation for the warning, and struck Goku in the abdomen. Having just witnessed Cell's defeat, Goku had reverted from his Super Saiyan form. The impact of Vegeta's blow forced him to stagger back in pain. Truly ungrateful, Ji Yun remarked coldly upon witnessing the exchange. Since you are so eager for a battle, I shall oblige. I give you a moment to summon your utmost strength. Ji Yun sneered, observing that despite his prolonged absence, Vegeta remained as arrogant as ever. If his suspicions were correct, Vegeta had become even more brazen after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Humph. Watch how I bring you to your knees. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. With a thunderous roar, the entire island began to quake violently, and the golden aura surrounding Vegeta surged ferociously. Such power, it is terrifying. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. The energy emanating from Vegeta enveloped the entire planet. Though Ji Yun had just vanquished Cell, the visual impact was negligible, almost rendering Cell as feeble. It instilled a sense of, I could do that too. However, Vegeta's aura was a visceral shock, reverberating through the hearts of all who witnessed it. Haha, do you see? This is my full power. This is the strength that surpasses that of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta proclaimed with pride, relishing in the might he possessed. Who could possibly eclipse him? Well, is that all you've got? Ji Yun replied coolly. Though undeniably strong, it was still insufficient. Vegeta had yet to reach the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Claiming to surpass, it was nothing short of hubris. TCH, watch how I deal with you. In a flash, Vegeta propelled himself towards Ji Yun, his body a blur as he reached Ji Yun's side in an instant. He then launched a powerful punch. However, before his fist could make contact, Vegeta felt as though his chin had been struck by an uppercut, sending him crashing to the ground. What? What just happened? Goku, positioned closest to the scene, clearly observed Vegeta's attack, which, despite its swiftness, was unmistakable. Yet, why was it that before Vegeta's strike could reach Ji Yun, he found himself lying on the ground instead? Wukong found himself utterly perplexed. How could it be that, despite Ji Yun's apparent stillness, Vegeta was felled to the ground? Could it be that Vegeta was feigning injury? What on earth transpired? Not only Wukong, but Krillin was equally bewildered. Vegeta's overwhelming aura could crush everything in its path. Yet he seemed to have been struck without even a brush from Ji Yun. Did you not believe that no attack could escape your gaze? Pray tell, how did I manage to strike you? Ji Yun remarked with an air of indifference, initiating his instantaneous movement once more. He did not wish to simply overpower Vegeta, rather. He aimed to gradually erode Vegeta's confidence, rendering him too fearful to act arrogantly in his presence henceforth. Damn it! Come on! Vegeta roared, springing to his feet as a golden aura erupted around him, the debris beneath him floating in the wake of his power. With a rush, he charged towards Jiyun again. Ah, commendable courage! Jiyun scoffed. The instantaneous movement activated once more, and once again, Vegeta failed to make contact, hurtling backwards and leaving a long trail on the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What was happening? Vegeta was utterly confounded as to how he had been sent flying. He only felt a series of forceful impacts to his chest before finding himself in this predicament. Had Jiyun's speed truly become this formidable? Incredible. Number 18's eyes sparkled with admiration. To face such a powerful opponent who had not even moved a muscle, yet managed to send him flying, was beyond description. No, Jiyun must have struck. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have been propelled away, murmured the silent Piccolo, who had been closely observing the battle. He too was deeply curious about the nature of Jiyun's attack. Just then, Vegeta, with a fierce determination, stood once more, his eyes ablaze with fury. You wretched fool! Unforgivable! Utterly unforgivable! He bellowed in a frenzy, unwilling to accept that, despite his incredible power, he felt so powerless. Cease your shouting. Next, I shall break your legs and send you crashing to the ground, head first, Jiyun stated coolly, directly revealing his intentions to Vegeta. Vegeta, perhaps it is time to concede? You are no match for Jiyun, and this battle is utterly futile, Wukong interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. If this continued, Vegeta might very well meet his demise here. Mind your own business, Kakarot. Come on. Vegeta, after being dissuaded, has become even more unhinged. With a furious roar, he charged once more towards Jiyun. Alas, observing Vegeta's reckless advance, Jiyun could only shake his head in resignation. In the next moment, Vegeta crashed headfirst into the ground, his legs suspended in the air, utterly devoid of sensation, as if they had indeed been severed. His hair darkened, and the golden flames surrounding him dissipated. Dreadful! Dreadful! Vegeta's voice emerged, heavy with despair. Jiyun had not delivered a fatal blow. He merely reverted Vegeta to his normal state. With a powerful stomp on the ground, Jiyun propelled the head-buried Vegeta skyward. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, glaring fiercely at Jiyun. See, I am a man of my word. Did you not claim that no one's attack could elude your gaze? Then enlighten me on how I have brought you to this state, Jiyun stated, his expression impassive and his tone indifferent. Chapter 52. Laozi educates his son. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Jiyun. Vegeta is precisely this way. Although somewhat arrogant, his heart is not entirely malevolent. Goku observed Vegeta's wretched state and stepped forward to mediate, completely disregarding the earlier altercation. Kakarot, cease your prattling. Wherein lies my arrogance? I rely solely on my strength. Vegeta retorted, gritting his teeth, his defiance unwavering even as he lay on the ground. Vegeta, you. Goku found himself at a loss for words. Unsure how to counter, he could only mutter softly, strength? Indeed, you are certainly relying on your strength to endure this beating. Enough, Goku. Do not attempt to persuade him further. Vegeta must endure some hardships if he is to amend his haughty demeanor. You believe I am harming him? Quite the contrary. I am aiding him. This disposition, if left unaltered, will inevitably lead to his downfall. Jiyun spoke earnestly, resembling a wise elder. Goku nodded in agreement. Much like a chick pecking at grain, convinced of Jiyun's sagacious insights. Wow, how captivating. Number 18 gazed at Jiyun's silhouette, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Though she had been transformed into an android, her human emotions remained intact. Listening to the words of her savior, she felt a stir within her heart. Stop lecturing me. You fool. Who do you think you are? Vegeta seethed, his frustration boiling over. Jiyun, younger than him, made it seem as if he were the one lacking maturity. Such words were ones he had only ever heard from his own father. Ah, do you see? Kind counsel falls on deaf ears. Thus, I must resort to slight reprimands. Fear not, Goku, I shall not take his life, Jiyun remarked with a tinge of exasperation, preparing to strike once more. Wait, wait. Vegeta frantically waved his hands, clearly intimidated by Jiyun's prowess, apprehensive that he might soon find himself on the receiving end of another brutal lesson. What now? Have you come to realize your errors? Jiyun remarked coolly, exuding the aura of a father chastising his child. Vegeta seethed internally, yearning to retort. I know better than you, yet he dared not voice it. I merely wish to inquire about the technique you employed. Your energy appears rather subdued. Yet your strikes were so swift that I could barely perceive them. Vegeta blurted out, grappling to comprehend how Jiyun's speed could be so extraordinary. Why he was unable to trace the trajectory of his attacks, feeling utterly bewildered as he had been soundly defeated. Indeed, Ji-yun, that is also my question. How is it that your speed is so remarkable? I could scarcely discern how you launched your strikes, Goku echoed. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Ji-yun, hoping for clarity regarding the riddle that perplexed him. Beck and the others overheard the crowd discussing the matter and gradually approached, their gazes all fixated on Ji-yun. Ji-yun smiled upon feeling the weight of so many eyes upon him. However, before he could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind him. From my perspective, he had not moved at all. Though I was unaware of how this individual named Vegeta had come to be in such a state, I was certain that Mr. Ji-yun had not lifted a finger throughout the encounter. 16, speaking quietly, began to articulate his thoughts. As the crowd absorbed 16's explanation, their confusion deepened, and their attention shifted towards his voice. What do you mean by that, 16? If Mr. Ji-yun did not intervene, could it be that Vegeta harmed himself? Krillin interjected eagerly, his tone laced with skepticism. The crowd, upon hearing 16's analysis, shook their heads in disagreement. Ji-yun observed 16 with keen interest, eager to see how he would further clarify the situation. Vegeta would certainly not injure himself. He is not a fool. 16 replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, who lay on the ground, felt his anger intensify. Damn it, if I were not unable to rise at this moment, I would not allow you lot to speak so freely. Nevertheless, Vegeta refrained from interrupting 16, curious to hear how he would explain this peculiar circumstance. Everyone now knows that I am a robot, created specifically to defeat Son Goku. 16 continued, casting a glance towards Goku, who chuckled and scratched his head. It seemed that he still had numerous adversaries in this world. Thus, I possess some degree of strength. However, in the presence of this gentleman, it is hardly noteworthy. Due to my unique construction, my eyes can replay any rapid movement in slow motion, 16 elaborated methodically. As the crowd listened intently, they began to comprehend that, as a robot, 16 could indeed perceive events with greater clarity than others. I initially assumed that this gentleman was exceedingly fast, which was why we could not discern his actions. However, I replayed the recent events from start to finish and could not identify any movements from Ji-yun. Even when slowed down 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, or even a billion-fold, Mr. Ji-yun remained stationary, with only the image of Vegeta being struck and sent flying. 16 recounted everything he had observed, and while others were still bewildered, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, loudly exclaiming, "What use is your worthless scrap? Stop fabricating nonsense." Vegeta's intended target for his inquiries was evidently Ji-yun. However, at this moment, regardless of who they are, everyone seems to have something to say. They may speak freely, yet they continue to rake over the coals of their own grievances. Do they truly believe him to be an easy target? Please do not take offense. I merely relayed what I have observed, remarked number 16 in a gentle tone. Although he is a robot, he harbors a profound yearning for peace. No matter who it may be, as long as they do not infringe upon his principles, he remains unperturbed. You, clap, clap, clap. Just as Vegeta was about to retort once more, he was interrupted by the sound of applause. Well analyzed, number 16, Chi-yun said with a smile, offering words of praise. Attention shifted once more to Chi-yun. Upon hearing his encouragement, a singular thought emerged in the hearts of all present. Could it be that everything number 16 asserted was indeed correct? What, then, was the method employed by Chi-yun to injure Vegeta? Chapter 53. The pressure from the Soul 16 is right, yet also not right. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Ji-yun began to elucidate. What does it mean to be right, yet not right? How can one articulate such a notion? I do not comprehend. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. He was not alone. Nearly everyone present shared the same lack of understanding. From your perspective, I indeed appeared motionless. No one could discern my attacking movements. Ji-yun explained with a subtle smile. All ears were now attuned, as they listened intently to his forthcoming words. This was due to a unique skill I have acquired, capable of freezing time in this world for 0.1 seconds, or rather, allowing time to halt for that brief moment. Within that fleeting 0.1 seconds, I can strike and return to my original position, leaving no one the wiser as to how I executed my attack. Ji-yun addressed the crowd with a grin. Upon hearing Ji-yun's explanation, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped everyone's lips, their faces reflecting sheer shock. What? What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? It is nothing short of divine. Piccolo could not help but exclaim. Not only he, but nearly everyone felt an urge to curse in disbelief. Ji-yun's prowess was already formidable, and with this skill, he became virtually invincible. How could such a divine ability exist in this world? Vegeta had been listening intently to Ji-yun's discourse. As Ji-yun elucidated the mechanics of his attack, despair enveloped Vegeta, and he felt a profound sense of hopelessness. If Ji Yun could perpetually wield this skill, he would remain forever undefeated. Would there ever be a possibility of surpassing him? Impressive. Truly worthy of being the one I aim to surpass, Wukong remarked enviously, his eyes brimming with admiration for Ji Yun. Witnessing Wukong's fighting spirit, the others could only manage a wry smile. They all believed that attempting to surpass Ji Yun was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Vegeta, do you still wish to continue fighting? Ji Yun spoke to him calmly. The onlookers regarded the prostrate Vegeta with sighs of resignation. It seemed that in the future, one must be discerning when selecting opponents, lest they suffer in vain. Initially wallowing in despair, Vegeta suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Ji Yun's words. He shouted defiantly, I still refuse to accept this. You only defeated me because of that skill. Your true strength could never match mine. Vegeta's pride would not allow him to concede so easily. He stubbornly believed that in a direct confrontation, Ji Yun would undoubtedly fall before him. Heh, very well. I shall show you what despair truly is. Ji Yun replied with a cold smirk. The instantaneous movement technique may seem somewhat underhanded, yet ultimately, it is an integral part of my abilities. If one truly resorts to murder, Vegeta would have no choice but to lament in the depths of hell. Goku, provide him with a Sins of Being, Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly. He intended to restore Vegeta to his former self, only to subsequently shatter his confidence once more. Ah, very well. Goku responded to Ji Yun's words, promptly retrieving a green bean from a pouch. Approaching Vegeta, he offered it to his lips. Without hesitation, Vegeta bit into it, startling Goku, who quickly withdrew his hand, fearing that his fingers might be bitten off. Vegeta crushed the Sins of Being and swallowed it. In an instant, his broken bones mended, and he stood up, invigorated. Ah! Vegeta roared towards the heavens, golden flames enveloping him once again. His black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and the state of Super Saiyan was activated in an instant. Do you see? As long as you do not employ that technique, you cannot possibly defeat me in this form, Vegeta declared, his confidence unwavering, his tone still brimming with arrogance. However, the onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of concern for him. It seemed that every time this fellow boasted, he would end up receiving a severe beating. Their worry was not whether Ji Yun could best Vegeta, but rather how much more disastrous Vegeta's fate might become. Then come and witness my transformation. Ji Yun replied with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, a yellow-green aura surged around him, emanating an unparalleled force. The surrounding space began to warp and ripple, as an immense energy radiated outward in all directions. The ground beneath Ji Yun's feet cracked, and soon, the entire island began to splinter. The ground became unstable, and the onlookers were lifted into the air. Ji Yun's hair transformed into a yellow-green hue in that instant. This is Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Goku, witnessing Ji Yun's current state, also displayed an expression of astonishment and exclaimed excitedly, So Ji Yun is indeed a Saiyan. The crowd, upon seeing this revelation, was equally astonished. Previously, when they heard Piccolo claim that Ji Yun was a Saiyan, they had dismissed it as nonsense. Goku had even sought confirmation from Vegeta, who had emphatically declared, Impossible. He is deceiving you. Yet now, it was evident that Ji Yun was indeed a Saiyan. Impossible. You are certainly not a Saiyan, nor could you possibly transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, his voice growing increasingly uncertain. He could not fathom why Ji Yun was also capable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Yet, the evidence lay before him. The identical form, the familiar energy, there could be no doubt. It was merely a transformation. There was no need for such alarm. Ji Yun spoke softly. After his transformation, Ji Yun's demeanor exuded an even greater sense of valor. With each gesture, one could perceive an imposing aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. You may come at me now, Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly, gesturing toward Vegeta with a beckoning motion. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Vegeta licked his parched lips, beads of cold sweat unexpectedly forming on his forehead. Even before the battle commenced, his calves began to tremble. A pressure emanating from Ji Yun's very essence instilled a sense of dread within Vegeta. The two had yet to engage in formal combat, yet Vegeta was clearly at a disadvantage. This sentiment was not exclusive to Vegeta. Son Goku, faced with Ji Yun's formidable presence, found his initial excitement dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Merely gazing at Ji Yun's countenance, an inexplicable fear suddenly seized his heart. Chapter 54. Thank you for saving me. Are you contemplating escape, Vegeta? Ji Yun inquired with a hint of indifference, observing Vegeta's trembling legs, which indeed suggested a desire to flee. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard. At this moment, he opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The oppressive aura emanating from Ji-Yun rendered him paralyzed, and the very atmosphere was laden with an ominous dread. Should he dare to display bravado and strike, it would be tantamount to courting death. Although Vegeta harbored a certain arrogance and was occasionally not the sharpest, it did not imply he was a fool. If you choose not to act, then I shall take the initiative, Ji-Yun remarked, his brow furrowing with impatience. You claimed you were ready to fight, yet now you stand idly by. What is the meaning of this? It is merely a matter of striking or not. Could we perhaps avoid fighting? I concede, Vegeta stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment at uttering such a humiliating admission. Hiss. Before Ji-Yun could respond, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. Particularly, Krillin appeared astounded, as if he had uncovered an earth-shattering secret. Is this still Prince Vegeta? Piccolo, too, was taken aback, evidently not expecting Vegeta to make such a declaration. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado. How had he suddenly wilted? Only Goku, standing to the side, exhaled in relief, believing that Vegeta had made one of the most pivotal decisions of his life. Krillin and Piccolo, not being Saiyans, could not fathom the immense pressure Vegeta was currently enduring. No, you were the one who insisted on fighting. Now, you refuse to engage. If I acquiesce, would that not be a blow to my pride? Ji-Yun stated with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's heart plummeted. At that moment, he lacked the courage to strike. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Did this individual truly intend to spare him? With no other recourse, Vegeta gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. You leave me no choice. Here it comes. He conjured 2 energy spheres in the palms of his hands and hurled them towards Ji-Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres detonated in rapid succession, filling the air with explosive sounds. Ji-Yun's figure was engulfed by a conflagration of light. With relentless fervor, Vegeta pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres from his palms. The azure sky became suffused with the acrid scent of smoke. Clouds of dust obscured the blazing sun, shrouding the heavens in a delicate veil. Panting heavily, Vegeta continued his assault for a full 5 minutes, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The previous onslaught had nearly drained him of all his stamina. As the dust began to settle, Ji-Yun stood unwavering, motionless amidst the chaos. Unfazed. The recent assault had no effect on him. Witnessing Ji-Yun's unscathed demeanor, Vegeta felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had anticipated that his attack would be ineffective against Ji-Yun, but he did not foresee such a dismal failure. Not even a shred of fabric had been torn. The disparity in their strengths was indeed staggering. Now that you've had your turn, it is mine, isn't it? Rest assured, I wield my power with precision and shall not strike lethally. Ji-Yun's chilling voice resonated. Suddenly, with a swish, the sound of air being sliced open echoed. Before anyone could comprehend Ji-Yun's movement, he had already appeared before Vegeta. Bang! A powerful fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. A gasp escaped Vegeta as he endured the crushing blow from Ji-Yun. Pain surged through his midsection, and a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. He began to vomit blood incessantly. His entire body writhed in agony, as if every organ within him had sustained varying degrees of injury. In the next moment, Vegeta's hair began to lose its color, and the golden aura that enveloped him dissipated entirely, reverting him to his normal state. If I truly wished to kill you, you would have already been a lifeless corpse, Ji-Yun remarked calmly, having released his Super Saiyan form. With this transformation's dissolution, the oppressive aura surrounding Goku and Vegeta vanished, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained curled up, enduring the relentless pain coursing through him. How formidable! Piccolo shook his head in resignation. This outcome, while surprising, was also expected. The reality that Vegeta could not surpass Ji-Yun was as undeniable as it was disheartening. Previously, Vegeta had naively believed himself to be the strongest in the world, but everyone else recognized that Ji-Yun could easily defeat him. What was unforeseen was how swiftly Vegeta would succumb. It was hard to fathom that in his current state, Vegeta could not withstand even a single blow from Ji-Yun. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. Vegeta managed to utter with great difficulty. Goku, if you have any senzu beans left, please give him one. If not, we must get him to a hospital immediately. He may truly be in mortal danger soon. Ji-Yun stated matter-of-factly. He himself possessed senzu beans, but had no desire to waste them on Vegeta. I have one. Goku quickly responded, retrieving the last senzu bean from his bag. This time, he tossed it to Vegeta, who caught it deftly and promptly consumed it. Exhaling slowly, Vegeta felt his injuries heal once more, and his energy surged significantly. Yet, he dared not provoke Ji-Yun again. With a meaningful glance at Ji-Yun, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and hastily departed the scene. As the crowd witnessed Vegeta's departure, A collective sigh of relief swept through them. This ordeal had finally come to an end. Mr. Ji-Yun, thank you. Just as Ji-Yun was about to take his leave, the android No. 18 unexpectedly approached him. Her delicate features flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil pool of water. Oh, no need for thanks. It was my duty, Ji-Yun remarked with a gentle smile, rubbing his nose. To his surprise, the typically aloof number 18 had initiated a conversation with him. Given his existing intrigue towards her, he found himself pleasantly taken aback. Yet, this feeling was rather delightful, especially when contemplating the rather eccentric future version of number 18. This incarnation of her seemed almost angelic. Since your crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, should the opportunity arise, Ji-Yun said with a serene smile. With that, he turned and leaped gracefully into the vast sky, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Is he really leaving just like that? Number 18 murmured, a hint of unease in her voice. As she watched Ji-Yun's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Chapter 55. Are you going or not? It was not that Ji-Yun had lost interest in number 18. Rather, with Bulma now carrying his child, any flirtation would be utterly unbecoming. Consequently, Ji-Yun resorted to the strategy of feigned indifference, biding his time for the future. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly vanished in an instant, sparing himself the trouble of leaving behind a striking silhouette. After all, she had yet to express her gratitude. Number 18 murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the direction Ji-Yun had flown away, unwilling to depart. Indeed, Ji-Yun's tactic proved effective. Sometimes, women behave this way. The more one fawns over them, the more aloof they become. Conversely, the more one distances themselves, the more intrigued they may become. The warriors on Earth, witnessing the defeat of Cell, noted Ji-Yun and Vegeta's departure. Piccolo and the others had no intention of lingering any longer. After exchanging farewells with Goku, they set off to resume their arduous training. In an instant, only number 18, number 16, Goku, and Krillin remained. Number 18, we should be on our way, number 16 remarked gently, observing the reluctant number 18. Although he was a robot, his emotional depth surpassed that of many humans. He had been attentive to number 18's demeanor and had already sensed something amiss. Oh, we're leaving? All right, but can you still move? Number 18 snapped back to reality, her expression tinged with concern for number 16. He slowly rose, sparks occasionally flickering from his form, and the metal of his body bore uneven dents. It's fine, we can find a place to repair myself, number 16 replied with a smile. Fortunately, being made of metal, though his injuries were severe, he felt no pain, a small mercy amidst misfortune. Moreover, it seems number 17 was also eliminated alongside that individual. Is that truly acceptable? Number 16 continued, his voice steady. At his reminder, number 18 paused, realization dawning upon her with a hint of regret. How could I forget about number 17? She chided herself, covering her mouth. In her preoccupation with handsome faces, she had neglected her brother's fate. If number 17 were to witness this, he would surely lament the cruelty of the world. Not to worry, there are Dragon Balls on Earth, and we can use them to resurrect number 17, Krillin interjected eagerly, hoping to win number 18's favor. In the past, such words might have stirred her heart. However, poor Krillin was unaware that at this moment, number 18 had begun to develop a distinct sentiment towards Ji-Yun. Indeed, I see now that you are not malevolent beings. At least, you have not committed any wrongdoing thus far. If you require assistance, we are willing to lend a hand. With a smile, Wukong addressed the two individuals, his inherent kindness once again shining through. Son Wukong, we certainly do not require your assistance. Once we regain our strength, the first thing we shall do is eliminate you. Number 18 stated bluntly. They were created solely for the purpose of extinguishing Son Wukong's life. A directive embedded in their very genes by Dr. Gero. Indeed, Son Wukong, although I recognize your benevolence, I too am a lover of peace. However, my mission is to terminate your existence. I hope you can understand. Number 16 spoke gravely, his expression surprisingly gentle. His words, though exceedingly polite, conveyed a rather peculiar sentiment, demanding the understanding of the very person he intended to kill. Was this truly human discourse? Oh, I see. Well then, once you are restored, feel free to come and kill me anytime. I would welcome it, provided you possess the capability. Wukong replied nonchalantly, his smile unwavering as he dismissed their threats entirely. Perhaps it was his carefree nature, or perhaps his confidence in his own strength that allowed him to remain unfazed. Upon hearing Wukong's words, the two fell silent. Number 18 leaned against number 16, both of them unsteadily preparing to depart. Krillin, let us take our leave as well, Wukong said easily to Krillin. However, Krillin's gaze remained fixated on number 18, reluctant to leave. Hey, Krillin. Wukong called out again when he noticed Krillin's lack of response. Ah, Wukong, what is it? Krillin startled, finally responding after being called twice. What are you thinking? Krillin? We should be going. Ji-Yun has just returned, and I intend to spar with him. He should be at Bulma's by now. Are you coming, Krillin? Wukong reproached lightly, yet his eyes sparkled at the mention of sparring with Ji-Yun. I think I'll pass, Wukong, Krillin replied absently, seemingly lost in thought. Very well. Take care of yourself, Krillin. Wukong nodded, addressing him with a measure of concern. I shall. Wait. A feminine voice abruptly interrupted Wukong's ensuing words. He halted mid-step, turning back with Krillin to discover that the voice belonged to number 18, who had not yet departed. Where do you think you are going? Number 18 inquired, a ripple of curiosity crossing her features as she sought to clarify Wukong's earlier statement. I meant to seek Ji-Yun for a spar. He should be at Bulma's, and I was just about to head there. What is the matter? Wukong scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Had he misspoken? We wish to accompany you. Number 18 stated with a hint of determination, her mind racing with possibilities. Huh, what do you intend to do? Wukong was engulfed in profound confusion. Suddenly, before Android 18 could respond, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, as if he had just stumbled upon a revelation. You wish to ask Bulma for assistance in repairing Android 16's body, don't you? That should pose no problem. Bulma is an exceptional scientist. Wukong exclaimed with a smile. That is indeed correct. Android 18 initially struggled to comprehend the situation, contemplating fabricating an excuse to evade the matter. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as Wukong had effortlessly provided a reasonable justification. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire Wukong's cleverness. Wukong observed Android 18 nodding in agreement, affirming her consent. All right, then we wait. I'm going to. Oh dear, am I really unable to escape this today? Wukong felt an urge to vociferously demand clarity on whether they were truly going or not. The owner of that voice was Krillin, who at that moment wore a rather unsettled expression. Krillin, did you not say you wouldn't go? Wukong inquired, glancing at his companion with curiosity. It has been quite some time since I last saw Bulma. After some reflection, I believe I shall join you, Krillin replied solemnly, for he had sensed an unusual undertone from Android 18's reaction. Chapter 56. The smoke of conflict among women. At this moment, Ji-Yun had long returned home. Accompanied by Bulma, he was relishing a delectable meal. How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. Ji-Yun sighed contentedly while holding a glass of juice. The crisis on Earth had been averted. Would the days ahead be as blissful? Bulma gazed at Ji-Yun with a gentle smile. He looked at her radiant face and shook his head lightly. If only that were the case. He replied with a smile. He understood that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The enemies to come would be increasingly formidable. However, he now possessed the power of destruction. Apart from the god of destruction and those of even greater strength, Ji-Yun felt utterly unafraid. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to test this power. Ji-Yun mused silently. Though he had acquired the power of destruction, he lacked a suitable target for experimentation, which was quite vexing. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side and support you, Bulma declared with unwavering determination. Her words warmed Ji-Yun's heart. If it weren't for the current circumstances, he would have been tempted to express his affection right then and there. And so, the two enjoyed their meal while singing, enveloped in a cozy and pleasant atmosphere. 10 minutes later, a very familiar figure appeared before Ji-Yun and Bulma. To be precise, it was a group of people. Goku, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Ji-Yun said, seated at the table, observing the boisterous Goku. As Goku was a frequent visitor to the Capsule Corporation, the guards at the entrance did not impede them and allowed the group to pass through without hesitation. Just a bit hungry, Goku admitted, sheepishly rubbing his stomach. He wasted no time and quickly found a spot to devour the food voraciously. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable and find a place to sit. Ji-Yun warmly invited the others. Android 16, Android 18, and Krillin remained silent, taking their seats without touching their utensils. Android 16, being a robot, naturally did not require sustenance. Android 18's gaze was intensely fixed on Ji-Yun, while Krillin cast a sorrowful glance at Android 18. The atmosphere grew exceedingly strange, momentarily dampening Ji-Yun's appetite. After about half an hour, the dishes on the table had been devoured by Goku in a whirlwind of consumption. Ah, Goku exclaimed, satisfied. As he patted his round belly, a look of pure happiness on his face. Well, we've eaten enough. What brings you all here? Is there something you need my help with? Ji-Yun smiled at the group, occasionally stealing glances at Android 18. Yet, he managed to suppress his impulses. continually reminding himself to remain composed and not reveal any semblance of infatuation. "Ah, it's nothing. I just came to spar with you," Goku replied. Wukong touched his nose and chuckled, saying that the two of them were looking for Bulma to repair Android 16. He pointed at Android 18 and 16, continuing, "Well, I'm always open to sparring. But as for repairing 16, I'm afraid that that's not feasible. Bulma is currently pregnant, and I do not wish for her to undertake any tasks." Ji Yun smiled gently at Wukong, though the last statement seemed directed more towards Android 18. Ji Yun was acutely aware of his current domestic situation. He did not wish to conceal anything and believed it best to speak plainly. "Ah, this could be quite a conundrum," Wukong said, scratching his chin in mild distress. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Android 18's expression shifted abruptly. Though she quickly regained her composure, Ji Yun noticed this subtle change, leading him to believe that Android 18 harbored some interest in him. Alas, he could only ponder the possibility of future developments. Inwardly resigned, he thought it impossible to hide the fact that he had a wife and child. "Well, I shall not intrude further." Android 18 fidgeted uncomfortably, feeling a vague ache in her heart. Just as she was about to rise and leave, Bulma cheerfully interjected. "No need to worry. This little matter is easily handled by me." She playfully thrust her pregnant belly forward, seemingly challenging Android 18. Bulma was remarkably perceptive. She had long noticed the unusual glint in Android 18's eyes, which had been fixed intently on Ji Yun. As a woman, she was fully aware of the implications. Initially, Bulma had felt a surge of anger. Had Ji Yun indeed asked her to perform the repairs, she would have vehemently refused. However, upon hearing Ji Yun's refusal, stating that he didn't want Bulma to do anything while pregnant, her fury dissipated, replaced instead by profound affection. Given Ji Yun's stance, she decided it was best to display generosity, allowing Android 18 to see the disparity between them. "We can manage on our own," Android 18 replied coldly. Recognizing Bulma's provocative gestures, proud by nature, she would never have intruded upon their lives had she known Ji Yun was already committed. Yet, Bulma's taunts ignited a stubborn defiance within her as a woman. Unbeknownst to her, she began to view Bulma as a rival or perhaps a romantic adversary. Accepting assistance from a rival, regardless of gender, is a challenge few can navigate with composure. "Oh, aren't you friends? I thought you weren't troubled by this. Can't you at least consider your friend as perspective?" Bulma continued with a smile. Though her words were innocuous, the underlying tension was palpable, and Ji Yun was acutely aware of it. Especially the last remark, which seemed like a moral high ground assault, striking indiscriminately. The average person would surely find themselves at a loss for words. This is the war of women, no less intense than the artillery fire on a battlefield. As for me, number 18 truly finds herself at a loss for words. Should she decline Bulma's assistance, she would be the one who abandons her companions. Yet, if she accepts Bulma's help, she would then owe a favor to someone, thereby binding herself to her in future endeavors. Ultimately, deep down, number 18 still harbors thoughts of Ji Yun. Were it not for this sentiment, she could accept Bulma's aid with a clear conscience. Of course, the most tangled emotions revolve around Ji Yun. He desperately wishes to express a few words, but finds himself at a loss for where to begin. "It's all right, number 18. Do not feel troubled on my account," number 16 said, gently patting 18's shoulder with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun felt even more conflicted. "Brother, those words should rightfully belong to me." Chapter 57. Wukong's Ultra Super Saiyan Kaioken. Android 18 gazed at Android 16, who had transformed into this state to save her, and then glanced at Bulma's faint smile. After pondering for a brief moment, she slowly spoke. "Well then, I shall trouble you." Android 18 smiled lightly at Bulma, secretly contemplating. "Come on, let us hurt each other. Carrying this burden, surely it won't tire you out." Bulma was equally surprised that the originally stubborn Android 18 would consent to her assistance. "Send him to my laboratory," Bulma said nonchalantly, having agreed to assist another. She was determined to follow through. However, she decided to accept this favor for herself. "Bulma, there is no rush. Why don't you take a break first? You mustn't overexert yourself," Ji Yun remarked as he observed Bulma with her prominent belly, just as she was about to enter the laboratory. He gently grasped her hand, expressing his concern. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Bulma raised her eyebrows slightly and replied coolly, "I'll settle the score with you later." Subsequently, the three of them proceeded directly into the laboratory. It was evident that Bulma remained troubled by the matter concerning Android 18. Regardless of Ji Yun's intentions, he bore some responsibility for the situation, as it had all arisen because of him. Ji Yun now found himself in a somewhat tearful predicament. He harbored some improper thoughts about Android 18, yet he had not yet made any advances. Helpless, Ji-Yun could only gaze at the sky and exclaim, "Oh heavens! Is being handsome truly a transgression? If so, am I not steeped in sin?" Wukong and Krillin exchanged disdainful glances at Ji-Yun's outburst. Had they not feared retribution, they might have openly berated him for his shamelessness. "Ji-Yun, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Krillin stated, realizing he had no further business there. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed without looking back. Krillin had already discerned Android 18's feelings and accepted that he might never have hope. After all, his rival was Ji-Yun, a formidable opponent indeed. Even though he had Bulma, what man would ever complain about having too many women by his side? Rather than remaining anxiously, he thought it wiser to leave, perhaps to encounter his true love sooner. Ah, how strange. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Krillin. Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. Although he was somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, he could still sense that Krillin was acting unusually today. Perhaps he has something weighing on his mind. Ji-Yun smiled faintly. He was well aware of Krillin's thoughts. If Android 18 truly held any interest in him, Ji-Yun would not intrude upon that affection. Alas, the absence of the original narrative left Android 18 destined to remain indifferent towards him. All he could do was wish Krillin the best in his quest for true love. "Oh," Wukong responded with an expression of vague understanding. Subsequently, his eyes regained their brilliance, and with excitement, he exclaimed, "Look, I almost forgot our main purpose. Let us hasten to spar." Ji-Yun, observing Wukong's eager demeanor, nodded with a smile and replied, "Let us go. I wish to join as well." As they exited the laboratory, number 18 coolly stated, "I'll come along." However, Bulma firmly ushered her out, for she preferred not to be disturbed during her work. 18, Ji-Yun hesitated to speak. "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to observe how Son Wukong fights. This knowledge will serve me well when I seek to defeat him in the future," number 18 replied. Her arms crossed in front of her chest, her demeanor cold. Whether her thoughts aligned with her words remained uncertain. "Very well, let us depart." Ji-Yun dismissed any further contemplation. With a grand gesture, the three soared into the sky, transforming into 3 streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. As they flew, they discovered an expansive, desolate area. Number 18, with a sense of purpose, flew to a mountain peak and seated herself upon a flat expanse, quietly observing Ji-Yun and Wukong. Ji-Yun and Wukong stood opposite each other, gazing intently. "Make your move, Wukong. Unleash your full strength," Ji-Yun said with a gentle smile. "Very well, I shall not hold back," Son Wukong replied, wiping his nose with a grin. With that, Wukong concentrated his energy, causing the ground to tremble and the air to swirl with intensity. Accompanied by Wukong's thunderous roar, a golden aura enveloped him. His black hair stood on end, transforming into a striking gold. His piercing light blue eyes radiated an air of disdain. Whoosh! Upon completing his transformation, Son Wukong launched his attack. The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere as his fierce fists and feet aimed at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, with focused eyes, discerned the trajectory of his punches, skillfully evading each strike, rendering Wukong's efforts futile. For over half an hour, the two exchanged blows, each delivering and dodging with precision. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as their fists collided, unleashing an astonishing force that startled both wildlife and onlookers into retreat. "Well done, Wukong. You managed to withstand my punch," Ji-Yun remarked with a faint smile, acknowledging Wukong's strength. "Not yet," Wukong replied with a confident grin. Soon after, a crimson aura enveloped his golden flames. Fivefold Kaioken. An overwhelming surge of energy surged forth, elevating Wukong's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. "Impressive. The combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioken is indeed formidable," Ji-Yun praised, his admiration evident. "Truly, Son Wukong's innate combat talent is unparalleled, a gift that few can rival. By this singular point, Vegeta is utterly no match for Goku. Be cautious, Ji-Yun," Goku admonished in a grave tone. In that instant, a crimson figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Ji-Yun. Hastily, Ji-Yun raised his hands to shield his chest. Bang! Goku's formidable power erupted instantaneously. Ji-Yun, in his ordinary state, stood no chance against Goku and was sent flying. Thunderous sounds echoed as Ji-Yun's body collided with a mountain, shattering it to pieces before finally coming to a halt. Ji-Yun. The previously seated Android 18 observed Ji-Yun's flight with alarm, instinctively rising to her feet, her eyes brimming with concern. "TCH, what am I doing?" Android 18 shook her head in self-deprecation before resuming her seat. On the battlefield, Ji-Yun was severely impacted by the blow. After all, his ordinary strength was merely that of a Super Saiyan 1, far from being a match for Goku in this state. In a flash, Ji-yoon emerged from the rubble, reappearing before Goku. Well done, Goku. However, from here on, I shall. Ji-yoon's words abruptly ceased, the remainder lodged in his throat. What is the matter, Ji-yoon? Goku inquired, noticing something amiss with Ji-yoon, his voice tinged with urgency. Could it be that he had inadvertently harmed him? That seemed implausible. Ji-yoon, hearing Goku's words, appeared bewildered, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. Gulping, he cast his gaze towards his diagonal rear. Chapter 58. The arrival of two mysterious familiar visitors. Wukong discerned a peculiarity in Ji-yoon, his gaze drawn to the side and rear. His eyes followed suit, peering in the direction Ji-yoon was observing. Ah, have they finally been noticed? A slender figure cloaked in purple remarked nonchalantly upon catching the attention of the two. This figure was adorned in peculiar attire and sported a long tail, with a head resembling that of a jackal. Its eyes were a pale yellow, with slitted pupils, creating an unsettling appearance. Not particularly quick to react, yet its strength was merely mediocre. A tall individual nearby spoke with indifference. This person possessed blue skin and long, flowing white hair, with purple eyes and lips, and wore a large, light blue halo around its neck. In its right hand, it wielded a long staff topped with a black orb, exuding an aura of mystery that rendered it inscrutable. Who are they? Wukong was exceedingly astonished. With his current combat prowess, he had not sensed their presence at all. Had it not been for Ji-yoon's timely observation, he might have remained oblivious throughout. Unless they were akin to androids, devoid of any detectable energy, such a circumstance was inconceivable. The crimson flames enveloping Wukong began to wane gradually. He could not maintain this state for long, and the intentions of the two individuals before him remained uncertain. Preserving his strength and adopting a wait-and-see approach was the wisest course of action. Ji-yoon, equally stunned, found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated the arrival of these two. Ji-yoon, who on earth are they? Do you know? For reasons unknown, Wukong felt an immense pressure emanating from the pair. In this timeline, aside from Ji-yoon, there existed others capable of exerting such formidable pressure upon him. It was evident that their strength was far from trivial. God of Destruction, Beerus, Angel, Whis. Ji-yoon's expression turned grave, and amidst his astonishment, he slowly uttered the names. Ah, God of Destruction? Angel? What on earth are those? Wukong exclaimed, bewildered by Ji-yoon's words, utterly perplexed by these unfamiliar titles. Ji-yoon's countenance remained serious, revealing no inclination to explain. He was uncertain of the motives behind their arrival on Earth. Lord Beerus, that individual knows our identities, Whis remarked with a relaxed demeanor, glancing at the significantly shorter God of Destruction. Upon hearing Whis, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly and responded indifferently. I never imagined that someone on this insignificant planet would be aware of our existence. Let us pay them a visit, Lord Beerus, Whis suggested with a gentle smile. Whatever. Beerus yawned nonchalantly in response. Their primary objective was not to visit Earth. They had merely approached upon sensing the aura of battle and decided to investigate. Certainly, Bruce would not be so dull. This suggestion was proposed by Whis. The two of them gradually flew closer to the positions of Ji-yoon and Wukong. Ji-yoon, they are coming over. What should we do? Should we fight? Wukong, feeling a bit anxious as he watched the two approach, asked Ji-yoon. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji-yoon nearly choked on his own saliva. Fight? What a ridiculous notion. With what shall we fight? With our heads? Ji-yoon quickly interjected, Wukong, do not act rashly. Regardless of their intentions, we must not engage with them. He earnestly warned Wukong against any confrontation. This was not a matter of cowardice on Ji-yoon's part. Rather, he recognized that with his current strength, he was no match for a God of Destruction. Moreover, there was the enigmatic Whis to consider. In this situation, it was best to avoid conflict if at all possible. His own demise was of little concern, and the destruction of Earth mattered not, however. His beloved Bulma and their unborn child remained on this planet. He did not wish to drag his family into the abyss due to his impulsiveness. As Ji-yoon pondered, Beerus and Whis had already arrived before him. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Surely you aren't contemplating how to kill me? Beerus said, his eyes narrowing. His tone indifferent. As the God of Destruction, Beerus's role is to obliterate, should he sense any disrespect from the individual before him. He would not hesitate to erase both him and the planet from existence, depending solely on his mood. Ji-yoon, startled by Beerus's words, snapped back to reality. The feline visage of Beerus loomed before him, startling him greatly. Nevertheless, Ji-yoon managed to maintain a facade of composure, smiling as he explained, Ah, not at all. I was merely lost in thought, harboring no ill intentions towards either of you. Though internally anxious, Ji-yoon's demeanor remained respectful, earning a nod of approval from Whis. Do not be nervous, allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In this universe, he reigns supreme. Anything he desires can be eradicated at his whim. Whis stated with a faint smile. Ji-Yun was aware of this fact and thus felt no surprise. However, Wukong reacted differently. Upon learning that Beerus was the mightiest in the universe, a glimmer of desire sparked in his eyes. Hey, Whis, why are you mentioning this? Don't forget I have a mission. If there is nothing else, why not destroy this planet? It would allow me to complete my task sooner in return for a good long sleep. Beerus remarked casually, stifling a yawn as if the destruction of a planet were a trivial matter. Ah, Lord Beerus, please do not rush, Whis began to say. But before he could finish his sentence, the conversation continued. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Sun Wukong loudly interrupted. Are you truly the strongest in this universe? Yet, you hardly seem so. Would you engage in a battle with me to test your prowess? Wukong appeared immensely exhilarated, darting around Beerus in a fervent manner, occasionally pinching Beerus's slender arm. This foolish creature, Ji-Yun muttered in exasperation, covering his forehead. Not only Ji-Yun, but even Whis found Wukong's antics amusing, stifling laughter behind his hand. Ji-Yun could only silently pray for Wukong, hoping he wouldn't meet a disastrous fate. Meanwhile, Beerus remained silent, though his expression darkened. Slowly, he extended a finger, bending it, and pressed it down with another finger. Suddenly, he released his grip, causing his finger to snap toward Wukong with startling speed. Bang! Chapter 59. Beerus and Whis. A sudden thud echoed through the air. Before Goku could react, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by Beerus. His golden hair instantly reverted to its original black, and his body was propelled backward with tremendous force. Crash! Goku's form struck the ground heavily, creating a small crater upon impact. Dust billowed, shrouding his figure, rendering him nearly invisible. Yet, a faint trace of his life force lingered. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Ji-Yun marveled inwardly. He could certainly achieve such a feat, but only after transforming into a Super Saiyan. And even then, he could never match Beerus's ease. You bastard, die. Before Ji-Yun could fully digest his astonishment, a furious shout erupted from nearby. It was Android 18, who had swiftly approached the scene. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from her hands, aimed directly at Beerus. Humph! Beerus let out a cold snort. Faced with the incoming waves of energy, he casually exhaled, redirecting the blast skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens reverberated with the sound of 18's energy waves exploding. Little girl, are you seeking death? Beerus's expression was icy, his voice dripping with malice. Upon witnessing her attack fail, 18 felt a pang of dread. She hadn't anticipated that he would so effortlessly neutralize her assault. Beerus was in a foul mood, for he was a god of destruction, revered wherever he went. Yet today, someone had dared to challenge his authority time and again, displaying utter disrespect. This is bad. Ji-Yun's expression shifted as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Beerus. He had not expected 18 to act so recklessly. Furthermore, as an android, her approach had gone undetected by him. Had he known, he would have certainly prevented her from acting impulsively. Indeed, in the next moment, a sphere of purple energy swelled at Beerus's fingertips. Without warning, the energy orb was launched forth like a bolt of purple lightning, hurtling towards 18. It's over. 18's heart raced with terror. She desperately wished to evade the attack. But the destructive power contained within the energy orb instilled fear in her, leaving her body paralyzed. As the orb drew nearer, she closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her demise. Ji-Yun, witnessing 18's imminent peril, thought to himself, I can't let this happen. Without a second thought, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. I'll take the plunge. In an instant, just as the energy orb was about to collide with 18, a slender, pale hand shot forth, swatting the purple sphere away with tremendous force. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion rent the sky, piercing through the ozone layer. The sun's ultraviolet rays struck the earth directly. Instantly, flora withered, rendering the landscape desolate. The searing heat assaulted every living being. Ah, this individual possesses a certain intrigue. Whis mused with a faint smile, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickering in his eyes. Number 18 heard the sound of the explosion. The anticipated demise did not manifest. Experiencing the stinging sensation of ultraviolet rays scorching her skin, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a monumental figure, with hair of a yellow-green hue and muscular lines. It was none other than the transformed Super Saiyan, Ji-Yun. It was he, once again, who rescued me. Number 18 felt a surge of emotion within her heart, at a loss for words. Are you all right? Ji-Yun did not turn around, merely inquiring with concern. He understood that number 18 would not act recklessly. She must have witnessed Beerus's assault on Goku, believing herself to be in danger, prompting her intervention. Although the ensuing complications could be significant, Ji-Yun bore no resentment towards her, for her actions were motivated by a desire to protect him. I am fine. I'm sorry. Number 18 murmured, her voice barely audible, laced with guilt. She had intended to assist Ji-Yun, yet unexpectedly. She had nearly placed herself in peril, inadvertently causing him more trouble by requiring his rescue once more. Ji-Yun chose not to speak further, maintaining a state of heightened tension. For the adversary he was to confront next was the most formidable entity in the universe. Ah, young one, you've performed admirably. To have deflected my attack, you possess some skill. Beerus remarked with an indifferent gaze, his voice cold and deep. Lord Beerus, do you now comprehend why I brought you to this planet? Whis replied with a smile, addressing Beerus with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Wiss's words, Beerus nodded silently. He then turned to Ji-Yun, coldly stating, young man, from where did you acquire your destructive power? Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, even tinged with confusion. However, his heart jolted in surprise. Could it be? He had not unleashed this ability until now. How could Beerus possibly know of it? Ji-Yun was uncertain of Beerus's intent behind the inquiry, so he opted to feign ignorance. Maintaining a perplexed facade, he pretended to ponder deeply before asking, destructive power? What is that? It sounds rather imposing. Beerus observed Ji-Yun's expression without suspicion. He then shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis cast a brief glance at Ji-Yun, nodding slightly, and with a gentle smile, explained, the destructive power is a capability that only a god of destruction can inherit. It is generally unattainable for ordinary individuals. Of course, there are instances of it being developed later in life, though this is exceedingly rare, bordering on impossible. He is likely a product of the future, though he remains oblivious to it for now. Otherwise, he would have been unable to deflect Lord Beerus's energy sphere, which would have shattered upon contact and vanished from this realm. Listening to Wiss's analysis, Beerus nodded in agreement. At last, he comprehended why Whis was so insistent on bringing him to this planet. It was all for this young man. As an angel, Whis possesses a multitude of extraordinary abilities. While traversing space and passing by Earth, Whis sensed the energy emanating from the battle between Ji-Yun and Goku. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate, only to discover that one of them harbored an incredible destructive power within. Without hesitation, Whis transported Beerus to Earth. However, before Whis could divulge this information to Beerus, the latter had already engaged Goku. This set off a chain of significant events. When Ji-Yun successfully deflected Beerus's energy sphere, no further explanation from Whis was necessary. Beerus had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Chapter 60. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? It appears this bounty is quite substantial, Beerus remarked casually. Yet, it remains unclear what he precisely meant by such a generous harvest. Moreover, Lord Beerus, Vados smiled at Ji-Yun and continued. This young man possesses the ability to manipulate time. What? Beerus exclaimed suddenly, his drowsy eyes wide open. Time is a formidable force. Even the god of destruction cannot wield it. Indeed, your recent strike had already reached the young girl. The speed of an ordinary person could not possibly intercept it. Even I, relying on my own speed, could not thwart an attack from such proximity. Yet, that young man paused time for 0.1 seconds, thereby saving the girl. Vados explained with a smile. He is capable of controlling time, even reversing its flow, making him far more perceptive regarding temporal matters than most. Oh, I never anticipated such a being existed in this universe. Beerus chuckled. Despite his vast experience, he could not help but admire Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had been listening to their conversation, feeling somewhat lost and unaware of their intentions. Vados, noticing Ji-Yun's bewildered expression, smiled and said, You are Ji-Yun, correct? Ji-Yun cautiously regarded Vados and nodded faintly. Do not be alarmed. When you previously saw the two of us, I believe you have already discerned our identities. I will not delve into that further, for there are plenty in this universe aware of our existence. I have but one question for you. Do you wish to become the next god of destruction? Vados maintained a cheerful demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun froze, incredulously murmuring, God of destruction? Indeed, the god of destruction. Vados affirmed, continuing to remind him, the next god of destruction, since Lord Beerus is still present. Thus, if you agree now, you may begin as an apprentice god of destruction. Ji-Yun listened to Vados's words. Still reeling from the shock, he repeatedly questioned himself in his mind. What merit do I possess to be offered the position of god of destruction? Is it merely because I wield the power of destruction? Hey kid, make a decisive choice. Why are you hesitating? Beerus remarked with impatience. As a god of destruction, there is much work to be done. His purpose for this journey is to annihilate planets, as their quantity has recently exceeded the permissible limits. Ji-Yun was jolted back to reality by Beerus's voice. Cautiously, he inquired, "May I have some time to consider? I am not yet prepared." In truth, Ji Yun contemplated for a brief moment. He had no desire to assume the role of a destroyer. He simply wished to lead a tranquil life. Yet, he feared inciting Beerus's wrath, which could result in the annihilation of Earth. Consider? No. I demand an answer from you now, Beerus declared, his brow furrowed. The fluctuations of energy in his hand manifesting intermittently, the implications of his threat unmistakable. Observing Ji Yun's troubled demeanor, Whis smiled and remarked, "Ji Yun, do you know how Frieza met his demise?" Ji Yun, upon hearing Whis' words, glanced up at him, puzzled by the significance of the inquiry. Was it possible that Frieza was a relative of his? Naturally, he dared not voice such a thought. "I killed Frieza, what of it?" Ji Yun replied nonchalantly. Frieza was a being of unspeakable malevolence, and his death was a just act. There was no need for concealment regarding this matter. "Ah, that is reassuring." Whis nodded with a smile. However, Ji Yun found something peculiar in Whis' expression, though he could not quite articulate it. "Lord Beerus, did you hear that?" Whis turned to Beerus, inquiring gently. I see," Beerus replied darkly, nodding solemnly before addressing Ji Yun. "Listen, either today you shall dutifully serve as my apprentice destroyer, or you shall pay for Frieza's life." Ji Yun was taken aback, staring at the ever-fuming Beerus, his mind swirling with questions. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that you were related to Frieza? Yet, this did not seem plausible. What was truly happening? Even if it was a matter of becoming an apprentice destroyer or facing death, clarity and communication was essential. Ji Yun, with a bitter expression, turned to Whis for answers. Chuckling softly, Whis responded, "The duty of a destroyer is to obliterate planets. You are already aware of this. Frieza, who proclaimed himself the emperor of the universe, was indeed a notorious villain. You must also know this. However, despite Frieza's wickedness, he was quite beneficial to Lord Beerus. The number of planets destroyed under Frieza's hand is incalculable, sparing Lord Beerus considerable trouble." Upon hearing this, Ji Yun began to grasp the reason behind Beerus's fury. So, it was he who had eradicated one of Beerus's most capable subordinates? Since Frieza's demise, Lord Beerus had been restless, taking matters into his own hands and suffering from sleepless nights. Whis spoke with heartfelt emotion, even wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes as he became animated. After absorbing this revelation, Ji Yun's understanding crystallized. This was not a search for a successor to the destroyer. It was, in fact, a quest for a successor to the universe's emperor, Frieza. Embark upon the tasks of the destroyer and allow Beerus to slumber. After much deliberation, it seems one is merely seeking employment. Having uttered these words, the decision now rests in your hands. Whis, wiping away feigned tears, restored a smile to his countenance and spoke. "Then, it appears there is no choice left." Ji Yun was rendered speechless. Whis, however, remained silent, continuing to smile in place. Beerus' eyes blazed with a seething fury. A mere utterance of dissent from him could result in immediate annihilation. Presently, Ji Yun found himself at a loss. As an angel, Whis was duty-bound to assist Beerus in his endeavors. Despite his personal disagreement, it was unlikely that Whis would bring about his demise. Yet, Beerus was another matter entirely. Did he not witness the palpable animosity radiating from Beerus towards him? Sighing, Ji Yun conceded, "Very well, I acquiesce. However, allow me to clarify, it is not out of a fear of death that I comply, but solely for the safety of Earth." With hands raised in surrender, he sought to preserve his dignity in a situation devoid of alternatives. Chapter 61. A spar with Beerus. Upon hearing Ji Yun's response, Whis gently nodded. He was indifferent to Ji Yun's true intentions. His only concern was to entice him here. "Lord Beerus, are you satisfied now?" Whis inquired with a subtle smile directed at Beerus. Their initial goal was not only to obliterate superfluous planets but also to find a successor for Frieza's role, which was part of their plan. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon Ji Yun, discovering within him the potential for destruction. If this were the case, it could transcend merely succeeding Frieza's duties. They could very well cultivate Ji Yun as the next god of destruction. "Well, it's good that you've agreed. But your strength still requires evaluation," Beerus remarked, his demeanor slightly more amiable. "Oh, how does Lord Beerus wish to assess this?" Whis inquired curiously, a smile gracing his lips. Hearing Whis' question, Beerus cast a peculiar glance at Ji Yun, a smirk forming on his face. Ji Yun felt a chill run down his spine at Beerus' expression, his demeanor suddenly tense. Internally, he protested, "Haven't I already agreed? What more do you want from me?" Beerus regarded Ji Yun with a cold smile for a prolonged moment before retracting his unsettling gaze. "It's quite simple, let me have a go at it. And I shall know," he stated, his smile taking on a hint of cruelty. "Oh, is that so?" Whis responded, a look of sudden enlightenment crossing his face. As Beerus's teacher, he was well aware of his temperament. This was not merely a test of Ji Yun's capabilities. It was evidently an outlet for Beerus's pent-up frustration. Whis understood this, but chose not to expose Beerus, for as a servant, it was his duty to uphold the dignity of the god of destruction. Ji Yun, you have heard that Lord Beerus wishes to test your strength. You should indulge him with a few exchanges, Whis suggested, maintaining his smile and looking at Ji Yun with benevolence, as if the ensuing battle was merely a casual sparring match. Upon hearing Whis's words, Ji Yun felt a twinge of discontent. How astute he was. He had already discerned the underlying meaning in Beerus's words. A few exchanges? Wouldn't that strip him of his skin? As the saying goes, even a clay idol has a temper. Having been provoked repeatedly, Ji Yun felt a growing dissatisfaction. Even if he was not a match for Beerus, he was determined to confront the challenge head-on. Would he allow them to perceive him as an easy target? Very well. Since Lord Beerus is in such a playful mood, I shall not hold back. Ji Yun replied calmly, a polite smile adorning his face. Today, he intended to ascertain the true measure of this legendary god of destruction. Internally, Beerus sneered. He had not anticipated that Ji Yun, aware of his reputation, would accept the challenge. However, this was precisely in accordance with his wishes. He was peacefully immersed in slumber, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could have continued to rest for decades. Yet, unexpectedly, his tranquil dreams were interrupted. Today, he intended to teach a lesson to this audacious young lad, who was oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Since there are no further issues, you may commence at any time, Weiss remarked nonchalantly, stepping aside. In a swift motion, he found himself perched on a cliff several hundred meters away. Ji Yun observed that Weiss had distanced himself significantly, and he turned to the figure behind him, number 18, speaking softly, you should step aside. It would be best to keep your distance, otherwise, you may be affected. Number 18 gazed at Ji Yun with concern, yet she complied with his instructions. Rather than fleeing to another location, she stood alongside Weiss at the edge of the cliff. The surrounding crowd had dispersed, leaving the sky empty, accompanied only by the radiation of ultraviolet light. Only Ji Yun and Beerus remained, exchanging silent glances without uttering a word. In this hushed atmosphere, Beerus's lips moved first. With a tone of indifference, he addressed Ji Yun. Don't accuse me of bullying you. You may strike first. Ji Yun, upon hearing Beerus's words, did not respond. At that moment, he was acutely focused, his gaze darting across Beerus's form. After approximately a minute, there were still no signs of Ji Yun making a move. Beerus, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, Kid, I said you should go first. It seems you haven't. Now, before Beerus could finish his statement, Ji Yun appeared to seize an opportunity and lunged toward Beerus. In an instant, he found himself before Beerus, and without hesitation, a hardened fist surged forward. Beerus halted his words, regarding Ji Yun's attack with a calm demeanor, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Not bad for a fighter, but that's about all there is to it. Beerus observed the approaching fist, his body deftly shifting to the side, expertly evading the blow. Ji Yun, realizing his attack had missed its mark, felt little surprise. Instead, he suspended himself mid-air, stabilizing his position. Although his fist had narrowly grazed Beerus, he swiftly transformed his assault from a punch to a chop, striking horizontally towards Beerus's neck. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Ji Yun's palm struck Beerus's neck. However, Beerus remained unfazed, while Ji Yun felt a twinge of pain in his palm, as if a mere mortal had struck a steel pipe. TSK still. Your technique is commendable. Just lacking in power, Beerus remarked with a slight shake of his head. Ji Yun's heart grew heavier, and he slowly withdrew his hand, retreating 3 to 4 meters. He had not anticipated that this god of destruction could possess such an astonishing level of strength. The attack he had just unleashed had mobilized a significant portion of his internal power, around 70 to 80%. Even a god of destruction should not respond with such calmness. It seems he had underestimated Beerus's prowess. Do you have any other techniques? If not, I shall make my move. Beerus observed as Ji Yun retreated, casually inquiring. Such an attack is indeed formidable, yet it remains woefully insufficient against me. Lord Beerus is indeed formidable, Ji Yun remarked with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Ji Yun's praise, Beerus exhibited no reaction. Was it necessary for others to acknowledge his strength? Was this not an accepted truth? Beerus continued to gaze at Ji Yun, remaining silent. Ji Yun's expression was not as flustered as one might expect. However, how will you respond to this move? Ji Yun said with a gentle smile, speaking slowly. Chapter 62, The Crucial Question O? Beerus raised an eyebrow, regarding Ji Yun with keen interest. Ji Yun smiled faintly. He had yet to unveil all his cards. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Suddenly, Ji Yun let out a low growl, and his aura intensified. The yellow flames surged with ferocity, crackling with the sound of lightning. Clearly, he had revealed the pinnacle of his strength in this state. It seems you have yet to exert your full power. Beerus observed Ji Yun's transformation with a calm demeanor, his tone tinged with mild surprise. Internally, he couldn't help but reflect on the boy's formidable capabilities. However, if this was all he had to offer, then it would end here. Come, show me to what extent you can ascend now. Beerus beckoned Ji Yun with a flick of his finger. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ji Yun's lips curled into an elegant smile, forming a pleasing arc. In the next moment, Ji Yun's figure flickered, and with a resounding crash, Beerus found himself uncontrollably propelled backwards several steps, completely unable to anticipate Ji Yun's movement. How do you find this technique? Lord Beerus? Ji Yun chuckled lightly. His maneuver was the time skip he had previously demonstrated. Given Beerus's overwhelming strength, even with this technique, it was plausible that he might not shake Beerus's formidable frame. Thus, Ji Yun had elevated his aura to its utmost limit, which barely yielded some effect. On a cliff 100 meters away, fantastic, Ji Yun, Android 18, who had been observing the battle, clenched her fist in excitement and waved her arms. Whis. Holding his staff, gazed into the distance and remarked with a smile, Ji Yun's performance has been commendable. To be able to unsettle Lord Beerus using the time-stopping skill is impressive. Even Whis, with his transcendent demeanor, nodded in approval after witnessing Ji Yun's display. Indeed. Soon Ji Yun will give that grotesque creature a thorough thrashing. Upon hearing Whis's praise, Android 18 beamed with pride, as if the commendation were directed at her. Whis, maintaining a serene smile at the exuberance of the young girl beside him, inwardly shook his head. This alone would not be sufficient to defeat Beerus. This technique may prove effective in battles of equal caliber, but when faced with a god of destruction. In the celestial arena, Beerus rubbed his chest where he had been struck, gazing at the poised Ji Yun. His expression remained impassive as he slowly remarked, Boy, your technique is indeed remarkable. The moment you knocked my energy sphere away, you employed this very maneuver, did you not? Ji Yun nodded affirmatively, unable to deny it. His eyes were fixed intently on Beerus's position, ever ready to strike again. If I'm not mistaken, the time you can pause should be 0.1 seconds, correct? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, unveiling the mystery behind Ji Yun's time flash technique. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, a wave of shock coursing through him, rendering him silent. He had not anticipated that Beerus would see through his strategy. Noticing Ji Yun's silence, Beerus continued, 0.1 seconds is but a fleeting moment. However, as a top-tier warrior, one can accomplish many feats within such a brief span. Yet, what exactly did you achieve just now? As Beerus spoke, he observed Ji Yun, who seemed entranced. A tumult of emotions surged within Ji Yun as he recalled the circumstances of his recent offensive. Activating the time flash, he halted time, charged forward, and successfully repelled Beerus without a hitch. Yet, in his exuberance, he had overlooked a crucial aspect. In that moment of triumph, he had not contemplated the implications of his actions. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt a profound astonishment. Just as Beerus had articulated, 0.1 seconds is indeed a brief interval. However, individuals who have reached such a level of prowess can accomplish an extraordinary array of tasks. Whether confronting future androids, the formidable Cell of this world, or facing Vegeta, they could effortlessly ravage him in that mere fraction of time, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks with no resistance offered. Yet, in retrospect, during his confrontation with Beerus, he had merely delivered a single punch. Indeed, it was just one punch, which caused Beerus to retreat a few steps. That was the entirety of his actions within those 0.1 seconds. Ji Yun swallowed hard, his gaze upon Beerus now filled with trepidation. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Beerus scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. As the god of destruction, he had witnessed countless peculiar techniques. Yet ultimately, no matter how extraordinary a power may be, if one's strength is sufficiently formidable, it can be disregarded entirely. Such abilities would bear no effect whatsoever. With a heavy exhalation, Ji Yun fixed his solemn gaze on Beerus and slowly declared, Even if I can strike only once, that will suffice. Upon hearing this, Beerus dismissively shook his head. No sooner had Ji Yun's words left his lips than he activated the time flash once more. The winds ceased their movement. Flowers and grasses stood still. Everything in the world came to a halt. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Ji Yun's body surged forward like a bolt of golden lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Beerus. Gazing at the motionless figure, he summoned all his strength, his fierce fist aimed directly at Beerus's face. As his fist neared Beerus, the tension in the air was palpable. The corners of Beerus's mouth curled slightly, revealing a cruel smile. What? Upon witnessing Beerus's expression, Ji Yun was instantly thrown into disarray. Unbeknownst to him, The winds began to swirl, and the flowers and grass commenced their dance. Time reverted to its original state, and the world once more became a cacophony. Beerus extended his claw and caught Ji Yun's fist. Bang! The collision between the two unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Centered around them, space began to distort violently. The surrounding winds howled, and the ground fissured, creating deep chasms. Countless fragments of stone and trees were lifted into the air, ensnared within the warped space, and were reduced to dust. "Now, I shall make my move," Beerus stated calmly. He then exerted force with his clenched fist. Ji Yun felt his body slip out of control, suddenly being pulled toward Beerus. With his other hand transformed into a fist, Beerus struck downwards, landing a blow atop Ji Yun's head. Bang! A dull sound resonated. The assaulted Ji Yun felt dizzy, his eyes sparkling with stars. His body plummeted vertically, akin to a bullet, crashing downwards. Chapter 63. Show me what you are made of. Boom. Dust billowed from the ground, creating a gaping chasm even more immense than the crater left by Goku. Ji Yun was buried deep beneath the earth. Ji Yun. On a cliff 100 meters away, Android 18 witnessed Ji Yun being struck down, and her heart surged with fury. Rolling up her sleeves, she resolved to charge forth and confront Beerus in a battle to the death. Clang! Whis tapped the ground with the base of his staff. Instantly, Android 18 found herself immobilized, unable to move an inch. "Do not act rashly. Ji Yun is unharmed," Whis calmly remarked, observing the anxious Android 18. Yet, the bindings upon her remained unrelieved. "Let me go?" she exclaimed, clearly skeptical, her expression wrought with agitation as she struggled against the restraints. "If you doubt me, you may look for yourself," Whis said, gesturing towards Ji Yun's fallen position. His sensitivity to energy far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Although it appeared that Ji Yun had sustained a grievous blow and was in dire straits, Whis was certain that he was, in fact, unscathed. Sure enough, as Android 18 gazed in the direction Whis indicated, amidst the swirling dust, a radiant light began to shimmer, illuminating the unfathomable abyss with blinding brilliance. Suddenly, the light surged upward, halting in midair directly opposite Beerus. "Kid, you can take a hit, can't you?" Beerus remarked nonchalantly to the golden glow. Instantly, the radiance dissipated, revealing Ji Yun standing resolutely in the air. Upon seeing Ji Yun unscathed, Android 18's heart gradually settled. Meanwhile, Ji Yun fixed his gaze on Beerus, smiling as he spoke. "As expected of Lord Beerus, this is the first time someone has made me feel so disheveled. My crown still aches." Upon hearing this, while Beerus acknowledged Ji Yun's resilience, his expression remained impassive. "Fear not, for what follows will be even more painful," Beerus replied coolly, and then, his form transformed into a violet arc of light, hurtling towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun dared not underestimate the attack. Channeling all his strength, he resolutely began to defend himself. Bang! Bang! Before long, the sky echoed with the sounds of their conflict. A purple and a golden light entwined in a ceaseless struggle. Beerus' attacks were executed with an effortless grace, akin to a leisurely stroll. In contrast, Ji Yun found himself on the defensive, struggling immensely. Beerus moved with astounding speed, forcing Ji Yun to constantly redirect his focus, often leaving himself vulnerable. After fending off one punch, he would frequently suffer two in return. "Kid, at this rate, you might just meet your end," Beerus remarked after landing 2 blows on Ji Yun. Thud! As he spoke, 2 bruises appeared on Ji Yun's face, and his eyelids began to swell. Beerus' onslaught grew increasingly fierce, though it was not yet fatal. However, the pain inflicted upon him was excruciating. How dare they be so audacious? Ji Yun's expression reflected a flicker of irritation, as if the blow had ignited a fire within him. Reflecting upon his time in this world, he pondered when he had ever endured such a humiliating experience. He was always the one to strike others. Who would dare to lay their hands upon him? "Drink this." Tenfold King's fist. Ji Yun bellowed in fury. A crimson, ferocious flame enveloped him, instantly amplifying his aura tenfold. Beerus retaliated with another punch aimed at Ji Yun. Ji Yun's countenance shifted, abandoning his passive defense, and instead, he countered with a strike of his own. Boom! The collision of their fist resonated like 2 nuclear bombs colliding, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in midair. The searing fireball ignited the sky into a vivid scarlet, its radiant glow eclipsing even the sun's brilliance. "Die!" Ji Yun roared, his crimson aura intensifying, with a layer of yellow light becoming increasingly ferocious. Whoosh! With a surge of power, a purple figure was sent hurtling backward, none other than Beerus, who had just exchanged blows with Ji Yun. Ji Yun offered him no respite. Pointing towards his head, he executed an instantaneous move. Before Beerus could soar too far, Ji Yun awaited him from behind, his right leg striking like a red whip. Crack! Beerus was propelled forward once more. At that moment, he felt an ache in his arm and a burning pain in his back. This kid can still escalate his power. Beerus gritted his teeth, slightly pained. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus felt a sudden kick to his rear, sending him soaring straight towards the heavens. Ah, pat, pat, pat. Below, Ji Yun relentlessly unleashed waves of energy. At this juncture, he had no choice but to employ the tactics of a prince. However, these were not ordinary waves of energy. Ji Yun infused his own destructive power into them. Should an ordinary being make contact, they would surely be reduced to ashes. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Ji Yun ceased his onslaught, greedily inhaling the air. Thick smoke billowed in the sky, shrouding the sun. The scorching sun had vanished, and the entire scene resembled the depths of night. Ha! I never expected he possessed such skill, Whis exclaimed, his smile radiant as he observed Ji Yun's recent assault. The sudden surge of energy had caught Beerus off guard. Who would have thought that the formidable god of destruction would find himself at a disadvantage against a mere human? Whis remarked, reveling in the spectacle. As Beerus's mentor, he was well aware of Beerus's prowess. Ji Yun's unleashed power, at most, equated to about 6 layers of Beerus's strength. Even with the addition of destructive energy, it was insufficient to vanquish Beerus. However, it is indeed sufficient to render Beerus somewhat flustered. After all, after having been trained by him for such an extended period, it would be unworthy of the title god of destruction for Beerus to perish so easily. Simultaneously, Whis found his admiration for Ji Yun growing deeper. Given the right guidance and time, surpassing Beerus would merely be a matter of time. Even eclipsing Whis himself was not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps even attaining a higher echelon of existence. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Whis's eyes, as if he envisioned the remarkable achievements awaiting Ji Yun. Is this the extent of Ji Yun's power? Android 18 gazed at Ji Yun in a daze, utterly captivated by this terrifying force. She found it unimaginable whether the one she admired was truly human or a demon masquerading as one. For this power transcended her understanding of humanity. In the aerial battlefield, Ji Yun's breathing gradually returned to normal. He then lifted his gaze to the lofty heavens and called out loudly, "Lord Beerus, are you not coming down? It matters not. You have already reduced me to this state. Allow me to witness what you are like now." Chapter 64. Continued enhancement of strength. Ji Yun gazed at the vast expanse of the sky, his battered visage eliciting a bemused reaction. That wretched little scoundrel. Beerus gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in a fit of anger. At this moment, he appeared thoroughly disheveled. His once pristine skin was now marred with dark bruises, and fresh abrasions adorned his body. He was, after all, a formidable god of destruction. Previously, he was the one delivering punishment. Who dared to inflict such damage upon him? Initially, he aimed to impart a lesson to Ji Yun, but unexpectedly found himself on the receiving end of a lesson instead. The more he pondered this, the more furious he became. Whoosh! Purple lightning struck down once more before Ji Yun. Boy, today I shall render you incapable of self-sufficiency. As a god of destruction, I shall bestow my power upon you. Beerus' expression finally shifted before Ji Yun, shedding his earlier calm demeanor for one of intense fury. Let us see if Lord Beerus possesses such capability. Ji Yun replied with a serene smile. The two swiftly exchanged their offensive strategies. Ji Yun regained his previous nonchalance, while Beerus, seething with rage, declared, "That loquacious little brat is courting death." In an instant, Beerus appeared unchanged on the surface. Yet the power within him surged to unprecedented heights. The next moment, he charged directly at Ji Yun. How fast? Ji Yun was taken aback by Beerus' speed. Preparing himself for the impending confrontation, suddenly, the two engaged once more, and the air crackled with intense energy. Yet again, the elusive nature of their movements rendered them nearly invisible. At this juncture, the disparity between them became apparent. Ji Yun, who once held his ground against Beerus, found himself swiftly subdued. Bang! A resounding collision echoed through the air as one of Beerus' fists struck Ji Yun squarely in the chest. The impact sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, Ji Yun endured the anguish as a sphere of light manifested in his hand. Without taking the time to aim, he hurled it toward Beerus. Boom! Beerus made no attempt to evade, allowing the sphere to explode upon him, releasing billows of smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Yun hastily retreated a few steps. Wow! Ji Yun felt a sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His Super Saiyan state dissipated, leaving only a layer of crimson aura from the Kaioken technique enveloping him. Clutching his chest, his expression was one of sheer agony. It felt as though his very organs were being crushed, sending waves of torment throughout his body. Clearly, Beerus had tempered his strength, otherwise that punch would have surely claimed Ji Yun's life. Boy, can you still fight? I have yet to find my satisfaction. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's severe injury, Beerus felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a single punch, the power was sufficient to shatter the very fabric of the universe. In this vast cosmos, few could withstand such force. While experiencing a sense of comfort, Beerus couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable physical prowess of Ji Yun. However, there was still much more to come. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ji Yun spoke weakly. He then produced a mystical bean and placed it into his mouth. With a swift gulp, he crushed it without hesitation. Instantly, all the wounds on Ji Yun's body were healed, and the pain within him vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power blossoming from within. This newfound strength was astonishing. It appeared that battling Beerus was not entirely a disadvantage. Ji Yun's expression was one of exhilaration as he clenched his fists tightly, relishing the tumultuous energy coursing through him. What is happening? What did this kid consume? How did his injuries heal so swiftly? Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Gazing at the fully restored Ji Yun, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. That punch, even if it hadn't killed him, should have left him severely injured. How could it be that after consuming something, he appeared completely unfazed? On the opposite end of the battlefield, was observed with a faint smile. Oh, it seems this young man possesses quite a few remarkable items. Although he stood at a distance, he had witnessed Ji Yun consuming the mystical bean. Android 18. Seeing Ji Yun escape peril once again, felt her heart leap into her throat before plummeting back down. It was as if she were on a roller coaster, continuously ascending and descending. Indeed, this young man has not only healed his wounds, but also experienced a significant enhancement in his energy. Whis mused, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Lord Beerus, if you do not conclude this battle swiftly, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield above, Beerus confidently declared, no matter what you have consumed, it will prove futile against absolute power. His arms crossed behind him, he began to regard Ji Yun with newfound seriousness, sensing the exponential increase in his energy. Is that so? Very well, Lord Beerus, let us see. Ji Yun replied, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus, brimming with confidence and excitement. If this continued, perhaps he could surpass Beerus in a single stroke. Such arrogance! Beerus scoffed. As his voice faded, his body suddenly shot forward, distorting the surrounding space until he vanished from sight. Ji Yun, witnessing Beerus's attack, felt the energy within him coalesce once more. Amidst the crackling thunder and flashing lightning, the transformation into a Super Saiyan commenced once more. As the power surged, the figure of Beerus became vividly discernible. With a single punch, Beerus unleashed a force exponentially greater than before. Ji Yun bravely confronted this onslaught, meeting Beerus's fist head-on. The impact reverberated, sending powerful shockwaves cascading outward. The majestic mountains, once standing tall, crumbled in an instant. The ground itself sank a full 3 feet. The battle raged on between Ji Yun and Beerus, their fists and feet colliding with ferocity. The air crackled with the sound of their strikes, as the fragile fabric of space began to fracture under the relentless assault. The clash of their powers was cataclysmic. This fierce confrontation persisted for approximately 5 minutes, with Beerus's offensive showing no signs of waning. His energy seemed boundless, accumulating with each passing moment. In contrast, Ji Yun found himself slowing, as the newfound strength he had barely begun to comprehend was thrust into the crucible of intense combat. His body was continuously battered by the backlash of his own power, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. Chapter 65. The great battle finally comes to a close. I cannot endure any longer. My body is on the brink of collapse. This power is still too overwhelming to fully assimilate. Ji Yun clenched his teeth, finding himself increasingly at a disadvantage as Beerus continued to escalate his energy. It seems I have no choice but to consume another senzu bean. Ji Yun evaded Beerus's formidable assaults and retrieved a senzu bean, preparing to replenish his strength. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, Beerus caught sight of the bean once more, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Without granting any opportunity, he unleashed his full power. A tremendous aura surged forth, instantly overwhelming Ji Yun, rendering him immobile. Boom! Beerus struck with a fist, unleashing a destructive purple beam that surged toward Ji Yun with alarming speed. Ji Yun had no time to react. The senzu bean still in his hand had not yet reached his lips when his body was pierced by the violet ray. It was over. Beerus gazed at Ji Yun, who was now impaled, and remarked with indifference. Subsequently, the senzu bean slipped from Ji Yun's grasp. The surrounding crimson flames extinguished. The explosive muscles on his body faded, and his hair reverted to its natural black. Ji Yun had completely lost his combat prowess. Unable to harness his energy, he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the uneven ground. Blood trickled from his lips as his consciousness began to wane, and the scenes before his eyes blurred. Ji-yun, Ji-yun. At last, an urgent voice reached his ears. A hazy figure cradled his unconscious form. Amidst a series of jolts, Ji-yun's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Lord Beerus, it seems the duration of the battle has extended somewhat, remarked Whis, who had appeared by Beerus's side, teasingly. Humph, I merely wished to prolong the game. If I had unleashed my full strength from the outset, it would have lacked excitement. Beerus replied coolly. His calm demeanor starkly contrasted with his battered appearance. Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are correct. What are your thoughts on Ji-yun's abilities now? Whis inquired, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Beerus serenely. Beerus, observing Whis's beaming countenance, felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being mocked, stirring annoyance within him. Ah, not bad. Passable, I suppose, Beerus stated nonchalantly. Even in his current state of injury, he maintained the dignity befitting a god of destruction. Whis nodded with a smile, and then slowly approached Ji-yun's position. At that moment, Android 18 was cradling the motionless Ji-yun, weeping inconsolably. Upon noticing Whis's approach, she shouted without restraint, "Get away. He is already dead. What more do you want from us?" Whis, unfazed by Android 18's words, continued on his path. "Little girl, do not grieve too deeply. He is not dead yet." Whis approached number 18 with a smile. Upon hearing these words, number 18 was momentarily taken aback. Anger then manifested on her face. "How can you deceive me when he shows no signs of life? Do not assume that I will refrain from being impolite just because I cannot defeat you." Number 18 spoke through gritted teeth. Logically, she should not have reacted so vehemently. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of the lifeless Ji-yun made her feel as if her world was collapsing. Whis shook his head helplessly. He then struck the ground with his staff, and a wondrous energy began to swirl around Ji-yun's body. After a brief period of about 10 seconds, Ji-yun, who appeared devoid of life, suddenly twitched his eyelids. A faint breath escaped from his mouth and nose. "Now, you must believe my words," Whis said with a calm smile. Although Beerus's previous attack was lethal, for a formidable being like Ji-yun, with proper treatment, there was no risk to his life. Ji-yun had not been entirely breathless. His signs of life were merely too subtle for an ordinary person to detect, which made him appear dead. As number 18 felt the gentle breath from Ji-yun, her heart, which had been engulfed in despair, found a slight reprieve. "Little girl, step aside. We need to take him with us now," Whis said to the composed number 18 with a smile. Suddenly, number 18 felt a tightness in her chest. Warily eyeing Whis, she responded with resistance. "What do you intend to do? Ji-yun cannot go with you." Whis, confronted with the stubbornness of number 18, found himself in a dilemma. Unlike Beerus, a brute, he would not resort to force against a young girl. "Do you wish to die?" Beerus appeared beside number 18, speaking coldly. Startled by Beerus's sudden emergence, number 18 still refused to yield, declaring, "Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to take Ji-yun unless you take me with you." Number 18's steadfastness was not without reason. She had overheard their conversation with Ji-yun, discussing training him to become the next god of destruction. Although she had never heard of such a thing, the brutal treatment he had received hardly suggested a nurturing process. By their training methods, even 10 Ji-yuns would not suffice. With Ji-yun still unconscious, she would never submit to them. "It seems that you can only perish," Beerus said blandly, his voice laced with cold malice. A purple energy sphere expanded in his hand. "Whis, take this kid and leave. I intend to obliterate this planet," Beerus stated, his gaze indifferent. Having already wasted so much time, he had no desire to linger on this planet that had brought him such disgrace. Number 18 clutched Ji-yun tightly. "Regardless of what is said, I shall not relinquish my hold. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment." Whis furrowed his brow, halting Beerus's actions. "What is it, Whis? As the god of destruction, am I not entitled to make my own decisions?" Beerus inquired, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction as he directed his gaze at Whis. Nonetheless, the energy sphere in his hand had vanished, for Whis's words carried significant weight. After all, the young lady was merely concerned for the safety of Ji-yun. From their previous interactions, it was evident that their bond was profound. "Young lady, are you two lovers?" Whis inquired of Android 18. Upon hearing this, Android 18's fair complexion flushed slightly, and she slowly shook her head. "Huh." Whis observed her denial with astonishment, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. "Not lovers? That cannot be. Their relationship does not align with mere friendship. They do not resemble siblings either. So that leaves spouses?" Whis continued to probe. The blush on Android 18's face deepened, taken aback by Whis's sudden inquiry. However, upon reflection, the notion of being spouses did seem appealing. Thus, with a bashful demeanor, Android 18 silently nodded, inwardly chiding herself for her lack of modesty. Chapter 66. I do not know. Upon witnessing the bashful admission from number 18, Whis merely nodded subtly. Whis, why are you asking this? Why not simply take this fellow away? Beerus inquired, scratching his nose. Hearing Beerus's words, Whis responded with a hint of disdain. Lord Beerus, a deity who has been single for millennia, cannot fathom the exquisite nature of love. Beerus's eyes widened at this remark. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? As if you possess any profound understanding of it. I have yet to see you impart any wisdom on the matter. Beerus felt a twinge of indignation and continued. What purpose does love serve? Is it edible? How does one consume it? Is it even palatable? Whis shook his head helplessly, seemingly disinclined to elucidate this matter to Beerus. Very well, young lady. I shall acquiesce to your request. Should Jiyun awaken to find you absent, she would hardly be at ease, Whis remarked with a smile, exuding a sense of understanding that starkly contrasted with Beerus's demeanor. Hey, Whis, I am the god of destruction. How can you make unilateral decisions? Beerus retorted, feeling somewhat slighted. He sensed that Whis had begun to overlook his presence, treating this young man as if he were the true god of destruction. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth, and then, wielding his staff, made a casual gesture in the air. The four of them vanished without a trace. On Earth, an entire day had elapsed. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta searched the vicinity of the recent battle for Goku, Jiyun, and number 18. They had sensed that an extraordinary conflict was unfolding on the planet. However, as they approached the area, it appeared to be shrouded by a barrier. No matter the strength or techniques employed, they could not penetrate this barrier to enter the region. After an indeterminate period, the barrier dissipated, and the group rushed in. Yet, apart from the disarrayed terrain, there was no sign of Goku, Jiyun, or number 18. They scoured the area for quite some time until they finally unearthed the barely conscious Goku from a deep pit. However, Jiyun and number 18 remained elusive. After further fruitless searching, the group had no choice but to retreat, taking Goku back with them to learn the events that transpired from his own lips. The following morning, at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors of Earth gathered around the gradually awakening Goku. Krillin quickly retrieved a Senza bean from his pouch and offered it to Goku's lips. At that moment, Goku was exceedingly weak, yet he managed to consume the bean with great effort. In an instant, the nearly lifeless Goku was revitalized. With a burst of energy, he leapt onto the bed. Where are Wukong and Jiyun? He inquired. Did Jiyun not go out with you? His absence was palpable. Bulma dashed forward, her expression brimming with agitation. Jiyun had searched tirelessly throughout the night, yet there was still no sign of him. She was deeply concerned for his safety. I'm sorry, Bulma, I don't know, Wukong replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Before this, he had been bested by an opponent, leaving him in the dark about subsequent events. What about number 18? She should be with you as well. Where is she now? Number 16 asked, now fully repaired and equally eager to learn of number 18's whereabouts. I apologize, I don't know either, Wukong said apologetically, gazing at number 16. All he could recall was the battle and his subsequent defeat. Who was it that incapacitated you like this? Kakarot, you must have some idea. Vegeta questioned, arms crossed, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Wukong strained to recall. It seemed Jiyun had mentioned the fighter, but at that moment, clarity eluded him. I'm sorry. I've forgotten, he admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. The others nearly stumbled at Wukong's response. Wukong, what do you know? Please, enlighten us. Bulma said, her mind a whirlwind, yet striving to maintain composure. Their only recourse was to extract any useful information from Wukong. All right then. At that time, Jiyun, number 18. And I went to. Wukong began slowly. However, much of what he recounted pertained to his initial sparring sessions with Jiyun. His words flowed with enthusiasm as he described their intense battle, painting it as a momentous clash. The audience listened, growing increasingly impatient with this seemingly irrelevant information. Yet they bore with it, hoping to glean something of value. In the end, I activated the Kaioken ×5 while in Super Saiyan form. That power, I still remember vividly. Wukong's excitement escalated, his words tumbling out in a fervor. He recounted how he had sent Jiyun flying with a punch, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as if it were a monumental achievement. He even reiterated Jiyun's praises of him. Once he finished this tale, Wukong took a breath, poised to continue, when his gaze momentarily blanked, as if a thought had sparked within him. What is it, Wukong? Have you remembered something? Bulma inquired softly. Though her heart raced with urgency, she dared not rush him, fearing he might lose the thread of his recollection. Wukong nodded slowly in affirmation. The exhilaration on my face ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, two figures appeared unexpectedly, their presence imperceptible. Had it not been for Ji Yun's timely awareness, I would have remained oblivious. As I recounted this, Wukong's expression grew markedly grave. That individual merely utilized a single finger. Wukong continued in a hushed tone, extending a finger to illustrate his point vividly. With just that singular strike, I was rendered incapable of combat. Had you not noticed in time, I might have already met my demise. Upon hearing Wukong's account, everyone present gasped in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. From their expressions, one could discern an unparalleled shock. A mere flick of a finger, this was not a matter of doubting the veracity of his words. Rather, it raised concerns about Wukong's mental state. I recalled Ji Yun mentioning their names, though they eluded my memory. I only remembered that Ji Yun had spoken of a destroyer, an angel, and similar terms. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong voiced the names Beerus and Whis. The attendees displayed expressions of confusion, except for Vegeta, who, upon hearing the term destroyer, felt a sudden jolt, his eyes gradually filling with terror. The destroyer. Beerus. With a tremor in his voice, Vegeta murmured that name. Chapter 67. News from the Northern Realm. Vegeta's voice was not loud, yet everyone present could hear him distinctly. Almost all gazes converged upon him. But Vegeta remained silent for an extended period, his eyes betraying an indescribable fear. Goku, upon hearing Vegeta's words, seemed inspired. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he eagerly interjected, "Yes, it appears that this name was mentioned by Ji Yun back then. There is absolutely no mistake." Goku confidently pounded his chest, assuring everyone of his certainty. God of Destruction, Beerus? Who is this person? Vegeta, if you know, please tell us. We're all anxiously waiting. Bulma asked, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, upon witnessing the terror etched on Vegeta's face, her heart filled with concern for Ji Yun. She dreaded the thought of her unborn child being left fatherless. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they turned their eyes to Vegeta, the vast surroundings falling into an eerie silence. Save for the anxious sounds of breathing, the God of Destruction, Beerus, was an entity one must never provoke. Finally, Vegeta began to move his lips, slowly elucidating, while his thoughts drifted back several decades. To be honest, I do not possess extensive knowledge of Beerus. It was only when Kakarot mentioned this title that I unearthed a memory from the depths of my mind. Back then, he merely gestured in the air, and I, as a child, lost the will to fight. Vegeta continued to tremble as he spoke, merely skimming over Beerus's terrifying nature while omitting many details. For instance, he refrained from mentioning how his father knelt on the ground, trampled by Beerus, merely due to a pillow Vegeta had secretly observed from a corner. Unable to endure the sight, and rushed forward, only to be subdued by a mere gesture from Beerus. Is he truly that formidable? Krillin asked anxiously. For in Vegeta's proud demeanor, he discerned a fear that seemed out of place. I once believed that my youth rendered me incapable of standing against him. Yet now, in light of Kakarot's predicament, I realized that no matter how strong I become, there remains an insurmountable chasm between us. Vegeta lamented, overwhelmed by the memory. That encounter with Beerus undoubtedly constituted a shadow over his childhood. They had previously endured the reign of Frieza, but all Saiyans, including his father, united in the belief that one day they would overthrow that colossal tyrant. However, upon facing Beerus, the proud King Vegeta had knelt like a dog, beseeching for mercy, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Then Ji Yun, surely he won't. Bulma gasped, her breath quickening as she absorbed Vegeta's explanation. A sense of foreboding enveloped Bulma regarding the fate of Ji Yun. Do not worry, Bulma. Ji Yun will certainly be fine, Goku reassured her, perceiving her anxiety. However, the more he tried to comfort her, the more her heart raced with unease. She genuinely feared that Ji Yun might encounter some misfortune. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, she began to weep, covering her face. Goku was at a loss for how to respond. The others, witnessing this poignant scene, fell into a solemn silence, each silently praying for Ji Yun's safety. Can you hear me, Goku? At that moment, the voice of King Kai unexpectedly reached Goku's ears. Ah, Lord Kai? I almost forgot you. I have a question to ask you. Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. The others perked up at the mention of the king, and even Bulma ceased her sobbing, glancing over with interest. Perhaps the king had knowledge of Ji Yun's whereabouts. Quiet. Let me speak. The king, usually composed, brusquely interrupted Goku's inquiry. All right, please go on, Goku replied, chastened by the king's stern tone, now eager to listen. Has the God of Destruction, Lord Beerus, been to Earth? The king asked, his voice imbued with reverence. Wow. As expected of you, Lord Kai. You truly possess foresight. Indeed, Lord Beerus has visited Earth. Goku admitted without hesitation. Stop with the flattery. Tell me, who dared to provoke Lord Beerus? The king's voice rose in fury. Do you not realize how enraged he is? He chastised us in the North Galaxy for our barbarism and rudeness. When he returns, it could spell the end for the entire North Galaxy. The king bellowed, his antennae standing erect, clearly aware of the events transpiring on Earth. Goku appeared utterly innocent, having endured the king's tirade for 20 long minutes. Eventually, the king seemed to tire, panting heavily on the other end, his round head flushed with anger. Seizing the opportunity, Goku tentatively spoke up. Lord Kai. Lord Beerus seems rather petty, does he not? I hadn't even had the chance to retaliate before being sent flying. In his moment of grievance, Goku felt particularly wronged, having not only faced punishment, but now also reprimand. Look at the mess this has caused. Silence. Do not speak ill of Lord Beerus. And I was not referring to you. I was talking about Ji-Yun. That lad dared to injure Lord Beerus. That is a grave offense. He has already been taken away, and the specifics of his punishment will be determined in due course. The king interrupted, rebuking Goku with urgency. As the sovereign of the Northern Galaxy, he had never encountered Ji-Yun face to face. However, he had heard whispers of Ji-Yun's remarkable deeds. In this regard, the Northern Sovereign felt a profound sense of pride. Occasionally, during gatherings with other sovereigns, he would showcase Ji-Yun's accomplishments, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the prodigy hailing from my Northern Galaxy." Yet, following recent events, the Northern Sovereign's admiration for Ji-Yun significantly waned. A sense of deep resentment began to take root within him. He found himself perplexed by Ji-Yun's lack of effort, having already engaged in battle. Why not strive to vanquish Beerus? Such an action would spare him from further anxiety. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. This Ji-Yun is astonishingly powerful, Goku exclaimed, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment. The formidable Beerus had been injured by Ji-Yun. Truly, he was as fearsome as they said. Chapter 68. Everything begins to unfold. Are you genuinely pleased? I advise you to seek your own fortune, for one day Lord Beerus may come knocking. The king of the world sneered, reminding him without any pretense. What manner of thought process does Goku possess? He has offended a god of destruction, yet remains utterly unperturbed. So, how will Ji-Yun be dealt with? Goku inquired with a tinge of concern. As a friend, he naturally wished to shield Ji-Yun from any harm, especially since this incident was instigated by him. Ji-Yun had explicitly stated not to take action, yet he had recklessly stepped forward to challenge. He bore a measure of responsibility in this matter. I said to wait for the resolution. How would I know? The king responded with irritation. His ire had mostly dissipated. Yet he could not shake the worry for Ji-Yun's future. What a remarkable young man he is. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Once the resolution is reached, you will be informed? That sounded rather ominous, akin to awaiting the retrieval of a body after death. All right, I have finished discussing my matters. If you have anything else, speak quickly. I am nearly driven mad with anger. The king suddenly recalled that Goku had other matters to address, and impatiently inquired. Oh well, I have nothing, your majesty, I am fine now. Goku hastily replied, indicating that he had no further issues. He had merely intended to inquire about Ji-Yun's whereabouts. Now that everything was clear, he felt there was no need for further concern. Humph. With Goku's response, the king let out a cold snort before severing the connection. Meanwhile, on North Kingstar, the king gazed up at the sky, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. What he had just stated were the very words relayed to him by Whis. When the king received this news, it felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He had never anticipated the multitude of troubles within the realm he governed. Now, with the god of destruction thoroughly beaten, all he could do was hope that Ji-Yun would be reformed under the goddess' tutelage and emerge anew. Of course, Whis had not divulged the complete truth to the king. The matter of Ji-Yun becoming an apprentice to the god of destruction had been glossed over, with only a vague narrative presented to appease the king. After all, he was the overseer of the North Galaxy and deserved some forewarning regarding Ji-Yun's circumstances. Little did they know, this fabricated tale would lead the North King to endure decades of anxiety. On Earth, after Goku concluded his conversation with the king, everyone began to chatter eagerly, all inquiring about the king's statements. Naturally, they wanted to know how Ji-Yun was faring. All right, everyone, let us not rush, Goku urged. At present, Ji-Yun is safe, albeit temporarily taken away by Lord Beerus, Goku slowly conveyed to the group. Upon hearing that Ji-Yun was unharmed, everyone exhaled in relief. As long as he was all right, that was what truly mattered. However, Bulma's worried expression remained unchanged. Goku, what do you mean by temporarily safe? And what did you mean when you mentioned how Ji-Yun would be dealt with in the future? Bulma asked anxiously. The implications of these words were clear to her. This matter was far from simple. Goku scratched his head, unsure of how to respond, especially considering Bulma's current pregnancy. He certainly could not say they should wait for a notification to prepare for Ji Yun's body. If such thoughts were spoken aloud, the consequences would be dire. After all, Goku interpreted the situation in this way. Ji Yun had indeed injured Lord Beerus, and there would certainly be a reckoning. However, you needn't worry too much. Lord King has assured me that as long as Ji Yun remains with Lord Beerus for a few days, once the situation calms down, he will surely be returned. Goku remarked with a forced smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity. At this moment, he could only fabricate a comforting narrative to gloss over the issue. This was the first time in his life he had spun a tale with such earnestness. If that's the case, then I can rest easy. Bulma sighed deeply, the weight in her heart finally lifting. She fully believed Goku's words now. With a little patience over the next few days, everything would be resolved. Little did she know, this way it would be one of monumental change. Wait a moment, Kakarot. Did you just say Ji Yun injured Beerus? Vegeta could hardly believe his ears, suspecting he might have misheard. Injured Beerus? What a ludicrous notion. Indeed, Vegeta. That is precisely what Lord King informed me. I always knew Ji Yun was formidable, but I never anticipated he would be capable of injuring such a powerful being. And to think he is still alive, it's utterly unbelievable. Goku exclaimed with excitement, clearly in awe of Ji Yun's strength. This cannot be. Vegeta muttered in disbelief, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Catching up to Ji Yun? That would likely be an impossible feat in this lifetime. The others were too preoccupied with celebrating Ji Yun's safety to notice Vegeta's stunned state. At this moment, the usually silent Android 16 stepped forward and inquired of Goku, what about the whereabouts of Android 18? Upon hearing 16's question, the group finally registered the oversight. Indeed, what had become of 18? In their focus on Ji Yun's safety, they had completely forgotten about her uncertain fate. Wukong, akin to one awakening from a dream, evidently had forgotten about such a matter. I neglected to inquire. Wukong opened his mouth and, in the end, spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Wukong's response, number 16's anthropomorphized face slightly furrowed in displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Wukong's answer. Wukong, feeling a tinge of shame, lowered his head. Just moments ago, the King of the Worlds had asked if there was anything amiss, and he had completely forgotten about number 18. Despite his discontent, number 16 did not erupt in anger, for he understood that Wukong had not acted out of malice. Moreover, considering that Wukong had brought him here for repairs, he felt a sense of gratitude. Although he was a robot, he would not stoop to repaying kindness with enmity. Well, it's of no consequence. The Dragon Balls will soon be operational. If we truly cannot find them, we could summon the Eternal Dragon and make an inquiry, Bulma suggested to number 16. With the knowledge that Ji Yun was safe, her spirits lifted. Thus, I am grateful. Number 16 bowed his head humbly in thanks to Bulma. In this manner, matters on Earth finally reached a resolution. Chapter 69. Truly my men are where am I? Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, and murmured softly. As he scanned his environment, a charming blonde visage came into view. Ji Yun, how wonderful. You have finally awakened, exclaimed number 18, her face radiating joy at Ji Yun's revival. Seeing her countenance, Ji Yun strained to open his eyes further, his body, sprawled upon the grass, instinctively yearning to rise. I will assist you. Number 18 hurriedly offered her support upon noticing Ji Yun's attempt to stand. With a wince, Ji Yun gradually propped himself up, yet the agonizing pain coursing through his body remained indelible. The gaping wound at his center had ceased its bleeding, but his tattered garments were stained with blood. Observing Ji Yun's pained expression, 18 instinctively softened her movements. Finally, enduring the excruciating discomfort, Ji Yun managed to sit upright. Once elevated, he trembled, his hands frantically searching around his waist. Where are the senzu beans? He pondered, recalling that his senzu beans were typically hung at his side. Had they been lost? What are you searching for? Allow me to assist you, number 18 remarked, watching Ji Yun's frantic rummaging, presuming he sought something of great importance. At that moment, a transcendent voice resonated. He must be looking for this, Vis said with a serene smile, lifting off the ground and floating gracefully before Ji Yun. Concurrently, a burlap pouch hovered in midair. Though Ji Yun's injuries had yet to heal and his vision remained somewhat blurred, he instantly recognized the pouch as the one containing the senzu beans. He nodded vigorously in affirmation. With a calm smile, Vis gently waved his staff. The cord binding the pouch seemed to come alive, untying itself. A green bean burst forth from the pouch, slowly drifting towards Ji Yun. Without hesitation, Ji Yun grasped it and swiftly placed it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The senzu bean slid down his throat, and with it, his wounds began to mend. A surge of vitality coursed through his being, erasing the pallor of weakness that had enveloped him. Revitalized, he sprang to his feet, feeling a substantial increase in his energy. "Thank you, Lord Vis." Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fists, though they were the ones who had brought him to this place. They had ultimately saved his life, and gratitude was in order. Vis, hearing Ji-Yun's words, smiled and shook his head. "Please, do not call me Lord. Simply use my name. You are now an apprentice destroyer of worlds. Here, besides Lord Beerus, you are the most significant presence. Of course, should you inherit the position of destroyer in the future, I must also change my address and refer to you as Lord Ji-Yun." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji-Yun nodded slowly. "This is better, as I do not particularly enjoy addressing others with such formalities. It feels rather distant. However, I cannot yet part with this item. I need to study it. Perhaps someday I could cultivate a portion of it." Weiss pointed to the floating celestial beings before him. His curiosity piqued by their extraordinary nature. "It is astonishing that such wondrous things could exist on this mere planet Earth." "Ah, no problem at all. Take as long as you wish for your research," Ji-Yun replied with a cheerful smile, though a sense of irritation brewed within him. "Being on your turf. Could I possibly refuse? Nevertheless, the surroundings here are rather pleasant. Beerus truly knows how to indulge." Ji-Yun regained his spirit, beginning to appreciate the scenery around him. The azure sky rendered the distinction between day and night indistinguishable. The myriad stars scattered across the heavens resembled mysterious, lost crystal orbs. Vibrantly colored, massive planets adorned the expanse, appearing so close that one might reach out and touch them. A sea of blossoms in every hue imaginable filled the air with an intoxicating fragrance, immersing him in what felt like a celestial paradise. Observing Ji-Yun entranced by the breathtaking view, Weiss chuckled and inquired, "Isn't it splendid? There is no more comfortable environment in the entire universe." Ji-Yun's thoughts returned to reality, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." He praised sincerely, contemplating how delightful it would be to bring a few women here and raise a family. What a splendid choice it would be to enjoy a long life in such a place. "Ah, by the way, where is Lord Beerus?" Ji-Yun asked curiously. "Wasn't there a task to destroy some planets? Has he gone off to handle it alone?" "Lord Beerus is currently asleep, intending to recover from the lack of rest he has experienced," Weiss explained with a smile. "When he awakens, it is likely he will need a decade or so to fully recuperate." Ji-Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he cautiously remarked, "Wasn't it said that Lord Beerus had tasks to attend to? Is he not going to fulfill them?" Hearing Ji-Yun's question, Weiss chuckled lightly. "Isn't there you? From now on, these duties will be entrusted to you." He smiled calmly, patiently clarifying the situation. "Ah." Ji-Yun found himself bemused. How can it be so? To summon someone, and then abandon the responsibilities without a care? The thought unsettled him greatly. Shouldn't one at least familiarize themselves with the work environment before diving into the tasks? It is hardly customary for someone to commence work immediately after an interview. Do not worry, there is still time. Those planets are meant to be cleared gradually. It is simply that Lord Beerus is rather lazy and prefers not to rise frequently. Thus, each time he awakens, it is to resolve everything in one go. Upon encountering you, I have decided to cease further endeavors in this task. From now on, I shall entrust everything to you," Weiss explained slowly. "The work of a destroyer is rather effortless, with no need to fret about the passage of time." Ji-Yun felt a profound sense of admiration within. "What is it that I need to do now? Shall I prepare to embark on completing the remaining tasks?" Ji-Yun shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. "Not just yet. There is ample time, so there is no need for haste. We can address it together when the next task arises." Weiss replied with a smile, leisurely articulating his thoughts. Ji-Yun nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Indeed, that is the correct approach. There is no need to rush in our work. As the saying goes, tomorrow and tomorrow, a multitude of tomorrows await. Since there are so many, why not delay a little longer?" After sharing these thoughts, Weiss continued, "Today, take the time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Tomorrow, I shall begin guiding you in your cultivation." Upon hearing the word cultivation, Ji-Yun's eyes lit up. If that is the case, this journey would indeed be worthwhile. To be guided in cultivation by Weiss, the master of the destroyers, would undoubtedly elevate his abilities to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, arrangements for your rest have been made. You and your spouse shall reside in that designated chamber. Weiss indicated towards a courtyard ahead. Having said this, he floated away, leaving Ji-Yun in a state of bewilderment, alongside the bashful figure of number 18. A couple? This, Weiss, truly possesses keen insight. Ji-Yun's heart brimmed with joy, unable to suppress an expletive. Indeed, he is destined to be my teacher. Such perceptive thoughts have not escaped his notice. Clearly, he believes he is creating an opportunity for me. Chapter 70. What is the matter? Speak freely. The following morning, Ji Yun stepped out with a spirit brimming with vitality. It was evident that he had experienced a delightful night prior. With all matters clarified, Ji Yun felt no need for reservations. Number 18 displayed no particular resistance either. And thus, they formally established their relationship in a rather casual manner. Good morning, Ji Yun. Weiss greeted politely upon seeing him. Good morning, Weiss. Ji Yun responded courteously. Today marked the beginning of his new training, and within him lingered a flicker of anticipation. Where is number 18? Why isn't she with you? Weiss inquired with curiosity. Ji Yun offered a mysterious smile before casually replying, Has he gotten up yet? Weiss paused momentarily, then grasped Ji Yun's implication, giving him a knowing look. Young man, do remember to exercise moderation, Weiss remarked lightly. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun nodded in agreement. To be frank, it was indeed time to practice some restraint. Last night, he had nearly exerted himself throughout the entire evening, though he felt relatively well. A subtle ache lingered in his lower back. I understand. So, how shall we train today? Ji Yun asked, his face alight with enthusiasm. Seeing Ji Yun's eagerness, Weiss decided to dispense with further pleasantries. Today, you will first practice how to wield the power of destruction. During your battle with Lord Beerus, you managed to utilize a portion of the strength, albeit in a crude manner. However, that is far from sufficient. The prerequisite to becoming a god of destruction is the ability to wield this power with ease, Weiss explained succinctly. Ji Yun nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. His current prowess needed no further elaboration. After recovering from his injuries, even if he were to engage in combat with Beerus again, he would not find himself in a state of utter disarray as before. All right, how should I go about practicing? Ji Yun inquired earnestly. He had come to regard Weiss as a mentor and friend, and the prospect of learning more from him was immensely appealing, especially since this was a being capable of defeating Beerus with a single blow. Weiss, upon hearing Ji Yun's question, gently shook his head. This is something you must discover for yourself. It requires personal intuition. Even we angels cannot fully comprehend the mysteries of the power of destruction. Ji Yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all that, it seemed the onus was still upon him. Then, to what extent must I train to truly master it? He asked once more. Weiss's previous words resonated with him. Indeed, during his battle with Beerus, he had tapped into a fragment of the destructive power, yet it was not a true mastery. In truth, he had yet to fully grasp the essence of destruction. Though it may seem somewhat flawed. Yes. Weiss furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. He then pointed to the enormous planet in the sky. Do you see that celestial body? Do not employ any external forces. Utilize only the destructive power within you to obliterate it. This way, you will begin to master the art of destruction. Weiss spoke in a somewhat somber tone. In truth, he disapproved of Ji Yun's lofty aspirations. The primary task at hand was to first sense the power within. One must commence by destroying objects within reach, gradually increasing the magnitude of the destruction thereafter. This is the proper path of cultivation. Is that so, Weiss? Ji Yun inquired with a look of confusion in his eyes. What? Weiss gazed up at Ji Yun, perplexed. Moments ago, he had been engrossed in thought, contemplating how to instruct Ji Yun on the importance of grounded practice and cultivation. He had not anticipated such an interruption. Ji Yun's curious gaze was fixed upon him. His right hand raised, palm directed towards the very planet he had just exemplified. Weiss quickly looked up and was astounded to find that the planet had vanished without a trace. All that remained in the sky were scattered remnants of purple, destructive energy. Weiss was left in shock, rendered speechless. Weiss, you ought to say something. Is it so? Ji Yun lowered his hand, observing Weiss's silence, and promptly asked. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, pondering whether he had perhaps impressed Weiss. After entertaining this thought, Ji Yun quickly shook his head in denial. That was simply impossible. After all, this was Weiss, a being of unfathomable strength who had witnessed countless spectacles. It could not be that simple. He must have erred in some way. Which was why Weiss remained silent. Surely, he was contemplating how to correct Ji Yun's mistakes. Yes, that must be it. Weiss, please do not remain silent. Point out where I went wrong. Perhaps I can devise a solution myself, Ji Yun earnestly stated. Given his current position as a disciple, his attitude was of utmost importance. When one is wrong, it is essential to acknowledge it promptly. Such humility would encourage others to impart their wisdom generously. Ahem. I have observed a few minor shortcomings, yet they are not insurmountable. Weiss finally regained his composure upon hearing Ji Yun's inquiry. He coughed twice to mask his astonishment and continued. Now, demonstrate that technique once more, and I shall observe closely to see if I can offer some instructive feedback. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's heart sank. Indeed, it seemed he had erred in some respects. At this moment, Weiss had yet to formally instruct him in the art of cultivation, yet he had already made a spectacle of himself. bringing upon himself a most embarrassing situation. It was entirely his own fault for his desire to show off. Simultaneously, he found himself beginning to admire Weiss's character. Observing the way Weiss spoke, he appreciated the allure of language. Was it insignificant? The minor flaws had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. Clearly, he had preserved a considerable amount of dignity for himself. Very well, Weiss, I shall attempt again. Please, do inform me of any inaccuracies. Ji-Yun respectfully addressed Weiss. Although it was a flawed demonstration, now that Weiss had brought it to light, Ji-Yun had no choice but to repeat it. For he too wished to discern precisely where the error lay. Following the instructions, Ji-Yun raised his right hand once more, casually aiming at a dark red planet. The destructive force within him was instantly summoned. Externally, Ji-Yun appeared as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, as though he were merely foolishly raising his hand. At that moment, the dark red planet began to shatter, its surface adorned with a web-like pattern of purple light. A resounding silence enveloped the sky. No sound emerged. The entire planet disintegrated into fragments, vanishing in an instant from the horizon. Ji-Yun accomplished all of this in less than half a second. Chapter 71. Subtle influences. Whis stood before the scene, utterly astonished, his shock beyond the realm of words. Had he not personally brought Ji-Yun here, he might have believed that Ji-Yun was a harbinger of destruction. The notion of urging someone to diligently cultivate seemed utterly absurd. The individual had already mastered it. What further practice was necessary? Whis, look at this. Ji-Yun called out hurriedly after demonstrating his skills, fully prepared for any impending criticism. As the saying goes, humility fosters progress. Whis, upon hearing Ji-Yun's voice, could only manage a wry smile of resignation. Had he truly found a prodigy? For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether Ji-Yun had concealed the full extent of his destructive power. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. The emergence of destructive power within a human was a miracle in itself. Furthermore, Ji-Yun's eagerness to learn did not appear to be feigned, but rather indicative of someone encountering such abilities for the first time. Whis ultimately attributed this phenomenon to Ji-Yun's extraordinary talent, leaving no room for alternative explanations. Though internally resigned, Whis maintained an outward composure, nodding slightly, his expression betraying no joy or sorrow. Overall, the execution was commendable and entirely adequate for Ji-Yun's current prowess. However, there remained certain shortcomings. Yet, merely articulating these deficiencies would likely prove insufficient, necessitating Ji-Yun's own comprehension. Or perhaps, once you reach a certain level of strength, the understanding will come naturally. Whis remarked softly. In truth, Ji-Yun's application of destructive power was already quite proficient, without any discernible flaws, even comparable to that of Beerus. However, having just mentioned some inadequacies, Whis felt compelled to tread lightly in his critique, fearing Ji-Yun might scorn him for failing to elaborate. Thus, he resorted to vague reassurances for the time being. Oh, I see. Ji-Yun scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Whis' words implied that understanding would come to those who were ready, while those who did not grasp it had yet to attain the requisite level. Had anyone else spoken thus, Ji-Yun would have likely erupted in anger, even questioning the speaker's integrity. Yet, this was Whis, Beerus's mentor. Surely, there was profound wisdom in his words. Accepting Whis' assessment, Ji-Yun contemplated the possibility that his own understanding had not yet reached the necessary heights. Nevertheless, Ji-Yun felt a surge of happiness. For Whis' acknowledgement of his performance being generally quite good exceeded his own expectations. Observing Ji-Yun's expression of partial comprehension, Whis inwardly sighed with relief, grateful to have navigated that moment without losing face. Whis, should I continue to seek understanding, or would it be prudent to engage in other forms of training? Ji-Yun humbly inquired of Whis. Indeed, next, you should engage in repetitive practice to see if you can comprehend a deeper level of understanding. At present, I have some matters to attend to. Upon my return, I shall impart further knowledge to you. With a gentle smile, Weiss gestured grandly, causing a multitude of nebulae in the sky to coalesce in this region. Ji-Yun took note of Weiss's actions and gazed upward, instantly captivated by the celestial spectacle, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The breathtaking sky left one in awe. After completing his task, Weiss vanished silently from the spot. Weiss, that technique is rather impressive. Do you think you could teach me? Oh, wait. Where did he go? Ji-Yun lamented with a furrowed brow, expressing his frustration. Weiss had departed without so much as a word, leaving Ji-Yun feeling unaccomplished in his learning. Hidden in the shadows, Weiss overheard Ji-Yun's grievances and bitterly mused, Learn? What nonsense. You already possess the knowledge. What more do you wish to acquire? However, he found Ji-Yun increasingly agreeable, as if he were inherently suited to be a harbinger of destruction, thereby saving Weiss considerable effort. Meanwhile, Ji Yun gazed up at the vast sea of stars and began aimlessly practicing. With each gesture, celestial bodies erupted into splendid fireworks, illuminating the sky with brilliance. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Ji Yun reclined on the ground. With a mere thought, he waved his fingers, and yet another planet transformed into a violet spark, vanishing into the ether. After approximately 2 hours had elapsed, Ji Yun idly moved his fingers once more. Suddenly, several celestial bodies in the sky simultaneously disintegrated into purple particles, releasing beautiful fireworks. Wait, something seems amiss. Ji Yun scrutinized the starry expanse, sensing an anomaly. The force he exerted this time was nearly identical to that of his previous attempts, which had only allowed him to obliterate a single planet each time. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to destroy multiple planets at once this time. Initially oblivious to this change, he soon realized it and felt a surge of interest. Once again, he moved his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of planets swiftly disintegrated, transforming into a vast array of purple lights. What on earth is happening? Ji Yun sat up abruptly, gazing at the celestial tableau above, filled with astonishment. How could the power of the same force have increased so dramatically? Hastily, he attuned himself to the destructive force within him. A gasp escaped him. The realization startled him significantly. The destructive force within had surged several folds. What could be the cause? Ji Yun, now bewildered, pondered how. Despite not having exerted himself nor engaging in deliberate cultivation, merely annihilating a few planets, his capacity for destruction had escalated so tremendously. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. The words of Weiss began to resonate in his ears. There were indeed shortcomings. However, merely articulating them verbally would likely fail to convey their essence. Thus, it was imperative for one to seek personal understanding in this regard. Alternatively, upon reaching a certain level of prowess, comprehension would come naturally. This was precisely what Weiss had conveyed. As Ji Yun reflected upon this, his eyes widened in realization. So, this was the meaning behind Weiss's admonition to seek understanding. He resolved to practice diligently, endeavoring to grasp deeper realms of insight. This was the task Weiss had entrusted to him before departing. Ji Yun repeatedly murmured the final words, feeling immense gratitude for Weiss's guidance. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, I once thought Weiss was remiss, leaving without imparting any knowledge to me. It appears I was narrow-minded. I was in error. In that moment, the feeling of shame within Ji Yun began to dissipate. Perhaps this is the subtlety of a true mentor, nurturing growth in silence. Chapter 72, Misunderstanding upon comprehending Weiss's well-intentioned guidance. Ji Yun felt an immediate surge of energy coursing through him, dispelling any lingering complacency. He gazed at the celestial bodies above, invigorated and resolute. He could not allow Weiss's nurturing to go in vain. With a flourish, several stars vanished from the sky at his command. Meanwhile, his other hand was equally engaged, causing another cluster of stars in a different region to dissipate. Ji Yun wielded his hands with dexterity, completely devoid of fatigue. The destructive force within him surged in tandem with the obliteration of the planets, steadily intensifying. After approximately half an hour of relentless effort, the once vibrant sky fell into an eerie silence. The kaleidoscopic world was rendered monochromatic. At last, he exclaimed, finally, it's all done. Standing with his hands on his hips, he surveyed the pristine expanse above, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment, and was thoroughly satisfied with the augmentation of his inner strength. How has your practice been, Ji Yun? Have you grasped that realm yet? Weiss inquired with a gentle smile, having appeared by Ji Yun's side without notice. Upon hearing Weiss's voice, Ji Yun swiftly turned to him, gratitude illuminating his eyes as he replied, Thank you, Weiss. I have understood. Weiss nodded slightly, his expression remaining composed as he said, If not, it is of no consequence. You. Wait, what did you say? You have understood? His heart jolted in surprise, suspecting he had misheard, and he raised his voice slightly to inquire further. Ji Yun then bowed deeply before Weiss, a radiant joy on his face as he exclaimed, I have not failed my mission. Thank you, Weiss. Without your guidance, I would have never attained this understanding. Hearing Ji Yun's affirmation left Weiss momentarily bewildered. Internally, he exclaimed, What is happening? Why is he thanking me? What have I guided him toward? What insight has he gained? Very well. Since that is the case, let me witness the fruits of your enlightenment. Weiss replied with a composed nod, maintaining a facade of calm and amiable demeanor. Curiosity piqued. He could not fathom what Ji Yun might have discerned and decided to give him the opportunity to demonstrate. All right. However, Weiss, I may need to trouble you once more, Ji Yun said confidently, pointing toward the sky. Weiss, puzzled by Ji Yun's request and gesture, thought, trouble me? What could possibly trouble me? Nevertheless, He looked up at the heavens. To his astonishment, he gasped, "What happened to those stars?" The countless celestial bodies he had summoned were now inexplicably absent. In just a few short hours, they had vanished without a trace, leaving Weiss in a state of disbelief. He turned to glance at Ji-Yun, who stood beside him with a serene smile, and felt a sudden jolt of realization. Could it be that this young man has obliterated those planets? As this thought emerged, Weiss fervently attempted to dismiss it. For even Beerus, relying solely on his destructive power, would require a full 3 days, without sustenance or rest, to completely annihilate them. However, the evidence lay before him, leaving no room for alternative considerations. Ji-Yun, have you truly destroyed these planets? Weiss inquired tentatively, holding his breath in anticipation of Ji-Yun's response. Upon hearing Wiss's question, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a confident smile. Indeed, it was I who brought about their destruction. Of course, your meticulous guidance played a pivotal role. Ji-Yun replied with unreserved confidence, even flattering Weiss in the process. Weiss swallowed hard, grappling with this incredulous revelation. He then raised his hand and gestured towards the sky. Instantly, the once quiet heavens erupted into a cacophony of activity. The myriad stars reassembled, encircling the land anew. Come, let me witness the realm you have comprehended. Weiss observed Ji-Yun with a grave expression, eager to discover how this individual had achieved such a feat. All right, keep your eyes wide open, Weiss. Ji-Yun smiled at him. The destructive power within him surged vigorously. Previously, a mere flick of his finger could unleash a portion of this power to obliterate vast swathes of planets. This time, however, Ji-Yun was determined to make a grand statement, to leave Weiss utterly astounded. Summoning all his strength, Ji-Yun forcefully waved his palm towards the sky. With a whoosh, a gentle breeze swept through. The planets above erupted in a synchronized explosion. A cascade of violet light enveloped the sky, transforming it into a canvas of purple. Although the celestial spectacle was breathtaking, the brilliant radiance faded all too swiftly, and gradually, the sky reverted to its original hues. Gulp! Weiss swallowed again, witnessing the stars vanish in an instant. His pupils dilated, betraying the shock within. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He longed to pull Ji-Yun close and confront him face to face, demanding, "Are you even human?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wiss's mind, and he began to scrutinize Ji-Yun earnestly. Could it be? Is this fellow a relative of the Omni King? Yet, he had never heard of any relatives of the Omni King, nor did Ji-Yun bear any resemblance. Ji-Yun, of course, sensed Wiss's intense gaze but did not dwell on it, assuming Weiss was merely astonished by his prodigious talent. Weiss, please don't look at me like that. I am aware of my exceptional abilities, and there is no need for your astonishment. Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your guidance, my current achievements would not exist. Ji-Yun cheerfully declared to Weiss, evidently attributing all his success to Wiss's influence. Weiss found himself at a loss for words. He was perplexed by Ji-Yun's words, feeling as though the young man were subtly insulting him. Was he mocking his failure to properly guide him? Was he now slapping his own face in acknowledgement of that failure? He recalled the politeness Ji-Yun had just displayed, only to now flaunt his abilities and deliver veiled jabs. It was evident that he was playing the role of a cunning tiger disguised as a harmless pig. There is no need for such language, Ji-Yun. I comprehend your meaning. However, I implore you to remember that as a trainee destroyer, this alone is far from sufficient. Mastering the power of destruction is commendable, yet one must temper pride and impatience. Otherwise, one may suffer greatly in the future, Weiss remarked calmly to Ji-Yun. Although he was astonished by the terrifying might of Ji-Yun's destructive power, as an angel, he was not susceptible to annihilation by such force and felt no fear in the face of Ji-Yun's mockery. Weiss began to candidly admonish Ji-Yun without reservation. Chapter 73. Am I still in a dream? I comprehend now, Weiss. Ji-Yun, however, could not discern the true meaning behind those words. He merely interpreted it as Weiss imparting wisdom, a reminder to remain humble and composed. With a serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Weiss, noticing Ji-Yun's earnest attitude, slightly nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. This conversation was concluded. There was little left to address today. Tomorrow, we shall embark on combat training, Weiss stated with a stoic expression. He felt no desire to linger in this place any longer, for today had been utterly humiliating. He had taught nothing and had even been mocked by Ji-Yun. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to conduct a practical lesson tomorrow to reclaim his dignity. With that, Weiss hurriedly departed. Thank you, Weiss. I will strive to do my best tomorrow. Though Weiss had already left, Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude nonetheless. The two now harbored a significant divergence in their thoughts. Weiss felt he had imparted nothing of value and was deeply embarrassed, while Ji-Yun believed he had learned a great deal and held Weiss in high esteem. After approximately a minute, Ji-Yun noticed that time was still on his side. He was not in a rush to return. With a practical exercise with Weiss looming the next day, he thought it wise to prepare early and stretch his limbs. With this determination, Ji-Yun sprang into action. The energy within him began to surge, and his body twisted and turned with agility, striking various martial arts techniques. He generated an impressive force. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being sliced filled the surroundings. In this elegant environment, an overwhelming energy began to emanate. His formidable aura radiated in all directions. Ji-Yun let out a resounding roar, a soft yellow aura enveloping his being. His hair transforming into the form of a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Ji-Yun's energy escalated to an astonishing level. Were he on Earth, he would not even need to lift a finger. His mere presence could cleave the planet apart. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows of his fists danced like the wind as Ji-Yun commenced a new round of training. With each punch, the gust of wind howled, conjuring colossal storms. Once more, Ji-Yun appeared somewhat dissatisfied with his current strength. A crimson aura cloaked him as he activated the Kaioken tenfold. His power surged to extraordinary heights, causing the once stable ground to tremble slightly. In the main fortress, in the bedroom of the god of destruction, Beerus was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the commotion. His displeasure was palpable as he sat up in fury. Who dares disturb my rest? Beerus was incensed. He had only just fallen asleep not long ago and was now roused, his anger reaching its zenith. With that, Beerus leaped from his bed. Furiously, he stormed out of the castle. As he exited, the energy in the air fluctuated, and the tremors beneath his feet intensified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was not a soul in sight outside, only the sound of the rushing wind. Beerus narrowed his eyes as the figure of Ji-Yun materialized before him, energetically throwing punches and kicks. So it's you, is it? Beerus chuckled with a hint of anger. Having identified the culprit, he felt a sense of relief. A sphere of purple energy materialized in his hand, infused with a formidable destructive force. Die! Beerus shouted furiously, unleashing the purple energy wave. It hurtled toward Ji-Yun in the distance. Beerus's attack was swift, and just as the energy wave was about to strike Ji-Yun, something inexplicable occurred. The energy wave collided with Ji-Yun, yet it bore no effect, as if it had merged seamlessly with him, penetrating his very being. Beerus, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe his eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, he observed Ji-Yun, seemingly unfazed, still bouncing around with vitality. His mind felt overwhelmed. What was happening? Why was this boy unharmed? Shock, confusion, and disbelief flooded Beerus's thoughts. He was aware that Ji-Yun harbored destructive power within him. Thus his attack should not have claimed the boy's life. Yet, it should have been sufficient to incapacitate him. However, the current situation was entirely beyond his comprehension. He had never heard of a god of destruction's attack being absorbed directly by anyone. Skeptical, Beerus once again conjured a sphere of purple energy in his hand, the aura of destruction within it growing even more ferocious. Die! The god of destruction intoned darkly. The purple energy sphere soared toward Ji-Yun once more, this time striking him squarely. Yet again, the energy sphere simply burrowed into his body without causing the slightest ripple. What the hell is going on? Beerus exclaimed, now wide awake and astonished. To him, Ji-Yun appeared as if he were a specter, even more extraordinary than encountering a ghost. Surely, I cannot still be dreaming. Beerus murmured to himself. Smack! A resounding slap rang out as he struck his own soft cheek. Ouch, that hurts. It's real. Beerus winced, touching his face. Yet his perplexity only deepened. What on earth is this boy capable of that my attacks have no effect? Perhaps I should consult Whis. With that thought, Beerus turned and hurried away, making his way to Whis' residence. At this moment, sleep was the last thing on his mind. All he could think about was the shadow of Ji-Yun. This boy was truly enigmatic. After completing a series of powerful punches, Ji-Yun came to a halt. The surrounding environment gradually fell into tranquility. Ah, what a refreshing experience, he exclaimed, shaking his wrist and rolling his neck with exuberance. Completely oblivious to the recent actions of Beerus, the distance and lack of any discernible aura from Beerus rendered Ji-Yun unaware of the subtle threat he had narrowly escaped. As Ji-Yun prepared to depart after his training, he sensed a sudden increase in his destructive power. Although the enhancement was slight, it was nonetheless palpable. A sense of curiosity enveloped him. Could it be that ordinary training could augment his inner destructive force? Lost in contemplation, he experienced a moment of clarity as he recalled Whis' words about commencing combat training the following day. So that's it. How astute of Whis. Every task he assigns me is imbued with profound significance. Ji-Yun realized, a newfound admiration for Whis blossoming within him. Chapter 74. Remaining calm in the face of challenges as Ji-yun was still admiring Weiss, a melodious voice approached from a distance. Turning to look, Ji-yun recognized the source of the voice as none other than number 18, with whom he had battled through the night. With a smile, he approached her and teasingly remarked, "Why aren't you resting a bit longer? After such a busy night, are you fully recovered now?" Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, number 18's cheeks flushed. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and she playfully glared at him. I'm not tired at all. I'm quite happy, actually. You seem to have recovered well yourself." Blushing, number 18, unwilling to back down, responded. Their shared experience from the previous night had undeniably brought them closer. Ji-yun, taken aback by her boldness, almost choked on his own words. He hadn't anticipated this daring side of number 18. Seeing Ji-yun momentarily at a loss for words, number 18 wore a triumphant expression, as if declaring her victory. Ahem, so, number 18, would you be interested in experiencing more joy? Ji-yun rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Feeling a sense of foreboding, number 18 instinctively took a few steps back, turning to flee. In an instant, Ji-yun lunged forward like a hungry tiger, pinning her to the ground. Wait, we can talk about this later, she exclaimed, panic rising within her as she lay there, wondering if Ji-yun intended to. Caught off guard by Ji-yun's boldness, she realized he was taking things to another level. Haha, now you're afraid? Don't worry, not here. We'll go somewhere else. Ji-yun beamed, pointing to a nearby grove of trees. Number 18's face turned as red as a ripe apple at the sight of where he was indicating. Can we just go back? She whispered shyly, her voice barely audible. The thought of that secluded grove was indeed exhilarating. Hey, once we go back, that feeling will be gone. Rest assured, Beerus is asleep. Weiss just returned. He probably won't emerge until tomorrow. It's just the two of us here. And the grove is quiet. It will be fine, Ji-yun said with a bright smile, excitement coursing through him as his blood surged to his brain. Seeing Ji-yun so determined, number 18 lay there, turning her head away in silence. Ji-yun, noticing her reaction, felt a surge of joy, realizing his plan was falling into place. Without delay, he lifted number 18 into his arms, and they soared towards the grove. After a couple of minutes, the two within the forest had ignited a passionate encounter, punctuated by the occasional sounds of their intimate exchanges. Though the voice was faint, it was delivered with utmost restraint. However, upon closer listening, one could still discern its presence. In a secluded chamber, Beerus lounged on a sofa while Weiss stood across from him. At that moment, Beerus was recounting the peculiar occurrences he had recently encountered. After 5 minutes had elapsed, Beerus, parched from speaking, finally relayed the strange events to Weiss once more. Is that all? Weiss inquired, his expression unchanging, seemingly unfazed by Beerus's tale. Indeed, that is all. Are you not astonished? Beerus retorted, visibly dissatisfied with Weiss's reaction. Did Weiss truly believe he was fabricating this story? What is there to be astonished about? You are merely overreacting, Weiss replied, still devoid of emotion. As he found a seat, completely indifferent to the matter at hand. I am overreacting. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Weiss, utterly unprepared for such a response. Absorbing a wave of destructive energy without a scratch was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. How could this be deemed an overreaction? Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are the one overreacting. The universe is vast, full of wonders. We must approach every event with calmness, such as the mindset of a worthy deity. Weiss continued, his words carrying the weight of a mentor instructing a disciple, exuding an air of nonchalance. Weiss, have you lost your mind? You seem rather peculiar today. Beerus inquired cautiously, sensing something amiss in Weiss's demeanor. This incident would be explosive news in any universe, yet Weiss's demeanor was far too tranquil. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Weiss chuckled softly and shook his head slightly. His mind was perfectly sound. Absorbing the energy of a god of destruction was hardly a significant event. Today, he had witnessed power comparable to that of the Omni King. In comparison, Beerus's tale was trivial. Noticing Weiss's silence, Beerus's brow furrowed tightly, and his discontent grew. Just as he was about to erupt, Weiss finally spoke again. Lord Beerus, may I ask if you have ever encountered someone who can, with a mere wave of their hand, obliterate a meteor shower? Weiss inquired with a gentle smile. Beerus paused, slightly taken aback by the question. He was unsure of Weiss's intent. I have seen it, I can do that. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Beerus responded with confusion. As long as one possesses a modicum of strength, a wave of ki ascends, obliterating an entire galaxy. Such feats are mere trifles. He himself had once accomplished this, unleashing a single strike that caused the entire galaxy to erupt like a succession of firecrackers. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The memory remains vividly etched in his mind. Weiss nodded with a smile, acknowledging Beerus's response. He then continued, if it were to employ the power of destruction, would you be able to accomplish it? Doubt steadily swelled within Beerus, perplexed by Weiss's intentions. Of course not. That would be far too complicated. A simple key wave could effortlessly resolve the matter. After all, the power of destruction is far more effective when targeting individual entities. If I could annihilate an entire galaxy, wouldn't I be the Omni King? Beerus cautiously muttered, wary of eavesdroppers. Eh. Upon hearing this, Weiss gently shook his head with a wry smile, one tinged with resignation. Suddenly, he sat upright, leaning closely toward Beerus and exclaimed, but that lad has done it. With a mere flick of his hand, all the stars in the sky transformed into a cascade of violet energy dust. Chapter 75. That thing, unbearable to witness that thing. It's simply unbearable, exclaimed Weiss with a hint of exaggeration, gesturing animatedly. The scene he had previously witnessed remained vividly etched in his mind. It must be a deception. Beerus stammered, his eyes brimming with astonishment. A deception? I wish it were so, but I beheld it with my own eyes. It cannot be mistaken, Weiss replied calmly. Casting a discerning look at Beerus, he continued to inquire, now, do you still regard the matter you mentioned as significant? Upon hearing Weiss's inquiry, Beerus subtly shook his head. In comparison to the gravity of what he had encountered, his own issue seemed trivial. Weiss, do you think that young man might harbor some issues? This does not appear to be an accomplishment typical of humanity, Beerus pondered aloud, his thoughts lingering on the possibility that Ji Yun might be an undercover agent dispatched by the Omni King to oversee his operations. From my assessment and investigation, there should be no issues, Weiss replied, shaking his head. When he had previously brought Ji Yun, he had already inquired with the King of the North Galaxy regarding Ji Yun's background and origins. Except for remaining inconspicuous prior to Raditz's invasion of Earth, everything else appeared normal. The only aspect shrouded in ambiguity was his Saiyan heritage. However, upon Ji Yun successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, his Saiyan identity was firmly established, rendering the doubt obsolete. Could it be that when he encountered us, he chose to conceal his true strength? Perhaps he approached us with ulterior motives? Beerus proposed another possibility, seeking Weiss's opinion. Weiss contemplated Beerus's question for a moment, responding thoughtfully, that seems unlikely. Today, when he practiced his destructive power, his demeanor and attitude were far from feigned. He exhibited the characteristics of a novice. However, he did become somewhat arrogant later on. He recalled Ji Yun's boastful remarks, feeling a twinge of annoyance, interpreting Ji Yun's words as sarcastic jibes aimed at his own failure to impart genuine skills. Yet, this also indicated that Ji Yun had initially been unaware of his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such arrogance upon discovering his power. Somewhat arrogant. You say? What is this about? Beerus asked, intrigued by Weiss's revelation. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to display such audacity before Weiss over the years, piquing Beerus's interest. Clear his throat, let us set that matter aside for now. This individual is unlikely to be a spy or an undercover operative. It is merely that his destructive power is rather formidable. Such occurrences, though rare, are not impossible, Weiss concluded, wishing to move on from this topic. He believes that Ji Yun poses no threat. Had it not been for their arrival on Earth, perhaps he would have preferred to stay away. It seems, indeed, that he had no intention of coming here in the first place. Well then, if you deem it acceptable, let us leave him here. However, do remind this lad to keep his noise down in the future. He must not disturb my slumber. Beerus had no desire to dwell on this matter any longer. Since his mentor had assured him that there was no issue, he truly believed in Weiss's judgment. With that, he declared, I am departing, and turned to leave. I shall see you off, Lord Beerus, Weiss exclaimed upon noticing Beerus's intent to exit. Grasping his staff, he followed closely behind, prepared to escort him home. Their pace was leisurely, yet they traversed a significant distance. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves upon the open grass. It appears that lad has already returned to rest, Beerus remarked, observing the vacant surroundings. As they continued their slow stroll, an unusual sound suddenly caught Beerus's keen ears. Weiss, do you hear that? Is there some commotion nearby? He inquired, straining to identify the source of the noise. Weiss had indeed detected the sounds earlier, but had chosen to remain silent. Beerus concentrated, his attention sharpening. It's coming from over there, he whispered, gesturing towards a small grove. Weiss shook his head in resignation, recalling his recent conversation with Ji Yun about the importance of moderation in youth. It's baffling. Why must this occur in broad daylight? If one must engage in such activities, could it not be done in the privacy of one's own quarters? And must it be so noisy? Do they truly believe there are no consequences here? Weiss, we must investigate. The sound is peculiar, and it unsettles me. Beerus's curiosity surged, compelling him to uncover the nature of the disturbance. Just as he was about to step forward, Whis swiftly positioned his staff before Beerus, halting his advance. "What is it, Whis? Is something amiss ahead?" Beerus inquired with intrigue. As the overseer of this realm, Whis surely possessed greater insight into the situation. He yearned to respond to Beerus's question, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was a pure angel. How could he articulate such sordid matters? "Ah, Whis, look at that tree. It is shaking. Something is definitely amiss. We must hurry and investigate." Beerus's curiosity reached its zenith, compelling him to venture forth for a closer inspection. He raised his staff with decisive intent and strode forward with great urgency. "Wait, Lord Beerus. That thing. It's not to be seen," Whis exclaimed, clutching his head as he called out, hoping his voice would resonate through the thicket to alert Ji-Yun of an approaching presence. Unfortunately, it seemed Ji-Yun was too engrossed in his activity to notice. Rather than pausing, the tree swayed with increasing fervor, the sounds of ecstasy growing louder, as if it were on the verge of liberation. What was that commotion? It sounded remarkably akin to a woman's cries. Beerus pondered as he reached the periphery of the grove. The distinct calls resonated in his ears, and as he parted the lush green leaves, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Chapter 76. Live broadcast. With a thud, Beerus collapsed, his vacant gaze slowly closing as he failed to perceive anything. At that moment, Whis stood behind him, observing the fallen god with a resigned shake of his head. With a flick of his staff, Beerus's body floated in midair. "Ah, this young rascal, even in this predicament, remains oblivious. What does he think this place is? Just wait until tomorrow. I shall deal with you then," Whis remarked coldly. Despite his usual calm demeanor, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Had he not intervened just in time to incapacitate Beerus, they might have found themselves in quite the scandalous situation, which would have been amusing in its own right. Whis felt considerable dissatisfaction towards Ji-Yun for his brazen display in public. He pondered how best to address Ji-Yun's reckless behavior the following day. "Humph." Whis glanced toward the bustling depths of the forest, snorted softly, and departed with Beerus in tow. In the depths of the forest, Ji-Yun and Android 18 were still fervently engaged in battle, entirely unaware of the events transpiring outside. This was largely due to Ji-Yun's efforts. It was his first time attempting a wild outdoor confrontation. Eager for novelty, he had ventured deep into the woods, leaving traces of their encounter in nearly every corner. Time slipped by unnoticed until, with a low roar, Ji-Yun and his companion ascended to blissful heights. The forest gradually fell silent, as the two lay breathless on the ground. Android 18's cheeks remained flushed, her body sprawled out, seemingly unwilling to move. "Darling, how do you feel?" Ji-Yun asked playfully, reclining on the grass. At his inquiry, Android 18's blush deepened. "You're such a tease, always picking on me," she replied, turning to face him and playfully punching his chest, her head shyly nestling against his shoulder. Ji-Yun gazed at her, now resembling a bashful girl, a sweet smile gracing his lips. He gently stroked her smooth back, whispering, "Be good, no more frolicking. Dress quickly, it's chilly here. We shall continue our endeavors this evening." Upon hearing his words, Android 18 shot him a sideways glance, her body clearly exhausted. Yet, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her. She seemed to relish the sensation. "Ugh, who says I want to continue? We should sleep in separate rooms tonight. If we keep this up, I want to be able to endure it," she said, her heart and words at odds. Swiftly, she began to gather her scattered clothing. "Hee." Ji-Yun chuckled, completely disregarding her statement. He, too, sought his garments amid the foliage, preparing to return for another enchanting evening. Before long, they were both fully dressed, directly heading towards his residence. The following morning, Ji-Yun arose early once more. Yet this time, his vigor seemed somewhat diminished. Dark circles adorned his eyes, and his demeanor appeared quite lethargic. He occasionally stifled yawns, and the ache in his lower back had intensified. Given his current state, it was likely he had once again spent the night without sleep. "Ah, good morning, Vis." Ji-Yun yawned, glancing at Vis, who had already arrived. With a lackluster wave, he greeted him. "Is it morning? What time is it?" "It's hardly early," Vis replied expressionlessly, observing Ji-Yun yawning repeatedly. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction and resolved to impart some much-needed discipline. Noticing Vis's somewhat unfriendly tone, Ji-Yun offered an apologetic smile. "I was busy late into the night yesterday, which is why I got up a tad late today." His smile bore an air of embarrassment. In truth, he hadn't merely been busy late. He had not slept at all, managing only a brief slumber of a little over half an hour in the early dawn. The fact that he could even rise was a feat in itself. "I suspect you were not idle yesterday during the day either," Vis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ji-Yun. Taken aback by Vis's words, Ji-Yun realized that Vis was aware of what transpired the previous day. I thought something felt off about your expression today. So, you're aware of everything that happened yesterday? Ji-Yun inquired cautiously, believing his actions had been discreet enough to escape notice. Given the commotion, it would have been quite difficult not to notice. Vis chuckled at Ji-Yun's alarmed expression. So you witnessed everything? Ji-Yun asked again, feeling indifferent about himself, but concerned for the girl involved, number 18. If she were to find out, one could only imagine the thoughts swirling in her mind. Vis, observing Ji-Yun's anxious demeanor, decided to tease him. I didn't catch every detail. After all, I'm not quite versed in the nuances of foreplay. However, the rest was akin to a live broadcast. To be honest, I found it rather thrilling, Vis said with a wicked grin, resembling a lecherous uncle devoid of the angelic demeanor one would expect. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's heart sank. His previously pleasant mood was suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds, his expression turning ominously grim. Though he recognized his own fault in the matter, the thought of being viewed as a spectacle by another was discomforting for anyone. Was it only you who saw it, Vis? Ji-Yun spoke in a subdued tone. His head bowed, concealing his expression, leaving one to wonder what thoughts churned within him. Vis was startled by the deep, somber tone of Ji-Yun. Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am the only one who witnessed this? Listening to your tone, it sounds as though you intend to silence me, does it not? Ahem. Well, I shall not press further. No one has seen your sordid affairs. Vis cleared his throat and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Noticing Ji-Yun's slightly displeased demeanor, Vis refrained from teasing him further, fearing that pushing him too hard might provoke an undesirable reaction. Although he himself was unafraid of Ji-Yun, it was important to remember that Ji-Yun was now an apprentice of destruction, and they would soon be colleagues in the same trench. Given that they would frequently encounter one another, it was imperative to maintain a cordial relationship. Otherwise, their future endeavors might not progress smoothly. Really? Is that true? Ji-Yun, upon hearing Vis's words, felt a slight lift in his spirits. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical and inquired further. After all, if someone had discovered it, wouldn't they naturally be curious enough to take a glance? Especially someone like Vis, who was considerably older. That earlier lewd expression was practically a role he was born to play. Could it be that he was not even the slightest bit intrigued by such matters? Chapter 77. Combat Techniques. Weiss observed the incredulous expression on Ji-Yun's face, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He proceeded to recount the events of the previous day in detail. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, Ji-Yun felt an immediate sense of relief and silently vowed to be more discreet in similar situations in the future. Thank you, Weiss. You truly are a paragon of virtue. Ji-Yun praised Weiss, acknowledging that, from the earlier description, Weiss not only refrained from disturbing him, but also timely intervened to stop Beerus. This act of consideration filled Ji-Yun with gratitude. There's no need for thanks. Just remember to be more cautious. This is the realm of the gods, not a place for your indulgences. Weiss admonished Ji-Yun sternly, asserting his role as a pure angel who would not tolerate any inappropriate behavior within his domain. Yes. I'm sorry. I will certainly be more careful. Ji-Yun quickly apologized, recognizing that the fault lay with him for seeking excitement in the wild. Fortunately, he had narrowly avoided being caught in the act. Seeing Ji-Yun's sincere attitude of contrition, Weiss chose not to dwell on the matter further. After all, a verbal warning was merely that, without a physical demonstration of discipline, he had no outlet for the irritation he felt. With that settled, let us commence today's lesson. Weiss said calmly, gesturing for Ji-Yun to attack. Noticing that Weiss was prepared, Ji-Yun decided to hold back no longer. He steadied his resolve and focused ahead. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Weiss. With a slight movement, Weiss deftly evaded Ji-Yun's strike. Realizing his attack had missed, Ji-Yun quickly regained his balance, pivoting on one leg while swinging the other like a whip aimed at Weiss's head. Weiss, observing Ji-Yun's assault, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Tilting his neck slightly, he effortlessly dodged the attack. Ji-Yun, unleash your full power. This is insufficient to reach me, Weiss remarked nonchalantly after avoiding the blow. A sense of weight settled upon Ji-Yun. Weiss was indeed formidable, effortlessly neutralizing his attack. Resolving to not linger on idle chatter, Ji-Yun activated his Super Saiyan form. A crimson aura enveloped him, embodying the might of Super Saiyan combined with a tenfold Kaioken. This represented the pinnacle of Ji-Yun's power. And having previously battled Beerus, he had become even more formidable than before. Excellent, come forth, Weiss remarked, his eyelids slightly lifting as he spoke with an air of calm assurance, feeling the tremendous energy radiating from Ji-Yun. With a powerful surge, Ji-Yun erupted forth, unleashing a wave of formidable energy. Countless shadows of fists surged towards Weiss, accompanied by the relentless sound of air being sliced. Yet, each assault failed to make contact. Weiss's body moved with the grace of a ribbon, dancing effortlessly through the air, leisurely evading Ji Yun's attacks. As Ji Yun witnessed every strike miss its mark, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. The energy within him surged to its peak, and his speed reached its utmost limit. However, each time he seemed poised to strike Weiss, the attack was deftly sidestepped. "You cannot reach me this way," Weiss observed, noting the disarray in Ji Yun's punches. Lightly, he offered a reminder. Ji Yun, having heard Weiss's words, made some timely adjustments to his mindset, yet his techniques remained ineffective. Too powerful. This thought echoed in Ji Yun's mind. He could sense that Weiss's speed was not particularly swift, yet he could not land a hit. The feeling of being on the verge of success was ever present, only to be thwarted time and again. Thus, the two battled from the ground to the sky. Engaging in combat for a full hour, Weiss remained unfazed, while Ji Yun began to feel the strain. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, and a sense of discouragement crept into his heart. After such an extended exchange, he had not merely failed to touch Weiss, he hadn't even grazed his clothing. With a swift motion, Ji Yun evaded the fray, panting heavily. The intense onslaught was beginning to wear on his stamina. "What's wrong? Is this all you can do?" Weiss remarked nonchalantly, observing Ji Yun retreat several meters. Ji Yun, still catching his breath, did not respond. Weiss shook his head in resignation, stating, "In comparison to your destructive power, your combat prowess is hopelessly inadequate." Ji Yun, upon hearing Weiss's critique, dared not retort, though he held confidence in his abilities. He knew they paled in comparison to Weiss's strength. He could only quietly absorb the lessons offered. "To be honest, I'm genuinely curious about how you've cultivated to such a degree. Your combat experience is commendable, yet your attacking techniques are virtually non-existent. I even question whether the power you possess truly belongs to you," Weiss remarked coolly. Though devoid of emotion, his words struck Ji Yun like a thunderclap, reverberating through his mind. It was no surprise that Weiss had discerned this truth. The power that Ji Yun possessed undoubtedly belonged to him, but the means through which he acquired it differed from those of others. For everyone remained oblivious to the existence of his system. The majority of Ji Yun's strength was derived from this system, and when employed, it bore no distinction from that of others. Yet, in the eyes of a formidable being like Weiss, Ji Yun's attacks appeared excessively rigid. There exists a profound inability to unleash one's full potential. Ji Yun's strength resembles that of a Formula One race car, while he himself embodies the persona of a mere truck driver. On straight paths, he appears untroubled, even capable of outpacing most vehicles with a mere press of the accelerator. Yet, when it comes to navigating corners, he becomes flustered, unable to maneuver with precision. "What am I to do, Weiss?" Ji Yun inquired curiously, having never contemplated this dilemma before. For every adversary he had encountered was effortlessly crushed beneath his might, leaving no room for thoughts of technique or strategy. Upon hearing Ji Yun's question, Weiss smiled and nodded, feeling quite pleased with Ji Yun's current state. "It is simple. Give it your all, and continue to fight alongside me," Weiss replied with a gentle smile. "In matters such as these, there is no greater teacher than the experience of battle itself." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Ji Yun did not hesitate. In a mere instant, he charged once more toward Weiss's position. This time, Weiss did not hold back. With a graceful leap, he evaded Ji Yun's assault and seized his head, forcefully slamming it against the unyielding ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 78. A year later, successfully graduated. A year had passed. With a bruised visage, Ji Yun rose from the ground. "Wait, Weiss, please, no more fighting for now. I truly lack the strength to continue. Allow me a brief respite, and then we shall resume," Ji Yun implored, gesturing earnestly towards Weiss. Weiss glanced at the utterly exhausted Ji Yun and replied with a calm demeanor, "Very well." Upon hearing Weiss's concession, Ji Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly sitting on the ground and gently closing his eyes, savoring the hard-earned moment of rest. After a year of rigorous training, Ji Yun's prowess had significantly advanced. His combat skills and control over his strength had reached a level of mastery that was strikingly different from the individual he had been a year prior. Each encounter with Weiss demanded he exert his utmost effort, akin to an athlete sprinting at full speed in a marathon, a most arduous endeavor. Despite the considerable pain of such training, Ji Yun was profoundly content. This was what one might call the joy found amidst suffering. "Are you ready to continue? If so, rise quickly, and let us proceed," Weiss remarked, observing Ji Yun slumped on the ground. Over the past year, Weiss had been exceedingly pleased with Ji Yun's rapid progress. From a perspective of innate talent, Ji Yun had entirely surpassed the god of destruction, Beerus. Had Ji Yun lived as long as Weiss himself, he would have undoubtedly eclipsed him by now. Upon hearing Weiss's urging, Ji Yun's expression turned despondent as he replied, Whis, could we not rest a little longer? As the saying goes, cultivation requires a gradual approach. A brief relaxation might yield even better results. Whis listened to Ji Yun's fervent justification, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Ah, you make a fair point. For others, perhaps, but for you, do not even entertain the thought. You merely wish to shirk your responsibilities, and I assure you, that is out of the question. With a cold chuckle, Whis addressed Ji Yun. Once, he believed in the necessity of a balanced approach to training and amalgamation of labor and rest. However, since encountering Ji Yun, his perspective had undergone a complete transformation. The moment he allowed himself any leniency, Ji Yun would vanish without a trace. Regrettably, it was not for rest, but rather to indulge in more frivolous pursuits. He would often be absent for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Sighing in resignation at Whis' unwavering gaze, Ji Yun conceded, Very well, let us continue. Slowly, he rose from the ground, his energy surging once more as he launched himself towards Whis with lightning speed. Now that is the spirit. Whis nodded approvingly, speaking with an air of indifference. He then swayed his body with the breeze, deftly evading Ji Yun's onslaught. Ji Yun had grown accustomed to the futility of striking Whis. His attacks had become utterly erratic, with a significant decline in purpose. Consequently, Ji Yun's moves grew increasingly intricate, as if he had entered a state of selflessness. Bang! After dodging a straight punch, Whis struck Ji Yun's chest with his staff, delivering a tremendous force that sent Ji Yun flying. He rolled on the grass several times before finally coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Ji Yun grimaced, revealing several abrasions on his skin. Get up, continue, Whis said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he addressed Ji Yun. Ji Yun met Whis' gaze, disregarding his pain. With a powerful push from his legs, his body surged forward. Whoosh! The sound of fists slicing through the air echoed. After approximately 2 minutes, Whis delivered a direct punch to Ji Yun's abdomen. Ji Yun crumpled to the ground once more, clutching his abdomen in agony. Come on, continue. Whis' indifferent voice rang out again, offering Ji Yun no respite. At this moment, Ji Yun had reached the limits of his physical endurance. Yet he gritted his teeth, tightly clenching his hands and tearing up a few blades of grass from the ground. In an instant, Ji Yun flashed behind Whis, a brilliant light erupting from his hand. A golden energy sphere hurtled directly toward Whis. Without even turning his head, Whis summoned a protective barrier around himself, deflecting the energy sphere away. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the energy sphere collided with a distant planet, obliterating it completely. Whis suddenly turned, smiling at Ji Yun. Upon seeing Whis' smile, Ji Yun's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Sure enough, Whis had mysteriously coalesced another energy sphere in his hand, which he hurled at Ji Yun with lightning speed. Ji Yun lifted his leg to evade, but Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, rendering Ji Yun immobile. As the energy sphere approached, poised to strike, Whis abruptly lifted the restriction he had placed on Ji Yun. However, it was already too late to dodge. Ji Yun could only watch helplessly as the energy sphere collided with his body. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as Ji Yun's clothing turned to ashes, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred fabric. His entire body was blackened, resembling someone who had emerged from a crematorium halfway through the process. Pfft! Whis, witnessing Ji Yun's appearance, couldn't help but chuckle behind his hand. Ji Yun shot an indignant glare at Whis. Though this attack had not inflicted any physical harm, the stinging pain coursing through his skin was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Whis, your abilities are far too underhanded. I had every opportunity to evade that. Ji Yun exclaimed loudly. He was acutely aware of the myriad extraordinary abilities possessed by Whis. However, during their previous training sessions, Whis had refrained from showcasing them. Yet today, he unexpectedly unleashed them upon Ji Yun, catching him utterly off guard. Ha! Do not be vexed. Weren't you yearning for a respite? The combat training has concluded. Consider this your graduation gift, Whis remarked with a gentle smile, observing Ji Yun's expression of indignation and despair. Upon hearing Whis' words, Ji Yun momentarily paused, and the resentment that had swelled within him vanished without a trace. Training has ended? A graduation gift? He murmured, reflecting on the year he had spent in rigorous training, enduring relentless challenges. How could he have graduated so bewilderingly? Indeed, you have graduated. There is no need for astonishment. I trust you can sense it yourself. Your current prowess has significantly evolved. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to matching the strength of Lord Beerus at the 9th level. So congratulations. You will no longer endure my torment, Whis explained with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 79. Causing trouble in other universes. Ji Yun found it hard to believe that he had graduated. Had he truly attained strength surpassing that of Beerus at the 9th level? Whis smiled softly, observing Ji Yun's dazed expression. With a gentle wave of his staff, a brand new robe materialized upon Ji Yun, and his injuries healed completely. Here, this is for you, Whis said with a smile. As a small cloth pouch flew towards Ji Yun, the pouch contained the long-awaited Senza beans. Ji Yun stared in astonishment at the plump bag. Without a moment's hesitation, he caught it and secured it to his waist. During this time, Whis had discovered the cultivation method for Senza beans and had amassed quite a harvest. In gratitude for Ji Yun's selfless contributions, Whis filled the pouch with beans and returned it to him. Whis, are we about to part ways? Ji Yun suddenly spoke, his voice slow and contemplative. To him, graduation equated to separation. The return of familiar items evoked memories of school days, reminiscent of a teacher returning collected belongings. Such thoughts inevitably stirred a sense of impending farewell in his heart. Parting? Whis responded, a hint of confusion flickering within him. He could not fathom why Ji Yun harbored such sentiments. You are now a trainee destroyer god. There is still much work ahead of you. Are you thinking of leaving already? What a fanciful dream, Whis remarked bluntly. It appeared that Ji Yun's awareness still needed further cultivation. Upon hearing Whis's words, Ji Yun felt a sense of relief. After all, Whis was a commendable individual, a trustworthy friend, and a revered teacher, having spent such a long time together. The thought of sudden separation was difficult to bear. Then, does that mean I can never leave this place? Ji Yun inquired further. Although he was reluctant to part, he had many friends waiting for him back on Earth, especially Bulma and his children. He wondered how they were faring. Ji Yun's heart was in turmoil, conflicted about whether he could leave or not. Not entirely. As a destroyer god, you are relatively free. Just let me know where you wish to go. However, your primary task now is to diligently train, Whis explained, having sensed Ji Yun's inner conflict. A destroyer god typically engages in a bit of destruction. What else is there to do? If Beerus weren't so fond of sleeping, he would have long since grown impatient and wandered the streets. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Ji Yun felt thoroughly reassured. Initially coerced into coming here, he had harbored concerns about never being able to return. It seemed that he had worried unnecessarily. What shall we practice next? Ji Yun inquired with a smile, addressing Whis. Initially, upon hearing Whis mention his graduation, he assumed that all training subjects had concluded. To his surprise, he learned that further cultivation was still required. A sly grin spread across Whis's face as he slowly responded, Fear not. Our next endeavor will be to create a stir in other universes. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun swallowed hard. Create a stir in other universes? He paused, perplexed by Whis's intentions. Indeed, we shall create a stir in other universes, Whis stated nonchalantly, as though it were a trivial matter. Observing Ji Yun's confusion, Whis continued to elucidate. You may not yet be aware, but our world comprises more than just our singular universe. Originally, there existed 18 universes, of which 6 have been eradicated for various reasons. Consequently, 12 universes remain, forming the world we inhabit today. Ji Yun listened attentively to Whis's exposition. As a traveler from another realm, he was certainly aware of such matters. Our universe is referred to as the 7th universe. Whis continued with an air of detachment, subsequently elaborating on the historical context of the 7th universe. After all, as the successor to the god of destruction, it was imperative to grasp some foundational knowledge. Ji Yun, however, found himself growing drowsy, his interest piqued only by the prospect of combat rather than lectures, which he found somewhat tedious. All right, that shall suffice for now, Whis remarked, observing Ji Yun's dazed expression with a hint of resignation. He had hoped Ji Yun would differ from Beerus and show curiosity about the history of the cosmos. But it appeared he had misjudged. In truth, both were of a similar disposition. That concludes the lecture. What a relief. No, what a pity. Ji Yun perked up at the realization that Whis had finished, feigning profound disappointment. Whis, somewhat speechless, accepted the situation, acknowledging that it was unnecessary to compel Ji Yun to listen if he lacked interest. Well then, let us discuss the matter of creating a stir, Whis stated, his demeanor remaining composed. Unsurprisingly, when this subject arose, Ji Yun's expression transformed, tinged with anticipation and a hint of curiosity. Our next destination will be the 6th universe. We shall create a stir there as well, Whis declared. The 6th universe? Ji Yun began to sift through his memories for information about this universe. Regrettably, whether due to the passage of time since arriving in this realm or some other reason, Ji Yun felt a sense of familiarity with the 6th universe, yet could not recall any specific details about it. Whis observed Ji Yun deep in thought, choosing not to interrupt his contemplation. Instead, he continued to speak to himself. The god of destruction of the 6th universe is named Kampa. He is the twin brother of Lord Beerus. Kampa's strength is not far removed from your current abilities. He is the perfect opponent for you. Upon hearing Whis' introduction, Ji-Yun finally recalled that the god of destruction of the sixth universe is indeed Kampa, and his angelic attendant is named Vados, who appears to be Whis' sister. The sixth universe and the seventh universe are strikingly similar, almost identical. Is your intention to cause trouble for the god of destruction in the sixth universe? Ji-Yun asked skeptically. To his understanding, each universe is in a competitive relationship. Although Beerus and Kampa are siblings, their relationship is exceedingly poor. Thus, every universe is accompanied by an angel to maintain balance, for if the gods of destruction were to engage in conflict, it could very well lead to the collapse of the universe and ultimately to annihilation. At such moments, the angels are required to intervene. Therefore, Ji-Yun could not believe that this was a notion conceived by Whis. Chapter 80. Hidden Tasks. Of course, it is not my intention. It is Lord Beerus's directive, Whis remarked with a smile. As an angel, he perpetually maintained a neutral stance and would never instigate conflict. Oh, so it is Lord Beerus's intention. Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow, feeling only a mild surprise. He was well aware that the relationship between Beerus and Kampa was rather strained. Their encounters often teetered on the brink of confrontation. Under such circumstances, it was quite understandable. Ever since you faced Lord Beerus, he has recognized your exceptional talent and requested that I devote my efforts to cultivating you, all with the hope that one day you might vex Lord Kampa, Whis continued. Still smiling. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun felt a twitch of discomfort. Vex Kampa? That sounds rather unpleasant, he thought to himself, likening his situation to that of a mere fly. Determined to dispel such thoughts, Ji-Yun shook his head vigorously, casting aside these notions. Regardless of the motives of Whis or Beerus, the enhancement of his strength remained the undeniable truth. Moreover, he was eager to test the limits of his current abilities. The idea of challenging other universes was, indeed, quite exhilarating. When shall we depart? Ji-Yun inquired casually, his expression brimming with confidence. Whis, observing Ji-Yun's readiness, chuckled resignedly. There's no rush. We shall set off tomorrow. For today, take some time to rest. I will awaken Lord Beerus tomorrow, and we shall witness your performance together. Ji-Yun nodded earnestly at this. Subsequently, Whis gradually faded from view, and Ji-Yun turned to head back to his quarters. The following morning, after a night of diligent preparation, Ji-Yun emerged from his room, sleepily escorting number 18, who appeared to be still half asleep. To their surprise, they found Beerus and Whis already waiting for them. You little rascal, you kept me waiting for far too long. If you do not meet my expectations today, I shall not let you off easily. Beerus glared menacingly at Ji-Yun. For this moment, the notoriously slothful deity had risen early, only to find Ji-Yun had made him wait over an hour. Apologies, Lord Beerus. Today, allow me to showcase my true abilities. Ji-Yun replied with a sheepish grin. He had indeed worked tirelessly the previous night to ensure he was in peak condition. This morning, he had even consumed the precious senzu beans to restore his energy. The once simple beans had left him feeling as invigorated as if he had taken a strength-enhancing potion. Why so fierce? My Ji-Yun is the strongest. Not only other universe deities, but even you may not stand a chance against him. Despite her grogginess, number 18 could not resist retorting at Beerus's intimidating words. Little girl, repeat that once more. Beerus could no longer contain himself. He spoke sharply to android 18, who, upon meeting his fierce gaze, clutched the fabric of Ji-Yun's attire and concealed herself behind him. Yet, her defiant eyes remained fixed on Beerus. Enough, let us settle down. We shall depart now, Whis interjected calmly, halting the quarrel between the two. With a resigned glance at the weary Ji-Yun, who bore dark circles under his eyes, Whis tapped the ground twice with the base of his staff. Instantly, ripples appeared on the surface, and the surrounding space began to twist and transform. A kaleidoscopic scene unfolded before them as though they had entered a transit passage, with Whis guiding them forward. Although they were in transit, Beerus's menacing gaze remained locked on Android 18, as if he wished to hurl her from their midst. In turn, Android 18 glared back at him defiantly, her mischievous expressions persistently provoking Beerus, even while hidden behind Ji-Yun. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Ji-Yun felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to intervene, a familiar yet foreign electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has activated a hidden mission. Proceed to Universe 6 and defeat the God of Destruction, Kampa. System reward, Ultra Instinct. Upon completion, rewards will be automatically dispensed. Please check for them. Upon hearing this voice, Ji-Yun's pupils constricted. It was indeed the voice of the system. He had not anticipated that the long-silent system would spring back to life, and this time, it had initiated a hidden mission. It seemed that today, he couldn't merely irritate Kampa. He was required to vanquish him completely. After all, The reward was none other than Ultra Instinct, an ability that even the gods of destruction found challenging to comprehend. With this realization, Ji-Yun couldn't help but break into a silly grin, a sight that Beerus, still engrossed in his spat with Android 18, happened to witness. "Kid, what are you laughing about?" Beerus asked, his brow furrowed. Android 18, standing behind Ji-Yun, could not see his expression and shot back at Beerus. "You are truly peculiar." "What's wrong with Ji-Yun?" smiling. "It shows he has confidence." "Is that your concern?" Upon hearing Android 18 counter him again, Beerus felt a surge of frustration. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Say that again, and I swear I'll throw you out," Beerus exclaimed menacingly, preparing to grab Android 18. At that moment, Ji-Yun snapped out of his reverie and stepped directly in front of Beerus. While the little girl loved to banter, he felt it was not his place to interject. However, if Beerus truly intended to act, Ji-Yun would never stand idly by. "Have you all had enough of this commotion? Do you believe I would cast you all down?" Weiss spoke with an air of nonchalance. Though he faced away from the crowd, he was acutely aware of everything transpiring behind him. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus finally relented, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils before turning away and sitting down on the ground. Ji-Yun glanced at the figure of number 18, who was hiding behind him, and affectionately ruffled her hair, offering a wry smile. Time passed gradually in this unique space, though it was unclear how long had elapsed. Suddenly, the vibrant colors around them faded, and they found themselves in a picturesque meadow. "We've arrived," Weiss declared, holding his staff in one hand while the other rested behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. "This is the 6th universe, the realm of the god of destruction. Kampa, so this is it." Ji-Yun surveyed his surroundings, noting that the exquisite environment was hardly inferior to that of Beerus's domain. Just as Ji-Yun continued to admire the scenery, a melodious female voice reached their ears. "Welcome, everyone, to the 6th universe. I did not expect to meet two new friends here." Chapter 81. Bardos. A girl with skin of a blue-green hue suddenly appeared in the air, greeting everyone with a faint smile. She was remarkably tall, her long white hair fashioned into a high ponytail. Much like Whis, she wielded a lengthy staff, and around her neck was a large, pale blue halo. Her attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Whis. "Long time no see, sister," Whis responded with a smile. This girl was none other than Bardos, Whis' sister. Her powers were on par with Whis, and she served as the angel of the 6th universe, as well as the attendant and mentor to Kampa. Upon hearing Whis' greeting, Bardos nodded slightly, and then turned to address Beerus. "Lord Beerus, is everything satisfactory?" Beerus regarded her with a fleeting glance, his expression impassive as he replied, "Yes, it seems acceptable." He had little desire to engage in lengthy conversation with the inhabitants of the 6th universe. Were it not for Whis, he would have paid Bardos no mind. Bardos, however, was unfazed by Beerus's demeanor, offering him a warm smile. After all, he was the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Although she was on her own territory, his status still surpassed hers. Whis, observing his sister's slight discomfort with Beerus, couldn't help but smirk. "Sister, allow me to introduce you. This is our 7th universe's apprentice god of destruction, named Ji-Yun. The person beside him is his wife, Android 18. Whis stepped closer to Bardos, gesturing towards Ji-Yun as he made the introductions. "Oh," Bardos responded with intrigue, glancing at Ji-Yun, clearly taken aback to discover that this individual was an apprentice god of destruction. "This is my sister, Bardos. She is the attendant and mentor to Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. And of course, she is my sister." Whis continued with a smile as he elaborated on Bardos's identity. Ji-Yun, feeling Bardos's gaze upon him, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Android 18 stood beside him, also offering a slight nod in greeting. After appraising Ji-Yun for a moment, Bardos slowly withdrew her gaze, leaning closer to Whis and speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Is this lad truly your apprentice god of destruction? Surely you and Beerus haven't deceived him into working for you under false pretenses?" True to her nature as Whis' sister, Bardos had discerned the essence of the situation almost instantly. "Of course not, sister. Ji-Yun is indeed our 7th universe's apprentice god of destruction. While he may never attain full status, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to his training." Whis countered, though they had initially contemplated such an arrangement. Nonetheless, Ji-Yun's role as an apprentice god of destruction was firmly established, and Whis had genuinely committed to his guidance. Bardos chuckled softly, shaking her head in response to Whis' earnestness. Clearly, there was a lack of faith in his words. Beerus, known for his inherent laziness, always postponed his tasks until the very last moment. Coupled with his brother, the cunning strategist, it seemed highly probable that this individual named Ji-Yun had been abducted for forced labor. Instantly, Bardos cast a sympathetic glance towards Ji-Yun, eliciting the attention of Android 18. There was something amiss in the woman's gaze. Why was she looking at Ji-Yun in such a manner? Could it be that she harbored intentions towards my Ji-Yun's attractiveness? Android 18 glanced at Ji-Yun beside her, only to find him gazing intently at Bardos. A sudden wave of vigilance washed over her. Stealthily, her hand found its way to Ji-Yun's lower back, giving a slight pinch. Hiss! Ji-Yun felt a sharp pain and quickly turned to investigate. Upon turning, he was met with Android 18's warning gaze. Understanding her silent message, Ji-Yun promptly lowered his head, no longer daring to look towards Bardos. Bardos, sharp-eyed, caught the subtle shift between the two and lowered her head with a smile. As a woman herself, she could easily discern that something had transpired between them. Truth be told, Bardos was indeed striking. Her blue skin and high white ponytail exuded a unique allure. However, Ji-Yun harbored no other thoughts on the matter. After all, such unconventional beauty was best appreciated from a distance. By the way, Lord Beerus, what brings you to visit today? Bardos inquired, having concluded her pleasantries. Given Beerus's prominent status, it was only fitting to address him directly, without delay. Oh, it's nothing much. It's just been a while since I last came. I thought I'd drop by for a casual visit, Beerus replied dismissively, clearly reluctant to engage in further conversation with Bardos. With a resigned shake of her head, Bardos expressed her disbelief in Beerus's nonchalant excuse. After all, who was unaware of the contentious relationship between Kampa and Beerus? As siblings, they bore the animosity of sworn enemies, often clashing during their encounters. Whis, what is truly happening? Bardos, finding no answers from Beerus, turned her attention to her brother. Upon hearing her inquiry, Whis could only offer a quiet explanation regarding their purpose for the day. What? Have you lost your mind, Whis? You are well aware of Lord Kampa's strength. To suggest this lad challenge him is akin to courting death, Bardos exclaimed upon grasping their intentions. Her gaze shifted once more to Ji-Yun, scrutinizing him briefly before returning to Whis, continuing in a hushed tone. It's one thing for Beerus to indulge in frivolity, but why have you joined in this folly? Though we serve the god of destruction, we must also discern the gravity of the situation. Your current actions may jeopardize the life of this young individual. Bardos is profoundly dissatisfied with Whis's recent conduct. She previously held the belief that Whis approached his duties with sufficient seriousness and prudence. However, it is now apparent that prolonged association with Beerus may have influenced his demeanor. Bardos is even contemplating whether Whis is still fit to fulfill his responsibilities as an angel. Should the situation escalate, she would not hesitate to report the matter to the Grand Priest for resolution. Sister, Ji-Yun is my pupil. Am I not aware of his capabilities? Whis responded with confidence. Even if Ji-Yun is unable to defeat Kampa, achieving a stalemate should not pose significant difficulty. Nevertheless, Bardos remains skeptical. Despite Whis's assurances, she still finds it somewhat implausible for a mortal to challenge a god of destruction. Chapter 82. Tension in the air. Bardos observed Whis's confident smile, unsure of how to dissuade him. Very well, if you insist on this course of action, I shall refrain from further persuasion, she remarked. A hint of resignation in her tone, she continued to remind him, should any misfortune arise, you must bear the full responsibility. This is entirely a matter concerning our sixth universe. Her words were primarily directed at Whis, yet a significant portion was intended for Beerus. After all, Ji-Yun was now also an apprentice destroyer. Although not officially recognized, should anything dire occur, and the seventh universe sought retribution, it would indeed be a regrettable situation. Upon hearing his sister's agreement, Whis smiled gently and nodded. He was aware of Bardos's concerns, yet he remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his student. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, dear sister, he said graciously. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Lord Kampa is currently dining. Allow me to escort you to him. Bardos chose not to elaborate further, gesturing for them to proceed as she led the way. Lord Beerus, all is in order. Whis cheerfully informed Beerus, then matched Bardos's pace, guiding the group toward the palace ahead. At this moment, Beerus stepped closer to Whis and spoke in a hushed tone. Whis, are you certain that Ji-Yun is up to the task? As he regarded the imminent battle, a wave of concern washed over him. Despite his earlier confidence, he recognized the wisdom in the saying that it is better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. If Ji-Yun were to falter at a critical moment, Beerus's reputation would suffer greatly. He might end up losing more than he bargained for. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Whis furrowed his brow slightly. Lord Beerus, as your servant, I would never act against your interests. I have faith in Ji-Yun. Please do not dwell on it too much. Of course, if you wish to reconsider, I can speak now, and we shall depart immediately, Whis replied coolly. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus began to mumble to himself in contemplation. If they were to leave now, Bardos would certainly relay the events of the day to Kampa. The next time they met, Kampa would likely mock him for it, bringing up the incident to ridicule him. Beerus could already envision the taunts. What arrogance! No wonder you train such incompetent fools. They haven't the courage to even stand before me. Shaking his head vigorously at such thoughts, Beerus resolved, no, this simply cannot be the case. Very well, I shall place my trust in this young man just this once. He whispered to Whis, casting a furtive glance at Ji-Yoon, who was currently engaged in a tender moment with Android 18. Whis, upon hearing Beerus's declaration, could only shake his head in resignation. At this moment, they had entered the palace. The interior of the palace was vast and exceedingly opulent. The group began to quicken their pace, moving deeper inside. Finally, under the guidance of Bardoss, Whis and his companions arrived at a grand door. Bardoss gently waved her staff, and the enormous door slowly creaked open. A beam of light emerged from the crack, gradually intensifying until the scene within the room became visible to everyone. A crimson carpet adorned the floor, complemented by an elegant arrangement. Various exquisite patterns adorned the surrounding walls. Upon witnessing the lavish chamber, Ji-Yoon and number 18 were immediately enveloped by an air of aristocracy. At the very center of the room stood an elongated table, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Lord Kampa, may I interrupt you for a moment? Bardoss greeted with a smile. At the end of the table sat a figure resembling Beerus, who was engrossed in feasting, a white napkin draped around his neck, savoring the delectable offerings before him. This individual was none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Oh, Bardoss has arrived. Perfect timing. Take a seat and join me for a meal. Kampa mumbled, his mouth full of food, barely lifting his gaze. Ji-Yoon found the scene amusing. Kampa's manner of eating could rival that of Sun Wukong. Beerus had a penchant for slumber and gourmet cuisine, though he favored sleep slightly more. Kampa shared these two indulgences but leaned more towards the delights of food. Otherwise, they would not have clashed so fiercely over Earth later on. No need, Lord Kampa, I have already dined. Moreover, we have several guests from other universes visiting us today. Bardoss smiled politely as she addressed Kampa. Upon hearing that individuals from other universes had arrived, Kampa's eyelids flickered, and his eating abruptly halted. With a gulp, he swallowed a mouthful of food and lifted his head to glance towards the entrance. At that moment, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smirk plastered on his face as he regarded Kampa. Whis stood beside Beerus, wearing a benevolent expression. It has been a while. Lord Kampa was courteously initiated the conversation with a smile. Upon seeing Beerus and Whis, Kampa's expression darkened instantly. He did not respond to Whis immediately. Instead, he wiped the remnants of food from his mouth with the napkin around his neck. Then, with a swift motion, he slammed his hand down on the table. Rising to his feet, Kampa pointed at Beerus and hissed, "What brings you here?" He completely disregarded Whis's greeting in the presence of Ji-Yoon and number 18, his eyes fixated solely on Beerus. "It seems you haven't changed a bit after all this time, Kampa," Beerus retorted with a derisive smirk, not answering Kampa's inquiry. Upon hearing Beerus's words, it became immediately apparent that this individual was likely seeking confrontation due to an excess of idle time. The atmosphere grew tense as the two faced off, their gazes locking in a silent duel that had already transpired numerous times. Whis and Beerus observed the escalating situation, exchanging knowing glances. Unbeknownst to her, Vado stealthily positioned herself behind Kampa, while Whis discreetly moved to stand behind Beerus. After several moments of intense eye contact between Beerus and Kampa, the latter could no longer contain himself and spoke first, his tone laced with hostility. "What I am is none of your concern. You dare to act so arrogantly on my territory? It seems you have a penchant for trouble, seeking a beating." The menace in Kampa's eyes was palpable, chilling the room's atmosphere. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus merely scoffed. "With your limited skills, even if I were to let you strike first, you wouldn't stand a chance against me," he taunted, his gaze brimming with a fierce determination. The tension suggested that a physical confrontation was imminent at any moment. Chapter 83. What is so amusing? With a single remark from Beerus, Kampa was immediately infuriated. Both being gods of destruction, who would dare to back down? "Huh. It seems you have come seeking your demise." Kampa scoffed with a laugh. No sooner had the words left his lips than his slightly plump body propelled itself from the chair, ready to confront Beerus. "Humph." Beerus let out a cold grunt. Withdrawing his hands from behind his back, prepared for battle. Ji-Yoon observed the spectacle with great interest. Just as in the original narrative, despite being brothers, their relationship resembled that of bitter enemies. They had barely exchanged a few words before the tension escalated into a potential brawl. Ji-Yoon found himself wishing for a small stool to sit and enjoy this grand performance comfortably. "Stop!" Whis and Bardoss shouted in unison. At the same moment, they each grasped the nape of Beerus and Kampa, preventing either from advancing even a step further. "Release me, Bardoss." I must teach this scoundrel a lesson today. Kampa bellowed in fury, his body thrashing in an attempt to break free. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Bardas's grip. Whis, that impertinent wretch dares to call me a scoundrel. I demand you let me go. Beerus also spoke with a fierce expression, desperately trying to surge forward. Whis, feeling exasperated yet cautious, held tightly onto Beerus, unwilling to allow him even an inch of movement. Lord Beerus, do not act impulsively. It is forbidden for gods of destruction to engage in direct combat. Have you forgotten? Also, let us not lose sight of our primary objective today, Whis urged, hoping to restore Beerus's composure. Upon hearing this, Beerus's anger began to subside. I understand, but the sight of Kampa's despicable face ignites an uncontrollable urge to strike him. Beerus replied, his voice laced with indignation. For reasons unknown, every encounter with Kampa filled Beerus with pent-up rage. Were it not for Whis intervening each time, they would have surely clashed countless times by now. Exercise restraint. If you cannot manage your emotions, I will have no choice but to escort you away, Whis stated calmly. Their duty as angels was to prevent such conflicts from arising. With that, Whis released his hold on Beerus, allowing him to regain his freedom. Though Beerus still bristled with discontent, he dared not escalate the situation, for today was not his moment to shine. He could only silently hope that Ji-Yun would adequately confront Kampa and avenge his grievances. Meanwhile, Bardas began to soothe Kampa. Lord Kampa, please remain calm. Their visit is surely not intended to provoke you. Perhaps they have a request. Let us listen first. Bardas had already discerned the purpose of Beerus and his companions during their time outside. Weiss directly stated that he had trained an apprentice destroyer and sought Lord Kampa's guidance. Bados, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned that this could not be her brother's intention. Perhaps it was a deliberate ploy by Beerus to vex Kampa. After all, Beerus is also a destroyer. Why could he not offer his counsel? Why the need to go through such elaborate means to come here? Were it not for her brother Weiss's insistence, she would have firmly denied them entry. Very well, I understand, Bados. Please, release me. Kampa inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. He realized that as long as Weiss and Bados were present, a conflict with Beerus could never ensue. Gradually, he calmed himself. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Bados loosened her grip. Kampa exhaled in relief, casting a cold glance at Beerus before shifting his gaze to Weiss. Weiss, what brings you here today? If your sole intention was merely to visit, you may as well return. You are not welcome here. Kampa coldly addressed Weiss. He recognized there was nothing to discuss with Beerus, especially given that Beerus had not uttered a single coherent word. The moment he spoke, a quarrel was inevitable. At that moment, Kampa also noticed Ji-Yun and Android 18, but only regarded them with a dismissive glance, showing little interest. My apologies, Lord Kampa. I humbly apologize for the intrusion today. Weiss began courteously, bowing slightly in apology. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kampa's mood noticeably improved. Just look at him. How could he not be an angel? His manner of speaking was so different from Beerus. This is our Universe 7's apprentice destroyer, Ji-Yun. Weiss continued, gesturing to Ji-Yun beside him. When Kampa heard the term apprentice destroyer, his previously dismissive gaze instantly shifted to one of gravity. He scrutinized Ji-Yun anew, completely disregarding Weiss's introduction of Android 18. After Weiss had introduced everyone, he prepared to delve into the purpose of their visit. Lord Kampa, we have come here today primarily to, just as Weiss was about to finish his sentence, Kampa suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as if he had heard something utterly amusing. Weiss felt a twinge of confusion. Had he misspoken? Surely not. Why was Kampa laughing so heartily? Ji-Yun, too, was perplexed. Kampa had been staring at him intently just moments ago, and now he was laughing? Could it be that he found Ji-Yun's appearance comical? Hey Kampa, have you lost your mind? What is so funny? Beerus furrowed his brow, unable to tolerate Kampa's exuberant laughter, regardless of the cause. As long as Kampa is delighted, he finds himself increasingly uncomfortable. Ha! Kampa heard Beerus's words, but did not cease his laughter. Instead, he clutched his belly, rolling back and forth on the ground. Tears of mirth seemed to well up at the corners of his eyes. His hearty laughter echoed throughout the vast chamber, much to Beerus's irritation. Lord Kampa, mind your image, Whis quietly reminded Kampa, who was disregarding his dignity as he tumbled on the floor. After all, there were individuals from the 7th universe present. Kampa's current demeanor resembled that of a child. If this were to spread, where would the dignity of the 6th universe reside? Ahem. Kampa coughed forcefully a couple of times and, still bent over, managed to rise from the ground. A trace of amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth, which further displeased Beerus. Were it not for Wiss's restraint, he would have certainly launched himself at this insufferable character. Chapter 84. A bet, Beerus, are you on the brink of death? Have you hastily summoned an apprentice destroyer? Kampa mocked with a derisive chuckle. Upon hearing Kampa's taunt, Beerus instinctively clenched his fists. He was taken aback that such a trivial matter had become a source of ridicule for Kampa. Noticing Beerus's increasingly dark expression, Kampa fanned the flames of his mockery further, feigning enlightenment as he remarked, "Oh, I see why you've come today. Are you here to arrange your final affairs? Fear not, after you depart, I will look after this brother of yours." With that, Kampa burst into laughter, fully aware that Beerus was not there to discuss any final arrangements. The thought struck him as exceedingly amusing, prompting him to voice it aloud to further undermine Beerus's arrogance. "Damn it, you're courting death." Beerus gritted his teeth, consumed with rage, wishing he could tear Kampa to shreds on the spot. "I am still young, having lived for billions of years, and you dare curse my demise. Lord Beerus, remain calm, stay composed." Whis, noticing Beerus's imminent eruption, promptly placed a soothing hand on his back. Vados, overhearing Kampa's remarks, couldn't help but chuckle. After Kampa's explanation, it indeed seemed to hold some truth. Were it not for her prior knowledge of their intentions, she might have been swayed to believe it herself. "Lord Kampa, we have brought Ji-Yun here today, primarily to assess the abilities of our apprentice destroyer. We kindly request that you engage in combat with Ji-Yun and provide him with some guidance." Whis quickly articulated their purpose, hoping for an early start and swift conclusion. If this continued, Beerus would surely be driven to the edge of fury. Kampa, taken aback by Whis's words, momentarily paused before suppressing a smile and responding, "I knew you didn't come here for final arrangements. However, I did not anticipate that this was your intention." After speaking, Kampa cast a disdainful glance at Ji-Yun. Having grasped Beerus's underlying plan, was it not merely an attempt to vex him? The notion of guidance was nothing more than a pretext for a battle. Though Kampa did not believe Ji-Yun would pose a challenge, he could not dismiss the possibility of hidden strategies prepared by the young apprentice. At a critical moment, he could unwittingly suffer a setback, and Beerus would undoubtedly revel in spreading the news. Let us cut to the chase. Do you dare accept the challenge of our apprentice destroyer from Universe 7? Beerus bellowed in anger. His emotions were in turmoil as he resolved that if Kampa accepted the challenge, he would ensure Ji-Yun would be thoroughly humiliated. Why should I accept? I am not foolish. There is no advantage for me in taking on this challenge. Moreover, this lad's status is not on par with mine. He is not yet qualified to challenge me. Hence, I refuse. Xiangpa remarked with a tone laced with disdain. It was unclear whether this disdain was directed towards Beerus's intellect or towards the strength of Ji-Yun. Beerus found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Xiangpa would outright decline. All along, he had been contemplating how to humiliate Xiangpa after the battle. Little did he know, the refusal left him without recourse. Ultimately, it was a mere figment of his own desires from the very beginning. At this moment, not only was Beerus feeling anxious, but Ji-Yun was even more so. What was happening? Could there be some unforeseen twist? Were they truly going to forego the fight? What would become of my mission? What would happen to my ultimate freedom technique? Ji-Yun was engulfed in worry. If it weren't for this mission, he would not be so anxious. If there were no battle, he could simply return and indulge in a restful slumber. Was he that appealing? However, the allure of the ultimate freedom technique was simply too great to relinquish. Ji-Yun was reluctant to abandon it. As his strength grew, the opportunities for this mission became increasingly rare. If he missed this chance, who could tell when the system would next trigger a task? If he were to act impulsively, he would likely be intercepted by Vados, facing accusations for attacking a god of destruction. There was a possibility of being expelled, never to set foot in the sixth universe again. Ji-Yun's heart was in turmoil as he pondered his plans. Taking a deep breath, Ji-Yun conceived a strategy. Ultimately, he would have to provoke them himself. Once this resolution was made, Ji-Yun felt as if he were possessed by a keyboard warrior. Recollections of timeless phrases from his past life surged within him, while a myriad of scathing words weighed heavily on his chest. Adopting a look of disdain, he fixed his gaze upon Xiangpa, ready to unleash a tirade at any moment. Why not make a wager? Just as Ji-Yun was on the verge of unleashing a verbal assault, Whis and Vados spoke in unison. Ji-Yun's words were abruptly stifled, swallowed back down. He looked at the two with astonishment. Not just him, but Beerus and Xiangpa also gazed quizzically at their masters. Whis and Vados exchanged subtle smiles, their eyes glimmering with an unusual light, suggesting they had other intentions in mind. Hey, Vados, what are you doing? What wager are you proposing? Xiangpa inquired, puzzled. As a distinguished god of destruction, he wanted for nothing. He still had a plethora of delicacies yet to savor and had no desire to engage in some trivial bet. Vados smiled gently and addressed Xiangpa. Did not Lord Beerus wish for you to face their apprentice god of destruction in battle? Xiangpa nodded in bewilderment. It remains unclear what exactly Babrus intends to accomplish. Therefore, let us engage in this wager. The terms are as follows. If you manage to defeat that young lad, henceforth, whenever Lord Beerus encounters you, he must bow his head and take a detour. Conversely, should that young man prevail over you, the same stipulation applies, of course. Such an outcome is utterly improbable. Thus, we are assured of victory, and the only question is whether they dare to accept the challenge. What do you think of this wager? Barbarous explained with a smile, her gaze filled with ulterior motives directed towards Whis and the others. This plan had been meticulously devised in her mind long before. Upon learning of the group's intentions from Whis, she had already calculated her strategy. As a servant of Kampa, she naturally had to consider the interests of her master. Otherwise, she would not have so readily brought Whis and his companions to meet Kampa. Upon hearing this plan, Kampa's eyes sparkled with interest. A smile graced his lips as he promptly exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, Barbarous, you excel in the art of scheming." Chapter 85. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. Bardos shook her head slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile playing at the corners of her lips. She believed her plan was indeed quite clever, yet she also felt it was rather excessive. If proposed, in her judgment, Whis and the others would undoubtedly dissent. However, this was of no consequence. It would effectively dispel their delusions of challenging Kampa. After all, there was no loss to her group whatsoever. On another front, Beerus and Whis were engaged in a tense discussion. "Whis, what are you wagering with them?" Beerus inquired, perplexed. He had nothing of value to use as a stake. If the wager lacked allure, Kampa might refuse to engage in battle. To promise something forcefully could lead to dire consequences, resulting in significant embarrassment. "Do not fret, Lord Beerus. Since they have initiated this wager, it would be prudent to first hear their proposals," Whis replied with a gentle smile. As the challengers, they had taken the initiative to issue the challenge. If they set their own terms, the other party might not readily acquiesce. Whis observed that Bardos and Kampa had already conferred, and it would be wise to let them propose the stakes. Regardless of their suitability, they could accept. For he held immense trust in Jiyun. Even if they did not win, they would certainly not lose. At worst, it would result in a stalemate. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus could only nod in resignation. At this juncture, there was no other course of action. They would first ascertain what terms the other side would propose. If they were too unreasonable, they could simply withdraw, treating it as a mere excursion. Jiyun also heard Whis's remarks and began to silently pray, hoping that the impending battle would proceed as planned. Otherwise, he was fully prepared to hurl provocative insults at Kampa, eager for a confrontation. Both parties had nearly finalized their discussions. At the opposite end of the room, Bardos spoke up slowly. "Whis, how have your deliberations fared? Have you determined how to approach this wager?" Her smile was radiant, for she had already conferred with Kampa. Regardless of what terms were proposed by the opposition, her side would never acquiesce. If they desired battle, it would proceed according to her design. Otherwise, they were welcome to depart. "Huh, sister, have you not already considered everything? The specifics of the wager shall be determined by you." Whis replied with a calm smile, his eyes glinting with insight. He understood his sister well. The stakes would undoubtedly revolve around the dynamics between Beerus and Kampa. Even without explicit discussion, Whis had already deduced much. "Very well, I shall not delay further," Bardos said, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. She glanced at Whis, Beerus, and Jiyun, before continuing with natural ease. "Our demands are quite simple. How esteemed is Lord Kampa's status? Do not presume that mere mortals, even among the many destroyers, are lacking in grace and distinction. How could one so illustrious casually accept challenges from others?" Bardos began with extravagant praise for Kampa, words that resonated deeply within Kampa's heart, eliciting a smile that illuminated his face as he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Bardos shifted the tone of the conversation, continuing to address the assembly. "Naturally, it is not impossible for Lord Kampa to accept a challenge. Should we agree to the wager proposed by you, we shall acquiesce to your request. Lord Kampa could graciously lend his guidance to the junior named Jiyun." Bardos spoke in a remarkably calm manner, yet her words carried an air of mystique. Beerus, feeling quite agitated, urged for the demands to be stated without further ado, finding the rambling quite irksome. In contrast, Whis and Jiyun remained composed, listening intently to Bardos, for they had already resolved to accept whatever terms were presented. Bardos paused, surveying the crowd before continuing. "The wager is this. Lord Kampa shall compete against Jiyun. Should he prevail, whenever Lord Beerus encounters Lord Kampa henceforth, he must bow his head and take a detour, avoiding any confrontation with Lord Kampa. Conversely, should Jiyun emerge victorious, Lord Kampa must likewise bow his head and circumvent Lord Beerus, ensuring no clash occurs." Upon concluding her terms, Bardos's smile blossomed even more. She believed that regardless of Whis' confidence in his prodigy, such conditions would be unacceptable to Beerus, leading to the cessation of this endeavor. After all, entrusting one's fate to another is a precarious endeavor for anyone. Very well, we accept. A clear voice rang out, catching the attention of all present. Bardoss furrowed her brow and turned to locate the source of the voice. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Whis or Beerus who had spoken, but rather the previously silent Ji-Yoon. Agreed, but let it be known that there can be no turning back, Compler exclaimed, leaping into the conversation with palpable excitement. He cared little for the identity of the speaker. The terms were undoubtedly advantageous for him. Who would refuse such an offer but a fool? Wait, hold on, Compa. I have not given my consent yet, Beerus interjected, quickly raising his hand. This unexpected turn of events had caught him off guard. Before Compa could respond again, Beerus directed an irate gaze toward Ji-Yoon. Young man, I have yet to speak. Who gave you the authority to make such decisions? Beerus's tone was stern, his reprimand nearly a roar. He had been contemplating how Compa could propose such an audacious wager, not out of lack of faith in Ji-Yoon, but rather the audacity of it all. Still, the same adage holds true. It is not the multitude of uncertainties that troubles one, but the singular unforeseen circumstance. This represents a momentous decision that will shape the course of one's life. Thus, it must not be taken lightly. Who would have thought that before he could utter a word, this young man would preemptively seize the opportunity? Ji-Yoon anxiously regarded the stern countenance of Beerus, his expression reflecting a profound sense of grievance. Though silence enveloped him, his gaze silently conveyed to Beerus, "It is my fault. I am to blame. I did not intend for this to happen. I genuinely wish to assist you." In truth, Ji-Yoon's heart was already brimming with joy, for he had finally taken up the mantle of this battle. Surely, there would be no unforeseen complications this time. Beerus, could it be that you are having second thoughts? Xiangpa observed Beerus's frantic demeanor and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Today, he must make a concerted effort to challenge him. Hey, Xiangpa. Who is having second thoughts? I have stated that I have yet to consent. What this young man just said does not hold any weight. Beerus hastily countered. Regret churned within Beerus. Had he known the events of today would unfold as they did, he would have refrained from attending. Was he not simply digging his own grave? If he were to suffer defeat, how would he ever hold his head high again? Chapter 86. Preparations before the beginning. Oh, is what you say not valid? I see you are simply afraid, Compa remarked with an air of superiority, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How infuriating. Beerus clenched his fists unconsciously, anger surging within him at Compa's mockery. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Beerus was caught in a dilemma. If he acquiesced, Compa would undoubtedly exert all his might to defeat Ji-Yoon, leaving Beerus unable to hold his head high in the future. Conversely, if he refused, it would imply his cowardice, and Compa would certainly exploit this situation. At present, neither agreeing nor refusing seemed appropriate. Vados observed Beerus, who was ensnared in his quandary, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth, revealing an intriguing expression. Her gaze then shifted to Ji-Yoon. What a remarkable young man. He is indeed worthy of being Whis' disciple. Regardless of his abilities, his courage is commendable. Vados silently acknowledged Ji-Yoon's somewhat reckless actions. With further training, he would surely rise above mediocrity. Whis remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, unaffected by Beerus's predicament. He slightly curled his lips and addressed Compa. Lord Compa, we shall accept this wager. His expression betrayed no hint of emotion. Beerus, caught in his inner turmoil, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape in an exaggerated manner. Yet no words escaped his lips. It was over, it was all over. Madness. This young man had lost his mind. Whis had joined the fray. Was he the only sane individual here? Vados was momentarily taken aback by Whis' words. They had actually accepted? This was somewhat unexpected. As Whis' sister, she was well aware of her brother's character. Confidence was a hallmark of Whis, but when that confidence teetered on the brink of arrogance, it became worrisome. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated through the air. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, Whis possesses remarkable audacity, Compa exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice, his face brimming with pride as he enthusiastically applauded. He was elated, already envisioning future visits to Beerus once this matter was settled. Then it is settled. If there are no further concerns, let us commence. Whis nodded slightly and stated calmly. Very well, let us begin. Compa replied, excitement evident in his voice. He then turned to Vados. Vados. Oh dear. Vados shook her head in resignation, gazing at Whis' placid expression, unsure of what to say. It seemed essential to have a conversation with him once this matter concluded. Boom, boom. Bardoss grasped the scepter in his hand and gently tapped it twice upon the ground. In an instant, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The spacious chamber vanished, and everyone found themselves in an open field. With a mere wave of his hand, Bardoss summoned several beams of white light to the center of the arena. Before long, the light dissipated, revealing a massive platform constructed from azure stone slabs. Materializing directly in the middle of the space, the arena was now fully prepared and ready to commence. Bardoss remarked nonchalantly, having completed the task in a matter of mere seconds, leaving one in awe of the angel's extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Beerus remained in a state of bewilderment. It was only when Bardoss's voice faded that he gradually regained his composure. "Whis, is everything truly all right?" Beerus inquired softly. He found himself in a precarious situation, having no choice but to refrain from blaming the unilateral decisions made. Navigating through the impending challenge was of utmost urgency. "My Lord Beerus, do not panic. While Lord Kampa may be formidable, the current Jiyun is certainly no pushover. Let us observe how things unfold," Whis replied with a smile. As the two conversed, Kampa eagerly leapt onto the platform, moving about with his slightly rotund figure in preparation for the impending battle. Beerus cast a glance at the relaxed Kampa atop the stage. Yet a flicker of concern crept into his heart. What if that young Jiyun were to falter against Kampa? Beerus swallowed hard and muttered to himself. Upon hearing Beerus's query, Whis shook his head and chuckled helplessly. If he cannot win, then so be it. After all, what do we truly stand to lose? Whis found himself somewhat speechless. It was you who sought out trouble initially, and now it is you who hesitates. You were the one who recognized Jiyun's potential, yet now you worry about his capabilities. Are we not being a tad presumptuous? Is there not a shred of certainty left? What do you mean by not losing anything? Clarify your words, Beerus exclaimed, tugging at Whis's garment in a fit of frustration. Was not his dignity at stake? Whis, upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, refrained from answering. Even before the battle had commenced, Beerus's lack of confidence was evident. This very attitude could lead to an early defeat. If Jiyun were to hear such doubts, the victory that seemed within reach might slip away. Noticing Whis's silence, Beerus began to contemplate the ramifications of a potential loss. If Jiyun were to fail, he resolved to remain reclusive, avoiding any public engagements unless absolutely necessary. Even if Kampa were to come knocking with provocation, he would remain behind closed doors. Hey, are we going to fight or not? I've been warming up for half the day. If we're not fighting, just concede already. Kampa urged the members of Universe 7. Eager for this rare opportunity, a sense of impatience had long been brewing within. Upon hearing Xiangpa's urging, Jiyun gazed at Whis with an expression of eager anticipation. Though no words were spoken, his eyes were already inquiring whether he might take to the stage. Go forth, and show my sister and Lord Xiangpa the strength you possess. Whis, feeling Jiyun's gaze, gave a slight nod and smiled gently. Jiyun, having received Whis's assent, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his face. My dear, await my return and witness how I shall triumph over him. Jiyun turned slightly, smiling as he spoke to number 18. Number 18 nodded earnestly, believing wholeheartedly that Jiyun would emerge victorious. After exchanging a few words of encouragement and ensuring all matters were settled, Jiyun prepared to leap onto the arena. It was then that Beerus, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Wait a moment, kid. Jiyun caught the sound of Beerus's voice, pausing mid-step, and turned back with curiosity. He found Beerus looking at him with a serious expression, devoid of the usual indifference. The two locked eyes for about 2 seconds before Beerus slowly articulated, "This time, I am counting on you." Chapter 87. Jiyun versus Xiangpa. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips as he gave a thumbs up to him. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the arena, standing opposite Xiangpa. I hope that young lad does not let me down. Beerus watched Jiyun, who had already ascended to the arena, silently praying in his heart. Whis maintained his usual calm demeanor, appearing to possess a sense of assured confidence. Bardoss, observing Jiyun on the stage, shook her head in resignation, sighing inwardly. I hope Lord Xiangpa will go easy on him. Bardoss did not believe Jiyun had any chance of victory. She merely regarded him as a pawn in the game between the gods of destruction, and a sacrificial one at that. Gazing at Jiyun's serene and confident smile, she felt a pang of regret. At this moment, Whis had slowly approached Bardoss, casting a glance at his sister with a smile. Seeing Whis still smiling, Bardoss's brows furrowed slightly, and she remarked with a hint of sorrow, "What a promising young man he is. He should have a bright future ahead. It is unfortunate that he is about to be met with his demise at your hands." Whis, upon hearing his sister's words, merely smiled in silence. He understood that his sister did not believe Jiyun possessed the strength to defeat Xiangpa. However, he did not wish to engage in any debate on the matter. Let the facts speak for themselves. Bardos, noticing Whiss's silence, shifted her focus back to the arena. Rest assured, if that lad is truly in danger, I will not stand idly by. I will intervene to save his life. Though she was fixated on the stage, she continued to converse with Whiss. Whiss, with a resigned smile, replied, Sister, why are you so certain that Ji-Yun is destined to lose? Bardos raised an eyebrow, glancing at Whiss before turning her attention back to the unfolding events, choosing not to continue the debate. On the arena, Ji-Yun and Seong-Pa locked eyes. Ji-Yun maintained his composure and tranquility, smiling at Seong-Pa before speaking. Young man, I bear you no grudge, nor do I wish to take your life. Surrender now, lest you risk losing it. Seong-Pa regarded Ji-Yun with disdain, his tone dripping with scorn. I am the god of destruction of Universe 6. If I lack the necessary skills, how could I possibly hold this position? Though you are also a novice god of destruction in my eyes, you are still woefully inadequate. Thank you for your concern, Lord Seong-Pa. However, I still wish to give it a try. Who knows? I might just secure an unexpected victory. Ji-Yun replied with a calm smile. Regardless, today, I must seize the opportunity to defeat Seong-Pa. After all, the truth will reveal itself soon enough. Humph, utterly delusional. Seong-Pa scoffed derisively, clearly viewing Ji-Yun as an arrogant fool. An unexpected victory? You must be dreaming. Do not claim that I am bullying you, young man. I invite you to make the first move. Come, exclaimed Kampa, disdainfully opening his arms and assuming no defensive stance, ready to welcome Ji-Yun's assault. Very well. I shall not stand on ceremony, Ji-Yun replied with a serene smile, clasping his hands in a salute. Kampa smirked and muttered under his breath, what a show-off. As Ji-Yun bowed, his expression abruptly shifted when he raised his head. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching directly at Kampa. With a powerful fist aimed squarely at Kampa's forehead, he declared, a mere parlor trick. Kampa, with a nonchalant gaze, cast a cursory glance at the incoming strike. Opting not to evade, he allowed Ji-Yun's attack to land upon him. Bang! The impact reverberated, yet Kampa remained steadfast, unmoved on the ground. Fortunately, it was the arena set up by Bardos. Otherwise, this single blow could have shattered the very earth beneath them. Alas, such an attack is futile against Lord Kampa. Bardos remarked, witnessing the ineffectiveness of Ji-Yun's strike, shaking his head with resignation. He tightened his grip on his staff, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Sister, how can you lack such composure? It is still early. Ji-Yun is merely testing the waters. The true spectacle lies ahead, so please observe calmly. Weiss observed Bardos's unease and spoke to her with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Bardos cast him a sidelong glance, her grip on the staff loosening slightly. Yet her heart remained taut with tension. In the arena, Kampa felt the insignificant impact of Ji-Yun's strike, his contempt deepening. With such skill, how did you become a trainee destroyer? He taunted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With such prowess, I dare say one could find numerous contenders in Universe 6. Kampa continued his verbal jabs, his voice rising. If this is all there is, then our Universe 6 would be filled with trainee destroyers. His words were deliberately loud enough for Beerus below the arena to hear clearly. Beerus, arms crossed over his chest, remained unfazed by Kampa's comments, for he understood that Ji-Yun's true strength far exceeded what had just been displayed. It was indeed too premature to make such declarations. Truly impressive, Lord Kampa. Ji-Yun retracted his fist and stepped back a few paces, offering a fitting compliment. Kampa, flattered by the praise from his opponent, felt a swell of pride. However, before Kampa could revel in his moment of triumph, a formidable aura erupted from within Ji-Yun. A beam of golden light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Ha! Ji-Yun roared, his hair instantly transforming in hue, and his lithe form became suffused with explosive muscles. Amidst the surrounding flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, the form of a Super Saiyan manifested itself with grandeur. Could it truly transform? Kampa pondered aloud, perplexed. As he hurriedly attuned himself to the energy radiating from the atmosphere, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. He had not anticipated the remarkable enhancement in the prowess of the individual before him compared to prior encounters. Despite this subtle surprise, his countenance remained adorned with a disdainful expression. If this is your sole reliance, then this is where it concludes. Kampa's lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke with derision. Although Ji-Yun's strength had undeniably surged, the notion that he could vanquish Kampa was nothing short of a fanciful dream. In an instant, Kampa's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared directly before Ji-Yun, a cold smile gracing his features as he unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks upon Ji-Yun. Chapter 88. Unleash your full potential. Ji-Yun faced the relentless assault of Seong-Pa, his hands weaving a protective barrier with unwavering composure. For a brief period, The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiang Pa's attacks grew increasingly fierce, yet he could not penetrate Ji Yun's defenses. Ji Yun's guard became progressively more strenuous, yet he tenaciously resisted Xiang Pa's onslaught. Bartis observed the combat unfolding on the stage, then diverted his gaze to his companion, Vis, and remarked coolly, "Vis, is this the source of your confidence? I must admit I had not anticipated Ji Yun's ability to transform and augment his strength. However, to challenge Lord Xiang Pa based solely on this seems rather presumptuous. Dear sister, let us refrain from hasty conclusions. We ought to observe further." Vis replied with a gentle smile, having discerned the underlying tone in his sister's voice. "If you believe Ji Yun's prowess is limited to this, you are gravely mistaken." Upon hearing Vis's words, Bartis redirected her attention to the arena, eager to witness what Ji Yun would display next. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the air as Xiang Pa's fist collided with Ji Yun's crossed arms in defense. Ji Yun felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms, his body unable to withstand the intensity. His feet struggled to maintain traction on the ground, causing him to stagger back several paces. With a determined push of his right foot, he managed to halt his retreat. "Not impressive at all, kid. Is that all you've got?" Xiang Pa scoffed, nonchalantly digging in his nose and sneering. Though Ji Yun demonstrated commendable skill, to him, it was still far from sufficient. Ji Yun, unfazed by Xiang Pa's derision, met his gaze with calm eyes. He rotated his hands to alleviate the numbness in his arms. "Indeed, Lord Xiang Pa is formidable. However, I implore you to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you shall not prevail against me." His expression remained serene, his tone resolute yet unyielding. The previous blow had certainly stung, yet Xiang Pa's current power was inadequate to best Ji Yun. "Huh, no wonder you're associated with Beerus. Your abilities are meager. But your bravado is boundless." Xiang Pa shook his head, mocking Ji Yun's words, dismissing them entirely. "Do I truly need to exert my full strength to deal with someone of your caliber? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you deserve such a privilege?" Xiang Pa's taunts continued unabated, revealing his astonishment at encountering someone as audacious as Ji Yun, while Ji Yun merely sought to offer a reminder. To request a god of destruction to fully engage in battle was a boldness rarely seen, making him the first to utter such a challenge in all his years. "The words have been spoken, let the battle commence. Whether you choose to listen or not is entirely your concern," Ji Yun remarked with a smile, addressing Xiang Pa. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, a flicker of anger crossed Xiang Pa's face. Arrogance. In an instant, Xiang Pa transformed into a streak of violet light, charging towards Ji Yun with unyielding force. Ji Yun, observing Xiang Pa's imminent approach, let a slight smile grace his lips. Soon after, a familiar crimson aura enveloped the golden flames. "Break for me," Ji Yun shouted, as his fist, shrouded in energy, collided directly with the violet light. Boom. The clash of powers resulted in a violent explosion on the arena, a blinding white light engulfing both Ji Yun and Xiang Pa. Before the spectators could comprehend the unfolding scene, a slightly rotund figure was hurled from the radiance. It was none other than Xiang Pa, who had just collided with Ji Yun. At this moment, he was uncontrollably tumbling, rolling several meters away like a ragdoll. Once he ceased rolling, he came to rest against the ground, sliding a short distance before finally stopping. Observing from the sidelines, Bados witnessed this spectacle, his eyes wide with astonishment, a gasp escaping his lips. How has this kid's energy increased?" Bados pondered, looking at Ji Yun, who was now radiating red energy, in disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Ji Yun would possess such a formidable trump card, causing even Lord Xiang Pa to suffer a significant setback. "This technique is called the King of Worlds Fist. Ji Yun has elevated his energy through this." Weiss began to explain to Bados, a smile gracing his lips. "King of Worlds?" Bados queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Indeed, this technique was created by the King of Worlds from the North Galaxy of our 7th universe. Hence its name," Weiss elucidated with a gentle smile. Initially, he had assumed this technique was of Ji Yun's own invention, until Ji Yun clarified during their earlier training that it originated from the King of the North Galaxy. Bados, absorbing Weiss's explanation, nodded silently in acknowledgement. He had not expected a mere King of Worlds to devise such a formidable technique. "Impressive indeed, Weiss. It seems I underestimated him. However, do not forget, the power of a god of destruction is far beyond that." Bados's expression returned to calmness, his voice serene as he spoke. "Although Ji Yun's technique is commendable and caught Lord Xiang Pa off guard, it is still insufficient to defeat him." Bados remained skeptical of Ji Yun's chances. Weiss, hearing Bados's words, smiled nonchalantly. He was well aware that Ji Yun's current outburst of power was not enough to vanquish Xiang Pa. Nevertheless, Who said that the energy Ji Yun displayed was his ultimate strength? As Ji Yun's training partner, Weiss understood that Ji Yun still possessed a vast reserve of untapped potential. The somewhat disheveled Xiang Pa slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with a dark fury. "You insolent wretch, you have successfully enraged me. Do not think you shall leave this place alive today," he declared with palpable ire, his gaze seemingly capable of tearing Ji Yun apart. For so many years, as a god of destruction, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Regardless of the outcome today, should news of this incident spread, he would forever be the subject of ridicule among other deities of destruction. "I have long urged you to unleash your full power. I have shown you the courtesy. Yet you chose to disregard it," Ji Yun replied with an air of calmness, his expression unruffled. Having encountered individuals like Xiang Pa numerous times before, he was well aware that his attempts to encourage them to fight with all their might often fell on deaf ears. It was only when they found themselves in dire straits that they would awaken to the reality of their folly, casting resentful glances in his direction. Who could he turn to for reason in such instances? Chapter 89. The beggar's version of the ultimate freedom technique. Xiang Pa listened to Ji Yun's somewhat grating words, his fury reaching a boiling point. The formidable god of destruction had been reprimanded by an insignificant junior. Seeking death, Xiang Pa's gaze turned cold as he uttered a low, furious growl. An unparalleled aura began to erupt from his being, overwhelming the entire arena with a tempestuous presence. Waves of formidable energy relentlessly bore down upon Ji Yun. A purple radiance began to emanate from Xiang Pa's form, as the power within him ascended to a terrifying realm. "Ah, this is more like a," Ji Yun smiled serenely, relishing the onslaught that surrounded him. At that moment, the fiery blood of a Saiyan surged within him, finally reaching a boiling point. "Die!" Xiang Pa roared, his deep voice tinged with a husky edge. In the next instant, infused with an overwhelming intent to kill, he charged straight at Ji Yun. Ji Yun's smile vanished as his gaze sharpened, his body moving in response, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. In an instant, he seemed to vanish. Bang, bang, bang. The two had engaged in combat, silver flashes illuminating the air. Their figures obscured, only the resounding crashes could be heard. The arena, constructed of solid white stone, began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Moving at blinding speed, their strikes generated heat that ignited the very air, unleashing waves of invisible warmth that enveloped the spectators, akin to stepping into a sauna. Weiss and Beerus stood together, intently fixated on the arena, observing the unfolding battle with bated breath. Unlike the other two, Beerus was vocally animated, his exuberance palpable. "Good. Fight well, Ji Yun. Show that brat Xiang Pa who's boss," Beerus exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted dramatically. "You idiot. Is that how you fight? Get your act together. Yes, yes. Just like that, hit him. Oh, come on. That's not how it's south done center lane, Ji Yun. Try to cut through the middle," Beerus shouted, bouncing with enthusiasm, as if he yearned to join the fray himself. Android 18, on the other hand, was at a loss, only able to hear the thunderous sounds without seeing the combatants, relying solely on Beerus's shouts to gauge whether the situation favored Ji Yun. With a resounding clash, two beams of light split apart in the center of the arena. Ji Yun and Xiang Pa stood opposed, locking eyes. "Beerus, can you keep it down? I'm trying to fight here, and you're incessantly shouting." Xiang Pa growled, veins bulging on his forehead as he directed his ire towards the audience below. Originally feeling down after suffering a loss, my mood only worsened as Beerus incessantly prattled on from the sidelines, causing my techniques to become somewhat disordered. "What does my speaking have to do with you? If it's not feasible, then it's simply ISNT. Stop making excuses," Beerus remarked with a cold sneer. His earlier loud proclamations were not merely tactical commands directed at Ji Yun, but were also intended to disturb Xiang Pa. Evidently, this strategy proved exceedingly successful. "Damn it," Xiang Pa muttered under his breath, unwilling to engage in a prolonged verbal dispute with Beerus. His sole focus was on winning the current battle. He was eager to see how Beerus would act once he triumphed. With a piercing gaze, Xiang Pa turned his attention back to Ji Yun. "I must admit, you possess some skill. I had underestimated you before. However, I no longer have the inclination to toy with you. This battle ends here," Xiang Pa stated coldly. Though he had exuded a formidable presence moments earlier, he had not unleashed his full power and had retained significant strength in reserve. He had initially anticipated an easy victory over this youth, but it seemed his assumptions were overly simplistic. "Oh, is it over already? I thought we were just getting started. Perhaps you are conceding?" Ji Yun replied with a slight smirk, unreserved in his words. He too had discerned that Xiang Pa had not exerted his utmost. If Xiang Pa's capabilities were truly limited to this, then he should relinquish his title as the god of destruction of the sixth universe and allow Ji Yun to take it instead. Although Xiangpa had not exhausted his power, Ji-Yun had similarly held back. He had only utilized 5 times the Kaioken, and throughout a year of training with Whis, Ji-Yun had not idly rested. If he lacked any trump cards, Whis would not have dared to bring him into this challenge. Sharp-tongued, yet lacking in prowess. Your bravado mirrors that of Beerus, Xiangpa remarked icily, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. This time, he aimed for a swift conclusion, intending to decisively eliminate Ji-Yun. Suddenly, Xiangpa's aura retracted, his once tumultuous energy dissipating, rendering him as still as a placid pond. One would hardly sense his presence were it not for the sight of him. As he finally revealed his true abilities, Ji-Yun mused to himself, his expression turning serious. Xiangpa's current demeanor signified the manifestation of a god of destruction's true might, akin to a beggar's version of the ultimate instinct. Meanwhile, Beerus observed Xiangpa's intent to showcase his full strength, a sense of concern washing over him as he glanced at Ji-Yun. Whis, do you not intend to intervene? If this continues, that young man's life may be in grave danger, Beerus said, furrowing his brow with a hint of compassion. Such a promising talent, if nurtured for billions of years, could easily succeed Beerus and ascend to the position of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. There was no need for this persistent struggle. Whis listened to his sister's words and gently shook his head. Ji-Yun is the apprentice destroyer of my 7th universe. If there were truly any danger, I would be the first to rescue him. He reiterated, sister, until the final moment, no one knows the outcome. Let us await the results with bated breath. Whis's conviction remained unshaken. He steadfastly believed that Ji-Yun would be unharmed. Upon hearing Whis's words, Bardos furrowed her brow even more deeply. She simply could not comprehend where that mature and composed brother had gone, who, after all, had instilled such audacity in him. In the arena, Xiangpa gazed coldly at Ji-Yun, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You are the first to witness the full extent of my power. Upon your demise, you should consider it an honor. Xiangpa's tone was frigid, chilling to the bone. Chapter 90. A shocking turn of events make your move. Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, entirely dismissing Xiangpa's words. Humph. Xiangpa scoffed softly, his toes lightly tapping the ground as he leaped effortlessly before Ji-Yun. With an elegant yet ferocious attack, he charged at Ji-Yun. Anticipating the assault, Ji-Yun quickly attempted to defend himself. However, after blocking one punch, several more landed squarely on his abdomen. Upon impact, Ji-Yun felt a formidable force surge through his body. Spitting out blood, he gasped in pain. Xiangpa smirked cruelly, seizing Ji-Yun's hair and slamming his head against the floor. Bang! Ji-Yun's body created a deep crater on the arena, leaving him sprawled helplessly on the ground. Ji-Yun, number 18 shouted anxiously. Witnessing Ji-Yun's severe injury, her heart ached. At that moment, Beerus also closed his mouth, his expression grave as he watched Xiangpa on the stage. A singular thought occupied his mind. Could Ji-Yun still fight? Indeed, Xiangpa's strikes were merciless. Though Ji-Yun was disoriented from the blow, a spark of determination ignited within his eyes. If that was the case, he would no longer hold back. With a sudden burst, Ji-Yun leaped from the pit, appearing once more before Xiangpa, flames of crimson energy intensifying around him. You certainly can take a hit, Xiangpa remarked disdainfully. Had Ji-Yun chosen to remain on the ground, he might have escaped further harm. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji-Yun re-emerged before Xiangpa died. Xiangpa bellowed with a malevolent glare, conjuring a purple energy sphere in his hand and hurling it towards Ji-Yun. A wicked smile crept on Xiangpa's face. At such close range, there was no way Ji-Yun could evade it. Once it struck, victory would be assured. Unfortunately for Xiangpa, his calculations fell short. As the energy sphere approached, Ji-Yun, unwavering, waved his hand and deflected it away. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky. Ji-Yun's aura surged, radiating a vivid crimson, signaling that he had activated the Kaioken times 10. His overall combat prowess escalated to an extraordinary level. No, it can't be, Xiangpa exclaimed, panic washing over him as his smile vanished. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Well done, Ji-Yun, Beerus shouted excitedly. He understood that while Xiangpa's energy sphere had not been unleashed with full force, it still contained energy equivalent to 7 layers of Xiangpa's power. Ji-Yun, with a casual flick of his hand, sent his opponent flying. This demonstrated that Ji-Yun's current prowess was now on par with that of Kampa, presenting a genuine possibility of victory. Beside him, number 18, upon witnessing Ji-Yun's unscathed demeanor, finally felt her anxiety dissipate. Lord Kampa, it is my turn to strike, Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly. Before Kampa could react, Ji-Yun had already closed the distance. With a resounding thud, Ji-Yun's fist collided with Kampa's somewhat pudgy chest. Kampa felt a weight in his heart as he staggered backward several steps. "You scoundrel, disappear!" Kampa exclaimed, clutching his chest. He once more conjured a massive energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun regarded the enormous energy ball with a smirk, then gathered a golden orb of light in his hand and charged it directly at Kampa's energy sphere. Boom! The collision of the two orbs produced a tremendous explosion, causing the sturdy ground to collapse instantaneously, turning countless white bricks into mere dust. The vast stage vanished, leaving behind only a charred expanse of scorched earth. "Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun!" Number 18 cried out urgently, her gaze darting around the site, as both the arena and the figures of Ji-Yun and Kampa had simultaneously vanished from view. "No need to shout. They are above us," Beerus replied, arms crossed, gazing skyward. Upon hearing Beerus's reminder, Number 18 promptly looked up and found Ji-Yun indeed suspended in the air, confronting Kampa. In that very moment of explosion, both had reacted with remarkable speed. Escaping to the sky, Bardoss began to falter, her eyes filled with astonishment. She glanced at Whis, who wore a smile as he regarded her. "What do you think, sister? Did I not speak the truth? Do you still believe Ji-Yun is no match for Lord Kampa?" Whis said with a gentle smile, aware that his sister had doubted his words from the outset, thus refraining from further argument. Now, the most compelling evidence lay before them, more persuasive than any feeble rhetoric. Bardoss let out a wry smile, the shock in her eyes still lingering. The notion of a mortal challenging a god of destruction would undoubtedly stir ripples throughout the cosmos if revealed. Bardoss nodded slightly, speaking with a tinge of bitterness. "I never imagined this young man could surprise me to such an extent." She had never anticipated Ji-Yun could unleash such formidable power. With this strength alone, he could rival Lord Kampa. The current situation left Bardoss hesitant to predict the outcome. All she could do was silently wish for Kampa to turn the tide and secure victory. Otherwise, her carefully orchestrated wager would be in jeopardy. Instead, it would only bring harm to one's own kind. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun stood suspended in the air, gazing calmly at Lord Xiangpa before him. "Lord Xiangpa, shall we continue?" Ji-Yun inquired with a smile. According to Weiss, his strength was now on par with Xiangpa's. Should the battle persist, the outcome was uncertain. "You young fool, do not be so arrogant. I have yet to be defeated," Xiangpa retorted, striving to maintain a facade of composure, though the astonishment in his eyes was no less than that of Bardoss. He had never anticipated that this insignificant being he had always underestimated possessed the power to challenge him. "Then let us continue the fight," Ji-Yun declared with unwavering conviction, his body flashing forth. Though taken aback, Xiangpa understood that the battle must proceed, for this was a clash in which he wagered his dignity as a god of destruction. Under no circumstances could he afford to lose. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged once more in a fierce struggle amidst the skies. Thunder roared overhead, as if the very heavens were affected by their conflict, echoing with mournful cries. Chapter 91. The 20-fold King's fist with a resounding impact. The fists of the two combatants collided once more in the air. Subsequently, both of their bodies staggered backward. Xiangpa stumbled several meters before coming to a halt, while Ji-Yun, composed and unhurried, took a mere 2 steps back before regaining his footing. Clearly, in this exchange of blows, Ji-Yun had gained the upper hand. "Is that all you've got, Lord Xiangpa?" Ji-Yun remarked coolly, observing Xiangpa. The outcome was entirely within his expectations, for Weiss had previously indicated that his strength was now nearly on par with Xiangpa's. Coupled with his transcendent bloodline, his combat prowess would only increase with the fight. At this moment, he subtly sensed that he was on the verge of surpassing Xiangpa. Xiangpa's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this young man would grow bolder as the battle progressed. He had assumed their strengths were comparable, yet in their recent skirmish, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. "You insolent brat, do you think victory is assured? Let me tell you, it's far from over," Xiangpa retorted coldly, his voice laced with menace. "Oh, is that so? Then I invite you to continue, Lord Xiangpa," Ji-Yun replied with a serene smile. He exuded an air of confidence and pride, for he still had a portion of his strength yet to be revealed. Regardless of any hidden cards Xiangpa might possess, he felt no trepidation. "How irritating. You believe you can defeat me so easily? It won't be that simple," Xiangpa bellowed, unleashing a terrifying purple aura that erupted from his form. A brilliant flash, akin to a drawn sword, pierced through the heavens. In that instant, the very earth trembled, and bolts of lightning rained down, rendering the atmosphere apocalyptic. Moments later, calm returned to the land. Xiangpa's aura settled, becoming more restrained compared to before. His gaze transformed into one of chilling indifference. Below, Beerus, upon witnessing this, felt his earlier joy dissipate in an instant. He had not anticipated that Xiangpa could further enhance his strength, which contradicted his previous understanding. Concern for Ji Yun crept back into his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beerus' companion, Whis, exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems Lord Xiangpa has been pushed to his limits, managing to elevate his power to this extent. He turned to Weiss with a smile. What do you think, Weiss? Did you expect this, that Lord Xiangpa's power could still rise? Weiss observed Xiangpa's display of strength, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiangpa would indeed show progress. However, this surprise was fleeting, as he maintained his usual composure. It truly is unexpected. It appears that my sister has been diligently honing her skills. Whis nodded slightly, smiling as he addressed Bardos. Upon observing Whis's calm demeanor, Bardos felt an unsettling premonition arise within her. Whis's demeanor was strikingly subdued, devoid of any semblance of pretense. I did not teach him this. It is simply his inherent strength. He merely refrains from unleashing it at will. Were it not for that persistent young man, Ji Yun, I doubt Lord Kampa would have broken through to this level, Bardos remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing her words, Whis smiled and nodded gently. Unexpectedly, amidst dire circumstances, the strongest Kampa was inadvertently compelled to emerge. Does Ji Yun still possess hidden tricks? You seem utterly unconcerned. Bardos finally could not restrain herself from asking. In response to her inquiry, Whis smiled enigmatically and replied, Indeed, soon you shall witness it. Bardos's heart grew increasingly heavy. While it appeared that Kampa had surpassed Ji Yun in visible strength, if Ji Yun indeed had more up his sleeve, the situation could turn dire. For Lord Kampa had already reached his limits. In the sky, the two faced each other in tense standoff. How about it, boy? Can you still elevate your strength? Kampa said disdainfully, the provocation unmistakable. Quite intriguing. I never anticipated Kampa to be this formidable, Ji Yun muttered softly to himself, slightly shaking his head. It seems both Whis and he had underestimated their opponent's prowess. Nevertheless, it is time for me to test my strongest state, Ji Yun declared, lowering his arms and arching his back. A deep roar erupted from his throat. The crimson flames surrounding him swelled to double their size, glowing ever more brilliantly. The intense aura radiated forth, casting a crimson hue across the entire sky. 20-fold Kaioken, Ji Yun shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. His body surged, the red flame shooting skyward as he stood tall in midair. In that moment, Ji Yun's strength, speed, attack power, and defense had all multiplied. What? Kampa gasped in astonishment, witnessing Ji Yun pushing his energy to the utmost limit. He was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated Ji Yun to elevate his strength to such a realm. I had not intended to resort to this technique, but given Lord Kampa's formidable might, I have no choice. Let us conclude this swiftly. Ji Yun spoke solemnly to Kampa. The 20-fold Kaioken was a technique he had developed during his training with Whis, yet had refrained from utilizing until now. The boost it provided to his body was immense. However, the strain it imposed was equally significant. After all, he could only wield the 10-fold Kaioken without adverse effects. The 20-fold version, however, bore all the repercussions associated with Kaioken. Do not become too complacent. Although Xiangpa was astonished by Ji Yun's further enhancement of power, he would not easily concede. In a flash, their bodies surged forth almost simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with a series of deafening clashes as the two figures continued to collide. The ground cracked incessantly, and the very fabric of space twisted and contorted. The two engaged in fierce combat for approximately 10 minutes. Boom. After exchanging a powerful blow mid-air, Ji Yun and Xiangpa instantaneously separated. Hoo. Xiangpa, hands on his hips, gasped for breath, clearly reaching the limits of his stamina. Despite his formidable strength, the prolonged absence of battle had severely depleted his physical reserves. Damn, had I known, I would have never accepted this fight. Regret seeped into Xiangpa's heart. If only he had allowed Bardos to expel Beerus and the others. He might have been savoring a feast and enjoying a comfortable slumber instead of enduring such hardship. Chapter 92. In a perilous state, regrettably, for Kampa, even remorse had come too late. In contrast, Ji Yun, despite the immense expenditure of energy from the 20-fold King's fist, still possessed considerable reserves. Lord Kampa, what troubles you? If you find it too challenging, perhaps it would be wise to concede early. You might even allow yourself to rest, Ji Yun suggested with a serene smile. The longer the 20-fold King's fist was employed, the greater the strain on his own body. It would be most advantageous to resolve the battle swiftly. Enough of your nonsense. I have yet to be defeated, Kampa retorted defiantly. Although his body could no longer withstand the fight, the thought of the consequences of losing made him grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly, especially upon seeing the smug expression of Beerus below. Kampa felt compelled to persist, even if it meant unleashing his destructive power. He must secure victory in this confrontation. Ji-Yun shook his head and smiled calmly. He then teleported directly in front of Kampa. Seeing Ji-Yun's aggressive advance, Kampa quickly assumed a defensive stance. Ji-Yun, however, did not hold back, launching a fierce onslaught that reverberated through the sky once more. Oh dear, it seems Lord Kampa is on the brink of defeat. Beerus sighed, expressing a hint of regret. At that moment, she lamented her earlier decision. Had she known better, she would not have proposed the wager. Losing a match might be inconsequential, but the subsequent bet had become a significant predicament. What a sorrowful revelation this is, Whis remarked with a smile, his beaming face seemingly heralding his own triumph. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus shot him a disapproving glance. Although the two combatants were still engaged in battle, Whis and Beerus, possessing inscrutable power, had long perceived that Kampa was approaching his limits and would soon succumb. I must admit, Whis, your discernment is indeed commendable. The one you have trained performs exceptionally. However, have you perhaps overlooked a vital consideration? Beerus stated coolly. While she admired Whis' abilities, as an elder sister, she felt it necessary to offer a word of caution. Upon hearing Beerus' inquiry, Whis turned his gaze curiously. What is it, sister? He asked, displaying a hint of confusion. Recognizing Whis' oblivion, Beerus calmly elaborated, do not forget. Lord Kampa is an official god of destruction, possessing immense destructive energy. If he is truly cornered, are you not concerned that Ji-Yun may be obliterated by Lord Kampa's overwhelming power? When we first proposed this contest, no restrictions were placed on the techniques permitted. Should Kampa find himself with no other recourse, it is indeed plausible that he could unleash his destructive force upon Ji-Yun. No matter how formidable this young man may be, he could ultimately be reduced to dust. Oh, thank you for the reminder, dear sister, Whis exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Beerus, then returned to observing the battle in the sky, which was nearing its conclusion, with an air of calmness. Aren't you going to intervene in their fight? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Why should I intervene? Ji-Yun is on the verge of victory. Once he triumphs, we can discuss matters privately, Whis replied, his expression unwavering. He seemed unperturbed by Beerus' earlier caution. Victory. Beerus' eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, what does that boy possess to claim victory? Does Whis not comprehend his own words? Lord Kampa is not one to show leniency. He is likely to unleash his destructive power. Given the current circumstances, Kampa is about to be defeated. If he cannot hold on, he will undoubtedly obliterate Ji-Yun at the first opportunity. Whis noted the confusion in Beerus' tone. However, before he could elucidate further, the scene on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Bang! Ji-Yun landed a powerful punch, sending Kampa flying. Kampa clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, clearly enduring immense pain. Blood began to trickle from his mouth, and the formidable aura he once exuded had dissipated, leaving him in a precarious state. Well done, Ji-Yun, Beerus exclaimed, his fists clenched and arms raised in exhilaration as he shouted with delight, his expression brimming with arrogance. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Huff, huff, huff. Kampa gasped for air, his body battered and bruised, appearing utterly disheveled. You damn brat. How dare you reduce me to this state? Very well, you have done well. Kampa seethed, his gaze fixed furiously on Ji-Yun, his expression spiraling into madness. Then, with a trembling hand, he pointed his palm at Ji-Yun. If that is the case, then prepare for annihilation. You claim to be strong. So let us see if you can withstand my destructive power, Kampa sneered, a hint of derision gracing his features. Below, Beerus recognized Kampa's intent to employ his destructive power against Ji-Yun and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, rather than concern, a peculiar look crossed his face, and his gaze turned vacant as if lost in memories. Whis, aren't you going to intervene? If you don't act soon, it will be too late, Beerus urged, furrowing his brow and raising his voice slightly. Observing his sister's anxious demeanor, Whis smiled gently and teased, aren't you also refraining from intervening? I am not worried about Ji-Yun's fate. If you are concerned, you could always prevent Lord Kampa from acting. Beerus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his urgency for Whis to act stemmed from genuine concern for Ji-Yun's safety. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that as long as Whis intervenes, disrupting the two individuals on the battlefield, she can seize the opportunity to render a judgment as a referee, declaring that Beerus and his companions are defeated. In such a scenario, she would not only be able to safeguard Ji-Yun, but also aid Lord Xiangpa in achieving victory. Yet, if Whis refrains from taking action, she too must remain passive. Had her initial thoughts materialized, with Lord Xiangpa achieving an overwhelming victory right from the outset, her intervention to preserve Ji-Yun's life would have been justifiable. After all, The disparity in strength is evident and undeniable. However, it is now clear to all that Lord Xiangpa's true prowess pales in comparison to that of Ji Yun. Should she impulsively interfere in the match at this juncture, Ji Yun may be spared, but Lord Xiangpa would consequently face defeat. Very well, if you choose not to act. So be it. I shall remain silent. It is indeed a pity for such an exceptional young talent. Bados shook her head, expressing her regret. Although she yearned to save Ji Yun, she was ultimately a servant of Xiangpa, not of Ji Yun. Balancing the interests at stake, she must strive for the utmost benefit for Xiangpa, thus aligning herself solely with him. As for Ji Yun, one can only blame Weiss and Belis for their ruthless hearts. Chapter 93. You have triumphed. Are you ready to unleash the power of destruction? Then come forth and let me witness it. Ji Yun declared nonchalantly, arms wide open, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Xiangpa facing death. You still dare to feign bravado, Xiangpa retorted with a disdainful sneer. The power of annihilation can obliterate all matter in the universe. A mere mortal, like you, would be reduced to ashes in an instant. In that moment, a cataclysmic purple radiance emanated from Xiangpa's palm. Ji Yun felt a familiar energy enveloping him. Destroy? Xiangpa uttered in a hushed tone. The violet light intensified in his grasp. However, contrary to Xiangpa's expectations, Ji Yun did not disintegrate into ethereal purple motes. Instead, he remained unscathed, suspended in the air. The sight left Xiangpa's expression transformed, his eyes brimming with an unfamiliar terror. How could this happen? Why? This is impossible. He observed Ji Yun's pupils constrict, as though witnessing a ghost, relentlessly questioning his own inability to annihilate Ji Yun. Destroy? Destroy? Obliterate him. Xiangpa's palm flickered with purple luminescence, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yet, Ji Yun remained steadfast, arms extended, causing no harm whatsoever. Why? Why can I not even destroy an insignificant insect? Am I not the god of destruction? At that moment, Xiangpa found himself questioning his very identity, incredulous that the once invincible force of destruction could not extinguish a mere human. Anyone who heard of this would find it hard to believe. What? What is happening? Not only Xiangpa, but even Bados was rendered incredulous by the unfolding scene. She had been so astounded by Ji Yun that her judgment wavered. Redirecting her gaze to Weiss. Ah, sister, do not be astonished. The god of destruction's annihilative power cannot extinguish Ji Yun. This merely attests to one truth. Within Ji Yun resides a similar energy of destruction, Weiss explained to Bados with a gentle smile. Gulp. Upon hearing Weiss's explanation, even Bados, with her vast experience, could not help but swallow hard. For today, Ji Yun had overwhelmed her with astonishing revelations. Initially, she admired Ji Yun's courage in confronting Xiangpa, but to her astonishment, he began to redefine her understanding. First, he displayed abilities rivaling those of Xiangpa, then surpassed them, and ultimately rendered the power of destruction powerless against him. Bados was profoundly stunned. All she wished to articulate was, "Pray tell, is he still human?" With a wry smile, Bados remarked, "I wondered why you were so audacious. It turns out it was for this reason." Weiss nodded with a smile, relishing the fact that she had always maintained an upper hand over her sister in this matter. Truth be told, a small sense of pride flickered within her heart. Meanwhile, Bados had fully succumbed to the awe of the moment. Gazing at Kampa in the sky, my eyes brimmed with a mixture of compassion and remorse. Kampa continued to wave his fingers fervently, incessantly chanting the word destroy. What troubles you, Lord Kampa? Why do you merely shout without action? Ji Yun remarked with a slight smirk, having long learned from Weiss that one who harbors a similar power of destruction cannot be vanquished by it. Thus, he faced Kampa with unyielding confidence. Beerus also observed Kampa's futile efforts, cursing him silently for his foolishness. If only he would unleash his full potential, there might still be a sliver of hope. To attempt to annihilate Ji Yun with destruction was, indeed, a fanciful notion. At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kampa's forehead. No matter how many times he tried, his efforts bore no fruit against Ji Yun. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have immediately deduced that his opponent possessed a similar power, rendering his own destruction ineffective. However, in his current state, repeatedly struck down by Ji Yun, his thoughts had become a chaotic tangle, leaving him unable to assess the situation accurately. Kampa shouted in frustration, compelled to alter his strategy. In an instant, two violet orbs of destructive energy coalesced in his hands. With a forceful thrust of his arms, he launched the energy spheres towards Ji Yun. Boom! The two orbs struck Ji Yun directly, and the sky erupted in a haze of smoke. It's futile, Lord Kampa, Ji Yun remarked nonchalantly, waving away the surrounding fumes. At this juncture, victory was firmly within his grasp. Kampa was merely flailing in desperation. I refuse to believe it. I am the esteemed god of destruction of the sixth universe. Kampa had completely lost his wits, relentlessly conjuring more violet energy spheres to hurl at Ji-Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed as the destructive energy within the spheres was absorbed by Ji-Yun, the resulting blasts merely stemming from the ordinary energy. This minuscule force posed no threat to Ji-Yun whatsoever. Ji-Yun shook his head slightly, his focus sharpening as he resolved to end the confrontation. In a flash, he appeared directly before Kampa, who was taken aback by Ji-Yun's sudden presence. Instinctively, Kampa raised his hand to attack, but before he could land a blow, Ji-Yun's fist connected with Kampa's chest. The concentrated energy erupted in a powerful explosion, creating a fierce shockwave that sent Kampa hurtling away. As he flew, a mouthful of blood erupted from Kampa's lips, cascading through the air. Before his body could stabilize, Ji-Yun teleported above him once more. With a resounding crash, Ji-Yun brought his hands down forcefully onto Kampa's head, delivering a devastating blow that rendered the god of destruction unconscious. Accompanied by the piercing sound of wind slicing through the air, Xiangpa descended rapidly, akin to a shooting star, plummeting vertically. With a thunderous crash, he struck the ground in less than a second. Despite the formidable hardness of the terrain, his impact created a deep pit measuring several meters. In the sky above, Ji-Yun brought his hands together, a brilliant flash surging between them. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a golden wave of light from his palms. Plunging straight down towards the pit, Ji-Yun was resolute in his intent, unwilling to relent. He deemed it necessary to deliver another strike, for his physical stamina was already at its limit. Cease, Ji-Yun. Both Weiss and Batos echoed simultaneously. The two of them touched the ground with their staffs, conjuring two thin, transparent, and smooth protective barriers that converged at the mouth of the pit. The golden wave unleashed by Ji-Yun was deflected and sent soaring into the boundless sky, with a distant, muffled echo resonating long after. Weiss, it is you who have triumphed. Batos finally remarked with a wry smile directed at Weiss after a significant pause. Chapter 94. Are they starting to recruit? Weiss chuckled lightly, gazing at Beerus with a nonchalant expression and remarked, I concede, sister. Upon hearing Weiss's humble words, Beerus could only shake her head in resignation. This time, Kampa had truly been put in a dire predicament, yet fortunately, he had already lost consciousness. Having always been at odds with Beerus, he would now have to lower his head and concede when he encountered his own brother. When he eventually awakens, one can only wonder how he will react in his fury. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Ji-Yun observed as his assault was thwarted by the two angels. He comprehended Weiss and Beerus's intentions. Sighing in relief, Ji-Yun realized that since both Weiss and Beerus had intervened, the outcome of Kampa's defeat had become a foregone conclusion. Consequently, he relinquished his Super Saiyan transformation, and the 20-fold Kaioken dissipated as well, restoring him to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission. You have received a task reward, the Ultra Instinct Technique. Please take note of this. Initially fatigued, Ji-Yun's face brightened with a hint of joy upon hearing the voice in his mind. Splendid. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Excitedly, he clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of divine power coursing through him. The method of utilizing the Ultra Instinct was now crystal clear. He could activate it at will. With this newfound joy, Ji-Yun gently descended from the heavens. Well done, Ji-Yun. Beerus's enthusiasm matched Ji-Yun's as he rushed toward him, exhilarated. Hiki. Ji-Yun smiled in response to Beerus's praise. Bravo, Ji-Yun. You truly live up to my expectations as my chosen apprentice. Beerus exclaimed joyfully, slapping Ji-Yun on the shoulder. Ah, Lord Beerus, please be gentle. That hurts. Ji-Yun winced, feeling the waves of pain coursing through him. If he remained still, it was tolerable, but any movement sent a sharp ache throughout his body. Such was the side effect of the 20-fold Kaioken. Oh, my apologies. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Beerus, noticing Ji-Yun's pained expression, uncharacteristically offered an apology. This indicated that Beerus was indeed quite elated. Ji-Yun. Number 18 came sprinting from a distance, eager to give Ji-Yun a grand embrace. Wait, my dear. Ji-Yun frantically waved his hands. His frail body could scarcely endure such rough treatment. Although he had not sustained grave injuries, the sensation of his muscles tearing was quite discomforting. Upon seeing Ji-Yun's warning, number 18 swiftly halted her advance, narrowly avoiding a collision. Phew. Ji-Yun exhaled heavily, his anxious heart finally easing. Suddenly, Ji-Yun took out a celestial bean. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed it directly into his mouth. Crunch. After a brief moment of chewing, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, Ji-Yun felt a surge of vitality. The fatigue and pain that had weighed him down vanished completely. My dear, once rejuvenated, Ji-Yun scooped up number 18 and spun her around twice in place. Having acquired the ultimate mastery technique, his strength ascended to yet another level. At that moment, he could no longer contain the joy swelling within him. All right, put me down. Number 18 exclaimed playfully. Just a quick hug will suffice. Beerus is still nearby, and Whis and Bados are approaching us. With so many witnesses present, it was only natural for her to feel a tad bashful. Hee. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly and gently set number 18 down. He gazed at her enchanting demeanor and resolutely decided that upon their return, he would celebrate his elation with her in a grand manner. Just then, Whis and Bados gracefully approached the gathering. Ji-Yun, you truly are remarkable. To have defeated Lord Kampa, Bados remarked with a hint of profundity in her tone, her admiration for this young man genuine. With the frailty of a human frame, he had shaken the very foundation of the destroyer god Kampa. Should word of this spread, it would certainly be astonishing. Receiving Bados's praise, Ji-Yun smiled bashfully. Hee. It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing to boast about. He replied cheerfully, exhibiting no signs of arrogance despite his victory over Kampa. Witnessing Ji-Yun's humility, Bados found her admiration for him intensifying. If this young man were to succeed in inheriting the mantle of the destroyer god of Universe 7, he could undoubtedly elevate it to unprecedented heights. You have performed admirably. However, there remains room for improvement, was stated calmly, continuously imparting insights regarding the shortcomings Ji-Yun had displayed during battle. Ji-Yun listened attentively, not daring to interject, for he understood that his achievements were largely a result of Whis' diligent guidance. Thus, regardless of the validity of Whis' critiques, Ji-Yun nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging them. Bados observed this exchange with a hint of exasperation, perceiving that Whis was taking advantage of the situation while feigning modesty. All right, Whis, if you find Ji-Yun lacking, you are more than welcome to relinquish him to me. Our Universe 6 is in need of an apprentice destroyer god, and I believe Ji-Yun would be a most suitable candidate, Bados remarked coolly. At that moment, her interest in Ji-Yun was palpable. Should Whis yield him, Bados would not hesitate to accept Ji-Yun wholeheartedly. Upon hearing Bados's words, Whis momentarily set aside his instruction of Ji-Yun. Hastily, he turned to Bados and exclaimed, No, Ji-Yun is from my 7th universe. How could I so easily change my allegiance, sister? Upon noticing Whis' anxious demeanor, Bados couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Did you not think Ji-Yun was doing well enough? Hand him over to me, and perhaps I could guide him even better, she jested with a smile. However, her words were largely intended in jest. As Whis' sister, they were family. How could she betray her own kin? Of course, if Whis were truly to relinquish Ji-Yun, she would not hesitate to accept him. After all, who wouldn't be drawn to such a talented young man? No way. Absolutely not. Ji-Yun is mine. Do not harbor such delusions, sister, Whis declared solemnly, entirely oblivious to Bados's playful intent. The mere thought of his sister vying for Ji-Yun made his expression turn serious, and he stood his ground resolutely. Bados was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such determination on Whis' face. In their childhood, her obedient younger brother had now spoken so boldly for the sake of an apprentice destroyer. Bados felt her temper rising. Very well, Ji-Yun shall be mine, and I shall see what you can do about it. Chapter 95. The High Priest Ji-Yun observed the two individuals conversing with an increasingly peculiar tone, and his expression transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions. Goodness, what is happening? Am I truly that remarkable? Is it possible that you two siblings are about to turn against one another? This was Ji-Yun's initial thought. Beerus, meanwhile, dared not even draw a breath. Despite holding the highest status in the arena, his strength paled in comparison to that of the siblings before him. To avoid becoming collateral damage, it was prudent for him to remain silent. Sister, this is where you are mistaken. Ji-Yun is a part of my 7th universe. He is also the apprentice destroyer god of my 7th universe. Are you not afraid that I shall inform father of your blatant attempt to usurp him? Whis' gaze grew increasingly grave. It was evident that Ji-Yun held a substantial position in his heart, so much so that he was willing to oppose his own sister. Upon hearing Whis' words, Bardos became increasingly irate. Ah, how delightful. My foolish brother, Ji-Yun is mine to claim. What can you possibly do about it? Bardos exclaimed in indignation. She had not anticipated her brother would speak to her in such a manner. The atmosphere between them was tense, with the potential for a physical confrontation looming. Ji-Yun glanced from side to side, uncertain how to mediate the situation. Esteemed ones, may I have a word? He interjected with a forced smile. Having just completed a grueling battle, he longed for a moment of respite. What madness was this? Silence. Whis and Bardos responded in unison, each unwilling to concede an inch. Ji-Yun found himself rebuffed, and he could only resign to silence. cautiously observing the two while fervently praying that his presence would not incite further discord. Sister, could you please be reasonable? After a considerable pause, Whis finally spoke, realizing that his earlier tone had been rather harsh. His subsequent words softened unexpectedly. Unreasonable? Huh. I was merely jesting. Who told you to take it so seriously? Fine. Since you claim I lack reason, I shall be unreasonable today. The wager remains unchanged, but Ji Yun is mine to keep. No one can persuade me otherwise. Bardos declared coldly, evidently still incensed by Whis' earlier assertiveness. This young man is extraordinarily gifted, yet I would never stoop so low as to snatch him away from my own brother. I simply did not anticipate Whis' reaction to be so intense. If he disregards the bond of siblinghood, then I shall also cast aside any reservations. Ah, sister, I shall explain this matter to you in due time. Please do not put me in a difficult position, will you? Whis, feeling a headache coming on, recognized that his earlier reaction had been excessive. However, Ji Yun was of utmost importance to him. He could not permit his sister to detain him in the 6th universe. Is it not apparent, Vis? Have you acquired new skills in recent years? Today, I shall put you to the test. What can you do? Bardos declared resolutely, her staff firmly gripped in her hand, poised for action at any moment. Observing his sister's stubborn demeanor, Vis silently cursed his own foolishness. Why had he allowed his emotions to surge so fervently? Now, it seemed that they might indeed have to resort to conflict to resolve the matter. Vis remained silent, unconsciously tightening his grip on the staff. He understood his sister's unwavering nature. Without a clear explanation, he would not escape today. However, he had no intention of providing any elucidation. Even if it came to blows, he would not be daunted. The two locked gazes in a charged silence, each prepared for a potential confrontation. Well, this promises to be entertaining, Ji Yun remarked, swallowing hard and licking his lips in anticipation. He was relishing the unfolding drama, no longer in a hurry to depart, as he observed the two poised for action. A spark of excitement igniting within him. He yearned for them to engage, eager to witness the spectacle of divine combat. A gentle breeze rustled their garments as they stood, staffs in hand, eyes locked. Sister, I acknowledge my earlier indiscretion. I should not have spoken so rashly. I apologize and propose we let this matter rest, Vis said earnestly, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. However, Bardos felt a heavier weight in her heart upon hearing Vis's submission. Both were esteemed angels, and the notion of one apologizing to the other was unfathomable, even in the face of wrongdoing. Yet, Vis's recent aberrations for the sake of this boy piqued Bardos's curiosity. Vis, I assure you, I had no intention of vying for him. Yet your behavior today has been most unusual. If you do not clarify the situation, I fear I shall not allow you to depart easily, Bardos replied coolly. She had come to regard Ji Yun as more than just a mere apprentice destroyer. There was likely a monumental secret hidden within him, which explained Vis's uncharacteristic demeanor. Upon hearing Bardos's probing inquiry, Vis's expression contorted in struggle, as if engaged in an intense internal battle. Very well. If you insist, I shall divulge what I can. Ji Yun, just as Vis prepared to reveal Ji Yun's secret, a thunderous voice resonated from above, interrupting him. Enough, Vis, Bardos. Now that the matters concerning Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus have concluded, I implore you to attend to your duties and cease these pointless endeavors. Bardos had been eagerly straining to catch Vis's next words. However, the sound that emerged caused her to hesitate in her inquiries. Weiss finally exhaled in relief, swallowing the remaining words back into silence. Salutations to the Grand Priest. The two of them slightly bowed, paying homage to a void before them. In a brief moment, the space they faced began to warp. A diminutive figure, bearing a resemblance to both Weiss and Bardos, gradually emerged from the abyss. A smile graced his face, yet his gaze exuded an aura of dignified authority that commanded respect without anger. Lord Beerus, how have you been of late? The Grand Priest inquired with a gentle smile. Oh, even the Grand Priest has come. Beerus replied nonchalantly. I am well. My mood has been rather pleasant recently. His reference to a favorable mood naturally alluded to the victory of Ji Yun over Kampa. Nevertheless, even with the Grand Priest's arrival, Beerus maintained an air of irreverent nonchalance. Ultimately, the Grand Priest was merely a steward to the Omni King. In truth, they were peers. Had the Omni King not been present, Beerus would have felt no obligation for formalities. Chapter 96. The grand battle comes to an end. The Grand Priest was unfazed by Beerus's demeanor, and he soon turned his gaze toward the protagonists of this dispute. Salutations, Grand Priest, Ji Yun said, clasping his hands and bowing slightly. The moment the Grand Priest appeared, Ji Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere contest would summon the Grand Priest himself. Greetings, Ji Yun, the Grand Priest replied, nodding slightly with a benevolent expression. His gaze lingered on Ji-Yun for a brief moment before shifting to Whis and Bardos. I am already aware of the situation. There is no need for further contention between you two, the Grand Priest conveyed to them using the unique communication abilities of angels. Upon hearing his father's words, Whis promptly bowed in agreement. While Bardos felt a twinge of reluctance, she dared not defy her father's command and joined Whis in acknowledgement. The Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction. However, as he scanned Bardos, he spoke slowly. Bardos, do not hold it against Whis for his remarks concerning sibling loyalty. The secrets surrounding Ji-Yun are exceedingly intricate, known only to Whis and myself. This matter is of great significance, and the time to disclose it to you has not yet arrived. You will understand in due course. Though the Grand Priest appeared self-disciplined and impartial, he still tended to reveal fragments of information in the presence of his daughter. Yes, father, Bardos replied, her curiosity piqued by the secret her father alluded to. Nevertheless, she nodded earnestly. After all, their siblings held their father in the highest regard. Since he chose not to divulge the information, she decided against pressing further. Now, if there are no further matters, I kindly ask Lord Beerus to return promptly. If I am not mistaken, your responsibilities have been somewhat delayed, and it seems that the Omni King is not particularly pleased about this, the Grand Priest stated, his voice resonating with authority as he regarded Beerus with a smile. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Omni King, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Beerus's forehead. Please, Grand Priest, inform him that I shall diligently fulfill my duties upon my return. Beerus stammered. For reasons unknown, the gods of destruction harbored an innate fear of the Omni King. Merely uttering his name sent shivers down their spines, lest they err in some manner. Very well. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the fabric of space distorted once more. Without leaving a trace, the Grand Priest cast a fleeting glance at Ji-Yun before his form melded with the very essence of space, gradually vanishing from sight. With the departure of the Grand Priest, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Ji-Yun reflected on the Grand Priest's swift arrival and equally swift exit. Perplexed, I find myself unable to comprehend the true nature of this family, whose demeanor is so enigmatic. Weiss, was it you who summoned father? Bardos inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. She was aware that her father, as the High Priest, would not leave the side of the Omni King without significant cause. The sudden arrival today could very well indicate that Weiss had made clandestine contact. Ah, dear sister, I beg your pardon. I was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. I hope you can understand, Weiss replied with a cheerful demeanor. Long before he sensed that something was amiss, he had discreetly reached out to the High Priest, who initially believed there was no pressing matter at hand and advised them to resolve the situation independently. However, upon hearing the name Ji-Yun, the High Priest hastily abandoned his conversation with the Omni King and proceeded directly to Universe 6, arriving just as a conflict was about to erupt. In fact, Weiss had informed the High Priest about Ji-Yun's situation quite some time ago. Upon learning this, the High Priest expressed his utmost concern and insisted that Weiss secure all information regarding Ji-Yun. The specifics of their conversation, however, remain unknown. Very well, Weiss. You have proven yourself quite capable. Now that the battle has concluded, I kindly request that you leave at once, Bardos stated with a cold huff, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. Although she was curious about Ji-Yun, her father's warning deterred her from pressing further. Better to not see, and thus not be troubled. With that, Bardos lightly touched her staff to the ground, causing the surrounding space to shimmer and shift. In no time, everyone found themselves back in the previous chamber. At that moment, Kampa lay sprawled on the smooth floor, his battered body barely breathing, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. Then we shall take our leave, sister. Weiss responded with a smile. Just as his words fell from his lips, Beerus opened his mouth, intending to inquire about a wager. However, before he could utter a sound, Weiss turned and seized him by the collar, leading him out of the palace. Ji-Yun observed Weiss's departure, leaving only himself and Android 18 in the chamber. After contemplating for a moment, Ji-Yun removed a Senza bean from his waist and tossed it towards Bardos. This miraculous bean, known for its restorative properties, could heal even the gravest of injuries. Please do not hold it against Lord Kampa when he awakens. I too was fortunate to emerge victorious. Should we have the opportunity to spar in the future, I kindly ask that you convey to Lord Kampa to show mercy. Ji-Yun humbly addressed Bardos. It would be unjust to confront them without cause, especially after leaving someone unconscious. Thus, he decided to leave a Senza bean as a form of compensation. As he possessed no valuable possessions to offer, he could only exert a modest effort. Very well, I shall convey your message to Lord Kampa, he replied. With a subtle nod, Beerus accepted the celestial beans tossed by Ji-Yun, simultaneously gesturing in a manner of invitation. Setting aside the secrets surrounding Ji-yoon, Beerus held a certain admiration for his character. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, demonstrating considerable social grace. Were he not a resident of the 7th universe, and had it not been for his father's command, he would have certainly sought to compete with Whis. Farewell, Ji-yoon declared, clasping his fists and offering a serene smile. He then took hold of Android 18's hand and matched Whis' pace as they proceeded toward the palace's exit. Beerus merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further response. Ji-yoon swiftly made his way outside the palace. Upon noticing that everyone had gathered, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, signaling the group to commence their journey homeward. Whis, regarding our wager, did I emerge victorious? Why did you prevent me from speaking earlier? Beerus inquired, crossing his arms in irritation. With a chuckle, Whis addressed the sulking Beerus. Of course, you won. Did you not observe my sister's murderous expression? I feared that any further comments would result in us being unceremoniously expelled. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Beerus felt a profound sense of frustration. Thus, the matter of challenging Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, reached a temporary conclusion. However, this incident soon caught the attention of other gods of destruction across the universes, igniting quite a stir. Chapter 97. The commotion across the universes. A few days have passed since Ji-yoon's challenge against the god of destruction from the 6th universe, Seongpa. However, under the deliberate promotion by Beerus, this event has reverberated throughout the remaining 10 universes, igniting a tremendous wave of discussion regarding this apprentice god of destruction from the 7th universe. In the palace of the 4th universe's god of destruction, a diminutive figure, clad entirely in yellow with shifty eyes, occupies a lofty position. This individual is none other than Katra, the god of destruction of the 4th universe. Konik, have you heard? That fellow Seongpa was defeated by the apprentice god of destruction from the 7th universe, named Ji-yoon. Katra inquired solemnly, turning to the man beside him. Standing at his side was a middle-aged gentleman, attired similarly to Whis and Beerus, who was none other than Konik, the angel of the 4th universe. Konik, wearing a faint smile, responded, Yes, I have heard, Lord Katra. It seems that the 7th universe has indeed produced an extraordinary individual. He expressed genuine admiration while harboring a keen interest in Ji-yoon. If the opportunity arises, he is eager to visit the 7th universe to discern what makes this apprentice god of destruction so remarkable that he could single-handedly challenge a formidable god of destruction. Sigh. When will our 4th universe also give birth to a talent of such caliber? Konik mused, acknowledging the envy and jealousy that was difficult to conceal in Quitra's voice. You have yet to witness Beerus's smug demeanor, flaunting his triumph as if I were unaware. It is utterly insufferable. Quitra retorted fiercely, his envy palpable. Meanwhile, in the 10th universe, a planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the dark expanse of space with a fleeting display of vibrant fireworks. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated into a straight line, vanishing into the infinite cosmos. Two silhouettes emerged from the chaos of the blast. Lord Ramses, you seem to be in a rather foul mood today, remarked the petite and charming angel of the 10th universe, Kes, as she gazed at the god of destruction beside her with a smile. Ramses, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, waved his elongated nose, his eyes reflecting an unparalleled heaviness. The 7th universe has birthed a prodigy, reportedly defeating the god of destruction Seongpa. I cannot discern the truth of this matter, yet it has left me restless and agitated. He voiced with palpable concern, his azure eyes glinting with an eerie light. As far as I know, this matter is indeed true. It was conveyed to me by Whis. However, Whis mentioned that this individual named Ji-yoon merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in his victory. Kes laughed lightly, her voice filled with playful mischief. Upon learning this news, she too was deeply astonished. At first, she suspected it to be a falsehood. However, upon confirming with Weiss, Kes found herself utterly stunned. Regarding Weiss's claims of a fortuitous victory, she maintained a skeptical disposition. Ramsey, having overheard Kes's words, felt increasingly disheartened. He had never anticipated that someone so young could achieve such remarkable success. Undoubtedly, a boundless future awaited her. With a resigned shake of his head, Ramsey followed Kes as they departed, journeying into the depths of the cosmos. In the 11th universe, the angel Makarita, with her twin ponytails and captivating beauty, stood beside the god of destruction, Vermeed. What is your take on this matter, Makarita? Vermeed inquired, his voice gravelly as he parted his fiery red lips. The visage of the jester appeared ominously frightening. I suppose I shall simply observe, Lord Vermeed, Makarita replied with a playful smile. Their 11th universe seldom interacted with the 7th, making this incident inconsequential. After all, their opponent was but a solitary individual. Upon hearing Makarita's words, Vermeed shook his head, gazing at the ground. It was truly disgraceful that Zampa could be defeated by an apprentice god of destruction. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as their 11th universe harbored numerous formidable beings. Should this youth dare to encroach upon them, he would find himself met with insurmountable resistance. The 11th universe held profound depths, teeming with powerful entities. While the events surrounding Ji-Yun were indeed shocking, Vermeed did not display such astonishment to the other gods of destruction. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, Zampa had finally awakened after several days of treatment, having consumed the magical beans gifted by Ji-Yun before his departure. At this moment, Zampa was fully healed, showing no signs of injury. Damn it, Beerus, and that kid. Just wait until we meet again. I shall make you pay dearly. Though his body had recovered, Zampa's spirit bore an unprecedented blow. Were it not for the fact that gods of destruction could not be killed normally, he would have longed for eternal slumber. Lord Zampa, please calm down, Batos urged, noticing Zampa's fury. Just awakened, Zampa was yet unaware of the events unfolding outside. Batos contemplated whether to inform him now. Batos, where's that kid? I demand another battle with him. Otherwise, my rage shall remain unquenched. Zampa clenched his fists, his expression fierce. At that moment, he yearned to dismantle Ji-Yun piece by piece. Batos gazed at Zampa with a sense of resignation. A battle? If you were capable of defeating him, you wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. He has already departed. Moreover, Lord Xiangpa, I must convey another piece of news to you. You must remain steadfast. Batos gazed at Xiangpa, speaking earnestly. Xiangpa met Batos' serious gaze, and an unsettling premonition suddenly surged within him. Gulp. Batos, what? What news do you have? Xiangpa stammered, his voice quivering. Alas. Batos sighed, glancing at Xiangpa, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, this matter would eventually come to light. It is better to face the pain sooner rather than later, so it is best to speak the truth. Upon hearing Batos' sigh, Xiangpa felt his heart leap into his throat, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Slowly, Batos' lips began to move, recounting the events during his unconsciousness, detailing how Beerus had spread rumors about the battle across various universes. As he listened to Batos' narration, Xiangpa stood frozen in place. After approximately 5 minutes of recounting, Batos finally ceased her tale. Xiangpa, regaining his composure as the sound faded, felt a surge of rage coursing through him, his entire being trembling with fury. A grinding sound emerged from his clenched teeth. I shall slay you, Beerus. After a brief pause of several seconds, a thunderous roar of wrath echoed throughout the palace. Chapter 98. Deceived in the vast cosmos, the remarkable feats of Ji-Yun swiftly spread far and wide. As Ji-Yun's fame surged, so too did an array of rumors. Initially, these tales were grounded in objective truth, recounting how Whis and Beerus accompanied Ji-Yun to challenge Kampa. The battle between Ji-Yun and Kampa was fiercely contested, with Ji-Yun ultimately prevailing through sheer stamina at the last moment. However, as time passed, the narrative devolved into wild speculation, transforming into an outrageous myth. According to credible sources, it was claimed that Ji-Yun, seeking amusement one day, audaciously infiltrated the palace of the god of destruction Kampa in the 6th universe. Upon encountering this intruder, Kampa could hardly tolerate such insolence on his own territory. A fierce confrontation ensued. Who would have imagined that Ji-Yun possessed such terrifying prowess? Effortlessly overpowering Kampa with a single hand, the angelic guardian, Vados, stood by, silent and awestruck. With his singular might, Ji-Yun instilled trepidation throughout the entire 6th universe. It was said that even the Grand Minister had to intervene personally, wearing a forced smile, to graciously escort this young man out, thus sparing Kampa from certain demise. This account, already embellished and exaggerated, unexpectedly escalated in fervor, circulating through the various universes until the majority of the uninformed accepted it as truth, naively believing it to be the actual sequence of events. In the 7th universe, amidst a galaxy shimmering with stars, Whis and Ji-Yun hovered in the void. They stood in a star system of the 7th universe. Today marked Ji-Yun's inaugural mission as an apprentice god of destruction. So Ji-Yun, how does it feel to be famous? Whis inquired with a smile, having just shared with Ji-Yun the various absurd rumors that had sprouted across the cosmos. Each tale was more ludicrous than the last, each a uniquely outrageous rendition. I never expected it would cause such a stir. Lord Beerus truly has a knack for exaggeration. Ji-Yun sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. As the saying goes, fame brings fear. Much like how a pig fears becoming fat. I merely wish to cultivate in peace and grow stronger. Who would have thought that now my name is known throughout the cosmos? It's quite astonishing. Well, you seem to take it in stride. With your disposition, you're quite suited to be a Supreme Kai, Whis remarked lightly. Most people would be overwhelmed by such rampant praise, likely becoming quite arrogant. Beerus is a prime example. Though he didn't defeat the foe himself, he basks in the glory. Wherever he goes, he struts about with an air of superiority. When discussing Ji Yun, he speaks of it so casually, as if it were commonplace for an apprentice god of destruction to accomplish such feats. Please, let us not go there. Let us set aside the Kaioshin. The god of destruction is quite admirable, Ji Yun quickly interjected. The role of a Kaioshin is rather mundane, devoid of excitement, and one is confined to the realms of the divine. I have no intention of becoming a wretched Kaioshin. Hee. I merely suggested that your temperament is suited for the role of a Kaioshin. I did not intend for you to actually assume that position. Whis explained to Ji Yun with a smile. Even if Ji Yun desired such a role, Whis would be unwilling. He was a servant of the god of destruction, not of the Kaioshin. There was no way he would cultivate such a formidable Kaioshin. Very well. Ji Yun nodded indifferently. Gazing down at the magnificent river of stars, he began to channel his destructive power. With a gentle wave of his hand, the vast river of stars transformed into a shade of purple. The brilliant whirlpool morphed into purple particles, which soon dissipated into the vacuum of space. As this segment of the universe succumbed to annihilation, it was instantly shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. All right, Whis, where shall we go next? Ji Yun asked, observing the vanished star system. Whis, marveling at Ji Yun's extraordinary destructive prowess, felt a surge of admiration and exclaimed, what an exceptional talent. Just follow me. At this rate, Lord Beerus's accumulated tasks will soon be completed, Whis replied calmly. Ji Yun silently nodded upon hearing Whis's words. Indeed, the work of a god of destruction was surprisingly effortless. Meanwhile, his disdain for Beerus grew. Such an easy task, yet he found ways to procrastinate. Truly hopeless. Subsequently, the two vanished into the inky darkness of the universe, traversing the endless expanse of stars. Whis guided Ji Yun to another star system. Ji Yun, captivated by the meteor shower, once again waved his hand without hesitation. The purple specks scattered through space, heralding the demise of countless celestial bodies. All right, let us proceed to the next location. Whis remarked with a gentle smile as he observed Ji Yun swiftly completing the task. Following Whis closely, Ji Yun was transported to yet another distant star system. With a similar gesture, this system too was instantaneously obliterated, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Thus, Ji Yun continued to repeat the same actions. After a day of travel, the number of star systems destroyed by Ji Yun was incalculable, with planets in abundance. Whis, the work must be nearing completion, right? Ji Yun inquired curiously while they rested on a picturesque, desolate planet. Indeed, it won't be long now. At this pace, we should conclude in about 7 or 8 years, Whis replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Yun and raising an eyebrow. Uffed. Ji Yun, while sipping water, was caught off guard by Whis's remark and ended up spraying him with a mouthful. Ji Yun widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, what did you say? 7 or 8 years. How could it possibly take so long? Whis calmly produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the moisture from his face. He bore no resentment for Ji Yun's earlier outburst, instead responding with an innocent expression. Indeed, after my rough calculations, it should indeed be around 7 or 8 years. Your rate of destruction is remarkably swift. However, the universe is vast, and the galaxy you just obliterated is merely a minute fraction of our mission. Ji Yun paused, feeling a sense of being deceived upon hearing Whis's explanation. He recalled his earlier remarks about Beerus seemingly engaging in such an effortless task. A desire to retract those words emerged within him. Now, as he gazed at Whis's serene smile, he felt as though he had unwittingly entered a heartless factory, and one without any remuneration at that.